Chapter 1. Fatal Demise. The chilling wind howled, and snowflakes danced through the it was well past midnight, yet the usually tranquil cold palace was filled with agonizing and suppressed groans that sent shivers down one's spine. Tang Mi bit down hard on her handkerchief, her breaths coming in a steady rhythm. She was in labor, yet no one was there to assist her. She had to rely solely on herself. With a creak, the biting cold swept in as the door was pushed open. Startled, Tang Mi's handkerchief slipped from her mouth. "Who is it?" The footsteps grew closer, and a shadow loomed over her. Upon recognizing the figure, Tang Mi's already pale face drained of color. "What do you want?" Her voice quivered with suspicion. "Dear sister, should you face a difficult labor, leading to the demise of both mother and child, it is only natural for me to come and accompany you on your final journey." Tang Ying sneered, her gaze fixated on Tang Mi's swollen belly, her beautiful eyes glinting with venom. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Tang Mi's forehead as she gritted her teeth. "If you harm my child, the Emperor will not spare you." "Ha ha ha." Tang Ying laughed as if hearing the most absurd joke, her eyes filled with mockery. "Surely you do not believe that man from that night was truly the Emperor?" Tang Mi's heart sank, her breath quickening uncontrollably. "What do you mean?" Tang Ying sat beside her, her delicate fingers caressing the curvature of Tang Mi's belly. "You, a wilted flower, do you truly think the Emperor would desire you? He hasn't even touched you on your wedding night. Yet you dare to dream of bearing his child?" Tang Mi felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, the frigid truth freezing her heart. She had believed that he did not despise her tainted past, that he cared for her genuinely. She had longed to bear him a child, never imagining he would hold her in such contempt. "Did you know? 5 years ago, I was already pregnant with the Emperor's child, but he personally fed me abortifacients to ensure our child's demise, all for the sake of marrying you. And now that I'm pregnant again, I told him that I needed your child's heart's blood as an ingredient for medicine, and he agreed immediately." Tang Ying chuckled wickedly, drawing a dagger. Tang Mi instinctively shielded her belly. What ailment requires heart's blood as a remedy? That is utterly absurd. "Ah, Tang Mi, what does it matter if you are a divine physician? The Emperor does not trust you, he trusts me. I demand your child as compensation for mine." Tang Ying's gaze was filled with malice as the dagger plunged into Tang Mi's hand, piercing her abdomen. The excruciating pain nearly took her life. As the child was extracted from her womb, she felt no more pain, her ears filled with the sound of the child's cries. "My child." She weakly reached out, desperate to reclaim her baby, but fell helplessly to the floor. Tang Ying cradled the bloodied infant, her sharp nails scraping its delicate face. "Indeed, a vile wretch gives birth to a wretched spawn. This child truly has a strong will to live." The infant cried out once more, perhaps stung by the sharpness of the nails. Each wail shattered Tang Mi's heart. She gazed pleadingly at Tang Ying. "Please, spare my child. I will give you anything you desire. Even my life, just let my child go." "Spare him?" Tang Ying gripped the child's tiny face, a wicked smile curling her lips. "My child died because of you. Do you truly believe I would let him live?" The bloody dagger rose high with her sinister grin. Tang Mi's heart raced as she lunged at the demon, only to be kicked aside. The dagger plunged into the infant's body, and blood splattered, instantly staining her heart and clouding her vision in red. Tang Ying laughed malevolently, tossing the lifeless child before her like a discarded doll. "No." Tang Mi crawled frantically towards her child, cradling him in her arms. "Your Majesty, the entire family of the Duke of Rong has been executed. The Emperor requests your presence at the victory banquet." Tang Ying's laughter rang out once more. "Did you hear that? Your maternal family has perished, every last one of them. All because of you." "Night, June, you." Tang Mi's eyes, now crimson, could not shed a single tear. "What does it matter if you are a divine physician? Your life is but a joke." With a final scornful remark, Tang Ying exited the cold palace. Soon, flames engulfed the entire cold palace. Her life had indeed been a farce. She had believed in his genuine love, striving tirelessly to win over hearts through her medical prowess, leveraging her family's military power to assist him in ascending the throne, only to find it had culminated in a cruel jest. With blood on her lips, she glared through the flames at Tang Ying's shadow, laughing maniacally. "Tang Ying, Night Junyu, today I vow with my very soul transforming into a vengeful spirit to traverse the heavens and the underworld in pursuit of your lives. Chapter 2 Rebirth. This time, you've truly been favored. You should know what to do, right? Do not worry, I shall not disappoint. As two voices echoed from outside, Tang Mi was abruptly awakened, her disoriented mind gradually regaining clarity. Gazing at the unfamiliar canopy above, she ultimately realized the truth. This scene felt eerily familiar. This was the guest room of the Princess Chang's residence. 6 years ago, it was here that she fell victim to a scheme, losing her virtue. It was the day of Princess Chang's birthday celebration, and her second aunt, Mrs. Qin, had brought her along with several cousins to pay their respects. During the festivities, she had accepted a cup of tea from her fourth sister, Tang Rong, and soon felt dizzy, leading her to be escorted to the guest room for rest. In her hazy state, she had overheard voices outside and, in a moment of confusion, escaped through the back window, only to stumble into the wrong room, resulting in her disgrace. Because of this, she was left utterly humiliated, becoming the laughingstock of the entire capital. It also compelled her to endure countless hardships to learn medicine, dedicating 6 long years to mastering the art, only to be exploited by the Night Monarch Yu, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. Could it be that she had been reborn 6 years into the past? Remember, I want all the nobility in the capital to witness your disgraceful self. Understood. Before she could ponder further, the voices outside continued. Gritting her teeth, Tang Mi struggled to rise from the bed, but instead of fleeing through the back window, she concealed herself behind the door. Through the crack, she glimpsed Tang Rong's vile countenance, igniting a flame of vengeance within her. All of this was due to that woman. Had she not harmed her, none of the subsequent events would have transpired. In this new life, she vowed never to live as a joke again. She would repay them in kind, ensuring that they all paid the price. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a man entered. Tang Mi held her breath, waiting for the man to step inside before she darted out, forcefully shoving the departing Tang Rong back into the room and quickly slamming the door shut. Realizing what had happened, Tang Rong rushed to the door, shouting, "Tang Mi, you wretched girl, open the door." Outside, Tang Mi exerted all her strength, gripping the door tightly. And with a cold laugh, she said, "Tang Rong, long time no see." In her previous life, Tang Rong had turned her into a fool for all of Kyoto, while she herself had found a prominent official and become a respected lady of rank. "Tang Rong, it has been 3 years since we last met. What did you say? Tang Mi, have you lost your mind? Open the door now." Tang Rong simply could not comprehend her words and desperately pulled at the door. "Didn't you want to harm me? Today, let you taste the bitter fruit of your own actions, and let all the nobles in the capital see your disgraceful self." This was what Tang Mi yearned to do most. She dreamed of dragging all those who had wronged her down to hell. Hearing the seriousness in Tang Mi's tone, the room had been infused with a potent aphrodisiac. If she couldn't escape, Tang Rong could hardly imagine such a scenario and frantically pulled at the door once more. Tang Mi's fingers were raw and bleeding, yet she refused to relent. In her previous life, it was Tang Rong who had orchestrated her downfall, and it was also Tang Rong who had brought the nobility to witness her disgrace. All her suffering stemmed from Tang Rong. In this new life, she would ensure that Tang Rong experienced all the torment she had endured. Soon, the force with which Tang Rong pulled at the door began to wane. Only then did Tang Mi release her grip, fully confident that Tang Rong would not emerge at this moment. She had experienced the potency of the aphrodisiac in her previous life, and even now, she understood its effects all too well. At this moment, Tang Rong was already lost in its grip, incapable of rational thought. Tang Mi did not leave immediately. She took out a handkerchief and meticulously wiped away the bloodstains she had left on the door latch before turning to depart. In her previous life, she remembered running to the right. In this life, she must not lose her virtue, so she chose the left. Though her body was utterly exhausted, she pressed on step by step. She needed to escape this place quickly, to rid herself of the effects of the drug, and return to the banquet as soon as possible. Today, many noble ladies had come to the residence. Did you see? The eldest daughter of the Tang family is as beautiful as a celestial being. Indeed, previously, it was known that the second daughter of the Tang family was the most beautiful in Kyoto, but it turns out the eldest daughter surpasses her in beauty. The voices from the corridor drew nearer, and Tang Mi could hardly focus on what they were saying about her. She was consumed by a desperate need to find a place to hide. She could not allow anyone to see her in her current state, or she would be unable to escape the consequences of Tang Rong's schemes. With footsteps nearing, Tang Mi pressed herself against the wall, attempting to conceal herself. But she leaned against a door that suddenly swung open, causing her to tumble inside. Before her stood a pair of dark boots, and Tang Mi's face drained of color as she slowly raised her gaze. Before she could discern the man's features, he leaned down and pinned her beneath him. Chapter 3. A repetition of history? The man loomed over her, his broad physique resembling a mountain pressing down upon her. His fingertips caressed her brows and eyes. Inch by inch, as though he were meticulously surveying his territory. Tang Mi trembled uncontrollably, engulfed in a profound fear. Why was history repeating itself? She had fled in the opposite direction. How had she ended up in this room? Suddenly, a realization struck her heart like thunder. In her previous life, she had escaped through the back window, running to the right, whereas this time she had entered through the front door, heading left, essentially the same direction. Reflecting on the long corridor she had traversed, it dawned on her that she had entered the same room as in her past life. This man was the very one who had taken her innocence before. She recalled that in her previous existence, he too had been drugged, losing control and violating her. Yet, she had never glimpsed his face. Not even in death did she discover his identity. As Tang Mi's thoughts spiraled into chaos, the man suddenly leaned in, his lips pressing against hers. His actions shattered her already crumbling consciousness. Feeling something slip into her collar, her awareness finally returned. No, she could not repeat the mistakes of her past life. In a moment of desperation, she bit down fiercely on his tongue, the metallic taste of rust flooding her mouth. And he finally halted, his gaze fixed upon her face, though she could not see clearly. Breathing heavily, her unfocused eyes met his. I know. You're under the influence as well. Seek out the cold water stone, the dense mist flower, the valley essence grass, and the blue solanum. These are the antidotes. He remained motionless, still staring at her. Tang Mi's anxiety intensified, but she forced herself to remain calm. Truly, you must believe me. This is the antidote. Do not allow those who wish us harm to succeed. Otherwise, all will be irretrievable. If you insist on violating me, then I choose to perish alongside you. In a sudden motion, Tang Mi yanked the golden hairpin from her head and thrust it towards the man's neck. He swiftly seized her hand and struck her acupoint, rendering her limp as she collapsed onto the bed. He gazed at her for a long while, removing the pin from her grasp. Noticing her fingers were bruised and raw, he furrowed his brow. Tang Mi was uncertain how long she had been unconscious. Upon awakening, she found herself beneath a familiar yet strange canopy. Panic surged within her. This was the very place where she had been caught in infidelity in her previous life. By the time she regained consciousness, he had long since departed, leaving her alone to endure the world's harshest malice. The moment she regained her senses, she immediately examined her body, relieved to find her clothes intact, yet the aphrodisiac within her system had dissipated. The sheets bore no marks, and the contraceptive powder remained. She had not lost her virtue. The lingering taste of the drug confirmed that the man must have followed her instructions to procure the antidote, and he had not neglected to consume it himself. In her past life, she had harbored resentment towards this man, even hatred. Yet in this life, her feelings had shifted. He had a chance to treat her as he did before, to take advantage of her and leave, but he did not. Perhaps he was not so malevolent after all. Tang Mi had no time to ponder the man's character. She was uncertain whether Tang Rong's situation had been discovered. In her previous life, they had failed to catch her in Tang Rong's room, but they had found her in the room she currently occupied. Fearful of lingering, she swiftly rose from the bed. However, recalling her thoughts before losing consciousness, she touched her head and turned back to search meticulously. After an extensive search, she found nothing, not even beneath the bed. Her golden hairpin was missing. Had the man taken it? But for what purpose? How grateful I am that the Grand Princess is willing to accompany me in seeking the two children. It is rare for them to venture out, especially for my niece, who is attending such a banquet for the first time. I fear she may oversleep and lose her decorum, remarked Tang's second lady, Mrs. Qin, with a forced smile beside the Grand Princess. Nonsense. It is common for young ladies to oversleep. Even if she does, it is of no consequence. Are you afraid I shall abscond with your daughter? The Grand Princess chided playfully. The girls of the Tang family were indeed quite beautiful, especially the eldest, who was not only lovely but also well-educated. The Grand Princess found herself quite fond of her. Should they truly capture your interest, it would be their great fortune. Mrs. Tang chuckled, secretly contemplating marrying her younger daughter into the Grand Princess's household. She had dismissed all previous suitors for her family, but found the Grand Princess's lineage and wealth enticing. If her daughter could indeed enter the Grand Princess's household, it would be a tremendous blessing for Romer. As a group traversed the corridor, Tang Mi's eyes darkened. In her previous life, it was Tang Rong who had led the charge in the infidelity. Now it was Mrs. Qin. She was eager to witness Mrs. Qin's reaction upon discovering her own daughter entangled with a man. After meticulously arranging her attire and hair, Tang Mi composed herself and approached the door. As her fingers brushed against it, a thought struck her. Moments later, she emerged from the room. In the shadows, the man observed Tang Mi's safe exit before he turned and vanished. Chapter 4. A large-scale infidelity scene upon entering the guest residence. A peculiar sound reached the ears of the assembly. The ladies accompanying the Qin family were all married, well-versed in the implications of such sounds. Qin was taken aback by the lewdness exhibited by Tang Mi, a woman she had not anticipated to be so debauched. A flicker of excitement danced in her eyes, yet her countenance bore an expression of disbelief. The princess's face darkened. She had never expected anyone to be so brazen as to engage in such indecency within her guest quarters. Perhaps it was those shameless servants indulging in infidelity, best to avoid tainting their eyes by entering. Qin positioned herself before the door, seemingly to shield someone. The onlookers quickly grasped her intentions. The occupants of that room were likely the daughters of the Tang family. Mrs. Wang from the cabinet, who had always been at odds with Qin, seized the moment to undermine her. Oh my, these servants truly lack shame, engaging in such disgraceful acts in broad daylight. It seems the princess's residence lacks the decorum one might expect. Mrs. Wang's words ignited the princess's ire. She shot a piercing glare at Qin before commanding her attendant, "Break down the door. I must see which shameless servant dares to engage in such conduct." Qin's initial casual remark, intended to feign protection, backfired as Mrs. Wang cunningly exacerbated the tension between her and the princess. Troubled, yet unable to intervene, she watched as the attendant advanced. Before much force was applied, the door yielded slightly, revealing the shocking scene within, an unclothed man and woman engaged in their sordid affair on the floor. Oh my, in broad daylight, right on the ground. How utterly shameless! The crowd gasped. Surely, they cannot be servants of the princess's household. Everyone knows she maintains strict order. The question remained, who could they be? One could see the glimmer of gold hairpins adorning the woman's head. She must be a lady of some household. The assembly comprised entirely of ladies, engaged in a lively exchange, unreserved in their observations, treating the spectacle as a performance. Having been provoked by Mrs. Wang regarding her relationship with the princess, Qin hastily sought to appease her. It is the fault of this humble servant for not exercising proper oversight, allowing this girl to disgrace the princess's residence. I'm truly ashamed. Her expression of profound embarrassment only elicited further disdain from Mrs. Wang, who retorted, "Who is this that is yet to be identified? What apology does Tang's lady speak of? Is it not clear that she is indeed the daughter of the Tang family?" The gossips swirled among the onlookers, speculating which of the two Tang daughters was involved. As the conversations intensified, Qin, sensing the implications directed towards her daughter Rong, sighed with feigned remorse. Mir has been orphaned since childhood, raised under the strict guidance of the elder matriarch. Who could have foreseen such behavior? That statement unmistakably pointed fingers. The princess furrowed her brow, taken aback to find it was indeed the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Previously, she had deemed this girl an admirable prospect for a match, yet now, disgust washed over her for having entertained such thoughts. As Qin's words became increasingly evident, the crowd erupted in chatter once more. So it is the eldest daughter of the Tang family, they concluded. I had thought her a respectable lady. Yet who would have imagined such shamelessness? She possesses beauty, yet her actions are utterly vile. How could she engage in such behavior in another's guest quarters? Indeed, her movements were far from those of a refined young lady. They resembled the antics of a courtesan. As they lambasted Tangmi, Qin felt a surge of satisfaction. The wretched girl now faced her comeuppance. Her mother had been disgraceful, and so too had she. Qin relished the thought of how Tangmi would contend with her own daughter Ying for a man's affections. "Aunt, what has transpired?" A voice of confusion broke through as Qin reveled in her thoughts of Tangmi's impending doom. Chapter 5. Is it stimulating? One's own daughter's infidelity upon hearing the words. The crowd turned in unison, their expressions turning to one of bewilderment as they beheld Tangmi at the entrance of the courtyard. Qin Shi, upon spotting Tangmi, felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, her body freezing in place. Amidst the astonished gazes, Tangmi gracefully stepped forward to pay her respects, saying, "I have the honor of meeting the esteemed princess and all the distinguished ladies here." This jolted everyone from their stupor, and they began to murmur amongst themselves. "Isn't the eldest daughter of the Tang family right here? Then who is the woman inside? Need it be said? It must surely be the fourth daughter of the Tang family. Just a moment ago, Madame Tang had insisted it was the eldest daughter. Yet now the eldest daughter stood before her. How amusing! If the woman inside is indeed the fourth daughter, then Madame Tang has unwittingly caught her own daughter in a scandal." Hearing their whispered speculations, Qin Shi's face darkened as she glared at Tangmi. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in your room?" Tangmi looked at Qin Shi with an innocent expression. "I'm not. I want to find my fourth sister." As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards the room. "Was that noise coming from inside? Is my fourth sister there? What nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Shi exclaimed, raising her hand to strike Tangmi's face. Tangmi narrowed her eyes, but did not evade, allowing Qin Shi's slap to land squarely. The sharp crack of the slap echoed, leaving the onlookers stunned. Holding her face, Tangmi looked at Qin Shi with a face full of grievance. "I did not mean to offend, and I do not understand why my second aunt is so angry. Though I have lost my parents, my grandmother has raised me, and if I have erred, it is she who should correct me, not my second aunt." The crowd was taken aback by Qin Shi's sudden aggression towards Tangmi, and indignation spread among them. This Madame Tang has gone too far. She is merely the second aunt. How could she strike someone? Indeed, it was just a question, yet Madame Tang reacted so defensively. If she could lay hands on her niece in public, one could only imagine the treatment the eldest daughter of the Tang family endures at home. It is known that the esteemed General Tang fell valiantly in battle for the nation. The eldest daughter is a descendant of a hero, and this Madame Tang's behavior is utterly shameful. Regretting her impulsive action in front of so many witnesses, Qin Shi felt the weight of her indiscretion. My second aunt acted out of momentary anger. Do not take it to heart." With so many eyes upon them, Qin Shi had no choice but to apologize to Tangmi. Tangmi blinked, temporarily enduring the slap, and expressed concern, "But what of my fourth sister? She is missing." The mention of Tang Rong made Qin Shi seethe internally, yet she could not lash out, forcing a tight smile as she said, "Yes, your fourth sister seems to have wandered off somewhere and has yet to return. Let's go search for her." As Qin Shi spoke, she grabbed Tangmi's hand, eager to leave the scene. She could not allow anyone to linger here. As long as they had not seen the face of the person inside, it remained mere speculation. If she found Rong or elsewhere, she could dismiss the matter entirely. Tangmi's eyes glimmered with determination. She would not let Qin Shi evade accountability so easily. She withdrew her hand from Qin Shi's grasp and knelt before the princess with propriety. "This humble daughter pays her respects to your highness. I was feeling unwell earlier, and my fourth sister kindly escorted me to the guest courtyard to rest. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we became separated, and I have been unable to locate her since. I implore your highness to assist in finding my fourth sister." The princess furrowed her brow, contemplating whether Tang Rong was indeed inside the room, or if Tangmi was deliberately trying to lure them in. Regardless of her intent, the princess dismissed any thoughts of accepting her as a daughter-in-law. A family so foolish was not worthy of consideration, nor could they afford to associate with someone so malicious. Nevertheless, The princess inquired, "Where were you resting just now?" "In this room," Tang Mi replied, glancing towards the slightly ajar door. The princess narrowed her eyes sharply. "You claim you were resting in this very room? How foolish could one be to openly declare that they were in the same room, thus implicating that the fourth daughter of the Tang family was ensnared in her scheme?" The other ladies exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from sympathy to disdain and disgust. As matriarchs, they could hardly tolerate a woman who would betray her own sister, especially in such a life-altering manner. Regardless of their judgment, Tang Mi maintained her innocent facade, reiterating, "I was indeed resting here." The princess scrutinized Tang Mi, seeking to uncover some truth in her expression, yet found nothing but an air of ignorance, as if she were genuinely unaware. Qin Shi ground her teeth in frustration. This wretched girl, if not for the fear of exposing Rong, she would have lunged at her to tear her apart. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the room, and the door swung wide open, drawing the attention of everyone present. Chapter 6. Want to transform from perpetrator to victim? No way a man clad only in thin trousers and bare-chested burst through the door, pursued by a disheveled woman. Upon seeing the crowd at the threshold, he faltered and collapsed to the ground. The woman, Tang Rong, froze in place when she spotted the group of noble ladies led by the Grand Princess. Apart from Tang Rong, the matriarch Qin was also left dazed. It's over. This is truly the end. Although they had surmised that the person inside might be the fourth miss of the Tang family, seeing her face confirmed their suspicions and left them astonished. Fourth sister? Tang Mi gazed at the disheveled Tang Rong, her expression one of shock, diverting her eyes from the bare-chested man in embarrassment. Upon hearing Tang Mi's voice, Tang Rong finally regained her senses and rushed forward in a frenzy. "Tang Mi, you wretched girl, why have you conspired against me?" Fueled by hatred, Tang Rong clawed at Tang Mi's face. Having just endured a slap from Qin, Tang Mi was not about to allow Tang Rong to strike her again. She seized Tang Rong's hand tightly, retorting, "What nonsense is this, fourth sister? When have I ever harmed you?" To Tang Rong's outrage, Tang Mi's denial only fueled her anger further. With a forceful shake, she freed herself from Tang Mi's grasp and knelt before the Grand Princess, weeping, "I've been wronged by Tang Mi. Please, Grand Princess, uphold justice for me." Observing the scene, Qin quickly knelt beside her daughter, lamenting, "Our Rong has always been the most well-behaved. How could Tang Mi resort to such malicious tactics to ruin her? Our daughter's life is irrevocably tainted. Grand Princess, you must be the arbiter of justice for us." With no other recourse, they resolved to shift all blame onto Tang Mi, thereby transforming themselves into victims, perhaps even eliciting a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Their tears drew considerable sympathy from the onlookers. Every family had daughters, and these women understood the paramount importance of a daughter's honor. They began to denounce Tang Mi. This Tang Miss is indeed outrageous, scheming against her sister like this. How vile! They are family. How could she stoop so low? Indeed, a daughter's honor is invaluable. The fourth Miss's life is truly ruined. How tragic for the fourth Miss to be betrayed by her cousin. What kind of upbringing did the old matriarch of the Tang family provide to the eldest daughter? The Grand Princess observed the sorrowful mother and daughter duo, then turned her gaze to Tang Mi, who stood straight-backed, seemingly devoid of guilt. The Grand Princess spoke, her voice wavering slightly. "Miss Tang, what do you have to say?" Tang Mi bowed her head before the Grand Princess and replied earnestly, "I am wronged. I do not comprehend why fourth sister believes I have harmed her. I have done nothing." Hearing Tang Mi's continued denial, Tang Rong erupted, "Tang Mi, you clearly pushed me into the room and locked me in with that man. You dare to deny it." Before Tang Mi could retort, the matron who had opened the door interjected, "Fourth Miss, the door was never locked." As the closest witness to the door, the matron had seen everything unfold. It was evident that Tang Rong had willingly perched herself upon the man's lap, a scene most shameless. Upon hearing this, the ladies recalled how easily the door had swung open moments before. Tang Rong, realizing the door had not been locked, desperately screamed that she must have tugged on it with her hands, and thus her hands must bear injuries. Tang Mi clenched her fists. Observing this, Tang Rong immediately grasped her hands, and the crowd turned to inspect Tang Mi's hands, only to find them unscathed devoid of any injuries. How can this be? Tang Rong was taken aback, staring incredulously at Tang Mi's delicate hands. If she had indeed pulled the door, there should have been some sign of harm. She had exerted all her strength in her attempt. Tang Mi had only realized her own hands healing upon recalling her injury while opening the door, likely due to the man applying ointment for her. Although she was unaware of his motivations, she was grateful for the time he had saved her. Suddenly, Tang Mi withdrew her hand, frowning at Tang Rong. "Fourth sister, have you lost your senses? I was feeling unwell at the time, my head was pounding, and I was utterly weak. You were the one who assisted me into this room to rest, after which I fell asleep. How could I possibly have pushed you into the room?" Tang Rong was left speechless by Tang Mi's retort, only managing to stubbornly reply. "You pushed me into the room, and then you woke up?" "Yes," Tang Mi conceded, "I did wake up later, but that was because I overheard a conversation that startled me awake." "A conversation?" The crowd turned their curious gazes towards Tang Mi, eager to learn what she had overheard. Chapter 7. This Miss Tang is no ordinary woman. Tang Rong swallowed nervously. What could she possibly mean to convey? Without directly stating her intent, Tang Mi bowed her head before the Grand Princess. "Your Highness, I was resting in the guest quarters when I encountered a grave situation that nearly compromised my virtue. I implore you to intercede on my behalf." The moment these words escaped Tang Mi's lips, the ladies present erupted in a flurry of whispers. How could she have nearly lost her virtue? What had transpired? With both Miss Tang and Miss Tang Si facing troubles, surely something sinister was afoot. Perhaps she concocted this tale out of fear of repercussions. Yet, who would jest about such a serious matter? She is, after all, an unmarried young lady. The Grand Princess, taken aback by Tang Mi's declaration, fixed her with a stern gaze. "Relate the events in their entirety, and should a single falsehood escape your lips, I shall not show leniency." "I would not dare," Tang Mi replied, her back straightening as she spoke clearly. "At the gathering, my fourth sister served me a cup of tea. After drinking it, I was struck by a splitting headache and overwhelming fatigue. Before she could elaborate, Tang Rong interjected furiously. "Tang Mi, do not slander me. Your own ill health has nothing to do with the tea I offered you." With a calm demeanor, Tang Mi cast her a glance. "Fourth sister, please remain composed. I am merely recounting events as per the Grand Princess's request. I indeed felt unwell after consuming your tea, and many witnesses can attest to this." Tang Rong, wishing to retort, fell silent under the Grand Princess's glare. "Tang Si, I did not permit you to speak." The mere mention of her name rendered Tang Rong mute with fear. The Grand Princess turned her attention back to Tang Mi. "Continue, Miss Tang." Nodding, Tang Mi proceeded. "My fourth sister guided me to the guest quarters for rest, and in my dazed state, I was led to this room where an incense was lit, causing me to drift into slumber. Later, I vaguely heard voices outside, one male and one female. The man addressed the woman as Miss, who then instructed him to enter and insult me, declaring she would have all of the capital's nobility witness my disgrace. Terrified, upon hearing their intent to enter, I fled through the back window in my weakened state. The gathered ladies, upon hearing Tang Mi's account, quickly grasped the implications. They were all astute women of their respective households, well versed in the intricacies of domestic affairs, and such clandestine matters were far from unfamiliar. Realizing that the instructions had come from a young woman, they connected the dots, understanding who was involved. It was evident that Tang Si harbored jealousy towards her elder sister, resorting to drugging her and coordinating with a man to humiliate her. Fortunately, Miss Tang had overheard their plot and escaped. Now, the two had turned on each other in a display of disgraceful behavior. How shameless of Tang Si to betray her own sister. Thankfully, her elder sisters would have spared her from becoming a victim. Such malevolence at such a young age was surely destined to backfire. How audacious it was for her to blame Miss Tang when the fault lay squarely with herself. As Tang Rong listened to the scornful remarks hurled at her by the ladies, she felt a surge of anger and desperation, glaring at Tang Mi. "Wretched girl, who has conspired against you? Do not wrongfully accuse me." "Fourth sister," Tang Mi replied innocently, "I did not claim you were the one seeking to harm me. I merely recounted the words spoken by that man and woman outside, with no insinuation towards you." Yet your frantic defense begs the question. Is your conscience truly clear? Tang Mi feigned shock, as though she had uncovered a tremendous secret. Upon reflection, all that I have endured today appears to be the result of a deliberate scheme. The dizziness from the tea was orchestrated. My being led to the guest room was premeditated, and the arrangement of a man to come here was indeed malicious. Had I not fortuitously overheard their conversation, I might have become the victim myself. Her voice trembling, Tang Mi looked up at the Grand Princess, her eyes glistening. Having lost my parents at a young age, I have always adhered to propriety, rarely stepping outside for fear of bringing shame upon my deceased parents. I have been so cautious, yet I never anticipated that someone would wish to harm me. This person's intentions are exceedingly sinister, and I implore you, Grand Princess, to intervene on my behalf. With that, Tang Mi bowed deeply to the Grand Princess. Her poignant words stirred empathy among the gathered ladies. How pitiable was Miss Tang! The illustrious General Tang and the esteemed Lady Tang had raised a daughter who now faced such indignities. The general had sacrificed his life for the nation. How could they dare to treat his daughter with such disdain? Having lost her parents, life in the general's household must be exceedingly difficult for her. The audacity of the Qin family in Tang Si was appalling. The Grand Princess must advocate for Miss Tang. The Grand Princess gazed intently at Tang Mi, finally grasping the true intent behind her earlier statements. She was not foolish but rather astute, allowing her adversaries to reap the consequences of their actions while exonerating herself, positioning herself firmly as the victim. This Miss Tang is indeed remarkable. Chapter 8. Abandoning the car to save the Emperor. A heart-wrenching scene. The Princess of Chong cast a somber glance at Qin and Tang Rong before instructing her attendant. Go verify the tea that Miss Tang has consumed. Yes, replied Granny Zhong, who promptly departed to investigate. Tang Rong stealthily glanced at Qin, her forehead glistening with cold sweat. Just moments ago, Tang Mi, that wretched woman, had finished her tea. Had she taken care of the teacup? The memory eluded her entirely. Qin was similarly anxious, fervently hoping that the attendant would uncover no evidence. Before long, Granny Zhong returned with a teacup in hand. Your Highness, I have had the imperial physician examine it. It appears that Miss Tang's tea was indeed tampered with. She continued, I also inquired with those seated at the table with Miss Tang, and they can attest that the tea was brought to her by Miss Tang Si. At her words, all eyes turned to Tang Rong. Qin's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. The Princess of Chong, her expression darkened, directed her gaze at Tang Rong. Tang Si, do you have anything to say? Tang Rong's eyes flickered momentarily before she burst into tears. I did not poison her. I have never harmed Tang Mi. It must be her attempt to frame me. I implore your Highness to see the truth. Qin, echoing her daughter's sentiment, sobbed. Our Ronger has always been kind-hearted and would never resort to such treachery. Someone is plotting against her. I beseech you, Princess, to discern the truth. Seeing the mother and daughter continue to deny the accusations, the princess's expression grew increasingly severe. She seeks to frame you? Why would she tarnish her own reputation to do so? Tang Rong's eyes darted about as she wept. I am the one in peril. Tang Mi must have orchestrated this. She wants everyone to believe I am the one who harmed her, only to suffer the consequences herself. Your Highness cannot let her escape justice. You must uphold my honor. The princess, now feeling a surge of disdain towards Tang Rong, recalled the time when she found Tang Si charming and endearing. Yet, now she perceived her as utterly ignorant and lacking in decorum. Even if Tang Si were indeed a victim, the princess felt no sympathy for such a woman. As the princess remained silent, Tang Rong turned her ire towards Tang Mi. Why do you wish to harm me? Why do you wish to bring me down? These words, though laced with anger, were genuine enough to evoke a semblance of real emotion from her. Tang Mi averted her gaze from Tang Rong, her expression cold as she replied, Sister, this jest is not amusing. When have I ever sought to harm you? You were the one who supported me here. I did not bring you along. How could I possibly be the one plotting against you? Tang Rong paused, contemplating before asserting, You feigned unconsciousness and poisoned yourself. Then have me assist you here to set me up. Tang Mi shook her head in disbelief. Sister, you are being unreasonable. I could never poison myself. Even if I feigned fainting, how could I guarantee that you would be the one to bring me here? You and I not close. And there were other sisters accompanying us. Would you suggest I am so deranged that I would wish harm upon any sister regardless of who it was? Tang Rong, thoroughly flustered by Tang Mi's rebuttal, could only shout in indignation, "You are the one who is insane." Enough. The princess's voice rang out sharply, cutting off Tang Rong mid-sentence. She regarded both Tang Rong and Qin with disgust. "Madam Qin, is this the daughter you have raised? I do not care whom she wishes to frame, but she should not conduct her vile deeds within my domain." Yet she remains unrepentant, as if seeking to provoke the Dali Temple into taking action. Qin's heart quaked at the implication, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes as she raised her hand and struck Tang Rong across the face. The sharp crack of the slap stunned everyone present, including Tang Rong, who stared incredulously at her mother. The blow felt as if it had struck at Qin's very core, her heart aching for her daughter. However, she recognized that the princess had already deemed Tang Rong culpable. Further denial would be futile. She could not allow this to escalate to the Dali Temple, for it would also tarnish Ying's reputation. She had more than one daughter to consider, and with Tang Rong's reputation already in tatters, she could not afford to jeopardize Ying's future for Tang Rong's folly. "I believed you, thinking you were wronged by your elder sister, yet here you are, attempting to frame her. How disappointing you have become," Qin lamented, her face a mask of sorrow that left Tang Rong pale and stricken. Realization dawned on Tang Rong that her mother had abandoned her, but why? Was she not also her daughter? Witnessing the despair etched upon her daughter's face, Qin's heart ached even more, yet there was no turning back now. "Apologize to your elder sister and prepare to face your grandmother's punishment," Qin insisted, casting meaningful glances at Tang Rong, who stubbornly refused to comply. Tang Mi lowered her gaze, concealing the glint of cunning in her eyes. Qin's maneuver had proven effective, leaving the princess unable to punish Tang Rong further, thus granting her a reprieve from this predicament. With Qin having chastised Tang Rong, the princess waved her sleeve dismissively. "Very well, take them back." "Thank you, Your Highness," Qin bowed deeply, preparing to lead Tang Rong and Tang Mi away. "Wait," the princess said, her gaze falling upon Tang Rong, kneeling on the ground. "Tang Si, for conducting such disgraceful acts at my birthday banquet, I do not wish to see you at any future gatherings." Qin clenched her fists tightly, casting a resentful glare at Tang Mi before gritting her teeth in acknowledgement. "This humble servant understands." A cold smile played on Tang Mi's lips. "Qin, did you think this was the end? No, this is merely the beginning. All the suffering they inflicted upon her in her past life would be repaid in kind." Chapter 9 Farewell to Grandmother. Tears and eyes in the general's residence. The main hall was filled with tension. The matriarch of the Tang family, overwhelmed with shame and indignation, nearly fainted upon hearing the account from Nurse Zhong. Tang Ying was taken aback by Tang Rong's foolishness. She had failed to handle such a trivial matter, implicating Tang Mi instead, and not only lost her reputation, but also faced the wrath of their grandmother. Nurse Zhong spoke, expressing her own feelings of guilt, lamenting her failure to educate her daughter-in-law and granddaughter, which had caused trouble for the Grand Princess. She requested that Nurse Zhong convey her apologies to the Grand Princess on her behalf, promising to visit personally to make amends. The matriarch looked at Nurse Zhong with a remorseful expression. Nurse Zhong quickly bowed, stating, "You are too humble, my lady. The Grand Princess does not hold you accountable." The matriarch's feelings of shame deepened with Nurse Zhong's reassurances. "I still have family matters to attend to, so I shall not see you out," she said, gesturing to Nurse Gui beside her. "Please escort Nurse Zhong out." After Nurse Zhong departed, the matriarch made her way to the family ancestral hall. "Grandmother, please take care," Tang Ying said, rushing to support her. The matriarch cast a deep gaze at Tang Ying, seemingly trying to discern her involvement in the affair. Tang Ying maintained her composure and, with genuine concern, replied, "It is merely that fourth sister is immature. Do not let her distress you, grandmother." The matriarch withdrew her gaze and allowed Tang Ying to assist her to the ancestral hall. Upon their arrival, Tang Mi and Tang Rong were kneeling, while Qin stood nearby, seemingly contemplating a strategy. Tang Mi felt a bit distracted, eager to see her grandmother. Several days prior, her grandmother had gone to Bema Temple for a fasting ritual. She was supposed to accompany her, but Tang Ying insisted on joining, and thus, her grandmother had taken her along. Upon learning of her misfortune, her grandmother had rushed back immediately. Tang Mi vividly recalled her grandmother's heart-wrenching gaze that day. Despite the calamity that befell her, her grandmother had never given up on her, always scheming for her benefit. Regrettably, in the end, her grandmother had fallen gravely ill, and she had never had the chance to see her again before her passing. Matriarch, second miss. The voice of a maid bowing outside roused Tang Mi from a reverie. The matriarch, supported by Tang Ying, entered the ancestral hall and settled into the grand chair. Grandmother, Tang Mi choked back her emotions, resembling a child who had endured great injustice as she threw herself into her grandmother's embrace. My dear child, you have suffered. The matriarch comforted her tenderly. The warmth of her grandmother's embrace was a solace. How long had it been since she last saw her? A year? 2? She could scarcely remember. Since marrying Yi Junyu, she had not laid eyes on her grandmother again. Now, her grandmother appeared just as she had on the day of her marriage, though in her advanced years. She remained vibrant and healthy, without a single white hair. Yet, such a healthy grandmother would succumb to illness 2 years hence. Could it be that Qin and her daughter had a hand in this? Determined to live anew, she vowed to protect her grandmother and never again allow them the opportunity to harm her. Do not worry. Your grandmother will uphold justice for you, the matriarch said, wiping away Tang Mi's tears, only to notice the swelling on one side of her face. What happened? What is wrong with your face? With red-rimmed eyes, Tang Mi glanced at Qin, who, sensing the tension, hastily explained, it was merely a misunderstanding. I did not mean to harm you. Hearing this, the matriarch's anger flared, her cane striking the ground. Qin, do you think this old woman is dead? Seeing the matriarch's fury, Qin immediately apologized. Mother, please do not be angry. It was all Ronger's fault. Qin turned to Tang Rong, insisting, apologize to your grandmother and elder sister. I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Tang Rong retorted defiantly. Ronger, the matriarch's temper escalated, her cane striking the floor with a resounding thud. Grandmother, please be careful for your health. Tang Ying interjected quickly, signaling Tang Rong to temper her words. It is indeed your fault, even if it were true that elder sister pushed you. It was your initial scheming that led to this. Prompted by Tang Ying's words, Tang Rong realized her error and shouted, I did nothing. Even if I did, does that mean she bears no responsibility? She has tarnished my reputation. Tang Mi glared coldly at Tang Rong, her eyes brimming with an unquenchable hatred. In her past life, she had caused the death of her child and annihilated her maternal lineage. In this life, she would ensure that blood debts were repaid in kind. Feeling the intensity of Tang Mi's gaze, Tang Ying looked up, only to see Tang Mi quickly mask her emotions, coldly stating, Second sister, you seem unaware of the circumstances. I was drugged by fourth sister and lacked the strength to push her. You overestimate my capabilities. As Tang Mi continued to argue, Tang Rong's anger boiled over again. You did push me. That man witnessed it. If grandmother doubts it, she can summon him for questioning. Tang Mi was unperturbed by the prospect of being questioned. With a mocking smile, she replied, You brought him here. He will say whatever you want him to. Besides, your current relationship with him is quite telling. Tang Mi shot Tang Rong a suggestive grin, inciting her fury further. Tang Mi, you wretched girl. Tang Rong yelled, charging at Tang Mi enough. The matriarch's fury exploded as she hurled her cane down, creating a deafening noise that stunned everyone into silence. Do you think this old woman is merely a decorative piece? The matriarch was truly livid, and her wrath silenced all, even making the current head of the Tang family, Tang Xuanghu, kneel in submission. With a somber gaze, the matriarch fixed her eyes on Tang Rong. Fourth daughter, your malicious intentions to ensnare your elder sister, disregarding familial bonds. Leave me with 2 choices for you. Either ascend the mountains to become a nun, or marry that man. Chapter 10. Ascending the mountain to become a nun. Relinquishing household authority, Tang Rong's eyes widened in sheer terror as she fervently shook her head, declaring, No, I refuse to choose any of them. I cannot marry that man, nor do I wish to ascend the mountain to become a nun. In desperation, she turned to Madame Qin, pleading, Mother, please save me. Madame Qin, equally stunned, quickly regained her composure and implored the old Madame Tang. Mother, it is all my fault as a daughter-in-law. I have failed to guide Ronger properly. If punishment is due, let fall upon me. Ronger has already suffered. I beseech you, do not punish her further. Upon hearing Madame Qin's audacity to beg for mercy, old Madame Tang's fury ignited. You deserve punishment. My granddaughter has been led astray by your poor teachings, instigating harm against her elder sister and showing disrespect to her elders. Madame Qin, you are utterly deserving of death. The sound of her cane striking the ground echoed with her rage, causing Madame Qin's heart to race, and cold sweat to break out on her brow. Tang Ying, witnessing the scene, hastily knelt beside Madame Qin, stating, Grandmother, please calm your anger. Mother has always taught us to maintain harmony among sisters and often made us transcribe the family rules. Please, Grandmother, understand that fourth sister's actions are not a reflection of Mother's teachings. Being her own daughter, Madame Qin could not bear to abandon Tang Rong completely. Mother, Ronger is still young and naive. She may not comprehend the gravity of her actions. She merely jested with me, resulting in this grave error. Ronger has already lost her innocence. She has suffered enough. I implore you, do not punish her any further. If punishment is necessary, let it be directed at the daughter-in-law instead. Old Madame Tang gazed at Madame Qin, utterly disappointed. She has lost her innocence. Does that absolve her of punishment? She has reaped what she has sown. Who else can she blame? Without waiting for Madame Qin to respond, old Madame Tang turned her gaze to Tang Rong, asking, Have you made your choice? If you do not choose today, you will be removed from the Tang family genealogy. Will you remain as a daughter of the Tang family, or will you depart? The choice is yours. Mother, Madame Qin attempted to intercede once more, but old Madame Tang shot her a piercing glare, warning, If you utter another word, I shall send you a letter of divorce, and you too shall leave the Tang family. The mere mention of divorce silenced Madame Qin instantly. Faced with the abandonment of both her mother and sister, Tang Rong sank into a state of despair. She could not afford to be disowned by the Tang family, nor could she marry that man, a mere coachman she had hired to repulse Tang Mi. She had deliberately chosen an old and unattractive man, and she could never wed such a person. Doing so would mean the end of her life. Tang Si, old Madame Tang, now impatient, called out without addressing her as fourth girl. Tang Rong's heart trembled at her name being called, and she finally looked up, stating, I choose to ascend the mountain. Upon hearing her choice, both Madame Qin and Tang Ying exhaled a sigh of relief. Anyone with sense would undoubtedly choose to leave the family, as being disowned by the Tang family and marrying that old, unattractive man were irreversible fates. By ascending the mountain, there would still be a chance to bring her back. Old Madame Tang glanced at Granny Gue beside her and commanded, You shall personally escort her to Jingyuan Monastery and witness her shave her head. This statement nearly elicited laughter from Tang Mi. However, Tang Rong seethed with rage, clenching her fists in a fervent desire to strangle old Madame Tang. Understood, Granny Gue replied, stepping forward to seize Tang Rong and lead her out of the ancestral hall. Madame Qin cast a reluctant glance at Tang Rong's departing figure and immediately addressed old Madame Tang. Mother, Ronger's departure may mean we want to see her for an indeterminate time. I request permission to gather some clothes and prepare some silver for her. Old Madame Tang shot her a disapproving look. She is going to become a nun. The monastery will provide her with garments. As for silver, she will have more than enough. But Madame Qin was thoroughly frustrated. Could they not even have a moment to share heartfelt words? Before she could finish, old Madame Tang interrupted her sharply. It is the mother's failure to educate. As her biological mother, you have raised my granddaughter to possess such poor character. Now, I will give you two choices. Surrender your authority over the household, where you shall have no say in the marriages of your second family's children. Mother, Madame Qin was aghast. She had never anticipated such a punishment from old Madame Tang. Tang Ying was equally taken aback, hastily kneeling down. Before she could plead for her mother, old Madame Tang cut her off. Do not plead on her behalf. Her negligence has led to Tang Si committing such an egregious act, bringing disgrace upon the Tang family. Even if I were to grant her a letter of divorce, Your father would not object. With these words, Tang Ying fell silent. Madame Qin understood the truth in old Madame Tang's words. Tang Xuanghu had long since lost interest in her. If she were to receive a letter of divorce, he would likely welcome it. She could not allow that to happen. It was absolutely unacceptable. Yet, she did not wish to relinquish either her authority over the household or control over her children's marriages. Seeing her hesitation, Tang Ying subtly signaled to her mother. Did she really need to ponder this? The obvious choice was the first one. They could devise another plan for the household authority. But their marriages? She could not simply hand those over to her grandmother. If her grandmother arranged a marriage for her, how would she ever wed Prince Yu? Tang Ying's hint snapped Madame Qin back to reality, and she quickly declared, "It is the negligence of the daughter-in-law that has allowed Ronger to act immorally. I willingly surrender my authority over the household." Tang Mi had anticipated this choice. After all, Tang Ying must have already formed an alliance with Yi Junyu by now. There was no way Madame Qin would entrust her marriage to her grandmother. However, that was of little consequence. She was quite satisfied with the outcome today. After all, Tom was on her side. She could take her time with them. Old Madame Tang expressed no surprise at Madame Qin's decision. "You shall return now and prepare the account books and keys. I will send someone to collect them shortly." "Understood," Madame Qin replied, exiting the ancestral hall. Old Madame Tang then turned to Tang Ying, stating, "You too shall assist your mother in organizing. Ensure she does not leave anything behind." "Yes." Tang Ying glanced at Tang Mi before following her mother out. Once Tang Ying had departed, old Madame Tang dismissed the remaining servants. Soon, the ancestral hall was left with only old Madame Tang and Tang Mi Neal. Old Madame Tang suddenly fixed a stern gaze upon Tang Mi. Chapter 11. The Prince of Xian. Yi Chun Xian. Tang Mi knelt down silently, showing no signs of surprise, as if she had anticipated this moment. "Did you push Tang Si into that room?" Grandmother Tang looked at her with deep sorrow. "Yes." Tang Mi spoke the truth. Her grandmother was astute, and she could not deceive her. Moreover, she had no desire to do so. "You." Grandmother Tang was suddenly enraged, lifting her dragon-headed cane to strike her. The sound of the cane echoed as it landed on Tang Mi's back. Crack, crack, crack. Each blow fell heavily upon her, yet she did not flinch, maintaining a straight posture. After 10 strikes, Grandmother Tang finally ceased, breathing heavily as she questioned Tang Mi. "Do you understand why I struck you?" "I do." Tang Mi glanced at her grandmother. Sisters should love and support one another, not scheme against each other. Seeing that she comprehended, Grandmother Tang and Oppos' expression softened. "I know they sought to harm you first, but you cannot retaliate in kind. She is, after all, a daughter of the Tang family. Since childhood, I have taught you that one flourishes together and suffers together. If you harm her, how can it not tarnish your own reputation? Even if Tang Si has lost her purity today as the eldest daughter of the Tang family, how can her reputation be salvaged? She is soon to come of age and should be considering suitors. With such a scandal, how will she find a suitable match?" Tang Mi understood her grandmother's words. In her previous life, she had never harmed them due to her grandmother's teachings. Yet what had been the outcome? In this life, she vowed not to show mercy again. Kindness had led to her suffering. She had been a virtuous person for long enough and would no longer allow herself to be bullied. "Do you acknowledge your mistake?" Grandmother Tang, softened by her own heart, offered her a chance to confess, hoping to release her. "I'm not wrong." Tang Mi held her head high defiantly. "What did you say?" Grandmother Tang could hardly believe her ears. Her beloved Mi and Oppos had always been obedient. What had come over her today? "I said I am not wrong." Tang Mi looked directly at her grandmother, enunciating each word clearly. "You." Grandmother Tang was incensed again, raising her cane to strike, but ultimately could not bring herself to do so. "Kneel here and reflect on whether you are in the wrong." With that, she leaned on her cane and exited. Tang Mi stood tall, her gaze resolute and unwavering. She had done nothing wrong. If Tang Rong dared to harm her, she would ensure that Tang Rong faced the consequences of her actions. She wished to show the nobility of the capital her disgrace, and she would allow Tang Rong to experience the feeling of being deemed contemptible by the world. As for Tang Ying and the Qin family, she would make them pay in blood for the grievances of her past life. Prince Xian's manor. "Your Highness, yesterday Prince Yu visited Bema Temple. I took the liberty to investigate and discovered he is plotting something. Yin Shu, who had been observing Yi Junyu for 2 days, burst in with what he believed to be a significant revelation. I am aware. Yi Chenxian replied absently. You know? Yin Shu was taken aback, curiously asking, What do you know? Speak. Yi Chenxian had no interest in playing riddles with him. Upon being urged, Yin Shu complied, reporting, Prince Yu went to Beima Temple to secretly meet with the second miss of the general's manor. Do you understand why he would do this? Yi Chenxian did not respond, merely shooting him a cold glare. Yin Shu shrugged, answering his own question. It is because Prince Yu intends to use the second miss of the general's manor to marry the eldest miss. He might have hinted at this before, but the general's manor did not agree. Hence, they conspired to compromise the eldest miss, allowing Prince Yu to appear later, reasoning with her emotionally, and at that time, she would surely marry him. Yi Chenxian frowned, seemingly disinterested in this portion of the tale. Noticing this, Yin Shu continued with what he thought was the most intriguing part. I suspect Prince Yu aims to gain military power through the eldest miss of the general's manor. Yi Chenxian looked at him as if he were a fool. What other motives could there possibly be? Yin Shu blinked innocently, feeling somewhat reproached. Your Highness, just then, Hong Fei returned, stating, I have uncovered that it was Princess Zhang's Zhu Qing who drugged you. It is said she has been quite close to Prince Yu's concubine recently. Drugged? With what? Yin Shu asked, utterly bewildered. Yi Chenxuan's brow furrowed deeply. Deliver all findings to Princess Zhang. Since it involves Yi Zhu Qing, I must consider Princess Zhang's position. Understood. Hong Fei nodded promptly, adding, the eldest miss of the general's manor has been punished to kneel in the ancestral hall. Yi Chenxuan's expression tightened. Yin Shu frowned as well. That shouldn't be. My sources indicated that the matriarch dotes on the eldest miss. Why would she punish her? Then, realizing something, Yin Shu appeared confused. Wait, why were you monitoring the eldest miss of the general's manor? Moreover, what does her kneeling have to do with our prince? Before Yin Shu could finish, Yi Chenxian dashed out. Yin Shu stood there in shock, gazing at Hong Fei. Did I miss something spectacular? Hong Fei cast him a cool glance, saying nothing, and walked away. Yin Shu, filled with regret, stamped his foot in frustration, realizing he must have missed the first encounter between the prince and the eldest miss of the general's manor. Had he known, he would have swapped places with that dullard Hong Fei. After all, the eldest miss of the general's manor was as beautiful as a celestial being. She was the most fitting partner for their prince in all of the capital. As night fell, Yi Chenxian stealthily entered the Tang family's ancestral hall. Chapter 12. A renewed scheme in the flickering candlelight. A delicate young girl nestled on a cushion, seemingly asleep. Knight Chenxian was taken aback by the sight. He had anticipated an expression of sorrow, perhaps even tears, yet she appeared to be lost in slumber before the many ancestral tablets. He approached quietly, only to behold a pale visage, her brows tightly knitted, drenched in sweat, as if ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. Frowning, he felt a pang of compassion to awaken her, but his hand hesitated mid-air. With his grand aspirations unfulfilled, it was unwise to dwell on matters of the heart, especially given their fateful yet erroneous encounter. She might not wish to see him. Retracting his hand, he produced a handkerchief from his bosom and gently wiped the beads of perspiration from her forehead. His gaze lingered on her luscious red lips, recalling the taste he had experienced, which momentarily stole his breath away, causing his handsome face to flush with warmth. He feigned calmness as he draped his cloak over her, then hurriedly departed. As soon as Knight Chenxian left, Tang Mi jolted awake from her nightmare. Sitting up abruptly and finding herself still in the ancestral hall, a wave of relief washing over her. It was merely a dream. She had revisited the harrowing events of her past life, the raging flames, the pervasive bloodshed, and the overwhelming despair. After a moment, she noticed the unfamiliar cloak draped over her, her mind racing with questions. Who had visited? She had heard no sound. Examining the fabric and style closely, she confirmed it could not have been sent by her grandmother, for it was unmistakably a man's cloak. But why would a man's cloak be present in the ancestral hall? A jolt of realization struck her as she inhaled deeply, detecting a faint, cool fragrance, one she had encountered earlier that day on the man. Tammy clenched the cloak tightly, That man had indeed been here. Who was he? And why had he sought her out? Her thoughts spiraled into chaos, yet she quickly regained her composure. Regardless of his identity, she wished to sever all ties with him. In their past lives, they had both been victims, and while she could harbor no resentment towards him, the torment she had endured at his hands left her unable to forgive. As she contemplated these matters, the sound of footsteps outside startled her, prompting her to clutch the cloak tightly to her chest. The door to the ancestral hall creaked open, revealing her grandmother's chief maid, Yun Xiang, who bowed respectfully. "Miss, the matriarch has sent me to escort you back to your quarters for some rest." Tang Mi felt her heart warm. Her grandmother truly cared for her. Rising, she took the bundle of the cloak and exited. Yun Xiang followed closely, casting a glance at the cloak in Tang Mi's hands, her gaze flickering. Yet she refrained from asking questions. Once Tang Mi was safely back in the courtyard, Yun Xiang took her leave. "Miss, you've returned. I was so worried," exclaimed Fu Ling, Tang Mi's chief maid, rushing to her side. Tang Mi regarded her with a deep, piercing look. In her past life, after being cast into the cold palace, she had finally discerned Fu Ling's true allegiance. She had always been in league with Tang Ying. In her previous existence, Fu Ling had aided Tang Ying in numerous schemes, earning her significant favor. Even today, events likely involved her machinations. Earlier, Ban Xia had been unwell and unable to accompany her to the banquet, and Fu Ling had seized the opportunity to stay behind and care for Ban Xia, leaving Tang Mi to face the gathering alone, isolated in both her past and present. Nonetheless, Tang Ying had chosen to send Tang Rong to harm her instead of Fu Ling, indicating that Fu Ling held more importance in Tang Ying's eyes than the foolish Tang Rong. "Mississippi," Ban Xia's anxious voice broke through. As she rushed out to meet Tang Mi, quickening her pace, Tang Mi reached out to steady her. "Are you all right? I heard there was trouble at the banquet today." "I'm fine," she replied, her heart softening at the thought of Ban Xia's previous sacrifice for her. "Have you recovered? The physician has prescribed medicine." "I've already taken it," Ban Xia said, guiding Tang Mi into the house. Fu Ling followed suit, her eyes widening upon noticing the cloak in Tang Mi's grasp. "Whose cloak is that, miss?" Without a word, Tang Mi handed the cloak to Ban Xia. "Put away." "Yes, miss," Ban Xia complied, hastily stowing the cloak in a storage chest. Sensing Tang Mi's cold demeanor, Fu Ling hurriedly poured her a cup of tea. "I heard something happened to you at the Long Princess's residence today. What exactly transpired?" Tang Mi cast her a chilling glance. "It was my fourth sister who encountered trouble, and it has nothing to do with me. Remember that." The sudden pressure made Fu Ling flinch, and she quickly bowed. "I understand." Tang Mi observed her for a moment before commanding, "Ban Xia will keep watch tonight. You may leave." "Understood," Fu Ling replied, bowing again. Though unease gnawed at her heart. With Ban Xia ill, why would the mist choose her to stand guard? Did she harbor suspicions? Not daring to dwell on it, Fu Ling exited swiftly. Tang Mi watched her retreating figure, her gaze hardening with resolve. She could not act against her yet. She needed to use her as bait to ensnare Tang Ying. "Miss, did the old lady blame you for today's events?" Ban Xia asked, closing the door behind them with concern. Tang Mi's eyes flickered thoughtfully. "In the end, my grandmother protects me. Bon Xion Noidit. Indeed, the matriarch has always been fond of you. Young Master Feng is returning tomorrow, correct?" Since being reborn 5 years in the past, the days have grown somewhat hazy, but I believe it is indeed tomorrow. "Yes," Ban Xia replied eagerly. "The day after tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the academy will be closed for 3 days. Young Master San will certainly return." At the mention of Feng, Tang Mi and Appo's hearts surged with longing. How long had it been since she had seen him? In her previous life, he had been led astray by their elder cousin and had committed numerous misdeeds, ultimately falling victim to betrayal, accused of treason, and executed without a trial. Their cousin had used his head to gain power and prestige, while Tang Mi had been left to bear the weight of his loss. Recalling the moment Tang Ying had thrown Feng and Appo's head at her during that fateful day, a torrent of hatred surged within her. She yearned to confront Tang Ying and exact a thousandfold vengeance. After a prolonged moment, Tang Mi managed to suppress her emotions. Time was on her side. She could not afford to rush. Fortunately, Feng had yet to be harmed, her grandmother remained alive, and her maternal family was safe. There was still time to plan meticulously. She would not allow Tang Ying and Yi Junyu to succeed. She would ensure that all who had wronged her would pay dearly. At that moment, Tang Ying, cloaked in a mantle, climbed into a carriage at the rear entrance of the General's residence. Why has the prince arrived at this hour? Tang Ying was taken aback upon spotting Yi Junyu. Their previous encounters had always been shrouded in caution. Today, however, they met so openly at the General's back door. Yi Junyu's expression was stormy. Did you not claim that everything was foolproof? What went awry? Tang Ying, sensing the tension, stammered nervously, "It is my fourth sister's folly. She has been outsmarted by that wretched Tang Mi." Without waiting for a response, she continued, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I have devised another plan. This time it is bound to succeed." Yi Junyu narrowed his eyes. "I can wait no longer. This mid-autumn banquet must see Tang Mi subdued." "Yes." Tang Ying hurriedly bowed her head in agreement. Chapter 13. Who will take charge? The residence of the Grand Princess. Upon receiving the documents sent from the Xianwang mansion, the Grand Princess rushed into Xiao Jiqing and Appo's chamber, thrusting the papers onto the table with fervor. "Look at the foolishness you and Appo's committed." Xiao Jiqing, feeling guilty over the matter concerning Yichen Xian, became increasingly anxious as she stared at the pile of documents before her. "Mother, where did you find this information?" Suddenly recalling something, she grasped the Grand Princess's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling. "You mustn't let Cousin Xian know about this." The Grand Princess, infuriated by Xiao Jiqing's naivety, shook off her hand. "It's no exaggeration to call you foolish. These documents were sent by Xian. If it weren't for the regard he has for me, do you think he would let you off the hook?" Upon realizing that the information originated from Yichen Xian, Xiao Jiqing's complexion drained of color. "Cousin Xian knows everything? I know you wouldn't stoop to such actions. Was it the side consort of Prince Yu who incited you?" The Grand Princess and Appo's eyes darkened with malice. Yi Junyu had indeed plotted against the Grand Princess and Appo's residence, underestimating her resolve. Xiao Jiqing pouted, her voice tinged with guilt. "It was Cousin Ruhui who told me that if I did this, Cousin Xian would surely marry me." The Grand Princess scoffed disdainfully. "You dare to refer to a side consort as sister-in-law? How ridiculous! She is merely using you to scheme against your Cousin Xian. How could you be so foolish?" Tears welled up in Xiao Jiqing and Appo's eyes. "But I just want to marry Cousin Xian." She clutched the Grand Princess's sleeve, pleading, "Mother, please let me marry Cousin Xian." The Grand Princess and Appo's expression darkened as she coldly shook off her hand once more. "No matter which cousin you wish to marry, I could agree. But Cousin Xian is out of the question." Why? This question had driven Xiao Jiqing to the brink of madness. "I said no means no." The Grand Princess and Appo's tone was resolute. "You shall not attend the mid-autumn festival banquet. Stay home and reflect." "No, I want to go." Hearing she was forbidden to attend the banquet, Xiao Jiqing became frantic. Ignoring her protests, the Grand Princess exited the room, instructing the maid at the door, "Lock it." "Yes." The two maids complied immediately, advancing to secure the door. Xiao Jiqing rushed to the door, pulling at it desperately. "Let me out. I want to see Cousin Xian." Hearing her cries, the Grand Princess's expression grew even darker. "Keep a close watch on the princess. She is not to step outside." "Yes." The two maids responded again. The Grand Princess cast a deep glance at the locked door before turning away. "Dangman Xian, Jianzhou Lun." Early in the morning, Yunxiang came with a message. "Miss, the old madam requests your presence." Tammy raised her eyebrows. "Understood." Changing her attire, she left Fulling behind and took Banksia to Mingshun Garden. Mingshun Garden was situated in the eastern courtyard of the general's mansion, currently occupied by the elder Mr. and Mrs. Tang. "Miss, the old master and old madam are waiting for you." Upon seeing Tang Mi arrive, Granny Gui promptly lifted the curtain to let her in. Inside, the incense wafted from the one-legged golden crane incense burner. In addition to her grandparents, there were also Qin Shi, Tang Ying, and the third branch and Appo's matron, Lin Shi. The Tang family comprised three branches. The first and second were legitimate, while the third was illegitimate. Her father, Tang Yi Shi, was the eldest legitimate son, and it was through his blood, sweat, and toil that the family secured their residence in the general's mansion. It was precisely because of these matters that she and her brother had been schemed against. In her previous life, the general's mansion and title left by her father were usurped by the second and third branches. In this life, she was determined to protect Feng and Appos and reclaim what rightfully belonged to them. Tang Mi composed herself and stepped into the inner room. Grandfather, grandmother, second aunt, third aunt. She greeted everyone respectfully. Upon seeing Tang Mi, the old madam's expression softened immediately. Come sit. Thank you, grandmother. Tang Mi knew her grandmother would not truly be angry with her and sat beside Lin Shi. I have gathered you all here today to discuss matters regarding the household management. Once everyone was present, the old madam spoke. At the mention of household management, Qin Shi's expression soured slightly. However, Lin Shi, the third matron, was visibly excited and animated. Tang Mi, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, as if today's matters were of no concern to her. The old madam glanced at Lin Shi before turning to Tang Mi and Appos. Is approaching her coming of age. It is time she learns to manage the household. The old madam and Appos' words instantly altered the atmosphere, especially for Lin Shi, who had just been brimming with enthusiasm and now wore a shocked expression. Even the old master frowned slightly. Unperturbed, the old madam continued. Let me take charge of the household management. Lin Shi will assist her. Lin Shi's face stiffened, and she remained silent. Qin Shi had been stripped of the management rights. It was now Lin Shi's turn, yet the old madam preferred to hand the authority to Tang Mi instead. Tang Mi was taken aback that her grandmother would entrust her with such responsibilities. In her previous life, after the incident, she had fallen into despair and had not paid attention to such matters. Moreover, the management had always been in Qin Shi's hands, with no one else sharing in the spoils, neither her nor the third matron. Noticing Lin Shi and Appos' discomfort and the gleeful expressions of Qin Shi and her daughter, as well as the old master's frown, Tang Mi hesitated, then rose to bow before the old madam. Grandmother, me and Appos is still quite young and lacks understanding of many matters. It may be challenging for her to bear such responsibilities. Rather, the third matron is meticulous and insightful, making her a suitable candidate for managing the household. Everyone was taken aback. No one expected Tang Mi to decline the opportunity to manage the household. Lin Shi, surprised by Tang Mi and Appos' refusal and mention of herself, was momentarily speechless. The old madam scrutinized Tang Mi for a long while, observing her apparent disinterest in household management, before turning to Lin Shi. Do you believe the third matron could competently handle the management? Lin Shi promptly stood and replied, before marrying, I learned household management from my mother. However, after more than a decade without practice, it may be best for the eldest young lady to assist me in managing it. Lin Shi's words were artfully crafted. The first part carried a hint of grievance, while the latter soothed the old madam, who held Tang Mi dear to her heart, and also acknowledged Tang Mi's earlier defense of her. The old madam regarded Lin Shi with a knowing look before nodding. In that case, let the third matron manage the household, and me and Appos shall assist. Understood. Both women acquiesced, responding in unison. The old madam handed the household management seal and the accounts presented by Qin Shi to Lin Shi. You may coordinate with your second sister-in-law regarding household matters. If you have any uncertainties, you may inquire with her. Seeing this, Qin Shi quickly added, Rest assured, mother, I will ensure to instruct the third sister-in-law well. The old madam cast a deep gaze at Qin Shi. You need not attend the mid-autumn banquet at the palace tomorrow. Let the third matron take the maids in your stead. Mother, Qin Shi exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at the old madam. Chapter 14. The mid-autumn feast. Stay at home and reflect on your actions. Before Qin could finish her words, the elder Mrs. Tang interrupted her. Mother. Qin was on the verge of tears, wanting to retort, but was pulled by Tang Ying, who tugged at her sleeve. Qin cast a resentful glance at Tang Ying. How could she not attend such an important event as the mid-autumn feast? Tang Ying subtly signaled her to remain calm. Taking several deep breaths, Qin suppressed her indignation and fury. Observing Qin and Appos, suppressed emotions, Tang Mi felt a sense of satisfaction. Being unable to attend the mid-autumn feast was more distressing for her than losing her rights as the head of the household. After all, whether or not she held authority was known only to a few, but her absence from the feast will be noted by all the ladies of the capital. The elder Mrs. Tang then turned to Lin. I will not be attending tomorrow. You take good care of the girls. I do not wish for another incident like that of the princess and Amp, Oppos, as residents. Upon hearing this admonition, Qin and Amp, Oppos' face turned even more unpleasant, and Tang Ying and Amp, Oppos' eyes flickered. Lin immediately bowed, assuring, rest assured, Mother, I will keep a close watch on them. The elder Mrs. Tang nodded and waved her hand. You may all leave. I am weary. Yes. Everyone took their leave together. As soon as they exited Mingchun courtyard, Qin shot a dark look at Lin, sarcastically remarking, even beggars do not consume food that is thrust upon them. It seems some people are even worse than beggars. At least that is better than some desperate individuals. Lin retorted without hesitation. Qin, incensed by Lin and Oppos' harsh words, felt powerless to retaliate. I wonder how long you can bask in your pride. She huffed, flinging her sleeve as she departed. Tang Ying looked apologetically at Lin and offered an apology on behalf of Qin. I am sorry, third aunt. My mother did not mean it that way. Before Tang Ying could elaborate, Lin remarked, I will not hold it against her. Tang Ying felt a bit awkward, bowed to Lin, and then followed Qin away. Once they were far off, Lin approached and said, do not take her words to heart. Mississippi Tang Mi smiled. As long as you do not mind, that is sufficient. After all, I have known her character for years. If I were to take offense, it would only hurt myself. Lin brushed off Qin's words. I will return to check the accounts now. Would you like to join me, miss? Tang Mi replied with a wry smile. Third aunt. You jest. I know nothing of accounts. You may handle it alone. However, if you require any advice on uncertain matters, I would be glad to assist. Lin chuckled and playfully chided her. Having grown up beside the old lady, how could you possibly not know these things? You're merely looking for an excuse to avoid work. Very well, I shall not trouble you with trivial matters. We can discuss significant issues in the future. Tang Mi smiled, but remained silent. After bidding farewell to Tang Mi, Lin headed back to her courtyard. Tang Mi watched her retreating figure, her eyes flickering. Although Lin harbored some reservations, she remained straightforward in character. It was a pity that in her previous life, Lin met a tragic end. Not only was she abandoned by Tang Sambao, but she also ultimately took poison to end her life. Her children did not fare any better than she or Feng Er. Miss, why did you not seize the opportunity to claim authority over the household from the old lady today? Bansha inquired, puzzled, once everyone had left. Tang Mi withdrew her thoughts, her gaze clear. Grandmother has my best interests at heart. I must also consider her. Bansha blinked, completely baffled, but Tang Mi chose not to explain further. She understood that her grandmother wished for her to take charge of the household, especially now that she was approaching her coming-of-age ceremony. It was indeed time for her to learn about management. Furthermore, her grandmother had always favored her. Had it not been for Qin's dominance over the household authority, her grandmother would have already permitted her to take charge. Additionally, her grandmother was still sensitive to the status of the third branch as illegitimate children. Although she had never mistreated them, she was reluctant to bestow such significant responsibilities upon them. However, the third branch was favored by her grandfather. She could not allow her grandmother and grandfather to drift apart due to her assuming control of the household. Moreover, she did not wish to become a target. If she accepted the authority today, she would have to contend not only with the second branch, but also with the third. Currently, the authority lay with the third branch. By maintaining a good relationship with them, she might even benefit from their struggles. Thus, she resolved to relinquish the authority to the third branch. Crash! Bang! As Tang Ying hurried to the south courtyard, she heard a cacophony of objects being thrown in the main house and immediately lifted the curtain to enter. Smash! A jade vase shattered at Tang Ying's feet. Seeing the items strewn across the floor, Qin, who was in a fit of rage, was momentarily subdued upon realizing she had nearly harmed her daughter. Tang Ying gazed at the broken porcelain pieces and frowned slightly. Is this reaction warranted over not being able to attend the mid-autumn feast? Qin was incensed by her daughter and Amp, Oppos' nonchalance. You speak lightly of it. Do not be deceived by those ladies who appear friendly. If they were to learn that I cannot even attend the mid-autumn feast, who knows how they would mock me behind my back. Her eyes reddening, Qin continued, especially after your sister's incident. If I do not speak up for her, who can say how they will slander her? The mere thought of her youngest daughter and Amp, Appo's tarnished reputation shattered Qin and Amp, Appo's heart. Mentioning Tang Rong instantly irritated Tang Ying. If you still wish to hold authority, let us not discuss the matter of the fourth sister. With the household seal and accounts already surrendered, there was no point in mentioning authority. The more she thought about it, the more vexed Qin became. After managing the household for over a decade, she never anticipated that Lin would gloat over her loss. Tang Ying and Appo's eyes flickered. Rest assured, third aunt will not hold it for long. Qin and Appo's spirits lifted at this remark. What do you mean? Tang Ying sneered. Did you not hear, grandmother? There must be no incidents at the mid-autumn feast. What if something were to happen to Tang Mi? Do you think third aunt can maintain her position then? Qin and Amp, Appo's eyes sparkled with hope as she leaned closer. Do you have a plan? Chapter 15. Digging one and Appo's own grave. Tang Ying cast a glance at her, but refrained from responding. You need not concern yourself with these matters. I have my own strategies. Just remain at home in peace. Until I reclaim the authority of the household, refrain from causing any trouble. The inability of the Qin family to manage the household rendered many matters inconvenient for her. Understood, Qin replied sullenly, then inquired, how are things between you and Prince Yu? When will he marry you? Tang Ying and Appo's face flushed suddenly, and she shot Qin a reproachful look. Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? The prince has been intent on marrying Tang Mi, not me. At the mention of this, Tang Ying and Amp, Appo's eyes brimmed with resentment. Despite her best efforts, the prince had never entertained the thought of marrying her. His desires had always been directed towards Tang Mi and the military power of the Rongguogong estate. Had she possessed such a powerful maternal family, she would not have had a scheme to have Tang Mi wed into the prince and Appo's residence. She would have long since claimed the position of princess herself, leaving no room for Tang Mi to vie for a man. His desire for Tang Mi was not born out of genuine affection, but rather for the military influence of the Rongguogong. It was not sincere. Mother, he seems quite sincere towards you, Qin expressed, maintaining confidence in her daughter. Her eldest daughter was not only beautiful, but also astute and obedient. Surely no man could resist such charms. Even the prince had been captivated by her allure. Tang Ying curled her lips in a sardonic smile. Sincerity? What sincerity can a man possess? It is merely a matter of whether I still hold some utility for him that he regards me differently. Should I ever cease to be of assistance, my fate would likely be more lamentable than Tang Mi and Amp, Appo's. After all, Tang Mi has the backing of the Rongguogong estate, whereas I have nothing. Thus, if she wished to ensure the prince's reliance on her, she must remain perpetually useful. She had to make him forever dependent on her to genuinely win his heart. In Qingmi Garden, as Tang Mi returned to her courtyard, Fu Ling approached with a report. Miss, Lady San and Appo's maid, Lan Yan, has come. Tang Mi and Appo's eyes flickered slightly. Let her in. Yes, Fu Ling replied, leading Lan Yan inside. Miss, Lan Yan greeted upon entering. Noticing the garments in Lan Yan and Amp, Appo's hands, Tang Mi raised an eyebrow. Does Lady San have business with me? Lan Yan quickly bowed. The seamstresses have just delivered the dresses for the Mid-Autumn Festival to Our Lady. She immediately instructed me to bring one to the eldest miss. As she spoke, she presented the exquisite dress. Tang Mi observed the craftsmanship and smiled. Lady San is truly considerate. Please convey my gratitude to her. Miss is too kind. I will certainly relay your words. Lan Yan responded with a smile. Tang Mi glanced at Fu Ling. See Lan Yan off. The term Miss Lan brought forth a genuine smile from Lan Yan. After years by Lady San and Appo's side, she had never received such respect. This mistress, having gained power, was indeed different. Miss Lan, Fu Ling said cheerfully as she escorted her out. Lan Yan bowed to Tang Mi once more before following Fu Ling out. Han Xia hung up the dress that Lan Yan had brought. The dress from Lady San is truly beautiful. Tang Mi cast a cold smile at the garment. She recalled that in her previous life, This dress belonged to Tang Ying. She had not attended the Mid-Autumn Festival then. Yet Tang Ying had seized every opportunity to flaunt it before her. The memory of Tang Ying's smug, insincere demeanor lingered in her mind. This dress was a return gift from Lin Shi, the ally she sought to cultivate. To demonstrate her sincerity, she must accept this return gift. Moreover, she was eager to witness Tang Ying and Empress' expression upon seeing the carefully designed dress adorning her figure. Meanwhile, in Garden, Tang Ying and Empress' countenance turned pale upon receiving the dress sent by Bai He. This can and Empress' possibly be the dress I designed, can it? Bai He, taken aback, bowed in response. The seamstresses did not specify which dress belonged to which miss when they delivered them. Our Lady selected the dresses according to the ladies' rankings. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying's expression soured further. Lin Shi had clearly sent her dress to Tang Mi, while simultaneously bestowing upon her the label of an ungrateful younger sister. Qian Lu, unable to contain her anger, stepped forward. Lady San. Before Qian Lu could finish, Tang Ying raised a hand, interrupting her. I quite like the dress that Lady San chose for me. Please extend my thanks to her. Very well, miss, Bai He smiled, bowing as she left the dress behind and exited. Once Bai He was gone, Qian Lu fumed. This Lady San has gone too far. That dress was designed with great care by the miss for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Tang Ying's face mirrored her displeasure. Indeed, that dress had been her labor of love, intended for her own performance. Now it had been ruined by Lin Shi. Lady San must have sent my dress to the eldest miss. Why should she wear a dress that you designed? Qian Lu protested indignantly. Tang Ying narrowed her eyes, a cold smile gracing her lips. If she wishes to wear my dress, she must first consider whether she is worthy of it. Miss, are we truly going to wear this dress to the Mid-Autumn Festival? Qian Lu asked, holding up the dress sent by Bai He with evident disdain. Tang Ying cast a cold glance at the garment, her eyes reflecting an unspoken bitterness. This dress was crafted specifically for Tang Mi, intended to make her appear foolish. Who could have anticipated it would ultimately end up in her possession? Chapter 16. He is alive, and there is nothing better than this. The news regarding the third lady sending dresses soon reached the venerable matriarch, Lady Tang. Upon hearing that the third lady had swapped the dresses of the eldest and second young ladies, the matriarch remarked, "The third lady is merely trying to curry favor with me. Both are her granddaughters. What sort of goodwill is this?" replied Gue Mama with a bow. With a scoff, Lady Tang retorted, "She is not flattering me. She is flattering me. Gue Mama chuckled. "Isn't all the same? She knows you dote on the eldest young lady. By pleasing her, she is in essence pleasing you." Lady Tang maintained her stern demeanor and scoffed again. Mir has relinquished the authority of the household to her. She ought to do so. The eldest young lady has her own considerations for not taking charge. Do not harbor anger towards her, Gue Mama interjected, sensing Lady Tang and Empress' displeasure. Can I still be angry with her? She has her own grand ideas. Lady Tang's voice rose at the mention of the matter. At that moment, Yunxiang entered with a food box. "Madam, the eldest young lady has sent you some crystal cakes. Would you care for a taste?" Gue Mama immediately signaled to Yunxiang, who understood and presented a stack of crystal cakes to Lady Tang. Seeing Lady Tang's expression soften, Gue Mama quickly added, "The eldest young lady is truly filial. Knowing you would desire a snack this afternoon, she had someone bring it over." Yunxiang chimed in. Banksia said the eldest young lady personally made these in the small kitchen. "Preparing 2 portions today?" Lady Tang raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Why 2 portions?" Yunxiang smiled. "Isn't the third young master returning for school today?" She made 1 for him as well. Upon hearing this, Lady Tang's demeanor completely relaxed. It is rare for her to show such thoughtfulness. Aware that Lady Tang was most concerned about the bond between the siblings, Gue Mama encouraged, "The eldest young lady has matured significantly after this incident. She now shows concern for the third young master. If he were to know that she personally made treats for him, he would surely be delighted." Lady Tang nodded silently. If she truly has changed for the better, it may not be a bad thing after all. In the past, I was too harsh with Feng and Empress. I often advised her, but she never listened. Watching their sibling relationship deteriorate brought me great distress. If they could support one another, I I would leave this world with no regrets, knowing I could face my dearly beloved eldest son. Upon hearing that Tang Feng had finished school, Tang Mu immediately took the crystal cakes and, accompanied by Banksia, headed toward the Qifeng courtyard. Go higher, even higher. Just as they reached the entrance of Qifeng courtyard, Tang Mu heard Tang Feng's exuberant voice. Upon hearing that vibrant tone again, Tang Mu's eyes brimmed with tears. He is alive. There is nothing better than this. In her previous life, the image of Tang Song tossing his head at her feet haunted her until her last breath. Tang Mu clenched her fists. In this lifetime, she would never allow anyone to harm him again. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she entered the courtyard to find Tang Feng perched on Fong Yin and Appo's shoulders, excitedly attempting to climb a tree. An 11 or 12-year-old boy, at the age of mischief, wore a face as delicate as a child's spirit, filled with exhilaration, as if he was on the verge of achieving something remarkable. Young master, please be careful. Do not. Fong Yin and Appo's warning ceased abruptly as he caught sight of Tang Mu at the courtyard entrance. Why, young master? Fong Yin stammered, nervously patting Tang Feng and Appo's calves. Got it. Stop nagging. Tang Feng had no intention of heeding him, entirely focused on his desire to climb the tree and gather bird eggs. And no, it's just that. Fong Yin swallowed hard, nervously tapping Tang Feng again. Lowering his voice, the eldest young lady has arrived. At the mention of Tang Mu, Tang Feng lost his footing and tumbled off Fong Yin and Appo's shoulders. Young master. Fong Yin, terrified, dove forward to catch him. Cough, cough. Feeling as though his very organs had been crushed, Fong Yin coughed violently, but still managed to check on Tang Feng. Young master, are you all right? I'm fine. Tang Feng lay atop Fong Yin, casting a desperate glance at Tang Mu at the entrance. Having noticed a bird and Appo's nest in the tree earlier that day, his curiosity had gotten the better of him, and now he found himself caught. I'm doomed. Young master, if you're fine, please get up. I have matters to attend to. Fong Yin wore a pained expression, almost on the verge of tears. A chuckle escaped Tang Mu as she overheard their exchange. Everyone froze in surprise, especially Tang Feng, who appeared utterly bewildered, even forgetting to stand up until Fong Yin called to him again, prompting him to hastily rise. Fong Yin, rubbing his waist in agony, stood with a pained expression. Tang Mu suppressed her laughter and approached them. Dear miss, it was all my fault for encouraging the young master. Please do not blame him. If anyone is to be punished, let be me. Before Tang Mu could speak, Fong Yin suddenly knelt before her. Tang Mu shot a cool glance at Fong Yin, who was terrified yet stubbornly held his head high, determined to face the consequences. Tang Feng, unable to bear it, said, It was my idea to climb the tree. It has nothing to do with him. Please do not punish him. Tang Mu huffed. A gentleman does not stand under a precarious wall. He knew the risks of climbing the tree and still encouraged you. He deserves to be punished. Fong Yin's heart sank in despair as he lowered his head. Tang Feng, anxious, wanted to plead on Fong Yin's behalf, but then he heard her say, however, considering he risked himself to save you, I shall let him go this time. Tang Feng stared at her in astonishment, not expecting her to be so lenient. Thank you. Mississippi Fong Yin took a moment to process before expressing his gratitude. In the midst of Tang Feng and Appo's astonished gaze, Tang Mu gently took his hand. How are you feeling? Did you hurt yourself in the fall? Tang Feng was momentarily stunned, his handsome face flushing crimson. And no, I'm fine. Fearing she might doubt him, he scratched his head. Well, with Fong Yin acting as a cushion, how could anything happen to me? Tang Mu chided him playfully. You should use a ladder next time you want to climb a tree. Don't risk your life competing with Fong Yin. The revelation left everyone momentarily speechless. You don't oppose my climbing trees? Tang Feng stammered in disbelief. Tang Mu raised an eyebrow with a light laugh. If you enjoy climbing trees, then go ahead. However, refrain from gathering bird eggs. Even the smallest egg is a life. In her previous life, she had focused solely on her parents and Appo's early demise, pushing him to assume the responsibilities of the Tang family and Appo's main branch, forgetting that he was still just a child. Her excessive strictness had allowed Tang Song and others to so easily sever the bond between them. Having been granted a second chance, she wished to free him from any burdens desiring only for his safety and happiness. Chapter 17. The Destruction of the Dress by Fu Ling. I did not intend to disturb the bird in Appo's nest. I merely wished to climb up and see what resided within. Tang Feng relaxed and could not help but justify his actions. Next time, he would simply ask Fang Yin to retrieve the nest for him. Tang Mi smiled as she affectionately ruffled his hair and then led him inside. Fang Yin gazed at Tang Mi and Appo's retreating figure, then turned to Ban Xia with a puzzled expression. Do you not find the young lady unusually strange today? Ban Xia, also staring at Tang Mi, shook her head. No, Mrs. Perfectly normal. Fang Yin looked at Ban Xia in disbelief. Well, he had forgotten how deeply this girl admired the young lady. As far as she was concerned, the young lady could do no wrong. Inside the room, Tang Mi closed the door and looked at Tang Feng. Take off your clothes. Huh? Tang Feng stared at her, seemingly unable to comprehend her words. Remove your clothes so I can check if you are injured, Tang Mi gently clarified, noticing his astonished expression. Tang Feng's face flushed. I am truly fine. There is no need to take off my clothes. Even a usually mischievous child felt embarrassment, which amused Tang Mi. You're my little brother. Do you think I would harm you? Tang Feng's face grew even redder. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. At nearly 12 years old, how could she still look upon his body? You have certainly grown. You now understand boundaries between genders. As your elder sister, I must see for myself. Tang Mi chuckled, moving to unfasten his clothing. Tang Feng quickly jumped up. I'll do it myself. Realizing he could not avoid her scrutiny, he bravely removed his shirt. His fair and delicate frame was only partially concealed, prompting a wave of laughter from Tang Mi. Upon confirming that he had only a minor scrape on his arm, she finally felt relieved. Thank goodness it is just a scrape on your arm. What would you do if you had a more serious injury? As she tenderly applied ointment, Tang Feng gazed at her, sensing that today she was particularly different. Since childhood, she had always been strict with him, pushing him to study diligently, as if she had placed a golden hoop upon his head, tormenting him endlessly. Just moments ago, he had thought he was doomed, yet she had not scolded him. Instead, she showed concern for his injuries and treated him with care. Was he dreaming? Once the ointment was applied, Tang Mi adjusted his clothes for him. I'll do it myself. Tang Feng, overwhelmed with embarrassment, quickly fastened his shirt. Tang Mi watched him with amusement and casually inquired, have there been any interesting events at the academy recently? Tang Feng paused, staring at her as if unable to believe she had asked such a question. Seeing his expression, Tang Mi playfully pinched his cherubic face. Why are you in a daze? Finally snapping back to reality, Tang Feng looked at her in disbelief. Why aren't you asking about my studies? She had always been concerned about his academic performance, inquiring whether he received praise from his teachers or if he could compose essays, never posing such questions as this. Raising an eyebrow in playful mockery, Tang Mi responded, What? Do you wish for me to inquire about your studies? No. He shook his head vigorously. Recently, our academy received a batch of fine horses, and one of them is a prized, blood-sweating horse. Really? Are you allowed to ride it? Tang Mi asked, feigning curiosity. Others are not allowed, but I am. Tang Feng proudly patted his chest. Why is that? Tang Mi inquired, intrigued. Only those who excel in archery and horsemanship can ride the blood-sweating horse. I am the best in the academy, and this time I will surely excel. So, I will be able to ride it next time. He was brimming with excitement. Certain of his success, Tang Mi felt a pang of sadness. She had previously only focused on his studies, unaware of his prowess in archery and horseback riding. She had been remiss in her duties as an elder sister. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she affectionately ruffled his hair. Our Fenger is truly remarkable. Upon hearing Tang Mi's praise, Tang Feng's face lit up with a radiant smile. This was the first time she had complimented him. He had never excelled academically, so she had never praised him before. Seeing him so joyful, Tang Mi retrieved a crystal cake from her food box. I made this for you as a reward. Tang Feng was momentarily stunned. You made this for me? She had never prepared food for him before. Tang Mi smiled. I made 2 portions. The other one I gave to grandmother. Handing him a piece, she encouraged, try it. Tang Feng cautiously took a bite of the crystal cake. Its sweet flavor instantly delighted him. Is it delicious? Tang Mi watched him eagerly. Very sweet. Tang Feng nodded vigorously and offered her a piece. As she savored the cake, she could not help but pinch his cherubic face once more. After the mid-autumn banquet tomorrow evening, shall I take you to see the lanterns? Do you want to go see the lanterns? I will take you. You have never left the estate. Tang Feng averted her hand in disdain. Tang Mi laughed in agreement. All right, Fenger will take me. The following day, on the mid-autumn festival, early in the morning, Fu Ling and Ban Xia adorned the courtyard with lanterns. Leaning against the railing, Tang Mi watched them bustle about cheerfully. What had she been doing during the mid-autumn festival in her previous life? She must have still been mired in the aftermath of a devastating blow. Reflecting on her past, Tang Mi thought of that man and went to retrieve the cloak from a cage. Why had he given her this? Who was he, truly? Mississippi. Fu Ling entered the room and found Tang Mi lost in thought while holding the cloak. Tang Mi snapped back to reality and quickly stuffed the cloak back into the cage. Fu Ling's eyes flickered as she entered. Miss, it is getting late. We are ready to assist you with your grooming. Ban Xia also entered with warm water. The two of them helped Tang Mi wash and prepare, then began to apply her makeup. Seeing Fu Ling about to apply heavy makeup, Tang Mi frowned. I can do it myself. Yes. Fu Ling hesitated for a moment before stopping. Tang Mi lightly applied a subtle makeup, for no one knew her face better than she did. Unlike Tang Ying's glamorous beauty, hers was elegant and refined. Heavy makeup would only detract from her natural allure. With just a touch of powder, lightly brushed eyebrows, and a hint of color on her lips, she was already breathtakingly beautiful. Mississippi. Ban Xia gazed at Tang Mi in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Speechless with excitement, Fu Ling was equally mesmerized. The young lady possessed a beauty that could capture hearts without any adornment. Miss, let us with a formal attire. Ban Xia removed a gown from the rack, eager to assist Tang Mi in changing. Seeing this, Fu Ling hurried over to help. Just as the gown was draped over Tang Mi, a tearing sound echoed through the air, signaling something had ripped. Fu Ling nervously swallowed, quickly concealing the blade from her fingertips into her sleeve. Chapter 18. How did the young lady of the Tang family belong to the prince? Ban Xia was left utterly bewildered, gazing at the gown with a torn hem, her heart aching profoundly. Tang Mi's gaze darkened as she turned towards Fu Ling. Startled, Fu Ling immediately knelt and exclaimed, I accidentally tore the young lady's gown. Please punish me. Tang Mi narrowed her eyes dangerously. You shall not accompany me to the mid-autumn banquet today. Miss Fu Ling's face fell in shock. She had never anticipated such a consequence. Leave. Tanga mi commanded coldly. Yes. Fu Ling, feeling wronged, retreated in silence. Ban Xia, unable to hold back, spoke up for Fu Ling. Miss, it was not intentional. Please forgive her this time. Tang Mi remained silent, changing her clothes and taking scissors to cut away the torn fabric. Can you discern the difference between these two tiers? Leaning closer, Ban Xia scrutinized for a while before shaking her head. I cannot see any difference. Tang Mi coldly scoffed. One is torn, the other is cut. The lack of distinction signifies what? Even Ban Xia, though dim-witted, understood at this moment, exclaiming in shock. Fu Ling did it on purpose? But why? Why would she wish to harm the young lady? Do not alert the snake before striking. Keep a close watch on her, Tang Mi said with narrowed eyes. Yes. Ban Xia sensed the gravity of the situation and complied immediately. In the front courtyard of the general's residence, those attending the mid-autumn banquet awaited. Among the men, third master was absent, leaving second master Tang Shuanghu to lead the first branch, Tang Feng, the second branch, Tang Song, and the third branch, Tang Bai. On the ladies' side, Lin led the second branch, Tang Ying, and her daughter, Tang Ning. Noticing Tang Ying had not donned the gown she provided, Lin raised an eyebrow and inquired, Does the second young lady not fancy the dresses made by the embroiderers? Tang Ying's eyes flickered as she smiled. What are you talking about? It was torn by a maid when I tried on yesterday, so I changed. That gown was originally intended for Tang Mi, and it was hideous. Why would she be foolish enough to wear such a dress to the banquet and invite ridicule? Lin, fully aware of her intentions, smirked. I heard that gown was made at your request. I thought you liked it. Tang Ying's expression froze, forcing a smile. Naturally, I liked it, but it's ruined now. Fearing further comments from Lin, Tang Ying swiftly changed the subject. Has the eldest sister encountered something? Why is she still not here? No sooner had Tang Ying finished speaking than Tang Mi appeared, radiant as a rainbow. The crowd turned toward the entrance, witnessing Tang Mi in her colorful, flowing gown. Her every step breathtakingly beautiful. As she approached, everyone regained their composure. Lin was the first to praise. Today, the eldest young lady's attire perfectly complements her unparalleled beauty. Eldest sister, you are stunning, Tang Ning exclaimed, circling around Tang Mi in excitement. Seeing Tang Mi like this, Tang Xuanghu was suddenly reminded of a woman from his past. Clenching his fists involuntarily, Tang Song, Tang Bai, and Tang Feng also wore expressions of astonishment. But Tang Ying's face was the most unpleasant. Why hadn't he fooling ruined this gown? What a fool. She couldn't even manage such a trivial task. After greeting Tang, Xuanghu, and Lin, Tang Mi turned her attention to Tang Ying. Second sister looks unwell. Are you feeling all right? Tang Ying composed herself, offering a stiff smile. Perhaps it's just the long wait. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Tang Mi smiled softly. There was a minor issue with my gown. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Lin furrowed her brow. How did your gown encounter a problem? Tang Mi glanced at Tang Ying. It was torn by a maid. Lin's expression shifted subtly. What a coincidence. The second young lady's gown was also torn by a maid. Tang Mi looked at Tang Ying's dress with a cold smirk. Indeed, quite a coincidence. The triumphant glimmer in Tang Mi's eyes made Tang Ying feel as though she were being pricked by needles. It's getting late. Let's set off. The ladies boarded the carriage while the men all mounted their horses, including Tang Feng. At the palace gates, Hong Fei arrived and spotted Tang Xuanghu and the others. Your Highness, it is the general's carriage. Inside the carriage, Yin Shu, upon hearing it was the general's carriage, excitedly lifted the curtain to look outside. I wonder if the young lady of the Tang family will attend the mid-autumn banquet tonight. Yi Chunxian instinctively followed Yin Shu's gaze through the curtain. Before he could respond, Yin Shu continued, I heard that Miss Tang is quite traditional and rarely ventures out. Her attendance at the last party was a first, so it may not happen this time. Yin Shu's words were cut short as he stared blankly at the stunning beauty being assisted down from the carriage by her maid. Yi Chunxian, too, was taken aback by her presence at the banquet, and even more so by her exquisite beauty. The young lady of the Tang family was indeed ethereal. Yin Shu gazed at Tang Mi, swallowing hard. Yi Chunxian's expression darkened instantly, and he smacked Yin Shu on the head. Yin Shu cried out in pain. Covering his head, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Yi Chunxian in embarrassment. I was wrong. I should not covet the young lady of the Tang family. She belongs to the prince. Yi Chunxian's handsome face shifted from dark to crimson, and he kicked Yin Shu out of the carriage. Once more, Yi Chunxian peered through the curtain at Tang Mi belonging to him. As a thought crossed his mind, a smile inadvertently crept onto his lips. As if sensing something, Tang Mi suddenly turned to glance back at the carriage. Chapter 19. Let them experience the taste of spittle upon noticing her gaze. Yi Chunxian inexplicably felt a pang of guilt and quickly averted his eyes. He had seen nothing, while Tang Mi furrowed her brows slightly. Was it merely her imagination? Father, that appears to be the carriage of the Prince of Xian, Tang Song remarked to Tang Xuanghu, glancing at the carriage trailing behind them. The Prince of Xian? Tang Mi's eyes flickered. She recalled that this individual met a rather tragic fate in her past life. Tang Ying also turned her gaze toward the carriage. Her eyes filled with admiration. The Prince of Xian was renowned as the most handsome man in Qi. Had he not been so cold and indifferent to women, her choice of partner would not have been the Prince of Yu. Tang Xuanghu promptly led Tang Song and the others to pay their respects. Greetings, Your Highness. The Prince of Xian, Yi Chunxian, seated inside the carriage, did not reveal himself and responded, No need for courtesy, Master Zhan. Thank you, Your Highness. Tang Xuanghu immediately bowed in gratitude. To the palace, Yi Chunxian commanded, and Hong Fei swiftly drove the carriage into the imperial palace. Once Yi Chunxian had distanced himself, Tang Xuanghu brought his family into the palace. Under ordinary circumstances, Tang Xuanghu, a mere fourth-rank Master Zhan, would not be qualified to bring such a large entourage into the palace. However, with the esteemed title of the Grand General's residence, no one dared to question his privilege. The mid-autumn banquet was set in the imperial garden. By the time Tang Xuanghu and his party arrived, many guests had already gathered. Minister Jean, Minister Tang, spotting acquaintances, Tang Xuanghu promptly ushered his son and nephew to offer their salutations. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, attending such an event with her daughters and nieces for the first time, found herself momentarily at a loss, unsure of where to sit. The presence of Lin Shi and her party quickly drew the attention of the other ladies. Iasin and Oppos, T, that the third wife of the general and Oppos, as residents. Why didn't Oppos, T, the second wife, come? Surely you Haven and Oppos, T, heard? During the princess and Oppos' birthday banquet, the general's daughter was involved in a major scandal. What kind of scandal? Pray tell. A flurry of whispers ensued, soon followed by derisive comments. Is there such a thing? They truly lack shame. How about the second household is bullying the orphan daughter of the first household? Indeed, that Qin family exploits her orphan status to ensnare her. Both mother and daughter are utterly disgusting. I heard that Tang Si has been sent by the matriarch of the Tang family to become a nun. Serves her right. Such a woman deserves to be cloistered, to cleanse her reputation. I say we send her to a monastery. She sullies the very essence of the Buddha. Listening to these discussions, Tang Mi felt a surge of satisfaction. It should have been her under scrutiny at the mid-autumn banquet in her previous life. Alas, Qin Shi and Tang Rong were absent. Otherwise, they too would have tasted the bitterness of public censure. Today, while Qin Shi was also absent, the eldest daughter did attend. She was the most beautiful one among them. Initially, it was thought that the second daughter of the general's residence was the most beautiful in the capital, yet it turned out that the eldest daughter surpassed her in beauty. The eldest daughter had been raised under the direct supervision of the matriarch of the general's residence and had never ventured outside. Thus, it was understandable that the public was unaware of her existence, unlike the second daughter, who frequently paraded around. I see the second daughter pales in comparison to the eldest. Just look at her mother and sister's character. She cannot be much better. Indeed, I must ensure my daughter steers clear of this Tang heir. She may not even realize when she is being schemed against. As the mocking remarks reached Tang Ying's ears, her expression darkened considerably. She had anticipated that gossip would arise following Tang Rong's incident, but she did not expect them to be so brazen and cruel in their words. Am I not as good as Tang Mi? Tang Ying glared at Tang Mi's exquisite visage, her eyes brimming with envy. What distinguished Tang Mi from her? Apart from her beauty? From childhood, she had been aware of Tang Mi's superior looks. In her youth, she had never allowed her mother to take her out of the residence, but now that Tang Mi was reaching marriageable age, her grandmother could not indefinitely confine her. Thus, she schemed to ruin Tang Mi's reputation at her first public appearance, fulfilling the prince's task while simultaneously enhancing her own status through Tang Mi's disgrace. Unfortunately, her elaborate plans had been thwarted by the foolishness of Tang Rong. This time, she would not allow that woman to escape. Tang Ying and Oppos' intentions were unmistakable, and Tang Mi's eyes reflected a cold determination. She was eager to witness what vile schemes Tang Ying would concoct. If she dared to act, she would ensure that Tang Ying faced the consequences of her own malice. As more guests arrived, Tang Mi soon spotted members of the Rong Guogong residence. Mir, Su Shi exclaimed upon seeing Tang Mi, her face lighting up with joy. Jun Mingren and Jun Xinshe also turned their attention toward Tang Mi, third uncle, third aunt cousin. Tang Mi hurriedly approached to pay her respects. You, my dear girl, mustn't be so formal with family, Su Shi said, helping her up and appraising her appearance. Mir, you grow more exquisite by the day. That attire is splendid. A hint of blush colored Tang Mi's cheeks as she smiled. It was chosen by third aunt. Only then did Su Shi turn her gaze to Lin Shi, smiling as she expressed her gratitude. I am deeply grateful to third aunt for caring for our Mir. Your Excellency's wife is too kind, Lin Shi replied, hastily stepping back before guiding Tang Ning forward. Ninger, this is the Duke of Rong and his wife. Your eldest sister's uncle and aunt. This is your cousin June. Greetings, Duke, Duchess, cousin June. Tang Ning gracefully bowed. Yet, upon catching sight of Jun Qinshe's extraordinary features, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Su Shi nodded at Tang Ning, offering her several compliments, but she did not spare a glance at Tang Ying, as though she were invisible. Su Shi had always harbored a disdain for the second household of the Tang family. Previously, Qin Shi would force conversations with her, but now that Qin Shi was absent, she had no desire to engage with the second household. After conversing with Lin Shi and her daughters for a while, Su Shi took Tang Mi's hand and addressed Lin Shi. I have not seen Mi in ages. Let us go over there to chat. Of course, Lin Shi promptly agreed. Then looked at Tang Mi. We will sit over there first. You may join us shortly. Tang Mi bowed to Lin Shi and followed Su Shi to a quieter corner. I heard there was an incident at the princess's estate last time. What exactly happened? Su Shi inquired with concern as soon as they were alone. Chapter 20. Your cousin will eventually marry. Why not marry me instead? Tang Mi, recognizing that Su Shi genuinely cared for her, candidly recounted the events that had transpired. Su Shi was instantly drenched in cold sweat, filled with trepidation. They had the audacity to commit such acts. Fortunately, you were clever enough to navigate the situation. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. In a fit of anger, she added, that Qin family and that fourth son are truly malicious. The most venomous hearts belong to women like Qin. She had long suspected Qin was not a virtuous person, and her suspicions were confirmed. She was indeed exceedingly wicked. Now that it was over, their grandmother had already punished both Qin and Tang Rong for their misdeeds. Seeing Su Shi so agitated, Tang Mi quickly offered her comfort. Su Shi nodded. It is precisely because your grandmother possesses wisdom that your maternal grandmother was willing to leave you in her care. When a younger sister passed away years ago, the matriarch had aged overnight, striving to protect the bloodline left behind. She had frequently visited the Tang residence, negotiating with the Tang matriarch to bring the two children to the Duke and Appo's residence, but the Tang matriarch steadfastly refused, swearing by her life to care for the children left by the firstborn and personally guiding Tang Mi, ensuring they would not suffer due to the absence of their parents. The matriarch had found the Tang matriarch's sincerity convincing enough to reluctantly agree. She had intended to reclaim the children if the Tang matriarch failed to fulfill her promises. However, to her surprise, the Tang matriarch proved to be true to her word, treating the siblings with genuine care, especially towards Mi, whom she protected diligently. Ultimately, the matriarch never found a chance to take the children back to the Duke and Appo's residence. Tang Mi smiled. Indeed, grandmother is quite wise. Su Shi could not find fault with the Tang matriarch. She merely cautioned, you must remain vigilant against the Qin mother and daughter. They may not have harmed you this time, but they could very well try again. Tang Mi's eyes gleamed with determination as she reassured, Aunt, worry not. I shall no longer novelly trust them as I once did. Whatever schemes they may concoct, I will be prepared to guard against them. Seeing Tang Mi so perceptive, Su Shi felt considerably relieved. Your ability to discern their true nature is indeed a blessing amidst misfortune. You must exercise utmost caution henceforth. Indeed, Tang Mi nodded dutifully. After exchanging a few intimate words, they were interrupted by the loud announcements of the eunuchs outside. The Grand Princess has arrived. The Marquis of Chang and Appo's has arrived. The young master of Fengzi has arrived. At this proclamation, everyone ceased their activities and turned in unison towards the entrance of the imperial garden. The Grand Princess and the Marquis of Chang and Appo's, accompanied by their son, entered the garden. The crowd immediately stood and bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the Grand Princess, the Marquis of Chang'an, and the young master of Fengzi. No need for excessive formalities today. It is the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Grand Princess said, gesturing for everyone to rise. Thank you, Grand Princess. The crowd expressed their gratitude before standing. The Grand Princess quickly spotted Su Shi and playfully scolded her. You certainly know how to avoid work. I almost miss seeing you. Su Shi laughed, glancing at Tang Mi beside her. I didn't wish to intrude on the festivities, having spotted my niece. The Grand Princess then turned her gaze to Tang Mi, only to be taken aback by her beauty. Though she had known the girl was lovely, she had not anticipated her to be so breathtaking, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Not only was the Grand Princess captivated, but even Xiao Fengzi, standing behind her, was struck by Tang Mi's allure. He had never encountered such beauty in the capital before. After greeting the Grand Princess, the Marquis of Chang'an, and the young master of Fengzi, Tang Mi gracefully performed her curtsy. The Grand Princess assisted her upright, smiling, although this is not our first meeting. Miss Tang continues to astonish me. Tang Mi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly lowered her gaze. Your Highness, you flatter me. Observing Tang Mi's shyness, Su Shi hastily intervened. Please do not tease her. Our Mi-er is not accustomed to mingling with others and is quite bashful. The Grand Princess regarded Tang Mi with a knowing look, pondering that Wanwan might not fully comprehend her niece and aunt, Appo's intelligence. Despite her reclusiveness, she was certainly no fool. By the way, why hasn't T. Jiqing come today? Susi Southern Koyev. The Grand Princess's eyes flickered as she replied with a chuckle. She has been confined at home for misbehavior. Upon hearing this, Su Shi shot her a reproachful glance. Look at you. Punishing her on the Mid-Autumn Festival for what could not have been such a grave error. The Grand Princess sighed. You cannot fathom my struggles. If only my two were as obedient as your Qianxie, I would have far fewer worries. Fewer worries? They are just as reluctant to marry, Su Shi remarked, with her only grievance towards Jun Qianxie being his refusal to wed. This topic instantly resonated with the Grand Princess, and as their conversation meandered into the realm of matrimonial affairs, Jun Qianxie stood awkwardly to the side, wishing to drag Xiao Fengzi away. However, Xiao Fengzi's gaze remained glued to Tang Mi. Noticing the way Xiao Fengzi looked at Tang Mi, Jun Qianxie furrowed his brow, abruptly pulling him away without a word. What are you doing? Xiao Fengzi protested, his enjoyment of the beautiful sight abruptly interrupted. You were just gazing, and I warn you to keep your intentions towards me in check. Having grown up together, Jun Qianxie could easily discern Xiao Fengzi's motives. Mentioning Tang Mi instantly animated Xiao Fengzi. I had no idea your cousin was so beautiful. Had I known, you should have brought her out more often. Had we done so, we could have been childhood sweethearts. You pervert. The excitement radiating from Xiao Fengzi prompted Jun Qianxie to deliver a swift reprimand. Xiao Fengzi clutched his head in pain, narrowing his eyes warily at Jun Qianxie. You wouldn't actually harbor feelings for your cousin, would you? What nonsense are you spouting? Jun Qianxie was immediately incensed, raising his hand to strike again. Xiao Fengzi quickly leaped back, exclaiming, well then, if that's the case, your cousin will eventually marry. Why not marry her off to me? I would certainly treat her well. Dream on. Jun Qianxie scoffed, unable to fathom how this rascally youth could be worthy of his cousin. Perceiving Jun Qianxie's disdain, Xiao Fengzi feigned sorrow, wrapping an arm around his neck. Why must you be like this? I have always treated you well, introducing you to wonderful women. Jun Qianxie rolled his eyes dismissively, shaking off his hand. What wonderful women. Just look at the company you keep. Suddenly, a long string of announcements echoed. The Emperor has arrived. The Empress has arrived. The Empress Dowager has arrived. The noble consort has arrived. The virtuous consort has arrived. The LN consort has arrived. His Highness Prince Xian has arrived. His Highness Prince Yu has arrived. His Highness Prince Ming has arrived. As they were embroiled in their playful banter, the grand procession commenced. Chapter 21. Has my imperial brother cramped his leg? Upon hearing the harmonious singing, everyone except the eldest princess knelt down. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Empress Dowager! Long live the Empress! Emperor Yizing. Accompanied by the Empress Dowager, the Empress and several concubines, along with his sons, entered the imperial garden. Mother, your Majesty, your Highness. The eldest princess greeted the Empress Dowager and the Emperor with a respectful bow. A smile graced her lips. The Empress Dowager's face lit up upon seeing her. Sister, you have arrived quite early today. The Emperor also chuckled at the eldest princess. It is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I thought I would come early to keep mother company, replied the eldest princess cheerfully, moving closer to assist the Empress Dowager. Where is Jiqing? The Empress Dowager glanced around, noticing the absence of Xiao Jiqing. She has been grounded for her mistakes, the eldest princess admitted without hesitation. Before the Empress Dowager could express her discontent, the Empress interjected. How could you leave her alone at home on such a festive occasion? You are quite heartless. The Empress Dowager echoed the sentiment, lamenting, indeed. Jiqing is such a clever girl. You're the one who causes trouble. The eldest princess managed a bitter smile, choosing not to respond. The concubines listened quietly from the back, while Yi Junyu and his companions walked to the rear. As they passed by Tang Mi, Yi Junyu cast a lingering glance at her, as if enchanted by her beauty. So this is Tang Mi? She is even more beautiful than her portrait. He had envisioned marrying her, having poured his earnest intentions into their relationship. Yet, why did she reject him time and again? Had it not been for the constant refusals from the general's household, he would not have resorted to such underhanded methods. Fading, Yehunyu lingering besideher. Tang Mi clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth to suppress her emotions. This man, in collusion with Tang Ying, had ruined her life, exploiting her thoroughly before allowing Tang Ying to disgrace her. The memories of her child, who had perished tragically in her past life, and the annihilation of her maternal family filled her with a desire for vengeance, wishing to see him and Tang Ying suffer 1,000 torturous deaths. Tang Mi repeatedly reminded herself to bide her time. She could not rush her plans. She needed to play the long game. Noticing Yi Junyu's prolonged presence beside her, Yi Chunxian finally spoke up. Has my imperial brother cramped his leg? His sudden remark drew the attention of everyone present, all eyes turning towards Yi Junyu, including those of the emperor and the empress dowager, seated at the head of the table. Yi Junyu, caught off guard, shot a glance at Yi Chunxian, a hint of discomfort on his face. You ist, brother. With that, he made his way back to his seat, leaving Tang Mi to exhale a sigh of relief. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated looking up at Xian Wang. Was he truly aiding her? But why would he do so? Yi Chunxian glanced at Tang Mi before taking his seat beside Yi Junyu. The emperor regarded the two brothers thoughtfully before addressing the assembly. Please, be at ease. Thank you, Your Majesty. The crowd responded in unison, rising from their kneeling positions. Su Shi had initially intended for Tang Mi to join them, but upon realizing their proximity to Yi Junyu, she declined politely. Returning to Lin Shi and Appo's side, Tang Mi felt a measure of comfort. Meanwhile, Xiao Fengzi pulled Jun Qianxie to a seat directly opposite Tang Mi and shamelessly waved at her, eliciting a desire in Jun Qianxie to silence him. With her gaze lowered, Tang Mi appeared indifferent to Xiao Fengzi's antics. However, Tang Ying, witnessing the interaction, felt a pang of jealousy. A scoundrel is a scoundrel, shamelessly enticing men. Truly a brazen vixen. Tang Mi ignored him, leaving Xiao Fengzi disappointed. He nudged Jun Qianxie. Don't you find it odd? Jun Qianxie dismissed him, treating his nonsensical remarks as mere nonsense. Unperturbed, Xiao Fengzi continued. What about Xian Wang just now? He actually defended your cousin, did he? Jun Qianxie instinctively glanced toward Xian Wang, failing to see any significance. Are you truly that Navi? Xiao Fengzi rolled his eyes. Xian Wang and Yu Wang have always been at odds. Why would he concern himself with Yu Wang? Then what else could it be? Jun Qianxie pondered, unable to think of another explanation. Fool! Xiao Fengzi exclaimed, finally losing patience. Yu Wang lingered near your cousin for quite some time. What if both Xian Wang and Yu Wang have taken interest in her? It would make for an intriguing royal drama. Brothers at odds over a beauty. How will she choose? Perhaps she may not fancy either of them, and might prefer me, the heir. Xiao Fengzi grew increasingly animated, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Jun Qianxie could no longer tolerate his foolishness and quietly moved his food to another spot. The emperor surveyed the assembly, announcing, today, on this mid-autumn festival, let's enjoy a feast together without formality. Thank you, Your Majesty. The crowd responded promptly. Let the banquet begin. The emperor ordered his attendants. Soon, the mid-autumn banquet commenced, with maidens entering in succession, presenting exquisite wines and delicacies. Singers and dancers soon took the stage, filling the atmosphere with merriment. Tang Mi distractedly nibbled on pastries, acutely aware of the fervent gazes directed at her. She knew all too well who was watching. In her previous life, he had despised her so thoroughly that even after their marriage he had refused to touch her. What did his current demeanor signify? Not only was Tang Mi preoccupied, but Tang Ying was also in a state of agitation. Seated beside Tang Mi, she felt the intensity of Yu Wang's gaze upon her cousin. Aware of Tang Mi's beauty, she had always kept Yu Wang from seeing her true self. She had orchestrated the circumstances so that by the time Yu Wang laid eyes on Tang Mi, she would have already lost her virtue. Thus, no matter how beautiful she was, Yuan would never take notice of her. However, all her plans had been thwarted by that foolish Tang Rong. She vowed that this time, she could not afford to fail. The Empress, following the direction of Yi Junyu's gaze, glanced towards the Tang family and smiled at the Emperor. Your Majesty, these performances grow tiresome year after year. Why not allow the young ladies to present something fresh? The Emperor nodded with a smile. That sounds good. The Empress then turned her attention to Tang Ying, saying, as in previous years, let us begin with the second young lady of the Tang family. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying quickly rose and bowed to the Empress. My elder sister is attending such a banquet for the first time. I would like her to dance with me. Chapter 22. Such radiance, what has she endured? Upon hearing the remark, the Empress turned her gaze towards Tang Mi, instantly captivated. She had never before encountered this eldest daughter of the Tang family and had thought the second daughter, Tang Ying, was the epitome of beauty. To her astonishment, the eldest daughter surpassed her sister in allure. Even the Empress Dowager and the favored concubine were equally taken aback. In a court filled with beauties of all kinds, it was rare to witness such serene beauty. It was a sight that brought unparalleled comfort. Perhaps only she could be compared to the entire Eastern Sioux. The Emperor gazed at Tang Mi, momentarily lost in thought. The resemblance she bore to Shi Zi and Zhu Xian was striking. Not only the Emperor and Empress, but also the princes, including Yi Junyu, along with the entire court of civil and military officials, were utterly enchanted. What does the eldest daughter of the Tang family intend? The Empress inquired of Tang Mi. Under the weight of everyone's scrutiny, Tang Mi rose and offered a respectful bow to the Empress. This humble daughter is naturally willing to perform alongside my second sister, though I am not skilled in dance. I have practiced the guqin and can accompany my sister. Upon hearing that Tang Mi would play the guqin, Tang Ying's expression darkened. Elder sister is too modest. My dance cannot compare to yours. Let's dance together. She had grand plans for her performance, and if she didn't dance, how could she sing her part? Tang Mi's demeanor turned stern. Sister, you jest. We have not practiced at home. I do not know what dance you intend to perform. I cannot create a dance on the spot. My playing the guqin will also highlight your dancing skills. Her words, unmistakably clear, stirred a wave of murmurs among the crowd. What did it mean to have not practiced? It was evident that Tang Ying sought to embarrass Tang Mi at the banquet. This second daughter truly shared the wickedness of her mother and sister, shamelessly attempting to undermine her sibling during the festivities. The Empress frowned, sensing a confrontation brewing between the sisters. Tang Ying had not anticipated Tang Mi's boldness in challenging her before the Emperor and Empress. Her countenance soured, and as she opened her mouth to retort, Yi Junyu interjected. One playing the guqin, the other dancing. Each has their strengths, which is quite commendable. I would like to hear the guqin as well. Yi Chenxian promptly echoed his sentiments. Yi Shengling exchanged puzzled glances between the two before turning his gaze toward Tang Mi. Not only he, but the Emperor, Empress, and Empress Dowager all regarded Tang Mi with profound interest. Let the eldest daughter of the Tang family play the guqin, the Empress declared. Tang Mi bowed in acknowledgement. Tang Ying, however, cast a resentful glare at Yi Junyu, clenching her fists in frustration. They had agreed she would swiftly deal with Tang Mi. Why now was he undermining her plans? While Tang Ying glowered at Yi Junyu, he was in fact fixated on Tang Mi, feeling a mix of emotions, briefly glanced at Yi Chenxian. Why was he helping her? Did he harbor intentions similar to those of Yi Junyu? As palace maids delivered the guqin, Tang Mi set aside her thoughts and took her seat, adjusting the strings before commencing to play without waiting for Tang Ying to begin her dance. Seeing that Tang Mi had started, Tang Ying suppressed her displeasure and began to dance gracefully. The attire she wore suited her performance well, and with years of practice, her dancing was commendable. However, her frequent appearances had dulled the audience's interest. While they were now intrigued by the newcomer, Tang Mi, amidst the fervent gazes of the spectators, Tang Mi remained undistracted. Completely absorbed in her music, the melody began smoothly, lifting the spirits of all present. Just as they were immersed in this joyous tune, the music took a sudden turn, transforming from an upbeat rhythm into profound sorrow, prompting some to shed tears. The music shifted again, the endless sadness dissipating, leaving only a sense of despair that felt like falling into an abyss. The oppressive sound left everyone breathless, causing even Tang Ying to falter in her dance. As the audience grappled with their own emotions, the melody turned once more, the depths of despair quickly morphing into overwhelming hatred, inciting a cacophony of angry chirps from the birds outside the palace. At that moment, the suppressed inner demons of the crowd were unleashed. Suddenly, the music ceased, plunging the hall into silence, as if the world itself had come to a halt. In this stillness, even Tang Mi sat silently before the Guqin, lost in thought. Yi Qianxian was the first to regain his composure, staring blankly at Tang Mi. What had she endured? What sorrows and despairs had she experienced? Or whom did she harbor hatred against? Noticing Yi Qianxian's gaze, Tang Mi lifted her eyes. Their glances met, and the depth of her dark eyes stirred a pang of empathy within him. Sensing the emotions reflected in his eyes, Tang Mi felt her heart race uncontrollably. Why did he feel pity for her? What were his true intentions? She averted her gaze, concealing her emotions, and offered a bow to the Empress. Only then did the audience awaken from their stupor, erupting into applause. The music of Tang Mi was truly ethereal. Indeed, that performance sent chills down my spine. Who would have thought that such profound artistry could emerge from one so young? This was the most immersive Guqin performance I have ever experienced. The Empress nodded in approval. Acknowledging Tang Mi, the applause of the audience is the finest reward. Your Guqin skills are indeed remarkable. She then turned to praise Tang Ying. The dance of the second daughter was also commendable. Instantly, Tang Ying's face flushed crimson. She had not even completed her dance, and the audience had shifted their focus entirely to Tang Mi. This performance had been a resounding failure for her, a complete and utter defeat. No one remembered her dance. Tang Mi had made an astonishing impression. Filled with resentment, Tang Ying glared at Tang Mi, feeling humiliated before so many witnesses. Why must it be both Ying and me? Surely one excellent daughter suffices for the Tang family. She vowed to ruin her sister. The family could only afford to have one outstanding legitimate daughter. The lingering echoes of the performance resonated for 3 days, and the emperor finally grasped the meaning of this, saying, Shizi and Zhu Xian had indeed raised a remarkable daughter. He nodded in satisfaction, commending Tang Mi. Feeling a wave of emotion, Tang Mi's eyes glistened as she knelt before the emperor. Thank you, your majesty, for remembering my father and mother. Her words felt like a slap to the emperor's face, leaving him filled with both shame and guilt. Shizi served valiantly for our eastern Su, ultimately sacrificing himself for the realm. I shall never forget him. Tang Mi's eyes turned redder, and without uttering another word, she bowed thrice before the emperor. Tang Feng silently felt tears welling up in his eyes. Though still young, he understood the weight of his sister's words. The emperor regarded Tang Mi with a sense of indebtedness. Your performance has greatly pleased me. I shall grant you one request. What is your wish? Chapter 23. He truly desires Tang Mi. Unequivocally, upon the emperor's declaration, all eyes turned enviously toward Tang Mi. Yet, she displayed little surprise, raising her head with dignity and asserting, I wish to have autonomy over my marriage. The audience, upon hearing her heartfelt wish, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. How could this young lady be so naive? The emperor was clearly offering her a splendid opportunity, even if she did not seek riches or titles. A marriage to a prince or noble would suffice. Why did she not make such a request? Knight Junyu furrowed his brow, while Knight Qianxian stared intently at his wine cup, lost in thought. The emperor, taken aback by Tang Mi's insistence, paused and asked again, Is this your only wish? Do you not desire anything else? I implore your majesty to grant this, Tang Mi replied, bowing deeply. Everything else, she felt capable of achieving on her own. It was the matter of royal power that she could not contest. In her previous life, a forced marriage had left her with no escape. This time, she vowed never to be manipulated again. If no suitable suitor presented himself, she would remain unmarried for life. Seeing her steadfastness, the emperor nodded. I shall grant your wish. Henceforth, your marriage shall be under your own discretion. Thank you, your majesty, Tang Mi expressed gratefully, bowing once more. Now, let's enjoy the banquet. The emperor kindly waved her off. The empress, glancing at the overlooked Tang Ying, quickly interjected to assuage the emperor's oversight. Miss Tang Er danced splendidly as well. She too deserves recognition. Thank you, Empress. Tang Ying suppressed her humiliation and bowed. After dismissing Tang Ying, the empress turned her gaze to the gathered young ladies, finally resting it on her niece, Mo Shuiyo. Have you prepared a performance today? Mo Shuiyo rose and bowed. I have prepared a dance. The empress raised her eyebrows. I look forward to it. As the musician began to play, Mo Shuiyo gracefully took to the floor. She was beautiful, embodying a different allure than Tang Ying. While Tang Ying was sultry, Mo Shuiyo exuded a spirited elegance. Their dances reflected their distinct styles, with Tang Ying's movements being softer, whereas Mo Shuiyo's were more vigorous. Before her former greatest rival, Tang Mi felt no stirrings of emotion. In her previous life, both she and Mo Shuiyo had married into the Yuangfu, with Tang Mi as the primary wife and Mo Shuiyo as a secondary consort, a daughter of a prime minister and a niece of the empress, yet relegated to a secondary role. Such was the allure of military power. Ironically, on the night of her wedding in her past life, she had waited in vain for Knight Junyu, just as Mo Shuiyo had, perhaps because Knight Junyu was then with Tang Ying. In that life, both she and Mo Shuiyo were ultimately failures. However, Mo Shuiyo, shielded by the empress, fared somewhat better. As Tang Mi became lost in thought, Mo Shuiyo's dance neared its conclusion. During Tang Ying's performance, the audience had focused on Tang Mi's music, but now, Mo Shuiyo basked in the residual glow of Tang Mi's brilliance. Glory! As Mo Shuiyo concluded her dance, the empress was the first to applaud. The room erupted in applause. But Tang Ying's face darkened as she clenched her fists. Those accolades should have been hers, all thanks to that wretched Tang Mi. Shuiyo performed admirably, the empress remarked, smiling at the emperor. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, Shuiyo deserves a reward. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, Aunt. Mo Shuiyo graciously bowed to both. Following this, several other young ladies took the stage, but with Tang Ying and Mo Shuiyo having danced, the number of performers dwindled. As for the musical performances, none dared to present themselves after Tang Mi and Appo's as profound display, leaving the subsequent poetry and painting rather tedious in comparison. Throughout the evening, the guests could only remember and long for the enchanting melodies played by Tang Mi. An hour later, the banquet concluded, and the emperor commanded, "Light the lanterns." At his behest, numerous palace maids and eunuchs filed in with various lanterns, swiftly adorning the imperial garden. The tables were cleared, transforming the garden into a lantern festival. Now, let us enjoy the lanterns, the emperor announced before departing. The empress, along with the other imperial consorts, followed suit. Typically, to encourage a relaxed atmosphere for lantern viewing, the emperor and empress did not participate in such festivities. With their absence, the ambience within the imperial garden shifted dramatically. Wow, there's so many new lanterns this year. Sister, let's go take a look. Tang Ning exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she eagerly tugged at Tang Mi and Amp, Appo's arm. Lin Shi, feeling concerned, followed closely behind. Tang Ying, wishing to join them, suddenly caught Knight Junyu and Amp, Appo's eye from a distance and turned away. After ensuring no one was watching her, she stealthily followed him into the shadows. As they reached a secluded corner, Knight Junyu pulled her aside abruptly. Tang Ying gasped, and before he could speak, she hurriedly explained in a hushed tone, "Prince, my plan was disrupted by Tang Mi. I will find another opportunity." "No need," Knight Junyu interjected coldly before she could finish. "What?" Tang Ying stared at him in disbelief, fearing she had misheard. "The previous plan is cancelled. It no longer needs to be executed." Knight Junyu's thoughts turned to Tang Mi's breathtaking visage, igniting a fervor within him. He resolved to have her, not in a superficial manner, but with genuine desire. Danjing, Buwu. Gaze at Knight Junyu. Why? He narrowed his eyes. "I have devised a new plan. You shall find an opportunity to lead her to the lotus pond and push her into the water." Though he did not elaborate, Tang Ying instantly comprehended his intention. He sought to ruin Tang Mi's purity while simultaneously desiring her innocence. Clenching her fists in frustration, Tang Ying felt a surge of resentment. Why had she sacrificed so much for him, yet still paled in comparison to the mere glance he bestowed upon Tang Mi? Recognizing her expression, Knight Junyu and Appo's demeanor hardened. I will reiterate, do not proceed with your prior plan. Softening his tone, he coaxed, rest assured, once you assist me in acquiring Tang Mi, I shall honor my promise regarding your position as a secondary consort. Tang Ying concealed her inner turmoil and smiled at Knight Junyu. Rest easy, I will fulfill the task. The position of a secondary consort was precisely what she desired. Only by securing that role could she ascend higher. As for Tang Mi, even if she became the primary consort, she would not pose a threat. She could elevate her, but she could also bring her down. Seeing Tang Ying so compliant, Knight Junyu smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 24. The prince truly moved by mortal affection Tang Mi, being tugged along by Tang Ning to observe the lanterns, soon realized that Tang Ying had vanished. Instinctively, she turned to search for Yi Junyu, only to find him absent as well. After a moment of silence, she turned around and unexpectedly encountered the Xian prince. He seemed reluctant to meet her gaze. With a fleeting glance, he turned and walked away. Tang Mi regarded his retreating figure with perplexity, finding him quite strange. Prince Yu is releasing lanterns at the Lotus Pond. Let us join him, someone in the crowd exclaimed, prompting everyone to head towards the pond. Tang Ying suddenly appeared, suggesting to Tang Mi and Tang Ning, they have all gone to release lanterns at the Lotus Pond. Why don't you go take a look as well? Tang Mi exchanged a meaningful glance with Tang Ying, but remained silent. Pulling Tang Mi towards the pond. A cold glint flashed in Tang Ying's eyes as she followed behind. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lin was engrossed in conversation with several ladies, oblivious to the whereabouts of the trio. In the shadows, Yin Shu observed Tang Mi as she made her way to the Lotus Pond. With a knowing smile, he swiftly retrieved a lantern, saying, Your Highness, it is said that this year the river god is particularly benevolent. Shall we not release a lantern as well? Yi Chen Xian was unamused. I seek nothing. Yin Shu, maintaining a serious demeanor, pressed the lantern into Yi Chen Xian's hands. It is my belief that the prince could seek a romantic fate. The river god is known for tying the red thread of destiny. As the lantern floated above, it revealed a stunning visage, causing Yi Chen Xian's handsome face to flush. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately proceeded towards the Lotus Pond. Yin Shu felt a surge of joy. The prince had indeed been touched by mortal affection, and with a goal in sight, matters would become more manageable. At the edge of the Lotus Pond, many were indeed releasing their lanterns. Tang Ning excitedly rushed to a nearby young eunuch to obtain 2 lotus lanterns, handing one to Tang Mi. Elder sister, you can write your wish on it. Tang Mi chuckled softly. My wish has already been fulfilled by the emperor. I have no further desires. With so many aspirations, she would have to rely on herself. Tang Ning, ever optimistic, declared, I have already written mine. She turned the lantern around to show Tang Mi the words peace and joy inscribed on it. Tang Mi stared at those 4 characters, recalling Tang Ning's tragic fate in her previous life, and felt a pang of empathy. It is said that wishing upon a lantern is quite effective. As long as the lantern remains lit, the river god will see our wishes, and they shall come to fruition, Tang Ning said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Elder sister, let us release our lanterns. Very well, I shall accompany you. Tang Mi could not resist the vibrant spirit of Tang Ning. After a struggle through the throngs, Tang Ning finally found a spot. Tang Mi casually placed her lantern into the pond, while Tang Ning fervently prayed, O river god, please hear my wish. Bless everyone in the General's household with peace and joy. Tang Ning's whispered prayer darkened Tang Mi's mood. Why did the innocent and kind-hearted meet such unfortunate ends, while the malicious thrived? As she became lost in thought, a dark hand suddenly reached towards her. Taken by surprise, Tang Mi stumbled towards the pond. Elder sister, be careful. Tang Ying's urgent shout reached her ears, and Tang Mi caught a glimpse of a hand reaching for her skirt. With a swift motion, she grasped that hand firmly. With a splash, both of them plunged into the water. Elder sister, second sister Tang Ning, stood frozen in shock. The onlookers at the pond were equally stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Tang Mi could not swim, but in that instant, she held on to Tang Ying tightly, determined to pull her along even in death. Tang Ying, wishing to save herself, found her limbs restrained by Tang Mi's grip. She struggled and gulped down several mouthfuls of water, her frustration mounting. As they neared the brink of unconsciousness, Tang Ning cried out desperately, "Someone, please help." Most of those present were young ladies here to release lanterns, and for a moment, no one stepped forward to assist. "Who has fallen into the water?" One person asked. "It seems to be a young lady from the Tang family." Another replied, "Where is everyone? It appears the eunuchs have vanished." Upon hearing the mention of the Tang family, Yi Chunxian rushed to the pond's edge, instinctively preparing to leap in. However, he hesitated, his instincts battling with reason. "Find the palace attendants. Summon the Tang family's brothers." He commanded Yin Shu, who nodded and dashed away. What transpired? Who has fallen in? Knight Junyu, lurking nearby, seized the moment to appear. "It seems to be two young ladies from the Tang family," his guard Feng Pan remarked at the opportune moment. "Then let us save them," Knight Junyu urged, intent on jumping into the pond himself. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. Seeing Yi Chunxian, Knight Junyu frowned. "Seventh brother, what are you doing?" Yi Chunxian maintained a stoic expression. "The ones in the water are two young ladies. It would not be appropriate for you to jump in, elder brother." Knight Junyu's expression darkened at the interruption. "Life is at stake. We cannot afford to delay." He attempted to circumvent Yi Chunxian. Yet, Yi Chunxian once more obstructed him. "I've already dispatched Yin Shu to call for help. Brother, let us wait a moment." Upon hearing that help was on the way, Knight Junyu's urgency intensified. "Do you not see that the lives of the Tang sisters are in jeopardy? We cannot wait." He had painstakingly orchestrated this entire scenario, deliberately relocating the nearby guards and eunuchs to create an opportunity to save the beauties. If they waited for assistance, all would be in vain. Even if someone must save them, it is not your place, elder brother, Yi Chunxian retorted coldly, his gaze sharp. "What do you mean by that?" Knight Junyu's anger flared at Yi Chunxian's veiled threat. Yi Chunxian's eyes bore into Knight Junyu. He could relinquish her happiness for her own sake. But her happiness was not Knight Junyu's to claim. Should Knight Junyu insist on intervening, he would not relent. "Not good. They seem to be near the end." Someone on the shore cried out anxiously. Elder sister, second sister Tang Ning was on the verge of tears, pleading, "Please, someone save them. I beg you." Yi Chunshuan's heart tightened painfully, abandoning his quarrel with Knight Junyu. He swiftly raced to the pond's edge. Knight Junyu narrowed his eyes at Yi Chunxian's unusual behavior and followed closely behind. Just as both were about to plunge into the water, they heard a splash. Someone had already jumped in. Chapter 25. Who gave the cloak? As Tang Feng plunged into the water, Yi Chunxian seized the jumping Yi Junyu, saying, "Someone from the Tang family has entered the water. We should avoid suspicion." It was indeed Tang Feng who had jumped in, having rushed over upon receiving urgent news from Yin Shu. With remarkable swimming skills, he swiftly reached Tang Mi and Tang Ying, pulling them out of the water, one in each arm. Tang Mi's immediate reaction was to identify her rescuer. Upon seeing it was Tang Feng, her anxious heart finally settled. Tang Ying, once above the surface, greedily inhaled the fresh air and clung tightly to Tang Feng, using him as leverage to elevate herself. Tang Feng initially intended to pull both of them to safety, but with Tang Ying gripping him so fiercely and needing to assist Tang Mi as well, he found himself unable to move. Soon, Tang Ying pushed him back underwater. After choking on several mouthfuls of water, Tang Feng's face turned pale. Observing Tang Ying using him as a stepping stone, Tang Mi's eyes glinted coldly, and she swiftly kicked Tang Ying hard in the abdomen. In pain, Tang Ying finally released her grip on Tang Feng. He surged upright from the water, gasping for breath and looking bewilderedly at Tang Mi, who appeared unfazed, as if she had done nothing wrong. Those on the shore quickly noticed Tang Feng's predicament. This was untenable. One person could not save two, and another would need to enter the water. Indeed, if this continued, the rescuer would also be in peril. Just then, another individual jumped in, Tang Ying's cousin, Qin Xingyu. Upon seeing Tang Ying in the water, He dove in without hesitation. In the water, Tang Feng handed Tang Ying over to Qin Xingyu and swam with Tang Mi towards the shore. "Cousin, are you all right?" Qin Xingyu asked anxiously, noticing Tang Ying's pale complexion. Upon seeing him come to her aid, Tang Ying was filled with the urge to kick him back into the water. What a fool! Why was he jumping in to save her when everyone else was avoiding suspicion? Unaware of her thoughts, Qin Xingyu, seeing her silent, assumed she was merely frightened and half embraced her as he swam them both toward the shore. Tang Feng reached the bank first with Tang Mi and, noticing her exquisite figure beneath the water, promptly removed his outer robe and draped it over her. The row of young women on the shore immediately blushed and lowered their heads, with only one girl gazing at Tang Feng with bright eyes. Once ashore, Tang Feng quickly pulled Tang Mi up. At this moment, Yi Junyu felt a surge of frustration toward Yi Qinxian. If not for him constantly obstructing his path, he would have jumped in to save the beauty himself. By rescuing Tang Mi publicly, he could have tarnished her reputation, ensuring she had no choice but to marry him. The meticulously arranged plan had been utterly ruined by Yi Qinxian. Gritting his teeth in anger, Yi Junyu sought out Yi Qinxian, only to discover he had vanished. "Elder sister, are you all right?" Tang Ning asked, her tears halting as she saw Tang Mi safely ashore. "I'm fine," Tang Mi replied, tightening the robe around her and reassuring Tang Ning, though her face was pale from the cold. Noticing Tang Mi shivering, Yi Junyu's eyes brightened. He quickly untied his cloak and offered it to her, saying, "It is my negligence that caused Miss Tang to fall into the water. The night is cold, and you should wear this." Everyone turned their gaze to Tang Mi, who stared at the cloak in his hands without any intention of accepting it. A young eunuch rushed to her side, presenting the cloak. "I am here on the command of the eldest princess to deliver this cloak to Miss Tang." The crowd was taken aback upon hearing this. So, the eldest princess had such a close relationship with Tang Mi? Even Tang Mi was momentarily stunned. When had the eldest princess become so close to her as to send a cloak? Was it because of her aunt? Yi Junyu furrowed his brows slightly, wondering why the eldest princess had come to meddle now. Unable to contemplate the reason, Tang Mi decided she preferred the eldest princess's cloak over Yi Junyu's. She accepted the cloak from the eunuch, saying, "Please thank the eldest princess for me." The eunuch bowed and retreated after completing his task. Tang Mi's rejection of Yi Junyu's cloak did not seem to upset him. He accepted the cloak and, with a gentle gaze, said to Tang Mi, "The early autumn nights are chilly, and wet clothing can easily cause illness. It will be wise for you to change in a dry attire inside the palace." "No need. I will return to change," Tang Mi replied, turning away. She had no desire for further conversation with Yi Junyu, nor did she wish to entangle herself with him. It was evident to even the most oblivious that Yi Junyu harbored intentions toward her, yet it seemed she did not reciprocate those feelings. Yi Junyu clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Tang Mi with unwavering determination. Tang Mi, seemingly oblivious to his intense gaze, handed the cloak to Tang Feng, saying, "Put this on. You mustn't catch a chill." Tang Feng's face flushed, and he shook his head. "You wear it. I'm not cold at all." Tang Mi frowned, but before she could protest, Tang Feng took the cloak and draped it over her. A faint, refreshing scent wafted from the fabric, causing Tang Mi to freeze, her face paling dramatically. Instinctively, she dashed out after the retreating figure of the eunuch. "Sister," Tang Feng called, hastily following her. Tang Mi chased a few steps, but could no longer see the eunuch. "What is it?" Tang Feng queried, puzzled by her sudden urgency. "The person." Tang Mi grasped Tang Feng's arm, wanting to articulate her thoughts, but unable to voice them. "Which person?" Tang Feng was even more confused, completely unaware of what Tang Mi was referring to. Tang Mi's pupils constricted sharply. That scent belonged to him. Who could he be? "Who are you looking for?" Tang Feng asked, noticing her distressed demeanor. "Nothing." Tang Mi regained her composure, offering a reassuring look to Tang Feng, as if to calm both him and herself. "It's nothing." Yi Junyu observed Tang Mi's unusual behavior with narrowed eyes. Why was she so agitated? Was there something amiss with the cloak? The one gifted by the eldest princess? Meanwhile, Qin Xingyu had helped Tang Ying to the shore. "Second sister, are you all right?" Tang Ning rushed over with concern. "Cough." Tang Ying weakly coughed a couple of times, trembling as she cast a pleading glance at Tang Mi. "May I ask, dear sister, have I offended you in some way? Why did you pull me into the water?" Her words ignited a flurry of gossip among the onlookers. So, it was Tang Mi who dragged Tang Ying into the water? I did indeed see Tang Mi pull her down. This is too much. Tang Ying can't swim. She could have drowned. Exactly. They are sisters. Is such malice necessary? Tang Mi narrowed her eyes at Tang Ying, saying nothing, and swiftly raised her hand to deliver a sharp slap. The sound echoed loudly, instantly stunning everyone present. Chapter 26. Tang Ying's deceptive outcry. Tang Ying was utterly astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Tang Mi would confront her so brazenly before such a multitude. Elder sister. Tang Ying gazed at Tang Mi, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. Without granting her the opportunity to feign innocence, Tang Mi coldly asserted, "You pushed me into the water. I could let that slide, but you ought not to have schemed against Fenger beneath the surface. Had I not kicked you those few times, both Fenger and I would have perished in this lotus pond today." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Was Tang Mi implying that Tang Ying had initially pushed her into the water? What did she mean by plotting against Tang Feng? Hadn't Tang Ying just been pressing down on Tang Feng's shoulders, nearly drowning him? Goodness, Tang Ying's cunning was unfathomably deep. Was she truly intent on eliminating both siblings? Clearly, Tang Er was just as malicious as her sister Tang Si. The sympathy that had once been directed toward Tang Ying swiftly transformed into disdain. Her face drained of color as she realized Tang Mi had seen through her intentions and exposed them without hesitation. Observing Tang Ying's pallid visage, Tang Feng, feeling a pang of pity, murmured, "It's all right. Second sister didn't mean any harm. She was just frightened." Tang Feng's words inadvertently corroborated Tang Mi's claims, and those who had initially doubted her now found themselves compelled to believe. Tang Ying's face shifted from a pale hue to a darkened shade, and with reddened eyes, she insisted, "I did not intentionally pull Tang Feng. I was simply terrified at that moment. It was unintentional. Yet, elder sister, you relentlessly stomped on my abdomen. Do you not consider our sisterly bond?" As she listened to Tang Ying's aggrieved words, the crowd began to feel a twinge of sympathy for her once more. However, the notion of Tang Mi being overly harsh lingered. Without providing any explanation, Tang Mi countered, "How many times did I kick you?" Tang Ying, oblivious to the implications of the question, replied, "A dozen times." At this, Tang Feng furrowed his brow, instinctively wishing to defend Tang Mi, but she held him back. Bewildered, he looked at her, questioning why she refrained from refuting the exaggeration when she had kicked far fewer times, perhaps only 5 or 6. The water's resistance made it seem more forceful than it truly was. Tang Ying's accusations were an exaggeration. Tang Mi, uninterested in clarifying for Tang Feng, directed a fierce gaze toward Tang Ying. "I kicked you a dozen times before you released your grip. You claim it was unintentional? Do you truly believe yourself so clever? Or do you think everyone else is a fool?" Tang Ying's heart sank at these words. It dawned on her that she had fallen into Tang Mi's trap. The crowd erupted once more, realizing that it was indeed Tang Ying's intent to harm. Thankfully, Tang Mi was astute. Otherwise, the siblings might have met their end in the water today. The Tang family's fortune began with the eldest branch, and now that General Tang was deceased, they had the audacity to endanger the eldest branch's offspring. How utterly shameless. Some murmured that Tang Mi's kicks were too light. She should have kicked her harder. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Tang Ying's countenance darkened completely. No longer pretending to be weak, she glared at Tang Mi in anger. "I was clearly acting without malice. Elder sister, you pulled me into the water, yet you dare to slander me here. Am I truly so easily bullied?" Tang Mi remained cold and unyielding, her eyes fixed on Tang Ying. "When I fell into the water, I didn't look back. Someone pushed me, and in reflex, I pulled her down with me. Thus, it is abundantly clear who was responsible for the push." The crowd was once again thrown into an uproar. So, whoever fell into the water with Tang Mi was the one who had pushed her. This Tang Er was truly ruthless. It was an instance of the thief crying, "Stop, thief." Indeed, it was she who had pushed the other into the water, yet she dared to accuse the other of pulling her down. Tang Ying, feeling the weight of the accusations, cried out in distress, "I didn't do it." Immediately, she turned to Tang Ning, beseeching, "Sixth sister, tell them, did I push elder sister into the water?" At Tang Ying's words, all eyes turned to Tang Ning, who stood stunned, her face flushed, unsure of how to respond. Tang Ying urged, "You need not fear. If it was true, say so. If not, then deny it." I didn't see anything." Tang Ning lowered her gaze, feeling ashamed as she glanced at Tang Mi. In her excitement, she had been preoccupied with the lanterns and had not witnessed the incident. Tang Ying seized upon this response, believing she had found her evidence. Sixth sister was so close to elder sister, yet didn't see anything. Doesn't that prove I wasn't the one who pushed her? However, Tang Mi dismissed her argument outright. "I have stated it clearly. Whether or not you did it, the heavens know, the earth knows, I know. And those who ought to know are aware." As she uttered her final words, Tang Mi cast a meaningful glance at Yi Junyu. A chill ran through him. In that moment, he felt as if his very clothing had been stripped away in humiliation. Tang Ying's expression shifted, realizing that Tang Mi was perhaps not as foolish as she had presumed. Tang Mi ceased further discourse with Tang Ying, instead turning her gaze toward Tang Feng. "Let's depart." With that, she turned and walked away, and Tang Feng promptly followed. Tang Ning, glancing back at Tang Ying, observed Tang Mi's retreating figure and ultimately chose to pursue her. Once Tang Mi had left, Tang Ying finally looked toward Yi Junyu, only to find him fixated on Tang Mi's silhouette, utterly oblivious to her presence. Consumed by jealousy, she ground her teeth in frustration. "Dear cousin," Qin Xingyu stepped forward. "I believe you did not push Sister Mi." "Of course not." Tang Ying shot Qin Xingyu an irritated glare before storming away in a huff. "Cousin." Qin Xingyu hurriedly followed her. With the farce concluded, the crowd lost interest in releasing lanterns and instead reveled in the spectacle of the Lotus Pond incident. "I believe it was Tang Er who pushed Tang Da into the water." "I concur. If Tang Si could so cunningly ensnare Tang Da, why could Tang Er not have done the same? I never expected this seemingly gentle Tang Er to possess such a nature." Having failed in her scheme and incurring a heap of trouble, Yi Junyu felt an overwhelming urge for retribution. "Your Highness?" Feng Pan cautiously approached. Yi Junyu's gaze was icy as he commanded, "Investigate the origin of that cloak." "Understood," Feng Pan immediately replied. Chapter 27. Does your Tang family truly disregard our Duke's estate? Upon emerging from the Lotus Pond, Tang Mi and Tang Feng were met by Lin and Su, who had hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news. "What has happened?" Su inquired anxiously, her gaze darting between Tang Mi and Tang Feng. Seeing their drenched forms, her face paled with alarm. "Did you fall into the water?" Lin also looked fretfully at Tang Ning. Tang Ning quickly shook her head. "I am fine. It was my elder sister and second sister who fell in." The revelation that both Tang Mi and Tang Ying had fallen into the water caused Su's brow to furrow deeply. How could that happen? What exactly transpired? Lin, equally startled, suddenly considered a grave issue. Who rescued them? The implications of a young lady falling into the water were far too significant to take lightly. In response to Lin's inquiry, Su also grew anxious. Understanding their concerns, Tang Ning hastily reassured them. It was third brother and cousin Qinyu who saved them. Upon hearing that Tang Feng had rescued Tang Mi, Su's tense demeanor finally relaxed. Lin too sighed in relief. If it was Feng and Qinyu involved, the situation should not be overly troubling. Feng was undoubtedly reliable, and Qinyu, being Tang Ying's cousin, would not cause significant issues. Even if it did tarnish Tang Ying's reputation, Qinyu was respectable, being a nephew of the Qin family, thus creating a beneficial alliance. Dangumi, wrapping her cloak tighter around herself, turned pale as she addressed Su and Lin. Third aunt, I and Feng will return to the carriage first." "All right," Lin nodded quickly. Her eyes filled with concern as she urged, "Hurry along, lest you catch a chill." Su also urged, "Take the Duke's carriage." Tang Mi offered a respectful bow to Lin before following Su and Tang Feng out of the Imperial Garden. Tang Ning intended to join them, but was abruptly pulled back by Lin. "Mother, what are you doing?" Tang Ning protested, displeasure evident as she watched her sister and brother depart. "What exactly happened? How'd they end up in the water?" Lin's instinct, having seen Tang Mi's pallid face, suggested that the incident was far from trivial. Furrowing her brow, Tang Ning hesitated. I'm not quite certain either. Eldest sister claims second sister pushed her into the water and harmed third brother, while second sister insists she did not push her and accuses eldest sister of wronging her. Tang Ning recounted the events by the lotus pond to Lin. Meanwhile, Tang Mi shared the details of the incident with Su, who was infuriated, her anger boiling over. This Tang Ing has gone too far. She intends to harm you both. Tang Mi's expression remained icy, while Tang Feng struggled to believe that Tang Ing would deliberately wish them harm. He contemplated defending her, but remained silent upon seeing Tang Mi's ashen face. Just as the trio reached the palace gates, Lin hurried after them, panting. Eldest miss, she gasped, guilt etched on her face as she addressed Tang Mi. It is my failure to supervise Tang Ing that has led to this misfortune for you and Feng. Tang Mi regarded Lin with a blank expression. Did you truly believe she only sought to harm me and Feng at the mid-autumn banquet? Lin's face fell at her words. Su, glaring at Lin, retorted, your Tang family's second branch has gone too far. First, you drugged our Mir, nearly ruining her life, and now you seek to endanger their lives? Do you truly think our duke's estate is inconsequential? Tang Feng frowned at the mention of drugging. When had this occurred? Flustered by Su's directness, Lin stammered, I sincerely apologize. I will personally report this matter to the matriarch. Rest assured, we will provide an explanation to the eldest miss and Feng. Best you do so, otherwise. Our duke's estate will not let this matter rest. Su coldly replied as she assisted Tang Mi into the carriage. Tang Feng, having soaked his clothing, joined them in the carriage. Lin observed the departing vehicle, narrowing her eyes. Tang Mi was correct. Tang Ying's actions today were not solely directed at the main branch, but likely calculated against their third branch as well. Tang Ning, let us return, Lin said, her frustration palpable as she pulled Tang Ning towards the carriage. Tang Ning frowned. Are we waiting for second sister? She is yet to arrive. Wait for what? She has her schemes to entrap others. She will find a way back, Lin declared, instructing the driver to return home. The driver complied, cracking the whip as they set off. By the time Tang Ing arrived at the palace gates, the Tang family's carriage had long since vanished. Tang Mi, Lin, Tang Ing ground her teeth in fury, yearning to dismantle them both. Other noble ladies, departing the palace, whispered and snickered at her disheveled state. Was she not so arrogant before? Who would have thought Tang Ing would find herself in such a predicament? Serves her right for her malicious intentions. Hearing the whispers, Tang Ying's face flushed with rage as she glared at Yun and Qianlu. Why are you not promptly finding me a carriage? Yes. Yun and Qianlu hurriedly agreed, just as a carriage halted before them. Cousin, allow me to take you home, Qin, you said, lifting the curtain and leaping down from the carriage. The onlooking noble ladies resumed their hushed discussions. Does young Master Qin fancy Tang Ying? They are cousins, childhood friends. Isn't that normal? I see the Qin and Tang families are soon to become even closer. Qin Yu, overhearing their comments, felt his handsome face flush slightly. Tang Ying, noticing his expression, was further incensed and climbed into the carriage. Qin Yu quickly followed. Inside the carriage, he stole glances at Tang Ying, his face still tinged with redness, as though he had something to say. However, Tang Ying maintained a frosty demeanor throughout, her distance dissuading him from speaking. Su delivered Tang Mi and Tang Feng to the Tang residence, but did not depart immediately. Instead, she sought an audience with the matriarch. Tang Mi did not accompany her. Turning to Tang Feng and advising, the weather has turned cool. Return and take a hot bath immediately to avoid catching a chill. Understood, Tang Feng nodded obediently, expressing concern. You too. Indeed, Tang Mi acknowledged, gesturing for him to go. After exchanging glances, Tang Feng returned to Qi Feng courtyard. Watching him leave, Tang Mi finally returned to her quarters. Miss, what has happened? Ru Ling exclaimed in shock upon seeing Tang Mi drenched. She fell into the water. Quickly fetch hot water. Ban Xia ordered Ru Ling without waiting for Tang Mi to respond. Fell into the water? Ru Ling's eyes widened as she hurried to prepare the water. Once inside, Tang Mi stood lost in thought, staring at her soaked cloak. Suddenly, she addressed Ban Xia. Bring me the cloak I asked you to keep. Chapter 28, That Person is from the Princess's Residence. Banksia was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend which cloak Tangmi was referring to. Is the black cloak I previously showed you, Tangmi reminded her. Oh, that one. I have placed it in the cage for you, Banksia replied, regaining her composure as she hurried to retrieve the cloak from the cage. Here it is. Taking the cloak handed to her by Banksia, Tangmi compared it with the one she was holding and noticed that everything, color, size, material, and even the embroidery and stitching, was identical. It belongs to him. Tangmi's pupils constricted sharply. Both cloaks were his. Banksia, too, recognized the similarity and curiously remarked, "So this cloak was also a gift from the princess? Yet, it seems a bit large and dark for you." Mississippi Tangmi narrowed her eyes. If the second cloak was indeed a gift from the princess, the first one could not possibly have been. The princess would never sneak into the Tang family ancestral hall to drape a cloak over her. Thus, the second cloak must not have been a gift from the princess either, considering their lack of close ties. It was rather peculiar for her to receive a cloak from the princess. The only plausible explanation was that someone had borrowed the princess's name to gift her the cloak. Banksia had a point. Both cloaks were quite large and dark, clearly designed for men. Who, then, could so brazenly use the princess's name to present her with a cloak? This individual must be someone intimately acquainted with the princess, unafraid of her potential wrath. Moreover, she had recently been involved in matters concerning the princess, suggesting that this person might not be merely an invited guest, but someone with a more direct connection to the princess's household. Suddenly, Tangmi thought of someone. Miss. Just as Tangmi was deep in thought, she heard the voice of Fu Ling from outside. Tangmi snapped back to reality and quickly handed both cloaks to Banksia. Put them away. Yes, since learning that Fu Ling had intentionally damaged the Miss's dress, Banksia had become cautious in her dealings with her. Fu Ling entered the room, carrying a bucket of water, and poured it into the bathing tub. Miss, the hot water is ready. I shall assist you with your bath. Tangmi glanced at her, not refusing the offer. After enjoying a warm bath, Tangmi felt somewhat revitalized. Miss, quickly drink this bowl of ginger soup to ward off the chill, Banksia said, entering with a steaming bowl of ginger soup. Upon seeing the soup, Tangmi was reminded of Tang Feng. Is there more ginger soup? Yes, I prepared extra, just in case, Banksia replied. Tangumi nodded, allowing Banksia to fill a large bowl before heading to the Chi Feng courtyard. At Chi Feng courtyard, Tang Feng had just finished his bath and felt more at ease. Young master, the miss has arrived, and Mo Shu announced just as Tangmi lifted the curtain and entered. Sister. Tang Feng quickly became flustered and reached for a jacket to put on. How are you? Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? Tangmi only inquired once he was dressed. I'm fine, Tang Feng replied, returning to the table. What about you? Are you injured? Tangmi smiled at him. Fortunately, you saved me just in time. With so many people watching from the shore, she certainly would not have perished, but if someone else had jumped in, her reputation would have been ruined. It seemed that Yi Junyu and Tang Ying had intended to tarnish her name. She had always been cautious of them, yet she hadn't anticipated such underhanded tactics. Compared to previous schemes that had endangered her honor, this incident of falling into the water felt almost trivial. She wondered how these two had suddenly developed a sense of conscience. You are my sister, Tang Feng said bashfully, not accustomed to expressing such sentiments. Of course, she was his sister. How could he not save her? He had been terrified when he heard she had fallen into the water. Indeed, she was his sister, and they were blood relatives. Tangmi decided against expressing further gratitude, serving herself a generous bowl of ginger soup. Upon seeing the ginger soup, Tang Feng's expression soured. Sister. Her coaxing would not work. Since he had fallen into the water, he must drink the ginger soup. Knowing it was his least favorite, she had brought it personally. Tang Feng's handsome face flushed. He hadn't been acting spoiled, yet the soup was truly dreadful. I'll drink with you. Tangmi took 2 bowls and served one to herself and one to Tang Feng. With Tangmi doing so, Tang Feng felt he had no choice but to drink it. Pinching his nose, he gulped it down in one breath and gasped, I've finished my bowl. Is that enough? Tangmi couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. He was still just a child. Tangmi elegantly savored her soup, one spoonful at a time. Tang Feng stared at her, suddenly feeling an inexplicable warmth spread across his face. After finishing her ginger soup and wiping her mouth, Tang Mi turned to him and said, "It seems we may not be able to go out to see the lanterns today." Tang Feng did not mind, given the day's events. It was clear they could not go out. To spare Tang Mi's disappointment, he suggested, "We can go tomorrow. The Mid-Autumn Lantern Festival lasts for 3 days." "All right." Tangumi nodded. Tomorrow would be. In truth, she was not particularly interested in the lanterns. She simply wanted to cultivate their relationship. Realizing now that she had been remiss in her duties as a sister, Tang Feng watched Tang Mi, hesitating to voice what was on his mind. Tang Mi waved to Bangxia and Fong Yin and Mo Shu, signaling for them to leave before she said, "If you have something to say, just speak." Tang Feng's eyes flickered, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. "Today at the Lotus Pond, was it truly your second sister who pushed you?" Even though she anticipated this question, hearing it still brought a pang of sadness. "You don't believe me?" Seeing her expression, Tang Feng immediately grew anxious. "No, I just think my second sister wouldn't do such a thing." Tang Mi scoffed. "Do you think I would carelessly fall into the water just from releasing a lantern?" Upon hearing this, Tang Feng's first reaction was that he would not. His sister had been raised by their grandmother and was always the most cautious in a palace setting, especially at a lotus pond. She would never be so reckless as to fall in. His sister would not lie. Someone had indeed pushed her. But before Tang Feng could speak, Tang Mi interjected, "With so many people around, how could it be that I just happened to pull her into the water?" "I didn't even look back." Tang Feng was momentarily stunned, flustered as he attempted to defend Tang Ying. "Perhaps she merely intended to pull you." "Pull me?" Tang Mi coldly laughed, fixing her gaze on Tang Feng. "Do you know what happened on the day of the princess's birthday banquet?" Seeing the expression and tone of Tang Mi, Tang Feng immediately tensed up. Without waiting for Tang Feng to ask, Tang Mi pronounced each word deliberately. "That day, Tang Rong drugged me and arranged for a man." Tang Feng leapt up from his seat. Shock and anguish etched on his face as he looked at Tang Mi. "You?" Tang Mi locked her gaze on him, remaining silent. Tang Feng's eyes reddened instantly. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists tightly. "I will go kill them." In his fervor, Tang Feng attempted to storm out, but Tang Mi seized him in a tight embrace. Chapter 29. If anyone dares to harm you, I will fight them fiercely. Tang Mi tightly embraced Tang Feng. "You have this intention, and it truly pleases me. Our Fenger has grown up and knows how to protect his sister." Hearing Tang Mi's words, Tang Feng's eyes reddened further, his fists clenched tighter. "Why do they treat you this way?" Scalding tears dripped onto Tang Mi's hand, warming her heart. A man does not shed tears lightly. Tang Mi gently wiped away Tang Feng's tears, saying, "Tang Rong did not succeed. I managed to escape." Tang Feng's tears instantly ceased, and he looked at Tang Mi with surprise. "But I push her inside." Before Tang Feng could respond, Tang Mi abruptly changed her tone. Tang Feng was momentarily stunned, staring at Tang Mi in disbelief. "Why? Why?" Tang Feng and Appo's expression wounded Tang Mi. Even in front of him, she instinctively raised her defenses. "If they could scheme against me, I could ensure they reap what they sow." Tang Feng frowned, momentarily resembling a stranger to her, hesitating as he explained, "Perhaps fourth sister was just confused at the moment." Before he could finish, Tang Mi scoffed derisively. "Tang Ying pushing me into the water was unintentional, and Tang Rong harming me was also a moment of confusion. Are you excusing them, or are you comforting yourself?" Tang Feng found himself at a loss for words in the face of Tang Mi's retort. Observing his demeanor softened Tang Mi's heart, she lowered her voice. "Do you truly believe that when Tang Ying pressed you underwater, it was unintentional?" Previously, Tang Feng never thought Tang Ying would harm him, but after Tang Mi's words, he began to waver. Nonetheless, deep down, he still wished to believe Tang Ying would not wish him harm. Perhaps second sister was simply too frightened at that time. Tang Mi raised an eyebrow non-committally, refraining from immediately rebutting him. "Even if she did not intend to harm you, the fact remains that she forcefully pushed you underwater. Even if she bore no murderous intent, her feelings toward you certainly do not reflect the affection of a sibling. If it were me, I would rather drown than use you as a stepping stone." Tang Mi's resolute words profoundly stirred Tang Feng's heart. He absolutely believed his sister. Although she was stern with him, she genuinely regarded him as family. In a certain sense, he was akin to her child. Her desire to guide him toward success was no different from her instinct to protect and love him. She would never wish him harm, nor would she use him as a means to elevate herself, as his second sister did. Seeing that he had finally absorbed some of her words, Tang Mi pressed on. Feng, the people from his second house are not as innocent as we imagine. If they had not harmed me in such a way, I would have regarded them as my closest kin like you do. However, they have schemed against me time and again. If I do not resist, they will only become more relentless. They would harm me, and they would harm you too. I have already lost our parents. I cannot lose you again. Sister. Tang Feng's eyes reddened once more, his voice choked with emotion. He could scarcely fathom that they would resort to such vile methods against her. They were family after all. Why would they do this? In that moment, Tang Feng resembled a lost child, and Tang Mi felt a pang of sympathy, gently embracing him. Feng and Amp. Oppo, sir? I am sorry. I should not have exposed you to this harsh reality, but if I protect you too well, it will only harm you. Having lived through a lifetime, she did not wish for him to consider them family, only to be novelly victimized in the end. Feeling the warmth she provided, Tang Feng instinctively returned the embrace. Noticing his gesture, Tang Mi smiled, her gaze unwavering. I will never allow anyone to bully you. If anyone dares to harm you, I will fight them fiercely. In this life, he was her utmost priority, and she would never allow the tragedies of her past to repeat. Tang Mi's words thoroughly warmed Tang Feng's heart. His handsome face flushed as he muttered, "It should be I who protects you." He had matured, grown capable of safeguarding her. Tang Mi raised an eyebrow non-committally, reaching out to ruffle his hair. "Then it is settled. From now on, you shall protect me. I will protect you." Tang Feng noted how steadily. He would not allow anyone to harm her. He would safeguard her. Inside the house, just as they were speaking, they heard Feng Yan's voice. "Is the eldest young lady and the third young master both present?" Lady Tang glanced at Ban Xia and asked. Ban Xia quickly replied, "The eldest young lady is concerned that the third young master will not drink the ginger soup, so she came personally." Lady Tang was taken aback. She was also worried about Fenger drinking the ginger soup, and thus had come over immediately. She did not expect Mir to have thought of it too. It seemed she had truly changed. Lady Tang lifted the curtain and entered the room. "Grandmother." The two quickly stood up and bowed. Lady Tang took one hand of each and looked at them with concern. "Aside from falling into the water, did you sustain any injuries?" "Rest assured, neither Fenger nor I are hurt," Tang Mi replied hastily to alleviate her worries. "That is good." Lady Tang nodded silently, affectionately stroking Tang Feng's head. "But you have drunk the ginger soup, right?" "I drank a whole bowl." Tang Feng unconsciously displayed childlike behavior in front of Lady Tang. Lady Tang chuckled, tapping his head. "Only you and your sister can manage you." Tang Feng stole a glance at Tang Mi, instantly flushing. Tang Mi glanced at Lady Tang. "Grandmother, today Fenger is tired from the water. Perhaps we should let him rest early." "All right." Lady Tang patted Tang Feng's shoulder. "Very well. You rest now, and let your sister see me home." Tang Feng escorted them to the door. Tang Mi supported Lady Tang as they headed toward Mingchun Courtyard. Upon arriving at Mingchun Courtyard, Lady Tang dismissed everyone and, looking apologetically at Tang Mi, asked, "Today, your aunt and third aunt both informed me. Was it truly second young lady who pushed you into the water?" Tang Mi did not anticipate that even Lady Tang would harbor doubts about her, remaining silent for a long time before looking up at Lady Tang. "Does grandmother think I would wrong her?" "You would not," Lady Tang answered without hesitation. Seeing Tang Mi's expression ease slightly, Lady Tang cautiously continued. "What I mean is, could it be that you truly misunderstood her? She might have genuinely wanted to pull you back." Tang Mi narrowed her eyes. "Has grandmother met her?" Lady Tang nodded. "She said you misunderstood her. She did not push you, but intended to pull you." Tang Mi suddenly found it laughable. "So grandmother believes her?" Lady Tang's eyes flickered, lightly sighing. "She is unwell. It is still the season of the sun and the rain. This time, she might fall ill." Hearing Lady Tang's somewhat reproachful words, Tang Mi felt a chill in her heart. Just because she was ill and might develop lingering effects, she could evade responsibility? It turned out grandmother's affection did not extend only to her. Tang Mi took a deep breath and suddenly asked, "Does grandmother know why Tang Ying pushed me into the water today?" Chapter 30. She could concede on everything, but the title must belong to Fenger. Madame Tang furrowed her brow, her silence betraying a swirl of confusion in her gaze. Tang Mi fixed her eyes on Madame Tang. "Grandmother, do you recall the emissaries sent by Prince Yu who mentioned this matter on several occasions?" Startled, Madame Tang exclaimed, "Are you insinuating that she colluded with Prince Yu? She seeks to enter the prince's residence, using me as a stepping stone." Tang Mi laid bare Tang Ying's intentions with unerring clarity. Madame Tang's brows knitted tighter, her deep-set eyes brimming with disbelief. Observing her grandmother's expression, Tang Mi felt a pang of disappointment. Rising from her seat, she declared, "I am weary and shall retire." She performed a respectful bow to Madame Tang, then, as if struck by a sudden thought, added resolutely, "I may overlook many things, but the marquisate of loyalty earned by my father must be bestowed upon Feng." With that, Tanumi departed. Madame Tang watched her retreating figure, enveloped in silence for a prolonged moment. "Oh, madam?" Gue Mama entered the room. Noticing that Madame Tang remained lost in thought. Regaining her composure, Madame Tang glanced at Gue Mama and instructed, "Visit Xing Courtyard. Ensure the second miss remains indoors to recuperate. She is not to leave without my express permission." Gue Mama paused for a moment before acknowledging the order and then departed. In Xing Courtyard, Qin Shi administered medicine to Tang Ying while lamenting, "I had thought you possessed some clever stratagem to deal with Tang Mi. Yet this is all you can manage?" Tang Ying's eyes flickered. She would not resort to such base tactics against Tang Mi originally. She had planned to drug Tang Mi during her dance, exposing her in a scandalous manner before all of Kyoto's men. Yet, to her dismay, Tang Mi had not taken the bait, opting instead to play the piano, overshadowing her entirely. As long as Tang Mi remained, all attention would be drawn to her, leaving Tang Ying in the shadows. Even Night June was no exception. "Look at you. Not only did you fail to harm Tang Mi, but you also ended up in the water. You could have sustained an injury." Qin Shi continued her complaints. Growing impatient, Tang Ying snatched the medicine from her hand and gulped it down. "I've finished, with the Yun and the others caring for me. You may return. You have fallen into the water. Such a grave incident warrants my personal attention." Qin Shi persisted, failing to grasp Tang Ying's dismissal. "Today, you were fortunate that your cousin rescued you. Had it been anyone else, it is likely Tang Mi's reputation would remain intact while yours would be shattered." Tang Jing vowing. The day's events had indeed been peculiar. She had pushed Tang Mi into the water, yet Night June had not followed through on their agreement to dive in. If he had, perhaps both she and Tang Mi could have entered the prince's residence together. Once inside, Tang Mi would be no match for her. The question of who would become the princess would remain uncertain. As her thoughts wandered, Yin entered to announce, "Miss Gue Mama has arrived." Before Tang Ying could respond, Qin Shi frowned in displeasure. Did not the old madam just pay a visit? What more does she want? Tang Ying's eyes narrowed slightly. "Allow her to enter." "Yes," Yin replied, stepping out to bring Gue Mama inside. "Second madam, second miss," Gue Mama greeted, bowing to both. "May I inquire what instructions the old madam has?" Tang Ying coughed lightly, feigning weakness. Gue Mama, observing Tang Ying's frailty, bowed and replied, "The old madam has decreed that the second miss should remain indoors to recuperate. She is not to go anywhere for the time being." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi exploded with indignation, leaping from her seat. "What does my mother mean by this? Clearly, our Inger is wronged, and now she is unwell. Not only does Tang Mi fail to offer an apology, but the old madam also favors her, confining our Inger. What has she done wrong? She merely sought to rescue Tang Mi, extending a helping hand. Such kindness met with ingratitude." Qin Shi's agitation grew, nearly moved to tears by her own rhetoric. Once she finished her tirade, Tang Ying gently tugged at her sleeve and addressed Gue Mama with calm understanding. "Please convey to grandmother that while I am blameless, if she insists on confining me, I will comply. I shall relay your message," Gue Mama assured, bowing as she took her leave. Once Gue Mama departed, Qin Shi erupted in frustration. "Your grandmother seemed to believe you earlier. Now this. It must be that vile Tang Mi who has gone to complain again." Tang Ying narrowed her eyes, but remained calm, unperturbed by Qin Shi's fervor. The fact that Tang Mi had complained, yet only resulted in a mere confinement, suggested that perhaps their grandmother did not fully believe her, or at the very least, still regarded Tang Ying as possessing some value within the Tang household. This was advantageous. As long as she retained her usefulness in the eyes of her grandmother, she would not be easily cast aside. In Mingchun courtyard, Gui Mama reported Tang Ying's words to old Madame Tang, who remained silent. Her expression darkened. Gui Mama cautiously suggested, could the eldest miss have misunderstood the second miss? Surely, she would not resort to such actions. Old Madame Tang's eyes flickered with contemplation, and she beckoned Gui Mama closer. After whispering a few words in her ear, Gui Mama nodded and hurried off to fulfill the task. In the western courtyard, Lin Shi scoffed upon hearing of Tang Ying's confinement. After all, she's the old madame's own granddaughter. Even if she pushed Tang Mi into the water, the old madam would not dare impose a harsh punishment. As she spoke, she cast a resentful glance at Tang Ning. If it had been you who had erred today, I fear the consequences would be far graver than mere confinement. Third master is of illegitimate birth. He cannot compare to the old madam's true offspring. Despite his good behavior, he shall never earn her favor, Lin Shi continued. Deng Ning, indulging in pastries, was momentarily perplexed. I did not err. Why should grandmother punish me? Lin Shi, exasperated by her daughter's ignorance, poked her forehead. You, my dear, are too absorbed in your indulgences. You must learn to be prudent. Observe your elder sister's example and act with cunning, lest you fall victim to other schemes. Tang Ning, bewildered, responded, Mother, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Who would seek to harm me? Lin Shi sighed, gazing at her daughter's innocent face. It is my overprotection that has left you so naive. Look at your elder sister. Without parents to rely on, she understands the necessity of self-reliance. Tang Ning blinked. Then I shall follow my elder sister henceforth. She would never harm me. Not at present, Lin Shi muttered, her voice trailing off. But the future is uncertain. Mother, what did you say? Tang Ning missed her mother's quiet words. With a heavy sigh, Lin Shi urged, be cautious when you go out. Always stay close to your elder sister. For now, she and Tang Mi are aligned. Understood. Isa to accompagne Tang Mi, Tang Ning not det obedini. Late at night, as Tang Ying drifted into slumber, she was suddenly stirred by the call of a cuckoo from outside. She sat up abruptly, donned her clothes, wrapped herself in a cloak, and stealthily ventured out. Just as she exited the courtyard, a shadow followed closely behind. Chapter 31. The proposal from the Qin family. Tang incautiously exited through the back door, and, as expected, spotted Yi Junyu's carriage at the street corner. After surveying her surroundings with vigilance, she lifted her skirt and boarded the carriage. The shadow that had been following her paused momentarily upon seeing her enter the vehicle. Inside the carriage, Yi Junyu's voice was cold as he remarked, today's mission has failed. Tang Ying's body stiffened slightly, her expression turning icy. So, what prevented you from acting today? The mention of this matter instantly brought Yi Junyu's thoughts to Yi Chenxian, causing him to feel exasperated. It was better left unspoken. However, Tang Mi, she must be mine at all costs. This determination carried a dual meaning. Previously, he had merely desired the military power of the Rongwu Duke's residence. But now he yearned to possess both Tang Mi and that woman. Noticing Yi Junyu's expression, Tang Ying understood his thoughts and narrowed her eyes with jealousy. Tang Mi, I knew it was her. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the fury within her and softly replied, I will find another way. Yi Junyu regarded her with a warning glance. Do not entertain those chaotic ideas any longer. Find an opportunity to send her to Bema Temple. I have my methods to handle her. Since he genuinely wished to have her, he could no longer resort to previous tactics. His woman must be pure and unblemished. At the mention of Bema Temple, a storm brewed in Tang Ying's eyes. That place once belonged to them, and he intended for her to bring Tang Mi there. Then, using the method of seduction, he could secure Tang Mi as well. Very well, Tang Ying replied, though her heart was tumultuous. Only by assisting him in acquiring the military power of the Rongwu Duke's residence would he truly trust her. Seeing her compliance, Yi Junyu softened his tone, grasping her hand and soothingly saying, Rest assured, once she enters the residence, I will immediately bring you in. I have promised you the position of a concubine, and I will never go back on my word. Thank you, Your Highness. Tang Ying gazed deeply at Yi Junyu, her smile devoid of warmth. Yingya. Yi Junyu fixed his ardent gaze upon her, slowly leaning closer. Tang Ying did not resist. Shyly, she closed her eyes. The two soon became entangled. Meanwhile, the figure in the shadows waited for an incense stick's burning time before witnessing Tang Ying descend from the carriage. As she approached, the figure hurriedly concealed themselves in the darkness. Upon returning through the back door, Tang Ying remained vigilant, glancing around before shutting the door and heading back to Xing Garden. In Mingchun Garden, the elderly matriarch, unable to sleep soundly, was startled awake by someone entering. "Gui Mama?" she inquired. "It is I, the old servant," Gui Mama replied, hastening to the bedside and lifting the gauzy curtain. "What news?" the matriarch asked, sitting up. Gui Mama whispered, "I just received word from that side. The second young lady went out through the back door, boarded a carriage at the street corner, and returned only after a while." "A carriage?" The matriarch furrowed her brow. "Whose carriage?" Gui Mama shook her head. They did not specify, only that it was an ordinary carriage, quite unremarkable in style. The matriarch's eyes narrowed as she pondered for a long moment. "Have them continue to monitor. Report any developments immediately." "Yes," Gui Mama affirmed before quietly departing. The matriarch reclined once more, but found sleep elusive. The association between Tang Ying and Yi Junyu was not something she wished to see. Historically, it had been prudent for courtiers to remain neutral before a new emperor's ascension, and she did not want the Tang family entangled in such murky waters. Whether it was me and Amp, Oppos, or Ying and Amp, Oppos, she did not want either of them marrying into the royal family. In Qingmi Garden, Tangmi too was restless, her thoughts consumed by one person, Xiao Fengzi, the only son of the Grand Princess and the Marquis of Chang'an. He was indeed the most likely candidate. Only he could brazenly misuse the Grand Princess's name and enter her residence at will. In her previous life, she had never met Xiao Fengzi, but in this life, they had crossed paths at the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. She recalled how he had been watching her intently while her attention was solely on Yi Junyu. Therefore, he must know her. Realizing that Xiao Fengzi was that man, Tang Mi felt a surge of turmoil. In her past life, she had loathed him 1,000 times over, and now she had thought they would have no further ties. Yet he continued to appear in her life repeatedly. In this life, she contemplated forgiveness, but ultimately felt resentment linger. Tang Mi's thoughts swirled until dawn, and she finally succumbed to sleep, only to awaken late into the morning. "What time is it? Why did no one wake me?" she exclaimed, glancing at the sun outside. "Miss, you were in such a deep slumber, clearly from not resting well last night. There was nothing pressing, so I did not disturb you," Banksia replied, attending to Tang Mi's grooming. "You must be joking. I cannot neglect my duty to pay respects to grandmother." Tangumi chided lightly. After a hasty breakfast, she and Banksia proceeded to Mingchun Garden. "Miss," Gui Mama greeted Tang Mi at the entrance with a bow. Just as Tang Mi was about to enter, she overheard raised voices from within. "You and the Qin family know your own conditions well enough. Qin Qingyu is influential and has achieved merit. What right do you have to marry our Inger? Has the eldest lady forgotten that she is also of the Qin family, belittling us? How can you claim superiority?" Another angry voice retorted. Tang Mi froze, realizing the Qin family was arguing among themselves. Had they come to propose marriage? "We came with sincerity, bringing a betrothal gift. Ultimately, we are doing this for your benefit. Your Inger has been sullied by our Qingyu. Should this matter become public, it will not tarnish his reputation. But your Inger may find it difficult to find a suitor in the future." Qin Madam Kai japed without restraint. "How dare you?" The Qin family member exploded. Inside, the two appear to be in a heated argument. Gui Mama awkwardly tugged at her lips as she turned to Tang Mi. "This morning, the lady from the Qin family brought her son to propose, but they have yet to reach an agreement." Tang Mi smiled gently at Gui Mama. "I merely came to pay my respects. Since grandmother is occupied, I shall take my leave." Gui Mama quickly replied, "Once the matriarch is finished, I will inform her that you visited." "Thank you, Gui Mama." Tang Mi nodded to her before turning to leave with Banksia. The Qin family's proposal did not surprise her. They had always sought to ally with the Tang family, and this was their chance to ingratiate themselves. Moreover, Qin Qingyu had shown interest in Tang Ying. He indeed wished to marry her. The question remained, would grandmother approve? However, in her previous life, Tang Ying had not married into the Qin family. Chapter 32, Why This Man Again? It was not until noon that Han Xiao reported. I heard that the old matriarch did not approve of the Qin family's proposal, and the second lady firmly opposed it, even driving Madame Qin away. Tang Mi was not surprised by the outcome. In truth, the matriarch had never held the Qin family in high regard. The only reason the Qin family was able to marry into the Tang household was due to the indiscretions of her second uncle, who had a clandestine affair with a member of the Qin family. The matriarch had no choice but to acquiesce to the marriage. Now it appeared her foresight was astute. The character of the Qin family was indeed lacking. Tang Ying would certainly never marry Qin Qingyu. Even if the matriarch agreed, she would refuse. Moreover, it was likely that Tang Ying had already become involved with Yi Junyu, who would never allow her to marry Qin Qingyu, thus sealing Qin Qingyu's fate of never obtaining Tang Ying. In Nanyuan, Madame Qin gulped down 3 cups of water, unable to quell her fury. How dare that toad aspire to court a swan? What gives Qin Qingyu the right to marry you? You are destined to become a princess, and perhaps even a queen. How could you marry a mere toad? Mother, seeing her becoming increasingly outrageous, Tang Ying quickly interjected. Madame Qin pressed her lips together, lamenting. How could the Qin family dare to set their sights on you? Mother is incensed. You have no idea how arrogant your aunt is, as if you could marry no one but Qin Qingyu. Tang Ying's gaze turned cold. Equally displeased with Aunt Kai, your aunt's narrow-mindedness suggests this matter will not end well. Noticing Tang Ying's concern, Madame Qin quickly reassured her. Do not worry. I would rather die than let you marry into the Qin family. I still hope for you to become a princess, perhaps even a queen one day. The latter part of her statement was whispered, yet it represented her greatest aspiration in life. Tang Ying, however, did not share Madame Qin's optimism, fearing that the Qin family might stir up further trouble. Tang Mi was preoccupied with her plans to attend the Lantern Festival with Tang Feng that evening, so she went to report to the old matriarch early. You are going to the Lantern Festival? The old matriarch was somewhat surprised, as she enjoyed watching the lanterns. I have neglected Feng for too long, so I wish to accompany him to see the lights and spend more time with him. Tang Mi had always been candid with the old matriarch. After hearing Tang Mi's reasoning, the old matriarch nodded approvingly. I am so pleased to hear you think this way. The relationship between you 2 siblings has always been a worry for me. Watching you grow distant has left me anxious. So how could I not be happy that you have come to this understanding? Of course, it is fine to visit the Lantern Festival, but I cannot let you 2 go alone. It would be better for your elder brother to accompany you. Tang Mi's expression suddenly changed, and she clenched her fists, forcing a stiff smile. There is no need to trouble elder brother. Feng has grown up and can protect me. The old matriarch shot her a reproachful look. Feng is still a child, and you do not go out often. Before the old matriarch could finish her sentence, Tang Mi raised her brows. If you're truly concerned, perhaps you could let Granny Gue accompany us. She added, smiling at Granny Gue. It has been a long time since Granny Gue has attended the Lantern Festival, hasn't it? Granny Gue immediately beamed at Tang Mi, eagerly looking towards the old matriarch. Seeing Granny Gue's expression, the old matriarch could only relent. Very well, let her accompany you. Make sure to keep a close eye on them. Granny Gue quickly agreed, smiling. Rest assured, I shall take good care of the young lady and the 3rd young master. Go on now. The old matriarch waved them off with mild annoyance. Tang Mi bowed to the old matriarch before exiting alongside Granny Gue. As they left Mingchun courtyard, they encountered Tang Feng running towards them. Did you speak with grandmother? Yes, Tang Mi replied with a smile. Is Granny Gue coming along too? Granny Gue chimed in. I'm going to help the 3rd young master with the lanterns. Tang Feng pouted. I can carry it myself. I'm not a child anymore. Let's go. Tang Mi chuckled at Tang Feng and led the way out. Tang Feng hurriedly followed. As they made their way to the street, the Lantern Festival was held on South Street in the capital, and since it was not far from the Tang residence, they walked instead of taking a carriage. So this is what the Lantern Festival is like. Tang Mi gazed at the myriad of lanterns lining the streets, the lively atmosphere making her unable to suppress her admiration. In her previous life, she had never witnessed such a spectacle. Having never stepped outside, her first outing had ended in tragedy, and upon marrying, she had merely transitioned from one cage to another, never again experiencing such beauty in her life. Her sentiment, devoid of any resentment, evoked deep sympathy. If sister enjoys these lanterns, we can buy some to take home. Although Tang Feng may not fully comprehend Tang Mi's melancholy and reflections, it did not prevent him from feeling concern for her. Tang Mi was amused by his earnestness and ruffled his hair. Sister does not need these lanterns. If Fenger likes them, I will buy them for you. Tang Feng's face flushed, and he stubbornly turned away. I do not want to buy lanterns. I'm already grown up. The exchange between the siblings left Granny Gue puzzled. Why not buy lanterns? It is rare for the young lady and the third young master to go out. If you like them, you should buy some. The two of them turned to look at Granny Gue, then shared a smile. We will buy a lantern for Granny Gue. Of course, Tang Feng readily agreed. No, there is no need for me to buy lanterns at my age. Hearing they wanted to buy her a lantern, Granny Gue hurriedly waved her hands. You said it yourself. If you like them, buy them. Tang Mi pulled Granny Gue over to a lantern stall. Which lantern do you like, Granny Gue? While Tang Feng inquired, he scrutinized the lanterns closely. Seeing their genuine desire to purchase for her, Granny Gue boldly pointed to a lotus lantern. The old matriarch loves lotuses. Let us choose the lotus lantern. Then let us buy two, one for grandmother. Tang Feng generously ordered 2 lotus lanterns and carefully selected a lantern for Tang Mi. This one is for you. Tang Mi curiously examined the lantern he handed her. Why is a rabbit? Tang Feng suddenly blushed, realizing something. You do not like it? Of course not. I love it, Tang Mi replied as she accepted the lantern and picked out one for Tang Feng. Here, this is for you. Why is a goldfish? It was evident that the siblings shared similar questions. Tang Mi teased him with a smile. You can trade with me. Tell me why it is a rabbit, and I shall tell you why it is a goldfish. Tang Feng's face flushed once more. That answer was not one he wanted to share with her. With a rosy face, he held the goldfish lantern and walked ahead. Tang Mi smiled at his stubborn silhouette, unaware that her smile had captivated countless young men on the street. As they strolled further, Tang Feng suddenly tugged at her sleeve with excitement. It is cousin. Following Tang Feng's gaze, Tang Mi spotted Jun Qianche and Xiaofeng's not far away. Tang Mi's heart tightened. Why is he here again? Chapter 33. The proposal from the princess mansion. In a moment of distraction, Tang Mi found herself gazing at the sight before her, while Xiaofeng's and Jun Qianche also noticed them. Jun Qianche was somewhat taken aback to see Tang Mi. After all, his cousin had always been a recluse, making her presence here quite unexpected. Indeed, today was a splendid day for lantern viewing. Xiaofeng's exclaimed excitedly and hurried forward. Ah, Miss Tang, what a coincidence! Xiaofeng's said, twirling his folding fan and smiling charmingly at Tang Mi. Upon witnessing Xiaofeng's demeanor, Tang Feng instinctively moved closer to protect Tang Mi. And even Granny Gue furrowed her brow, instinctively shielding Tang Mi from view. Tang Mi was momentarily stunned, sensing a difference in Xiaofeng's compared to their previous encounters. Noticing Xiaofeng's familiar antics, Jun Qianche felt a headache coming on and quickly pulled him away. Xiaofeng's nearly stumbled from a force. But Jun Qianche paid him no mind and turned to Tang Mi and Tang Feng with an apologetic smile. He has a penchant for jesting. Please do not take offense. Not at all, Tang Mi replied, casting a glance at Xiaofeng's, who immediately waved at her. Feeling uncomfortable, she lowered her head. Yun Qiang's, noticing this, kicked Xiaofeng's lightly. You shameless scoundrel, you've lost all dignity. Xiaofeng's, unfazed, continued to charm Tang Mi and Tang Feng. Did you two come out alone? Tang Mi chuckled softly and looked at Granny Gue. Grandmother sent Granny Gue to accompany us. There will be no trouble. Jun Qianche was well aware that Granny Gue was a trusted servant of the Tang matriarch, and he nodded slightly in her direction. Thank you for your assistance, Granny. You're too kind, young master, Granny Gue responded with a respectful bow. Now, Jun Qianche, do introduce us to your cousins. Xiaofeng's insisted, pressing forward. Jun Qianche cast him a sideways glance, then said to Tang Mi and Tang Feng, This is the heir of the Marquis of Chang'an, Xiaofeng's. deliberately omitting introductions for Tang Mi and Tang Feng. Xiao Fengzi was not offended. He greeted them with elegance. Miss Tang, young Master Tang, greetings. Greetings, young Master Xiao. They both replied courteously. Let us not stand on ceremony outside, Xiao Fengzi declared graciously, then turned to Tang Mi. Miss Tang, we have met before. Do you remember me? Tang Mi scrutinized him for a moment, hoping to glean something from his eyes, but was met with disappointment. It felt as though they had never shared any prior connection. He merely sought to know her. How could he remain so composed in her presence? Irritated, Tang Mi lowered her gaze and offered a slight bow. Young Master Xiao. There's no need for such formality. Mir. We are all family, he insisted, addressing her as Mir. Not stopping there, he reached out to assist Tang Mi. However, Jun Xianxie swiftly seized Xiao Fengzi's hand, looking apologetically at Tang Mi and Tang Feng. We have matters to attend to today. Let us gather another time. Please, we've finally met. Let us converse a bit longer, Xiao Fengzi protested, unwilling to depart, inching closer to continue speaking with Tang Mi. Jun Xianxie's expression darkened as he disregarded Xiao Fengzi's wishes and pulled him away. Jun Xianxie, what madness is this? Let go of me, Xiao Fengzi muttered under his breath, yet still waved cheerfully at Tang Mi. Mir, there'll be a poetry gathering in 2 days. I'll send you an invitation. You must come. A poetry gathering? Tang Mi's eyes flickered. Why would he want her to attend? We should return, Tang Feng said, frowning at the retreating figure of Xiao Fengzi. His disapproval of the young man stemmed from his frivolous demeanor. Very well, Tang Mi replied, coming to her senses, as Jun Xianxie and Xiao Fengzi had already departed. The two returned to the Tang residence, first visiting the Mingchun courtyard to report their safety to the matriarch. Upon seeing the two of them, each carrying a lantern, the matriarch smiled. Did you enjoy yourselves? Indeed, we even bought a lantern for you, grandmother, Tang Feng interjected eagerly. Granny Gui, upon hearing this, promptly presented the lantern Tang Feng had purchased. Knowing that the matriarch adores lotus flowers, the young lady and the third young master specifically chose this lotus lantern for you. And they even got one for me. Granny Gui, touched, displayed her own lantern to the matriarch. Seeing the two identical lanterns, the matriarch nodded appreciatively. You are very thoughtful. She then instructed Granny Gui, hang these lanterns by the entrance. Yes, I shall do so at once, Granny Gui replied with a smile, taking the 2 lanterns to hang them. Grandmother, we also encountered our cousin today. Tang Feng shared the details of the Lantern Festival with the matriarch. Is that so? What a coincidence, the matriarch remarked. She held the Jun family in high regard and added, when you have the time, it would be good to visit your maternal grandmother. It has been quite a while since you last saw her. Indeed, Tang Mi's gaze flickered. Since her rebirth, she had not dared to return. It was not that she did not wish to, but rather that she was afraid to face her grandfather and grandmother, afraid of recalling her past transgressions. Noticing Tang Mi's distracted demeanor, the matriarch said, after such a long outing, you must be tired. Go rest early. Yes, they both responded in unison, bowing to the matriarch before exiting together. After hanging the lanterns, Granny Gui returned inside. The matriarch, sensing she had something to discuss, inquired, did something happen at the Lantern Festival? Granny Gui quickly bowed. It was nothing significant. The young lady and the third young master encountered the young lord, who was accompanied by the heir of the Marquis of Chang'an. The heir of the Marquis of Chang'an? The matriarch's brow furrowed momentarily, and after a brief silence, she asked, did he do anything to the young lady? Realizing the matriarch's misunderstanding, Granny Gui shook her head quickly. Not at all. He is quite close with the young lord and would not dare to harm the young lady. However, I sense that he seems to take a liking to her. Oh, the matriarch paused, considering. It was only natural for the heir to favor her granddaughter, given her exceptional qualities and beauty. Yet, she had not previously contemplated a match with the Princess Mansion. Now, reflecting on it, the prospect of a union with the Princess Mansion did not seem unfavorable. Although she had reservations about entanglements with the royal family, the princess had already married out and was therefore not strictly part of the royal household. Furthermore, despite her somewhat arrogant demeanor, the princess was still a royal, possessing remarkable grace and etiquette, making her a more amiable prospective mother-in-law compared to those lacking understanding. If Tang Mi were to marry into the princess mansion, as long as she did not err, she would be under the princess's protection. Though the princess was merely a princess, her past contributions to the dynasty earned her great respect from the emperor, and with the empress still alive, the princess's standing in the capital was undoubtedly significant. The more the matriarch contemplated this, the more she found the proposal from the princess mansion to be quite suitable. Chapter 34. Unattainable yet unforgettable Tang Mi dismissed Fu Ling and did not ask Banxia to keep watch. Lying in bed, she found herself utterly restless. Was Xiao Fengzi truly that man? Why did he show no reaction upon seeing her? It was as if their shared past had never transpired, leaving her feeling heartbroken and disheartened. The Xiao Fengzi before her bore no resemblance to the man etched in her memory. If he were not the son of the princess, she would never have doubted his identity. Had she misjudged? Or was this man simply adept at concealing his true self? Tang Mi turned and tossed, unable to arrive at a conclusion. Just the previous night, she had been resolute in her belief that she had found him. Yet tonight, uncertainty clouded her mind. Perhaps she should seek an opportunity to test Xiao Fengzi. She couldn't fathom why confirming his identity mattered so much, but his repeated appearances in her life filled her with anxiety. She was eager to ascertain who he truly was, though she remained unclear about her intentions afterward, whether to warn him to stay away or to express her fury over his past indifference. All these thoughts were yet to be articulated clearly in her mind. Tang Mi turned over, contemplating the poetry gathering 2 days hence. Perhaps she ought to attend. That night, she pondered extensively until she finally drifted into a muddled sleep. At the residence of Wang Yu, Feng Pan reported the news from the concealed guards to Yi Junyu. Your Highness, Miss Tang attended the Lantern Festival today with young Master Tang. They encountered the young lord of the Rong Guogong mansion and the heir of the Xiao family. Feng Pan stole a glance at Yi Junyu, hesitant to continue. Yi Junyu, suspicious, inquired, "What is it?" With a gulp, Feng Pan pressed on, "It seems that the heir of the Xiao family has taken an interest in Miss Tang." With a swift motion, Yi Junyu snapped the red brush in his hand. Feng Pan recoiled, bowing his head in fear. Yi Junyu's expression darkened. One night Qin Xian was already troublesome enough, and now another Xiao Fengzi had emerged. What was Miss Tang's reaction? Yi Junyu narrowed his eyes. Feng Pan quickly bowed. Miss Tang was quite polite. She merely returned his greeting and did not engage in further conversation. He had anticipated the question and had inquired with the informant beforehand. Yi Junyu's countenance softened slightly, having sought permission from the emperor for autonomy in marriage. As long as she showed no interest in Xiao Fengzi, this matter could be dismissed. However, Feng Pan glanced at Yi Junyu, as if he had more to say. Yi Junyu, irritated, kicked Feng Pan lightly. "Can you not speak all at once?" Feng Pan, realizing the urgency, hastily continued. It appeared that when the young lord of the Rong Guogong mansion pulled Xiao Fengzi away, he seemed to invite Miss Tang to the poetry gathering. The poetry gathering? Yi Junyu confirmed. Feng Pan nodded, promptly relaying the information he had uncovered. It is hosted by the wife of the Marquis of Yong'an and is likely to be a selection event for her young marquis. Yi Junyu furrowed his brows. Did Miss Tang agree to attend? Feng Pan shook his head immediately. No, she did not respond. Yi Junyu narrowed his eyes. Keep a close watch on her. If Miss Tang decides to attend the gathering, report to me at once. Yes, Feng Pan promptly replied. By the way, how did the investigation I requested last time fare? Ye Hunyu inwit. Feng Pan lowered his head sheepishly. I could not find anything. The eunuch who delivered the cloak does not seem to be from the palace. No one recognizes him, and he vanished without a trace. Yi Junyu's expression darkened. No need to investigate further. I know who it is. Given Knight Qinchuan's peculiar behavior that day, it must be him. Only he could execute such meticulous plans and dare to oppose me. Keep a close watch on the residence of Wang Xian. Report any unusual activities immediately. Yi Junyu spoke with conviction. Since Knight Qinxian had devised a means to marry Tang Mi, he could not afford to let him off the hook. If he wished to compete, he must consider whether he could truly contend with him. Understood, Feng Pan replied, bowing and retreating. Yi Junyu sat gravely at the table for a long while. Not only was he concerned about Knight Qinxian and Xiao Fengzi, but to prevent others from harboring intentions towards Tang Mi, he needed to secure her as soon as possible. Only by marrying her could he find peace of mind. He hoped Tang Ying would not mess this up again. Meanwhile, at the residence of Wang Xian, Knight Qin Xian had also received word of Xiao Feng's interest in Tang Mi. He remained silent for a long time, not uttering a word. Yin Shu, having waited patiently, could no longer restrain himself and ventured, "Your Highness, should you not issue a warning to Xiao Fengzi?" Knight Qin Xian cast a cold glance at him. Leave. What? Yin Shu appeared bewildered. Was he not concerned that the woman he cherished might be taken by another? Knight Qin Xian glared at him, and Yin Shu, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly bowed and exited. Knight Qin Xian stood by the window, gazing at the bright moon outside. What was he to do about her? To possess her was unattainable. To let go was inconceivable. The following morning, Tang Mi rose early and personally prepared a selection of pastries in the small kitchen before heading to Qifeng Yuan. Sister? Tang Feng expressed surprise at Tang Mi's early visit. I prepared these pastries for you to take to the academy, Tang Mi said, handing him the food box. Tang Feng stared at the large box, momentarily stunned. I'll be on vacation in 10 days. I can't possibly eat all this. Tang Mi gently ruffled his hair. Take more. If you can't finish it, share with your classmates. Tang Feng's handsome face flushed. I won't share with them. Isn't the imperial examination approaching soon? Tang Mi adjusted his collar. Mentioning this made Tang Feng feel a bit of pressure. Yes, the teacher wants me to attempt the exam this year. Tang Mi nodded. Then give it a try. Tang Feng stole a glance at Tang Mi, appearing somewhat disappointed. Tang Mi, aware of his thoughts, smiled. I know you dislike studying. Once you pass the examination, you won't have to read anymore. Just pass the examination? Tang Feng questioned in disbelief. Tang Mi raised an eyebrow and smiled. Do you wish to be the top scholar? I don't want that. Tang Feng shook his head vigorously. He had no interest in studying. So why would he aspire to be the top scholar? Besides, wasn't it exceedingly difficult to achieve that? Tang Mi shrugged nonchalantly. So, after you pass the examination, I will find you a martial arts master to focus on your training. Really? Tang Feng could scarcely believe his ears, staring at Tang Mi in shock. She was willing to let him pursue martial arts, and even find him a master. Tang Mi looked at him earnestly. You don't enjoy studying, and I won't pressure you. Just do what you love in this lifetime. Sister, Tang Feng was deeply moved, immediately promising, I will definitely pass the examination. Once he passed, he could train in martial arts. He would surely work hard. Tang Mi smiled brightly. Then you must take it seriously. If you have any questions, ask the teacher or come back to me. Okay. Tang Feng nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Chapter 35. Is Xiao Fengzi truly that person? Tang Mi personally escorted Tang Feng to the carriage before heading to Mingsheng Garden. Old madam, the young lady has arrived, reported Granny Gui as she entered the room. The old matriarch waved her hand, and Granny Gui promptly exited to invite Tang Mi in. Grandmother, Tang Mi greeted, bowing slightly. Come, join me for tea. The old matriarch beckoned with a warm smile. Tang Mi obediently settled beside her. The old matriarch offered her some pastries, while Granny Gui immediately poured tea for Tang Mi. Has Fenger gone to the academy? The old matriarch inquired, gazing at Tang Mi. He just left. I saw him off to the carriage myself, Tang Mi replied. Hearing this, the old matriarch nodded with satisfaction. Seeing you two siblings so close brings me great comfort. Tang Mi's eyes flickered with a hint of remorse. In the past, I was at fault. I only pressured him to study without considering his own wishes. It was all my mistake, and I shall never do so again. Observing her self-reproach, the old matriarch quickly reassured her. It is not your fault. You only wish the best for him. Tang Mi lifted her gaze. But he may not be willing to accept such intentions. I have placed too much pressure on him, which could ultimately harm him. If in my previous life I had shown him genuine care and affection instead of relentless demands, he would not have grown so close to Tang Song, nor would he have suffered from it. My dear Mi-er has truly grown up, the old matriarch said affectionately, stroking her cheek with a look of pride. In the past, her only concern was the relationship between Mi-er and Fenger, but now she felt reassured, knowing this child was always prudent. She was her favorite grandchild and her pride. I am soon to reach the age of marriage, so naturally, I have matured. The old matriarch, momentarily lost in thought, sighed with reluctance. Indeed, Next month you will come of age. I shall host a splendid coming-of-age ceremony for you. Thank you, grandmother, Tang Mi replied with a smile. But her thoughts wandered to her previous coming-of-age ceremony, which had only the old matriarch's company and that mysterious gift devoid of any other brilliance. Once you come of age, you will be eligible for marriage, the old matriarch said, stroking Tang Mi and Amp's hair, her tone tinged with reluctance. Before long, me and Amp's will leave her grandmother. Never. Me will always be by grandmother's side, Tang Mi exclaimed, throwing herself into the old matriarch's embrace, seeing her clinginess reminiscent of her childhood. The old matriarch couldn't help but smile, wrapping her arms around her and gently caressing her soft hair. Silly child, you must marry one day. How could you possibly stay with your grandmother forever? Besides, I cannot accompany you for a lifetime. She was uncertain how many more years she could be with her. The most pressing matter now was Tang Mi's marriage. Upon mentioning Tang Mi's marriage, the old matriarch suddenly thought of someone. Did you encounter the heir of the Marquis of Chang'an at the Lantern Festival yesterday? Tang Mi stiffened, immediately turning to the old matriarch. The old matriarch felt a bit uneasy and instinctively explained, "It was Granny Gue who mentioned it to me." Raising her eyebrows, Tang Mi knew it was Granny Gue who had informed her, but the old matriarch bringing it up at this moment indicated her approval of that person. That person. Tang Mi narrowed her eyes with a hint of hostility. Noticing Tang Mi's unusual expression, the old matriarch grew anxious. What happened? Did he bully you? Snapping back to reality, Tang Mi quickly replied, "No, I just find him unappealing." She was merely giving her grandmother a heads up. Regardless of whether Xiaofengzi was that person, she had no intention of marrying him. The old matriarch breathed a sigh of relief and chided her lightly. What does a child like you know about like or dislike? The heir of the Marquis of Chang'an comes from a prestigious family and is the sole son of the Grand Princess, personally nurtured by her. His upbringing must be commendable. Tang Mi lowered her gaze. She did not deny that he might be a good person. If he truly lacked upbringing or had poor character, her cousin would not associate with him. Thus, he was not as frivolous and improper as he appeared. However, these attributes could not serve as reasons for her to like him, especially since he could potentially be that man. If he truly was, she would never accept him. The old matriarch observed Tang Mi and realized it was too early to discuss such matters with her, especially since the Grand Princess had not yet made any indication. Perhaps they did not even regard Mi favorably. Nonetheless, the prospect of a marriage alliance with the Grand Princess's household was indeed favorable, and she felt compelled to explore it for Mi. Suddenly, the old matriarch retrieved an invitation card from a box and extended it to Tang Mi. What is this? Tang Mi asked, puzzled as she looked at the old matriarch. It is an invitation from Princess Lingyu of the Marquis of Yong'an. It is for a poetry gathering, the old matriarch explained. Tang Mi and Amp's eyes sparkled as she accepted the card and glanced through it. Is this the poetry gathering you mentioned? The old matriarch smiled at her. I know you are not fond of going out, but you will soon be of marriageable age, so it would do you well to socialize a bit. Moreover, the gathering is hosted by the Marquis of Yong'an, who is a close relative of the Marquis of Chang'an. It would be beneficial for us to maintain good relations with them. Tang Mi kept her gaze lowered. She was well aware of these intricate connections. In her previous life, she had been oblivious to such networks, but having once been an empress, she could not be unaware of the relationships involved. Originally, the title of Marquis of Yong and Amp's and should have belonged to the Marquis of Chang and Amp's, as he was the legitimate eldest son. However, after the Marquis of Chang'an married a princess and was bestowed the title of Yong'an fell to the second son of that household. Although they were two separate households, the Marquis of Yong'an maintained a close relationship with the Grand Princess's residence, and Xiaofengzi was also well acquainted with the heirs and princesses of the Yong'an household, which allowed Princess Lingyu to extend an invitation to her. The old matriarch, fearing Tang Mi's reluctance to meet others, explained, although the invitation comes from Princess Lingyu, it is essentially a selection banquet organized by the wife of the Marquis of Yong'an for her son. However, I doubt the wife will attend, and it is likely that Princess Lingyu will host you. Since you are all young ladies, it would be fine to attend and enjoy yourselves. Tang Mi's eyes brightened. Then I shall bring my sixth sister along. She also wished to ascertain whether Xiao Fengzi was indeed that person. Although the old matriarch did not favor Tang Ning, she did not oppose the idea. Very well, with company, I shall feel more at ease. As the grandmother and granddaughter exchanged heartfelt words, Granny Gue entered, whispering something into the old matriarch's ear. The old matriarch's expression changed dramatically. Came back crying? Tang Mi frowned, straining to listen intently. Granny Gue nodded hastily. I heard it from the doorman. She went straight to the second young lady's room upon returning. Tang Mi's eyes flickered. Was she referring to Qin Shi or someone else? Just as Tang Mi and the old matriarch were puzzled, the curtain of the outer room was suddenly flung open. Grandmother, Tang Ying rushed in, tears streaming down her face as she threw herself into the old matriarch's embrace. Chapter 36. Tang Ying agrees to marry into the Qin family. Madame Tang was genuinely startled by her sudden declaration. Before she could regain her composure, Qin Shi rushed in. Ying and oppose. Do not blame your mother. She only wishes what is best for you. Qin Shi exclaimed through tears, offering a disjointed remark. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying was overwhelmed with sorrow. Qin Shi joined her in wailing. Tang Mi observed the mother-daughter duo with a cold indifference, devoid of any sympathy. It was evident that they were merely performing. After a considerable pause, Madame Tang finally gathered herself, furrowing her brows as she inquired, "What on earth has transpired?" "Grandmother." Tang Ying hesitated, her voice faltering as tears streamed down her face. Qin Shi mirrored her distress, weeping in unison. Enough with the tears. Madame Tang sapet impa tinti, fixing her gaze on Tang Ying. Speak, what has happened? Through her sobs, Tang Ying looked at Madame Tang, feeling utterly wronged. Mother insists that I marry cousin Qin. Madame Tang and oppose. S expression soured instantly, her displeasure directed at Qin Shi. What is the meaning of this? Wasn't oppose. This engagement previously declined? Why is it being mentioned now? Tang Mi regarded Qin Shi with curiosity, remembering the heated exchange she had overheard between her and Madame Qin at Mingshun Garden. It was clear that Qin Shi had no desire for Tang Ying to wed into the Qin family. So why the sudden change of heart? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Shi cast a glance at Tang Mi, as if to keep certain matters from her ears. However, Madame Tang was oblivious to these nuances, glaring at her. Speak up. With no alternative, Qin Shi bowed her head in despair. Yesterday, I rejected her maternal uncle's proposal. Today, my mother summoned me back, threatening that if we refuse this marriage, they would spread rumors about Inger, damaging her reputation and prospects for the future. Outrageous, Madame Tang exclaimed, her fury palpable as she struck the table with force. Do they truly believe the Tang family is so insignificant? How dare they utter such shameless threats? Seeing Madame Tang's ire, Tang Ying began to sob once more. After scolding, Madame Tang turned her ire towards Qin Shi. Whose daughter are you? You return at your mother and oppose. As beckoning, they demand you agree to the marriage, and you comply? Inger is your own flesh and blood. Do you wish to sacrifice her for your maternal family? Qin Shi felt deeply wronged by the rebuke and immediately knelt. Mother, you know I have always opposed this marriage, but I cannot let them ruin Inger's reputation. She began to weep. A girl's honor is paramount. Ronger has already been tarnished. I cannot allow Inger to suffer the same fate. Madame Tang, although irritated by Qin Shi's tears, gradually regained her composure and addressed Tang Ying. Fear not, your grandmother disapproves. Let them try to tarnish your reputation. With tear-filled eyes, Tang Ying gazed imploringly at Madame Tang. Grandmother, please allow me to marry. You know my maternal uncle. If I refuse, she will stop at nothing. Madame Tang's face grew stern. If you're aware that your maternal uncle is difficult to deal with, why would you wish to marry into the Qin family? She may be your maternal uncle now, but if you wed, she will become your mother-in-law. Madame Tang leaned heavily on her dragon-headed cane, hoping for her granddaughter to gain clarity. Tang Ying's sobs intensified. What am I to do? If I refuse, my uncle will ruin my reputation, and I fear it will also affect my sisters at home. With Ronger's situation, our family is already looked down upon. If I were to encounter trouble, the Tang family would face ruin. Tang Ying's words struck a chord with Madame Tang, who recognized the interconnectedness of their fates. Indeed, Inger's reputation could jeopardize mere S as well. Seeing the situation unfold, Qinshi quickly added, "Mother, please grant this marriage." After all, when Inger fell into the water and Songer failed to save her, she and Qin Xingyu became intimately involved. Who else could she marry if not him? As Qinshi's insinuation hung in the air, Tang Mi narrowed her eyes. Madame Tang found herself at a loss for words, caught between the two. "Very well. If this is what you both wish, do not come to me with regrets later." Tang Ying's eyes flickered, but she remained silent, continuing to wipe her tears. Xin, however, was visibly elated. "Thank you, mother. I will inform my family to prepare the betrothal gifts." Madame Tang glanced at Qinshi, ready to voice her thoughts, but ultimately remained silent. "All right, you may leave now," she said, slightly exasperated by their commotion. As Tang Ying rose, she spotted an invitation on the table and tugged at Madame Tang's sleeve, her voice sweetly pleading, "Grandmother, I have also secured a match, and I do not know how long I can stay home. Would you allow me to go out for a while?" Being her beloved granddaughter, Madame Tang sighed. "Very well. This is an invitation to the poetry gathering hosted by the Marquis of Yong'an. You shall attend tomorrow with your elder sister and sixth sister." "Thank you, grandmother," Tang Ying exclaimed joyfully, immediately bowing in gratitude. "And now, I must take my leave with Inger," Qinshi said, also bowing to Madame Tang before leading Tang Ying out. Once they departed, Madame Tang remembered Tang Mi and Appos as presents and instinctively began to explain, "This marriage is certainly a burden on your second sister. She will not remain at home for long. So, grandmother—" "I understand," Tang Mi interjected before Madame Tang could finish, a smirk playing on her lips. "Since the second sister is to be wed, it is indeed inappropriate for her to be confined at home." Madame Tang nodded, knowing that Tang Mi was the most obedient of her grandchildren. "You two should rest." "Very well." Tang Mi bowed to Madame Tang before turning to leave. Why did Tang Ying agree to this marriage? Reputation? That could not possibly be her only motivation. Was it merely to avoid confinement and attend the poetry gathering? That seemed implausible. Tang Ying would never forsake her marriage for any reason, for her ambition was to become the princess consort of Yu, or even the Empress. Surely, she would not relinquish such aspirations for trivial matters. As for Qinshi, it was equally improbable that she would betray Tang Ying simply because of threats from her maternal family. She had invested all her efforts into Tang Ying, hoping that one day her daughter would ascend to the position of Empress. There was no way she would allow Tang Ying to marry Qin Xingyu. Clearly, the two were concocting some other scheme. What could it possibly be? Tang Mi found herself baffled. These events had never transpired in her previous life, and thus many circumstances were markedly different now. Taking a deep breath, Tang Mi cast a glance towards the south courtyard. It appeared she would need to arrange for a pair of keen eyes and ears to observe the unfolding events. Chapter 37. Even fairies descending to earth cannot match your beauty. Early the next morning, Banksia meticulously adorned Tang Mi, demonstrating her keen understanding of her and effortlessly highlighting all her exquisite features. In her previous life, she had paid little attention to her appearance, often relying on fooling, who perhaps intentionally rendered her unattractive. Yet at that time, she was utterly indifferent to it. Now, she comprehended that beauty was indeed her weapon, her most potent one at that. Since heaven had graciously bestowed upon her such a formidable instrument, she had no reason to neglect it. "Miss, you should wear this. It complements your complexion perfectly," Banksia suggested, presenting a gown of misty, rosy hues crafted from satin, adorned with floral patterns. She always knew what suited Tang Mi best. Upon donning the gown, Tang Mi instantly captivated Banksia. "Miss, you are becoming increasingly beautiful." Fulling, standing nearby, swallowed hard, unable to deny the breathtaking beauty of her mistress, whose grace and elegance made one yearn to gaze upon her. However, recalling the task assigned to her by the second young lady, Fulling stepped forward, lifting another dress. "I believe this emerald-pleated skirt will better enhance the Mrs. outfit today." Banksia furrowed her brow, casting a dubious glance at Fulling. There was clearly something amiss. The makeup she had applied was tailored for a red dress, yet Fulling insisted on recommending a green one. While Tang Mi would undoubtedly look lovely in green, the misty rosy gown was simply more fitting. Tang Mi glanced at the garment in Fuling's hands and nodded noncommittally. It is indeed quite nice. Fuling's heart leaped with joy. Then I shall help you change into it. Banksia felt a surge of anxiety and was about to speak when Tang Mi interrupted. No need. The hassle of changing is unnecessary. This dress will suffice. Fuling's expression fell slightly, but she dared not voice her disappointment. I shall assist you with the fragrance pouch, Banksia promptly offered, retrieving the pouch and ornaments to adorn Tang Mi. Once she was fully dressed, Tang Ning arrived. Wow, big sister, you are stunning. Even fairies descending to earth cannot match your beauty. Tang Ning gazed at Tang Mi's face, almost drooling in admiration. Tang Mi chuckled at her enthusiasm, playfully reproaching, my goodness, you dare to jest with me now. Tang Ning, with utmost sincerity, replied, I truly mean it. Big sister is the most beautiful person I have ever seen. One of them. Tang Mi raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, who else remains on that list? Tang Ning's eyes brightened with a thought, and she leaned closer, whispering, did you see Prince Xian at the mid-autumn banquet? Prince Xian? Tang Mi certainly had seen him. He was undeniably handsome, arguably the most attractive among the princes she had encountered. Apart from her father, he was likely the most striking man she had ever laid eyes upon. Prince Xian, like you, is a celestial being descended to earth, Tang Ning gushed, placing her hands over her heart in a wistful manner. Tang Mi couldn't resist tapping her on the head. No daydreaming now. Refrain from such talk in the future. Tang Ning's heart sank, and she nodded obediently. Understood. Let us go. Time is of the essence. Tang Mi gathered her things, and together with Tang Ning, they headed to Mingchun Garden. As they approached the entrance, they overheard Tang Ying's voice. Brother is old enough. Grandmother should help him find a suitable match. It is better for boys to marry later, allowing for more choices to avoid bringing home a troublemaker who disturbs the peace. Hearing the implicit meaning in the old lady's words, Tang Mi smirked and lifted the curtain to enter. Upon seeing Tang Mi arrive, Tang Ying and Appo's face briefly reflected discomfort before returning to calm composure. Grandmother, grandmother, second sister, they greeted in turn. The old lady smiled warmly, beckoning Tang Mi, Mir, come here. Tang Mi obediently approached as the old lady took her hand, appraising her with evident satisfaction. You look lovely today. Who styled your hair? It was Banksia, Tang Mi replied, delighted to credit her maid. The old lady cast a gratified glance at Banksia. Gui Mama, reward her. Yes, Gui Mama acknowledged, promptly returning with a pouch of reward money for Banksia. Banksia, taken aback by the sudden honor, accepted the pouch and immediately knelt in gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, old madam. The old lady waved her hand dismissively. Very well. Serve the young lady diligently in the future. Yes, I shall serve the young lady with utmost dedication, Banksia promised, lowering her gaze before rising. Fuling, witnessing Banksia's reward, felt a pang of jealousy and squeezed her handkerchief tightly. Tang Ying masked her jealousy and smiled at Tang Mi. Big sister indeed looks splendid. I fear she may outshine all the young ladies at today's poetry gathering. Tang Mi shot her a glance, responding with a smile. Second sister appears quite cheerful today. Tang Mi's remark instantly darkened Tang Ying's expression. The old lady cast a meaningful look at the two, her countenance serious. Enough, you may go. Today, I wish for no unpleasantness to occur. The last statement was pointedly directed at Tang Ying. Although she was uncertain if Ying had indeed pushed me last time, she knew me would never initiate trouble. If conflict arose, it would certainly be instigated by Ying. Rest assured, grandmother, last time, big sister misunderstood me. Such a situation should not repeat, Tang Ying replied, seemingly oblivious to the old lady's warning, shifting the blame onto Tang Mi, disinterested in arguing. Merely addressed the old lady. Then we shall take our leave. Go on, the old lady nodded. The three of them bowed to the old lady in unison before exiting. The old lady sighed softly, watching their retreating figures. The trio shared a carriage, and an uncomfortable silence enveloped Tang Mi and Tang Ying, who exchanged no words. Tang Ning, wishing to break the tension, hesitated, sensing the frosty atmosphere, and refrained from speaking. Fortunately, the distance to the yeoman marquis's residence was not far. In a mere incense stick's time, they arrived. Upon disembarking, they instantly attracted the gaze of many. Naturally, all eyes were on Tang Mi. The hidden guards at the yeoman marquis's residence, upon spotting her, promptly reported back. After presenting their invitation, the doorman led them into the estate. Tang Ning, curious, glanced about. However, a warning glare from Tang Mi silenced her, compelling her to lower her gaze and follow closely, not daring to look around. "Your Grace, the ladies from the Tang family have arrived," the doorman announced, guiding them to a beautiful figure. The lady appeared delicate, with porcelain-like skin, as if a gust of wind could whisk her away. This was Xiao Lingyu. It was Tang Mi's first encounter with her, having only seen her during her mourning in her past life. The world spoke highly of the Xiao family's princess, claiming she possessed an extraordinarily perceptive mind, yet lamented that such brilliance was marred by her frail health. The princess suffered from chronic ailments, making her presence at the poetry gathering today all the more remarkable. Chapter 38. The poetry gathering and a matchmaking banquet. Tang Mi led Tang Ying and Tang Ning to greet Princess Xiao Lingyu. "You must be the younger sisters of the Tang family," she said. As Tang Mi curtsied, Xiao Lingyu promptly helped her up, scrutinizing her carefully, and joyfully remarked, "Indeed. As they say, you are a true beauty." Tang Mi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she humbly responded, "Your Highness flatters me." Xiao Lingyu laughed. "Flattery it is not. I have never encountered such a celestial beauty before." Tang Mi's face reddened further, leaving her speechless. "And these must be your other sisters," Xiao Lingyu continued, glancing at Tang Ying and Tang Ning. Although Tang Ying enjoyed attending various gatherings, she had never met the princess due to her poor health, making this their first encounter. Unsure how to introduce herself, she looked to Tang Mi for assistance. With a smile, Tang Mi pointed to her sisters, saying, "This is my second sister and my sixth sister." Xiao Lingyu examined Tang Ying as well, commenting, "The second sister of the Tang family is renowned as the most beautiful in the capital. Seeing her today confirms the truth of that claim." Tang Ying's face turned red, but not from shyness, rather from discomfort. In the presence of such an exquisite beauty as Tang Mi, how could she dare to claim the title of the first beauty? Was Princess Lingyu intentionally humiliating her? Yet, they had never met before, and she could not recall offending her. Xiao Lingyu, oblivious to Tang Ying's thoughts, turned her attention to Tang Ning, saying, "The sixth sister of the Tang family is also quite lovely." Tang Ning blushed and shyly thanked her. "Thank you, Your Highness." Xiao Lingyu was genuinely charmed by Tang Ning's innocence. As Tang Ning expressed her gratitude, Tang Ying realized her prior rudeness, but it seemed inappropriate to address it now, leaving her flustered. "There are a few more sisters who have arrived. Let me introduce you," Xiao Lingyu said, guiding them to a nearby gazebo. Inside, many people were already seated. Upon seeing Xiao Lingyu approach, they rose in unison, greeting her. "We pay our respects to Your Highness." Seeing their formality, Xiao Lingyu waved her hand, saying, "I have already said there is no need for such formalities. I invited you here to enjoy yourselves. And such excessive courtesy detracts from the spirit of this poetry gathering." Her words elicited laughter from the crowd. "Then we shall dispense with the formalities. Do not take offense." "Your Highness," teased Miss Xia Wanyuan, the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, as she winked at Xiao Lingyu. Xiao Lingyu playfully scolded her. "What? Do you think I am jesting?" At her words, everyone burst into laughter. "Allow me to introduce the young ladies from the general's residence, the eldest, second, and sixth daughters," Xiao Lingyu announced, directing attention to Tang Mi and her sisters. All eyes were suddenly captivated by the trio, their beauty leaving a striking impression. "Miss Tang is truly stunning," one remarked. "Indeed, she surpasses us all," another added. "Come now, we are not here to compete in beauty, but Miss Tang truly resembles a celestial being," someone else chimed in. With more than a dozen voices praising her, Tang Mi felt a blush creeping over her face. Yet she maintained her poise and nodded graciously to everyone. Glancing around, she recognized several familiar faces. Emo Shuiyo, the Prime Minister's daughter, once known as Ning Fei; Shan Feiyu, the only daughter of the Grand Tutor, known as Yun Fei; Xia Wanyuan, the daughter of the Minister, known as Li Pin; and a beautiful daughter from the Ministry of War. The young ladies from the general's residence were indeed captivating. After a moment of observation, Xiao Wanyuan suddenly turned to Emo Shuiyo, saying, "I feel that Sister Mo should swap places with Sister Tang." The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. And someone couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by that?" With a smile, Xiao Wanyuan replied, "Look at Sister Tang. She possesses such ethereal beauty. She hardly seems like a daughter of the general's residence. Meanwhile, Sister Mo exudes a spirited air reminiscent of a general." Laughter erupted at her words. For it was indeed true. "You certainly have a mischievous mind," Tang Mi said, casting a glance at Mo Xiuyo, who nodded back in acknowledgement. Seeing their harmonious interaction, Xiaoling Yu felt relieved and said, "Please have a seat, enjoy some tea and snacks. Shortly, a few guests may arrive." Xiao Wenyuan's eyes lit up at the mention of guests. "Are you referring to the young Marquis and the son of Fengze? Who else could it be?" Xiaoling Yu replied, "This poetry gathering was originally arranged by my mother for these two to meet, but since they are all young ladies, it would be inconvenient for her to be present. So she entrusted me with hosting. Although their mother could not attend, the two young men were definitely required to come, for without them, how could her mother rest easy?" Xiaoling Yu also wanted to remind them in advance, as their mothers and grandmothers would have likely discussed this matter with them. It was best to mention it again to avoid any awkwardness when meeting young men. "That sounds splendid. The young Marquis is the most talented poet, and the son of Fengze is the most eloquent. With their presence, this gathering shall not only produce fine poetry, but also keep the atmosphere lively," Xiao Wanyuan said boldly. Xiaoling Yu playfully scolded her. "With you around, I doubt we will have any dull moments." Her words elicited laughter from the group. At that moment, a maid approached and whispered something to Xiaoling Yu, who nodded in response. The maid then withdrew. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear," Xiaoling Yu remarked, smiling at the group. "They are quite the raucous bunch. I hope you ladies won't be frightened." Everyone attending the poetry gathering was aware of its significance. Some were shy and reserved, while others were filled with anticipation. Of course, there were also those like Tang Ying who held no interest in the proceedings. Before long, a few familiar faces entered, including the young Marquis, Xiao Yiran, and Xiao Fengze, who had brought along Jun Qianche. Xiao Yiran had also invited his two friends, Mo Xianyang and Xia Yuanyuan. "Brother, what brings you here?" Xia Yuanyuan exclaimed in surprise upon spotting Xia Yuanyuan. "Is it such a surprise? Just because it's a poetry gathering, does that mean I cannot come?" He replied, slightly annoyed. Xia Yuanyuan pouted, thinking that had she known he would attend, she would have accompanied him, thus avoiding her early arrival. Mo Xiuyo's reaction to Mo Xianyang was subdued. They exchanged glances, saying nothing. However, Xiao Fengze's eyes lit up upon seeing Tang Mi, excitement radiating from him as he nudged Jun Qianche, exclaiming, "She has arrived. She is truly here." Jun Qianche, displeased, swatted his hand away and frowned at Tang Mi. Did she not realize this is a matchmaking banquet? Or is she genuinely interested in either Xiao Yiran or that fool Fengze? Xiaoling Yu had not anticipated they would bring so many guests, including Jun Qianche, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she suppressed her nervousness and smiled. "We were just speaking of you, and here you are. A seat has been reserved for you. Please take a seat across from us." Before they could settle in, a servant rushed in, calling out, "Your Highness, young Marquis and young Master, the King of Yu and the King of Xian have arrived." Chapter 39. With all lives and hatred upon uttering those words, the servant rendered everyone speechless. Xiaoling Yu furrowed her brows and directed her gaze at Xiao Yiran and Xiao Fengze, inquiring whether they had indeed summoned Prince Yu and Prince Xian. Xiao Yiran glanced at Xiao Fengze, who quickly shook his head. Yet, a thought crossed his mind, and he cast a sour look at Tang Mi surely. These two must have come from Miss Tang. Tang Mi's brows knitted tightly. She had not anticipated that Lord Knight Jun would attend. Had she known of his presence, she would have refrained from participating in the poetry gathering. Xiao Yiran found it strange. He had not sent invitations to either of the two, yet they had arrived together. However, since they were already here, it would be impolite to dismiss them. Thus, Xiao Yiran made his way outside. Outside, Lord Knight Jun wore an irritable expression as he surveyed Lord Yi Chenxian. Surely, no one from the Yong and Amp, Oppos, a Marquis had sent an invitation to the seventh prince. So what was his purpose for coming? Yi Chenxian raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. "What? Has someone from the Yong and Marquis extended an invitation to the Crown Prince. Lord Knight Jun Yu was momentarily taken aback, his countenance darkening. This younger brother of his must also be here for Tang Mi. He desired her. No. What he truly coveted was the throne. Greetings to the two princes. Xiao Yiran emerged, casting a glance at Yi Chunxian before bowing to both. Upon seeing Xiao Yiran, Lord Knight Jun Yu swiftly suppressed his emotions. I heard you were hosting a poetry gathering. I happened to pass by with the seventh prince and thought to join the festivities. Yi Chunxian was taken aback by Lord Knight Jun Yu and Appo's audacity, but chose not to contest him. Xiao Yiran, momentarily stunned, quickly replied, Fortunately, we have yet to begin. Please, come inside. He led the way for the two princes. As the two entered the garden, everyone promptly rose to pay their respects. Greetings to His Highness Prince Yu and His Highness Prince Xian. Lord Knight Jun Yu scanned the array of beautiful maidens in the garden, his gaze eventually landing on Tang Mi, and he was instantly captivated. Although it was not their first meeting, she appeared increasingly enchanting with each encounter. Yi Chunxian also spotted Tang Mi at first glance, yet unlike Lord Knight Jun Yu, he did not linger. He swiftly diverted his gaze. Noticing Lord Knight Jun Yu's unwavering attention, he cleared his throat in mild annoyance, instantly brought back to the moment. Lord Knight Jun Yu spoke, Please, no need for formalities. Thank you, Your Highness. The crowd straightened. Apologies for the intrusion, Princess Ling Yu. Lord Knight Jun Yu politely acknowledged Xiao Ling Yu with a nod. Xiao Ling Yu quickly returned a courteous gesture. Your Highness is too kind. We have yet to commence, so please, join us. She gestured toward the empty seats across the table. Lord Knight Jun Yu, undeterred, took his place at the head of the table with a flourish of his robe, while Yi Chunxian, indifferent to seating arrangements, seated himself in a lower position beside him. Once the two were settled, Xiao Yiran and the others followed suit, with Xiao Ling Yu also taking her seat. After the maidens were seated, they began to glance furtively at Yi Chunxian and Lord Knight Jun Yu. Those who had previously shown disinterest were now animated. The esteemed status of the two princes far surpassed that of the young marquis and heir. Should any of them capture the princes and Appo's attention, they could aspire to become princesses or imperial consorts. Moreover, both princes were exceptionally handsome, especially Prince Xian, whose striking looks were almost too dazzling to behold. Xiao Ling Yu, however, stole a glance at the distant Jun Qianxie, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, only to be enveloped by a wave of melancholy as she lowered her head. Observing Xiao Ling Yu's distracted demeanor, Xiao Yiran cast a deep glance at Jun Qianxie before speaking. Since everyone is present, let us commence the poetry gathering. Xiao Ling Yu, reminded of her duties, raised her gaze with a smile. The flowers in the garden are in splendid bloom today. Let's take flowers as our theme and compose poems freely. Let us indeed choose flowers as our theme, Lord Knight Jun Yu remarked, his eyes glimmering as they rested on the exquisite Tang Mi. Allow me to begin. Your Highness, please, Xiao Ling Yu encouraged, delighted by his enthusiasm. With fervor, Lord Knight Jun Yu's gaze fixated on Tang Mi as he recited. In the courtyard, the peonies bloom with unparalleled grace, while the lotus in the pond remains untouched by desire. Only the peony, true beauty of the realm, stirs the capital when in full bloom. If anyone had been uncertain of Lord Knight Jun Yu and Appo's intentions prior to this poem, it became glaringly apparent that his focus was solely on Tang Mi. His metaphor, comparing her to the peony, was not only fitting but also underscored her prominence among flowers. Tang gritted her teeth, jealousy igniting within her. Yet, Tang Mi merely lowered her gaze, as if she had not heard Lord Knight Jun Yu's verses. Noticing Tang Mi's continued silence, Lord Knight Jun Yu felt a pang of disappointment. Sensing the shift in his demeanor, Xiao Ling Yu quickly intervened. Your Highness is indeed exceptionally talented. Commencing with such prowess sets a daunting standard for the rest of us. Lord Knight Jun Yu softened his expression, replying with a smile. I am merely here to join in the merriment. The spotlight is truly on all of you. As he spoke, he turned his attention to Tang Mi. I have heard that Miss Tang possesses remarkable talent. Why not grace us with a poem? All eyes turned to Tang Mi, who now called upon, had no choice but to raise her gaze. Her eyes seemed to pierce through time, hollow yet profound, as she addressed Lord Knight Junyu, between flower and leaf. We are fated apart. The river of forgetfulness flows gently. A chasm separates us, a bridge too far. The path of fire stretches endlessly. In this life and the next, our fates are scattered. May the heartache and love both wither. The petals and leaves fall, never to be seen again. In that moment, the audience was enraptured by her poem. Even after she finished, her voice lingered in their minds, filled with such resolve, as though she had poured her entire being into the hatred expressed within. Lord Knight Junyu, under the weight of her gaze, felt as though his heart was gripped tightly, leaving him breathless, consumed by a desire for self-destruction. Yi Chunxian watched Tang Mi and Appo's fierce expression, furrowing his brows in confusion. Was her hatred directed at Lord Knight Junyu? But why? She should have no ties to him. Why did she harbor such animosity? Applause erupted as Xiao Iran was taken aback by Tang Mi's poetic prowess, stunned for a moment before enthusiastically clapping for her. Being a lover of poetry himself, he deemed it the finest poem he had ever heard. Her emotions resonated so strongly that it felt as though the entire world was submerged in her sentiments. Undeniably, she was the most talented young woman he had ever encountered. His applause roused the others, and soon, a thunderous ovation filled the garden. A few maidens even had tears in their eyes, unable to deny the profound empathy evoked by her verses. Xiao Lingyu glanced at her brother, noting his fervent response. Had he taken a liking to the Tang family maiden? Yet, she feared that this Tang maiden. Xiao Lingyu cast a worried glance towards the two imposing figures across the way, fearing that it may not come to fruition. Chapter 40. The celestial melody of Tang Mi. Xia Wanwan clapped her hands, gazing at Tang Mi with envy. Oh dear, all of you are so talented. How can I possibly keep up? The other young ladies echoed her sentiments, saying, indeed, with His Highness Prince Yu and Miss Tang's poetry being so exquisite. How can we compete? Perhaps we should refrain from composing altogether. The laurels belong to them. Tang Mi blushed at their words, lowering her head in modesty. Xiao Lingyu shot them a disapproving glance. Why should you stop writing just because others excel? In literature, there is no absolute first, and in martial arts, no absolute second. Each has its own talents and meanings. Even if Prince Yu and Miss Tang are exceptional, it does not diminish your abilities. You all must continue to write. Knight Junyu glanced at Tang Mi and smiled in agreement. Yes, everyone should contribute. No slacking off. Xiao Wanwan quickly declared, I shall go first. I cannot afford to lag behind. She promptly recited a poem, earning applause from the group, with Xiao Wanwan breaking the ice. The others eagerly began composing verses on the theme of flowers. Among them, Xiao Iran's poem stood out. The plum blossoms refused to yield to the snow, while the poet's pen costs dearly in critique. The plum is less white than the snow by 3 parts, yet the snow pales in fragrance beside the plum. Instantly, enthusiastic applause erupted. What do you think, Miss Tang? Xiao Iran suddenly asked Tang Mi. She was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to address her, but smiled softly, saying, the plum is less white than the snow by 3 parts, yet the snow pales in fragrance beside the plum. Young master is truly clever, showcasing each one's strengths with exceptional talent. Xiao Iran, flattered by Tang Mi's praise, could not help but chuckle. I am still somewhat lacking compared to Miss Tang. Would you grace us with another poem? Tang Mi smiled gently. Young master, please do not be modest. Your work is certainly on par with mine. She did not agree to compose another piece, leaving Xiao Iran somewhat disappointed. Noticing her brother's disappointment, Xiao Lingyu sighed and tactfully suggested, Prince Xian has yet to share a poem. How about you, Your Highness? Everyone turned their hopeful gazes towards Knight Qianxian. I'm not skilled in poetry. Knight Qianxian flatly refused, wishing to avoid any spotlight. Xiao Lingyu did not expect this rejection, leading to an awkward silence. Xiao Wanwan's cheeks flushed as she glanced at Knight Qianxian. With the poems completed, it seems that Prince Yu, Miss Tang, and Young Master have achieved the highest standards. The laurels belong to these 3. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the poetry from the 3 was indeed remarkable, indistinguishable in quality. Since the poetry is done, shall we engage in another activity? Xiao Wanwan suggested, casting another glance at Knight Qianxian. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Ran and Tang Mi with a smile. That sounds wonderful. What do you wish to play? How about passing the flower drum? Whoever holds it will showcase their talent. If that pleases everyone. With so many people present, this seemed the most fitting game. Thus, they decided on the flower drum. Xiao Yu instructed someone to bring the drum and flower ball. Unexpectedly, Xiao Fengze removed the jade pendant from his waist. Forget the flower ball. Let's use my jade pendant instead. Tang Mi's eyes flickered as she gazed at the pendant. Very well, Xiao Yu nodded. I shall beat the drum for you. As the drum resounded, Xiao Fengze began passing the pendant. With few men present, it quickly reached the ladies, soon landing in Tang Mi's hands. She gently touched the pendant twice, ready to pass it on when the drum ceased. Miss Tang, it is your turn to showcase your talent. Everyone cheered. Xiao Yu laughed and added, It seems this round belongs to Miss Tang. What will you perform? Tang Mi smiled wryly, holding the pendant as she addressed the crowd. Then, I shall compose another poem. With the lotus gone, no rain canopy remains. Yet the chrysanthemums stand proud against the frost. Remember the beauty of the year, for it is in the time of orange, yellow, and green. Upon hearing this poem, Xiao Ran's eyes lit up, and he clapped enthusiastically. A splendid poem. It seemed she was responding to his earlier request for another piece. And one could not deny her poetic prowess. The others joined in the applause. Xiao Yu remarked, Miss Tang is truly a paragon of talent and beauty. Let us continue. As the drum beat resumed, Tang Mi quickly passed the jade pendant to a nearby lady. Once it reached her again, Tang Mi discreetly covered her nose with her hand, pretending to cough lightly while actually savoring the fragrance lingering on the pendant, a faint pine scent that caused her to frown slightly. Not the cold fragrance. Could it be that Xiao Fengze is not the one? Tang Mi was momentarily lost in thought. Just as the pendant was returned to her, the drum stopped once more. Miss Tang is to perform again. The crowd erupted in cheers. Some ladies, envious, remarked, Why is it that every time it comes to Miss Tang, she seems to take longer? Could it be a deliberate attempt to showcase her talent? Upon hearing this, a few onlookers smirked at Tang Mi, while the men across the room frowned. Tang Mi glanced at the lady who spoke. It is my fault for losing focus. One must not let their mind wander while playing this game. She then turned to Xiao Yu, saying, How about you join in the game? I shall beat the drum. Xiao Yu, filled with indignation, shot a glare at the lady, then turned to Tang Mi with a reassuring smile. It is nothing. You all continue. I will take on the role of drummer. Tang Mi shook her head with a gentle smile, instantly captivating the men across from her. Let me play instead. If not the drum, I shall perform on the flute, which could also count as my talent showcase. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled. That sounds wonderful. I have heard your skills on the qin are extraordinary, and now you can also play the flute. I would love to witness it. Xiao Yu then addressed her maid. Please fetch my white jade flute. The maid acknowledged and swiftly returned with the flute. Xiao Yu handed it to Tang Mi, saying, I appreciate your effort, Miss Tang. I am merely fulfilling my obligation. Tang Mi replied with a light laugh as she accepted the jade flute and took her place where Xiao Yu had been. For fairness, I shall blindfold myself, Tang Mi declared, taking a white cloth and folding it several times before covering her eyes, then began to play. The melodious flute notes soared, ethereal and continuous, akin to a heavenly melody, capturing everyone's attention. The jade pendant circulated once more, but no one had the heart to continue the game, particularly the men, who were entranced by Tang Mi's flowing garments, as if she might take flight at any moment. The men faltered, and aside from Knight Chen Xian and Jun Qianche, the others contributed various performances. By the end of the game, no one could recall the specifics of the performances, only the lingering memory of Tang Mi's celestial melody. Chapter 41. Has the Prince of Xian also taken a liking to Miss Tang? As Tang Mi concluded her melody, the games finally came to an end. The lingering notes resonated in the air, captivating everyone present, who instinctively erupted into applause. Miss Tang's performance was simply exquisite. The beauty of her music evoked an uncontrollable wave of admiration from all. Tang Mi's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue as she gently removed the cloth from her eyes. Xiao Yu rose and gazed at Tang Mi, smiling as she remarked, Miss Tang, you are truly exceptional. I regretted not hearing your melody last time. Yet today, fate has favored me, allowing me to experience this delight. Not only is your skill with the zither unparalleled, but your flute playing is also nothing short of enchanting. Tang Mi blushed even deeper, acknowledging, "Your grace flatters me. It is your flute that deserves praise." Xiaoling Yu glanced at the flute, but did not take it. "What do you think of this flute, Miss Tang?" Tang Mi smiled as she regarded the jade flute in her hands, generously extolling, crafted from white jade, it feels warm to the touch, producing a light and translucent tone. It is indeed a treasure. Xiaoling Yu grinned. A fine flute deserves a splendid sound. Thus, this white jade flute belongs to you, Miss Tang. Tang Mi furuit herbroth, exclaiming, "How can this be? Such a well-maintained flute must be cherished by you, princess. A gentleman does not take away that which others hold dear. I cannot accept this flute." Xiaoling Yu's gaze flickered as she gently caressed the white jade flute, her smile turning bittersweet. "This flute was a gift from a revered teacher of mine. I have always held it dear. Alas, given my current condition." The smile at the corners of Xiaoling Yu's lips grew increasingly sorrowful, lamenting that such a fine flute should accompany her in her plight. Only someone like Miss Tang, who truly understands a flute, is worthy of it. With that, Xiaoling Yu lifted her gaze, earnestly imploring, "I kindly ask you to accept it, Miss Tang, so it may find a worthy home." Tang Mi met her gaze, filled with despair, and ultimately softened her heart. "Then I shall gratefully accept it." Upon seeing her accept the flute, Xiaoling Yu's face lit up with joy. "Now that the games are concluded, let us enjoy some flowers and tea together." Xiaoling Yu relinquished her seat to Tang Mi and took a place at the front. "Today, as poetry gathering has birthed many fine verses, should we not commit them to writing for posterity?" suggested Xiao Wanwan with a smile. Xiaoling Yu playfully chided her, "Your ambitions are grand. You dream of being immortalized." Xiao Wanwan remained unabashed, responding, "Even if my poetry falls short, we have the works of the three champions. We must document the verses of the Prince of Yu, the young Marquis, and Miss Tang." Xiaoling Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, those three poems are remarkable. Might we trouble the Prince of Yu and Miss Tang to write them down?" Knight Junyu glanced at Tang Mi and, without hesitation, replied, "Let us all write together." With his consent, Xiaoling Yu instructed a servant to fetch paper, ink, and brushes. Knight Junyu selected a long scroll, first inscribing his poem before picking up a brush to paint. Curiosity sparked among the onlookers, unsure of his intentions. Observing this, Xiaoling Yu quickly sent a servant to retrieve dye. Knight Junyu was meticulous in his work, and soon everyone realized he was painting a peony. It must be said, the royal lineage indeed produces talent. Not only did he compose splendid poetry, but his artistry was equally admirable. Under Knight Junyu's deft strokes, the peony came to life, and it felt as if the fragrance of the blossoms wafted through the air. A few young ladies gazed at him, their hearts fluttering with admiration. "The Prince of Yu paints exceptionally well. This peony is simply exquisite." Amidst the praises, Knight Junyu wore a proud smile. Once finished, he surveyed his work with satisfaction and inscribed his name. Applause erupted, the young ladies lauding, "The Prince of Yu excels in poetry. His calligraphy is beautiful, and his painting is even more remarkable." Knight Junyu beamed, suddenly extending the painting toward Tang Mi. "This poem was composed for you, Miss Tang, and the painting is a gift for you as well." All eyes turned to Tang Mi with envy. It was evident that the Prince of Yu's affections for her were unmistakable, leading many to speculate that she might soon become his princess. Jun Xianxie cast a deep glance at Knight Junyu and then at Tang Mi. Tang Mi, caught off guard by Knight Junyu's attention, felt no desire to accept his painting. Just as she pondered how to refuse, a hand unexpectedly snatched the painting away. Everyone gasped, turning to Knight Chen, and Tang Mi remained momentarily stunned. Knight Junyu glared at Knight Chen, his face darkening as he warned through clenched teeth, "Seventh brother, that painting is a gift from Miss Tang." Knight Chen smirked, his expression a mix of amusement and mischief as he admired the painting. "Brother, this piece is quite splendid. I find it most appealing." Tang Mi frowned slightly, pondering whether he was genuinely aiding her. This was not the first time he had intervened on her behalf, but the reasons eluded her. At this moment, Tang Mi decided not to dwell on such thoughts. Since night, Chen Xian had already taken action. She had no reason to refuse. She bowed slightly to both men, suggesting, "Since the Prince of Xian admires this painting, perhaps the Prince of Yu would do well to present it to him." Before Knight Junyu could respond, Knight Chen Xian interjected, "I find it quite agreeable." He then handed the painting to Yin Shu, instructing, "Take good care of this, and frame it in a worthy manner." "Yes, of course," Yin Shu replied eagerly with a smile. The unexpected transfer of the painting to Knight Chen Xian left everyone bewildered. What could be the deeper intention behind his actions? Was it possible that the Prince of Xian had also developed feelings for Miss Tang? Knight Junyu seethed with frustration, yet amidst the crowd, he found himself unable to confront Knight Chen Xian, forcing a smile as he declared, "Since seventh brother appreciates it, then it is yours. I shall compose another painting for Miss Tang upon my return." Knight Junyu offered Tang Mi a gentle smile, but she felt a wave of distaste wash over her. Lowering her gaze, she replied, "Your Highness, you are too kind. I am not particularly fond of painting. Your exquisite work should be bestowed upon someone who truly appreciates it." Tang Mi's subtle refusal darkened Knight Junyu's expression. This woman remained obstinately ungrateful. The others were equally astonished by Tang Mi's rejection of Knight Junyu. For he was a legitimate heir, the prince most likely to be crowned as the future emperor. Given the past accomplishments of General Tang and the military strength of the Rongwood Duke's residence, if Tang Mi wished, she could certainly aspire to be the crown princess. Yet, she dared to reject the Prince of Yu. Was it a case of strategic retreat, or did she harbor affections for another? Jun Xianxie relaxed his brow upon witnessing Tang Mi's refusal of Knight Junyu. Indeed, his grandmother was correct. The old Mrs. Tang had raised her granddaughter exceptionally well. Knight Shinxuan's eyes sparkled momentarily, but then dimmed as he pondered. She likely did not wish to enter the Prince of Yu's residence. Nor did she desire to join the Prince of Xian's. Chapter 42. Nirvana upon witnessing the darkened expression of Shaolin Yu. Tang Mu swiftly interjected with a smile to ease the tension. It was now the turn of the esteemed Miss Tang to compose poetry. With that, she gestured to the maid beside her, who promptly understood and brought forth a large scroll adorned with red and white patterns. As Tang Mu surveyed the expansive canvas, she furrowed her brow, realizing that such a grand scroll could not merely accommodate poetry. Casting a glance at Shaolin Yu, a flicker of shared melancholy illuminated her eyes before she set to work. Rather than inscribing verses, she began to draw. Her brushstroke was bold and fluid, flowing like a river, yet it left the onlookers bewildered, unable to discern the subject of her creation. The overwhelming black ink evoked a sense of suffocating despair. This oppressive feeling surged to its zenith when the audience grasped the essence of her depiction. The inky strokes coalesced into a path, a river, a bridge, invoking the haunting imagery of the underworld. The yellow springs of the Ghost Gate, the river of oblivion, and the bridge of forgetfulness suddenly flooded their minds, casting a pall of despair over them, as if a dead end loomed before them devoid of hope. Only an abyss of despair remained. Yet in an instant, the heavy silence of the ink was swept away, replaced by a vivid red, as a vast sea of flames consumed the darkness. Gazing at the fiery serpents of crimson, Tang Mu's complexion turned pale, as if she were transported back to that moment of suffocating despair before death. In that heartbeat, everyone felt her breathlessness. Some even held their breath in empathy. Yi Chen Xian furrowed his brow, observing her as she navigated through despair, inching ever closer to destruction, his heart aching with profound sorrow. What trials had she endured? What depths of despair and darkness could have inspired such a poignant piece? As the assembly drowned in this choking despair, the wild flames erupted. Something soaring from their midst, a red aurora streaked across the sky, revealing a phoenix reborn from the flames. In that moment, the crowd seemed to hear the phoenix's exhilarating and melodious cry, a joy of survival that could no longer be concealed. Tang Mu herself emerged from the recent suffocation. As if reborn, her countenance transformed from somber darkness to radiant brilliance. Everyone rejoiced, celebrating the phoenix, celebrating Tang Mu. Even Shaolin Yu was moved to tears of joy. After completing her final stroke, Tang Mu put down her brush, foregoing further inscriptions, as no one dared to mention poetry again. They seemed entranced, unable to extricate themselves from her artwork. Clap, clap. Xiao Ran was the first to regain his composure, his face alight with astonishment as he applauded. He had initially believed that Miss Tang's poetry was already remarkable, yet he was astonished to discover her equally profound talent in painting. Tang Mu graciously nodded in thanks to Xiao Ran, declaring, "It was merely a casual sketch. Lord Xiao, you jest." Seeing her modesty, Xiao Ran chuckled. "If such artistry is merely a casual sketch, then I am truly unworthy of the title of a talented scholar." His words were not flattery. Having witnessed Tang Mu's brilliance, he genuinely felt inadequate in comparison. "You are far too humble, my lord." Tang Mu did not consider herself superior to others, especially not to this young lord, whose reputation as a talented scholar was well-deserved. As the two exchanged humble remarks, Xiao Wanwan could not resist teasing. "Of course, Lord Xiao is a talented scholar. However, Miss Tang undoubtedly deserves the title of a talented woman. Wouldn't everyone agree?" As soon as Xiao Wanwan spoke, several young ladies echoed her sentiments. Miss Tang not only excels in poetry, but also in painting, and her musical talents are equally captivating. If she cannot be deemed a talented woman, then who can? One young lady proclaimed, "I believe Miss Tang is not only the finest talented woman in the capital, but also the most beautiful." The room fell silent as all eyes turned towards Tang Ying, the current title holder of the capital's most beautiful woman. This could lead to a rivalry between sisters. However, truth be told, while Tang Ying was indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to Tang Mu. Had Tang Mu not remained secluded, they would not even be aware of her splendor, and the title of the most beautiful would not have fallen to Tang Ying. Feeling the weight of the stairs, Tang Ying's expression faltered slightly. With a shift in her gaze, she smiled and remarked, "Elder sister possesses both beauty and talent, far surpassing me. The title of the capital's most beautiful woman rightfully belongs to you." Yet she continued, "However, the title of the capital's most talented woman has always belonged to Miss Mo." As Tang Ying's words trailed off, all eyes turned towards Mo Shuyo, who was renowned as the capital's foremost talented woman. She certainly possessed remarkable abilities. If she were to compare with Miss Tang, the women present exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. Tang Mu was supported by the Duke of Rome, while Mo Shuyo had the backing of the Empress. Both were formidable figures, yet who would emerge more powerful? Tang Mu perceived Tang Ying's intent to spark rivalry between her and Mo Shuyo and replied coolly, "You jest, dear sister. Such banter should not be taken seriously." In her past life, she had contended with Mo Shuyo, but that was for Yi Junyu. Now, with no ties to him, she did not wish to rekindle conflicts with Mo Shuyo. Moreover, she recognized that Mo Shuyo was not malicious. Compared to the venomous Tang Ying, she was far more virtuous. Mo Shuyo, typically indifferent, responded to Tang Mu's remark with a cold snort. "I too believe that titles like most beautiful or most talented are mere illusions. Those who lack substance are often the most concerned with such titles. Yet, like Miss Tang, I remain unconcerned." Mo Shuyo's words struck Tang Ying like a slap, rendering her expression dark and pained, yet she refrained from retorting. To do so would only exacerbate her embarrassment. Mo Shuyo feigned ignorance of Tang Ying's discomfort, directing a friendly smile towards Tang Mu. Taken aback by Mo Shuyo's gesture of goodwill, Tang Mu returned the smile. In her recollection, Mo Shuyo had always embodied pride, looking down upon others. Even as a former empress, she likely never regarded Tang Mu. Yet here she was, extending an olive branch, a notion Tang Mu had never anticipated. In truth, Mo Shuyo was indeed proud, yet she admired those stronger than herself, such as Tang Mu. Though she did not believe herself inferior, she had no qualms about acknowledging Tang Mu's excellence. Clearing her throat to alleviate the tension, Xiao Lingyu interjected once more, "Miss Tang, will you inscribe some words?" After contemplation, Tang Mu dipped her brush into the ink and inscribed the characters for Nirvana in the upper right corner of the scroll. The juxtaposition of the red and black characters created a striking visual impact, laden with profound meaning. The entire scroll was composed of these two colors, yet it conveyed a spectrum of emotions with breathtaking clarity, leaving the audience in awe. The more Xiao Iran beheld the painting, the more he was captivated, and he blushingly asked, "Might I be so bold as to request this artwork as a gift for Miss Tang? I am utterly enamored." Upon hearing Xiao Iran's request for Tang Mu's creation, Yi Junyu quickly interjected, "I too am quite fond of this piece, Miss Tang. If you're inclined to gift it, might you consider presenting it to me?" Chapter 43. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to Lady Tang? Both individuals sought a painting from Tang Mi, and all eyes turned to her, eager to witness her decision. Yi Chunxian gazed intently at the artwork, feeling an overwhelming urge to seize it recklessly. Yet, he knew he could not take the painting, nor could he claim the person associated with it. Tang Mi, of course, could not bestow the painting upon Yi Junyu, nor could she give it to Xiao Iran. With a hint of regret, she addressed both gentlemen. "I am sorry, but this painting was created for a specific individual, and thus cannot be given to either of you." Upon hearing this, both men felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. Xiao Iran envied the person for whom she painted, while Yi Junyu was consumed by jealousy, yet he felt unqualified to inquire about the identity of that individual. As curiosity about the recipient of Tang Mi's painting grew, she suddenly approached Xiao Lungyu, saying, "Princess, if you do not mind, I'd like to gift this painting to you." Xiao Lungyu was momentarily taken aback, then slowly regained her composure, staring at Tang Mi in astonishment. "This painting was created for me?" Tang Mi's eyes shimmered as she replied, "It is for you, and also for myself." Indeed, this painting was crafted for Xiao Lungyu, but it also encapsulated Tang Mi's own experiences. She yearned for Xiao Lingyu to transcend her sorrows and embrace the light, just as she hoped for her own rebirth. "I hope you will cherish this painting," Tang Mi said, handing it over to Xiao Lingyu. The princess eagerly accepted it, her gaze drawn to the phoenix reborn from flames, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Light ultimately consumes all darkness, but would she be able to await the moment of illumination? "Thank you. I truly adore this painting," Xiao Lingyu said, her voice thick with emotion as she looked at Tang Mi. Even if she could not wait for that moment, she was grateful for the wish expressed in this instant. Tang Mi smiled gently. "Perhaps it will not be long before you encounter a miraculous healer." Xiao Lingyu paused, then laughed heartily. "Then I shall take your words as a good omen." Deep down, she understood that her ailment was incurable, yet she could not help but wish for a cure. She longed to marry and bear children, to live a life like any ordinary person. Seeing Xiao Lingyu in this light moved Xiao Iran as well. His sister rarely displayed such vulnerability. Despite her frail health, she never allowed them to witness her weakness. Even in illness, she forbade them from visiting her, always striving to appear strong. Yet he knew she was fragile, as delicate as glass. Even though they all held her in the utmost regard, no one truly understood her desires or needs. But Lady Tang had crafted such a painting for her. Rebirth from ashes. This was surely what his sister yearned for deep within her heart. He hoped that one day, the essence of this painting would manifest in her life. Xiao Iran glanced at Tang Mi, suddenly resolute, his gaze firm. Yi Junyu, too, was surprised to learn that Tang Mi's painting was intended for Xiao Lingyu, and he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not for a man, as long as her heart remained unclaimed, he still had a chance. The other young ladies, however, could not comprehend Tang Mi's choice. Among the men present were those of noble birth, including 2 princes, a young lord, and sons of ministers. It seemed inconceivable that she would gift her painting to Xiao Lingyu, who, despite being a princess, was not truly of royal lineage. Moreover, given Xiao Lingyu's reclusive nature, what flattery could possibly benefit her? Yet, although Xiao Lingyu was not a bona fide member of the imperial family, she held influence within the households of the Yong'an Marquis and the Chang'an Marquis. This poetry gathering was ostensibly for selecting a match for the young Marquis. Could it be that Tang Mi had her sights set on him, cleverly maneuvering through Xiao Lingyu to express her intentions? While this was not entirely implausible, openly favoring someone would invite criticism. Presenting the painting to Xiao Lingyu, however, conveyed her message without inciting gossip. Nevertheless, it was indeed curious that Tang Mi, with her advantageous circumstances, chose to pursue the young Marquis, especially when the likes of Feng Zhe and Prince Yu had shown interest in her. Even Lord Xian seemed to harbor particular feelings for her. With so many suitors available, why would she settle for the young Marquis, who paled in comparison to the others? Tang Ying also harbored suspicions that Tang Mi had developed feelings for Xiao Ran, while she silently criticized her for her lack of discernment. She also fretted that her grandmother might consent to such a match. The thought of Tang Mi marrying into another family was not one she relished. She yearned for Tang Mi to join her in the Prince Yu's residence, so she could rise through the ranks on her coattails. Yi Junyu cast a glance at Tang Ying, signaling her, before discreetly departing. Shortly after, Tang Ying seized an opportunity to follow suit. Upon seeing her leave, Tang Mi narrowed her eyes slightly. Once they reached a secluded spot, Tang Ying met with Yi Junyu. "How are your plans for the Bai Ma Temple proceeding?" Yi Junyu inquired as soon as he saw her. Tang Ying quickly replied, "Your Highness, rest assured, arrangements are underway. Before the first of the month, I will find a way to take Tang Mi to Bai Ma Temple." Yi Junyu was instantly pleased. "Excellent. I shall wait there tomorrow. I hope this time you do not botch the plan." He was eager and could hardly bear to wait any longer. "Fear not. I have everything planned. This time, it will be a success," Tang Ying assured him earnestly. Both were anxious, unable to afford any more delays. Yi Junyu then added, "If the yeoman Marquis approaches the Tang family with a proposal, we must ensure that your grandmother does not acquiesce." At the mention of the matriarch, a malicious glint flickered in Yi Junyu's eyes. It was this obstinate old woman who had stubbornly refused his proposal. If she had consented to marry Tang Mi to him, much of this turmoil could have been avoided. "I understand," Tang Ying replied. Even without his prompting, she had already resolved to act accordingly. After their conversation, they quickly parted ways. Once they were far away, Hong Fei emerged from the shadows. The poetry had concluded, the painting was finished, and games had been played. The gathering could be considered a resounding success. Tang Mi bid farewell to Shaolin Yu and the others, then took Tang Ying and Tang Ming back to the Tang residence in a carriage. Once Tang Mi and her companions departed, Yi Junyu and Yi Chunxian also exchanged pleasantries with Xiao Yiran before leaving. With the departure of these two, the rest soon followed suit. As the crowd dispersed, Xiao Fengzi let out a dramatic sigh. "I have no chance." Xiao Yiran cast him a glance, but said nothing. Sensing his expression, Xiao Fengzi could not help but tease. "Could it be that you have developed feelings for Lady Tang?" Caught off guard, Xiao Yiran's face flushed crimson. "You have no chance either." Xiao Fengzi poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Xiao Yiran frowned. "Is it because of Prince Yu?" Chapter 44. The Terrifying Su Wang. "Not Yu Wang." Xiao Fengzi pouted and shook his head, declaring, "Yu Wang is not to be feared. It is Su Wang that poses the real threat." Xiao Yiran furrowed his brows in surprise. "Are you suggesting that Su Wang also harbors feelings for Miss Tang?" Xiao Fengzi shot him a disdainful glance, as if it were obvious to anyone with functioning eyes. Xiao Yiran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was his third brother implying that he was blind? With a heart full of pity, Xiao Fengzi patted his shoulder. "You might as well give up. You have no chance." Not only did the fourth brother stand little hope, but he himself was equally out of the running. Su Wang was not Yu Wang. While Miss Tang might reject Yu Wang, she would undoubtedly not turn down Su Wang. In his heart, Su Wang was the epitome of perfection, capable of bringing peace to the realm through his intellect and commanding the world through his martial prowess, all while possessing a beauty that surpassed even the gods. What woman could possibly resist such a man? The most critical aspect was Su Wang's cold demeanor. Such a person would not easily fall in love, but once he did, it would be a lifelong commitment. He could hardly fathom having someone like Su Wang vigilantly watching over him for eternity. It would be wiser to relinquish hope sooner rather than later. Xiao Ran, however, did not share Xiao Fengzi's multitude of thoughts. He was smitten with Miss Tang and envisioned a life of mutual support with her. He had yet to even attempt to pursue her and was unwilling to give up so easily, even with Su Wang and Yu Wang in the picture. Upon returning to the general's residence, Tang Mi first took Tang Ying and Tang Ning to report their safe return to the elderly matriarch. "Did you have fun?" The matriarch inquired with a smile upon their arrival. Before Tang Mi could respond, Tang Ying chimed in cheerfully, "We had a splendid time. You wouldn't believe it. But today, elder sister truly shone." "Is that so?" The matriarch's curiosity was piqued as she glanced at Tang Mi. I know about your poetry, dear girl. Your compositions are exquisite. But it wasn't just poetry. Today, elder sister also painted and played the flute. Everyone praised her for being both beautiful and talented. The foremost beauty and the most accomplished lady in the capital, Tang Ying exclaimed with a beaming smile, as if devoid of any jealousy. The matriarch was taken aback by the extent of Tang Mi's performance at the poetry gathering, and she nodded in satisfaction. This girl had been personally nurtured by her. No one understood her brilliance better than herself. Yet, this girl rarely ventured out, her nature being humble and unassuming. It seemed that today at the poetry gathering, she had chosen to reveal herself. Could it be that she had taken a liking to someone? The matriarch mused and then smiled at Tang Mi. What interesting tales do you have to share today? Tang Mi merely smiled faintly. There are no particularly interesting stories, just an ordinary poetry gathering. However, Princess Lingyu from the Yong'an Marquis gifted me a jade flute, which I quite adore. Oh, the matriarch's interest was instantly piqued. Princess Lingyu even gifted you a flute? Did young Master Fengzi attend today? At this, both Tang Mi and Tang Ying simultaneously knitted their brows. Tang Mi was aware that the matriarch had intentions toward the royal family, but she held no interest in Xiao Fengzi. Tang Ying quickly grasped the matriarch's implication. Realizing that her grandmother had sent Tang Mi to the Yong'an Marquis with the hopes of a match with Xiao Fengzi. Was her grandmother attempting to forge a connection with the royal family? Tang Ying felt a surge of jealousy. Her grandmother seemed to dote on Tang Mi, torn between not wanting her to wade into royal troubles while also being unable to forsake the allure of noble status. Wasn't the royal family-esque connection with the princess' residence the most suitable option? It provided royal ties without the messiness of royal schemes. Did Tang Mi wish to marry into the princess's residence? She would not allow it. Tang Ying's eyes sparkled mischievously as she declared. Not only did young Master Fengzi attend today, but so did His Highness Yu Wang and His Highness Su Wang, along with the sons of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Revenue. Upon hearing that Yu Wang was also present, the matriarch's smile instantly faded, and she frowned at Tang Mi. His Highness Yu Wang attended as well. Tang Mi cast her a glance, but remained silent. The matriarch finally realized something. Turning to Tang Ying and Tang Ning, you both have had a long day. It's best you return and rest. I need to have a word with your elder sister. Tang Ying hesitated, but complied, rising to take her leave. Then I shall take my leave. She bowed to the matriarch and exited with Tang Ning. At the door, Tang Ying strained to listen for any conversation inside. When Granny Gui approached, second miss. Are you leaving? Tang Ying's expression stiffened, and she forced a smile. Yes, grandmother wishes to speak with elder sister. I will return now. With that, Tang Ying departed, and Tang Ning gave Granny Gui a slight nod before following suit. Inside, the matriarch anxiously questioned Tang Mi. Did His Highness Yu Wang attend the poetry gathering today? He went alongside Su Wang. It may have been a mere coincidence, Tang Mi reassured, aware of her grandmother's concerns. In her previous life, she had made grievous errors, and in this life, she would not repeat them. The matriarch scoffed dismissively. What coincidence could there be? A poetry gathering hosted by the Yong'an Marquis, and he, as a prince, just happened to drop by? He must have gone for you. The matriarch was deeply worried. She had already rebuffed Yu Wang. So why was he still pursuing her? Do not fret. Besides Yu Wang, Su Wang was also there. Surely he cannot have feelings for me as well, Tang Mi stated. Understanding Knight Jun Yu's intentions, but wishing to spare her grandmother any further distress. While the matriarch held no strong objections to Su Wang, she remained wary of Yu Wang's dubious intentions. Mir, what are your thoughts on young Master Fengzi? The matriarch suddenly inquired, her eyes fixed on Tang Mi. To fully extinguish Yu Wang's hopes, she believed the best course of action was to arrange a marriage for Mir promptly. Truth be told, she favored the princess's residence. She knew that such matters should not be discussed with her granddaughter, as she could easily decide on her own. Yet, she did not wish to impose upon the girl. Tang Mi's cheeks flushed, and with a wry smile, she replied, Grandmother, I do not think I am suited for young Master Fengzi. She had likely misjudged previously. Xiao Fengzi utilized pine resin, suggesting he was not that man. However, even if he were not, she still did not wish to marry him. His temperament was simply incompatible with hers. The matriarch felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed Tang Mi did not hold Xiao Fengzi in high regard, which was a pity, as it jeopardized the connection with the princess's residence. What are the other young masters? I heard that the sons of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Revenue were also present. Do any catch your fancy? The matriarch pressed on, unwilling to relent. Tang Mi's face grew even redder as she shot her grandmother an exasperated glance. What are you saying, grandmother? I must take my leave now. Not wishing to continue the conversation, Tang Mi bowed and exited. The matriarch watched her retreating figure, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Was she truly desperate enough to seek her child's counsel on such matters? Yet, with Mir's coming-of-age ceremony next month, it was indeed time to address the topic of marriage. Chapter 45. Wishing to exchange treasures for Tang Mi's painting in the residence of the Marquis of Yong'an. Within the main courtyard, a maid announced, "Madam, the fourth young master has arrived." Upon hearing the maid's report, Lady Xiao was momentarily taken aback. This young man had never sought her out voluntarily. Was today truly a day of unexpected occurrences, with a poetry gathering taking place? Lady Xiao's heart fluttered at the thought of the purpose behind her daughter's hosting of the event, and she promptly instructed, "Please invite him in." As the maid parted the curtain, Xiao Yiran stepped into the room. "Mother," he greeted, "what brings you to my humble abode today?" Lady Xiao teased her son while personally pouring him a cup of tea. Xiao Yiran sat down, awkwardly lifted the cup, and took a sip, only to realize the tea was scalding hot. Observing her son's flustered demeanor, Lady Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. "Is it that you've encountered someone of interest at today's poetry gathering, leaving you so absent-minded?" Caught off guard, Xiao Yiran's face flushed crimson. After a moment's hesitation, he mustered the courage to meet his mother's gaze and declared, "If you insist on pushing me towards marriage, I wish to wed the eldest daughter of the Tang family." Xiao Yiran was never one to compromise his desires. He had no intention of marrying unless it was for someone he truly admired. The eldest daughter of the Tang family? Lady Xiao was momentarily stunned, pondering which young lady he referred to. "Is it the eldest daughter from the general's household?" she inquired, fearing she might be mistaken. Xiao Yiran, his handsome face tinged with embarrassment, confirmed her suspicion. Lady Xiao recalled having seen this eldest daughter of the Tang family on 2 occasions. Once at the princess's birthday banquet and again at the mid-autumn festival in the palace. Although their encounters were limited, Lady Xiao had a vivid impression of her. She was exceptionally beautiful, perhaps the most striking young woman in the entire capital. Additionally, her skills in playing the guqin were commendable. However, it was rumored that both times the Tang family had been involved in some commotion, indicating that this young lady was not ordinary. Are there truly no other candidates at the poetry gathering that pique your interest? Are you certain you desire only her? Lady Xiao did not wish for a daughter-in-law who would overshadow her eldest son's gentle wife. After all, her eldest daughter-in-law was known for her modesty, and she worried that a fiercely talented younger daughter-in-law might overshadow her. Xiao Yiran promptly replied, "I want her. Please do not seek out others on my behalf. I have no interest in anyone else." His face reddened again as he reiterated, "It is the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Do not mistake it." With that, he left in a fluster. Lady Xiao, amused by her son's bashful disposition, found herself increasingly intrigued by the eldest daughter of the Tang family. She did not believe that mere beauty could enchant her son so thoroughly. After all, she knew her son well enough to suspect that the young lady must possess both charm and talent. Observing her son's earnestness, she resolved to visit the southern courtyard. Upon seeing Lady Xiao approach, Xiao Lingyu quickly rose and saluted. "Mother, please sit. You are not well. I fear you may be tired today," Lady Xiao said tenderly, stroking Xiao Lingyu's cheek. Xiao Lingyu smiled and shook her head lightly. "I am well, not overly fatigued." Seeing her daughter in good spirits eased Lady Xiao's mind. Were there any interesting happenings at today's poetry gathering? While there were no particularly interesting events, there was one intriguing person, Xiao Lingyu replied with a smile. Lady Xiao's interest piqued. She inquired, "Have you taken a liking to someone?" Xiao Lingyu's face flushed, and she shot her mother a playful glare. "Mother, what are you implying?" "I was referring to the eldest daughter of the Tang family." "The eldest daughter of the Tang family?" Hearing the same name again startled Lady Xiao. "Pray, tell me what makes her so remarkable." Xiao Lingyu recognized that her brother must have spoken to their mother, and thus recounted the events of the poetry gathering. The eldest daughter of the Tang family possessed a delightful character and remarkable talents. Most importantly, her demeanor reflected her excellent upbringing. Lady Xiao was astonished. She had not anticipated the eldest daughter of the Tang family to be so accomplished, skilled in poetry, painting, and flute playing. No wonder Iran was so taken with her. However, what surprised her most was her daughter's high regard for this young lady. It was well known that Xiao Lingyu had always been proud and discerning, with few individuals earning her genuine admiration. If her brother could indeed marry this esteemed young lady, she would undoubtedly make a wonderful daughter-in-law. Though she understood that her brother might not possess the fortune to win Tang Mi's heart, she wholeheartedly supported the idea of such a union. Lady Xiao smiled. I shall seek an opportunity to personally meet this Tang lady and ascertain whether she truly lives up to your praises. Initially, she had not been particularly fond of the Tang family, but her son's affection, coupled with her daughter's approval, piqued her interest in a young lady. Xiao Lingyu nodded silently, refraining from further comment. Their mother had always been responsible in matters of marriage. She had taken considerable time to choose suitable wives for both her elder and second brothers. Now, she would not be negligent regarding her younger brother's match. With the Tang lady's talents and virtues, Lady Xiao was sure she would find favor. However, judging by the poetry gathering today, it seemed that Xiao Iran was not the only one captivated by the Tang lady. Although the Tang family was respectable, they still paled in comparison to the Yu Wang family. It remained uncertain whether this match could materialize. Worried about disturbing Xiao Lingyu's rest, Lady Xiao decided to return to the southern courtyard after a brief visit. Miss, this is a gift sent by His Highness, the Prince of Yu, Xiao Lingyu's personal maid. Pearl announced with excitement as she entered, carrying a box. Xiao Lingyu frowned. The Prince of Yu has sent me a gift? Surely, it must be a mistake. Pearl presented the box. Miss, do take a look at what His Highness has sent. Upon opening the box, Xiao Lingyu's frown deepened. The contents were exceedingly valuable. This collection of items must be worth a considerable sum. Beneath the treasures, she discovered a letter. After reading it, her expression soured. Noticing her mistress's distress, Pearl asked with concern, Miss, are you all right? Xiao Lingyu remained silent, staring at the letter. The prince sought to exchange these treasures for the painting that Tang Mi had gifted her. Truthfully, she cherished that painting and held Tang Mi in high regard. It was a token of affection from Tang Mi, and she had no intention of parting with it. Doing so would be detrimental to both her and Tang Mi. Yet, given the prince's insistence, could she truly refuse? Miss, His Highness, the Prince of Xian, has also sent a gift. Amber interjected excitedly as she rushed in, interrupting Xiao Lingyu's turmoil. Chapter 46. Heart covered in excrement upon seeing the box in Amber's hand, Xiao Lingyu felt an overwhelming sense of dread. She had completely forgotten about Prince Xian. Her younger brother had mentioned that Prince Xian had an interest in Miss Tang. Noticing Xiao Lingyu's distressed expression, Amber's excitement quickly diminished, and she cautiously handed over the box. Xiao Lingyu accepted it and glanced inside, momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, the box from Prince Yu contained an array of precious gems and jade. Yet this box from Prince Xian held nothing but a letter. Xiao Lingyu unfolded the letter and began to read. After finishing, her expression softened, revealing a sense of gratitude. Prince Xian had no intention of trading for the painting. He merely offered her guidance on how to handle Prince Yu. It must be said that Prince Xian and Oppo's advice was astute. Without his intervention, she might have been forced to relinquish the painting willingly. It was clear that Prince Xian's actions were not purely for her benefit. He was likely motivated by his feelings for Tang Mi. Evidently, Prince Xian did indeed harbor affections for Miss Tang, as her brother had asserted. The true threat was not Prince Yu, but rather Prince Xian. It seemed that her younger brother and Oppo's engagement was unlikely to materialize. After a moment of silent mourning for her brother, Xiao Lingyu penned a letter and placed it inside Prince Yu and Oppo's box, entrusting it to Pearl with the instruction to deliver it to Prince Yu's residence. Yes, Pearl replied, accepting the box before departing. At Prince Yu's residence, when Knight Monarch Yu received Xiao Lingyu's letter, he was immediately consumed with rage, throwing the entire box of jewels to the ground. How outrageous! This night Qin Xian is opposing me at every turn. I desire Tang Mi and Amp, oppose, as painting, and he desires it as well, brazenly competing with me. Seeing Knight Monarch use intense fury, Feng Pan quickly bowed and said, "Your Highness, please temper your anger. Currently, Miss Tang holds the power over her own marriage. Even if Prince Xian has feelings for her, it ultimately rests upon Miss Tang's decision. I believe she may not be inclined towards Prince Xian." Feng Pan's words instantly calmed Knight Monarch. Indeed, he had not perceived any interest from Tang Mi toward Knight Qin Xian, and he still saw an opportunity. A fierce woman fears a persistent man. With enough effort, I refuse to believe I cannot win her heart. In the general's residence, at Qingmi Courtyard, Miss, the Qin family has come to propose today, Ban Xia reported quietly, wary of being overheard by the outside maidservants. Tang Mi furrowed her brow. The Qin family has proposed. Could it be that Tang Ying truly agreed to this marriage? It was evident to Tang Mi that this was impossible. Tang Ying's ambition was to become Empress. How could she marry into the Qin family? Thus, her actions must have ulterior motives. Tang Mi narrowed her eyes and instructed Ban Xia in a low voice. For the next few days, you need not attend to me. Instead, frequent Zi Ying Courtyard and gather information about the maids around Tang Ying. Ban Xia instantly understood Tang Mi's intentions and promptly replied, "I understand, Mississippi." In the Tang family hall, Grandmother Tang stared at the room filled with betrothal gifts, her face paling with anger. She was genuinely reluctant to marry her granddaughter into a family like the Qins. It was only the Qin family, oblivious to propriety, who would push their daughter into a perilous situation. Seeing Grandmother Tang and oppose, as silence, Madame Qin, Kai Shi stepped forward with a beaming smile. Our Qin family is wholeheartedly sincere regarding this marriage. We have prepared 128 gifts. However, if you find this unsatisfactory, we can add 32 more to make it 160. What do you think? Grandmother Tang remained silent, her expression dark, while the gifts were indeed substantial. Who cared about their family's offerings? The atmosphere grew awkward as Grandmother Tang did not respond. Observing this, Madame Qin quickly attempted to lighten the mood. "I believe 128 gifts is quite respectable. Don't you agree, Mother?" Grandmother Tang glared at her angrily. "It is your own daughter. If you find it acceptable, then so be it." Grandmother Tang was genuinely frustrated with Madame Qin. Previously, she had seemed quite sensible, yet now she appeared so muddled. Was the Qin family truly a good match? Why would they push their daughter into danger? As a mother, she didn't take care. She refused to involve herself further. Understanding Grandmother Tang's feelings, Madame Qin smiled and remarked, "I believe this matter is settled. We are all family. I trust my sister-in-law will treat our Inger well. Indeed, Gaisi Asud, rest assured, Inger is both my niece and daughter-in-law. I would never mistreat her. Furthermore, we cherish her dearly. How could we ever neglect her?" Nearby, Qin Qingyu's face flushed at this remark. Madame Qin glanced at Kai Shi and Qin Qingyu, forcing a smile. "Then let us set a date." Kai Shi nodded eagerly, "Yes. I will return shortly to arrange the date." Watching the two women, Grandmother Tang pressed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. When Tang Mi arrived at Ming Chun Courtyard to pay her respects, she found Grandmother Tang lying on the favored couch, sighing deeply. "What is the matter, Grandmother? Is your headache bothering you again?" Seeing Grandmother Tang in such a state, Tang Mi hurriedly approached to massage her temples. Tang Mi's technique was excellent, and Grandmother Tang let out a contented sigh, her expression softening considerably. Seeing this, Granny Gue breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss, you have arrived just in time. The old lady is troubled by the second young lady's marriage. Please persuade her. At her age, she must not be too anxious." As Granny Gue spoke, she personally poured tea and served pastries to Tang Mi. "I heard the Qin family came to propose today. Did the second aunt agree?" Tang Mi inquired while continuing to massage Grandmother Tang. "She has been blinded by foolishness." Grandmother Tang's voice rose in indignation at the mention of the matter. Tang Mi's eyes flickered as she pursed her lips. Didn't the second aunt previously object? She usually cares most about her second sister's marriage. How could she suddenly agree? It's all due to her mother and sister-in-law. Who knows what nonsense they've been feeding her. She is determined to push her own daughter into the fire. Gadang motangs glet pa sionai. Seeing Grandmother Tang so enraged, Tang Mi quickly soothed her. Granny Gue is right. You mustn't be so upset. The second aunt is the second sister's biological mother. Her choice of the Qin family must be based on her own considerations. So please do not worry. Moreover, until the last moment, no one knows what will happen. Perhaps the second sister might not end up marrying into the Qin family after all. She could not believe that the Qin family would marry off Tang Ying, nor could she believe that Tang Ying would relinquish her aspirations of becoming empress. She was merely curious about their ulterior motives. Upon hearing Tang Mi's insinuations, Grandmother Tang sat up halfway. What do you mean by that? Mir, do you know something? Tang Mi's eyes flickered as she smiled. What could I possibly know? I simply feel that the Qin family is unworthy of our second sister. At this, Grandmother Tang sighed again. You must never follow in your second sister's footsteps, marrying low and marrying high. Yet she has chosen such a family. Leave my marriage entirely to you, Grandmother, Tang Mi assured. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Grandmother Tang affectionately stroked her face. Rest assured, Grandmother will surely find you a worthy match. Tang Mi smiled lightly, though she had no desire to remarry. If Grandmother wished it, she would comply. Chapter 47. What is Tang Ying really scheming? In the Qing Song courtyard, knowing that Tang Song had a day off today, Tang Ying arrived early with a food box. Upon entering the room, she found Tang Song adjusting his clothes in front of a bronze mirror. Seeing her, Tang Song immediately darkened his expression, asking, "What are you here for?" Tang Ying and Amp, Oppos. S eyes flickered, and she chuckled lightly. Since it and Amp, Oppos. That's your day off. I thought I would make your favorite water chestnut cake. As she spoke, she took the food box from Yun and revealed a stack of water chestnut cakes. Tang Song turned around, glanced at the cakes on the table, and snorted. What are you really up to? What do you mean by that, brother? I simply wanted to make something you like because I see how hard you've been working these days. How has it turned into my fault? Tang Ying pouted in dissatisfaction at Tang Song's fierce demeanor. Tang Song was not swayed by her antics. He narrowed his eyes and scrutinized her. Tell me the truth. What is going on between you and Prince Yu? He was straightforward with his sister. Tang Ying's eyes flickered again. What do you mean? What's going on? Noting her feigned ignorance, Tang Song huffed again. Stop playing dumb. What is your involvement with him? And is the matter concerning Ronger also your idea? Tang Jing swalao nevao sin. Exclaiming, brother, how can you wrongfully accuse me? Would I harm Ronger? It was Tang Mi who harmed her. Tang Song did not believe her. If it weren't for you encouraging her to do those things, she wouldn't have even thought of them. He knew very well their strengths and weaknesses. Ronger simply lacked that kind of cleverness, while Tang Ying often used others as pawns. With Tang Song seeing through her, Tang Ying blinked nervously. What good does it do to discuss this now? ISN and Oppos. It more important to think of a way to bring Rong and Oppos back? Of course you have to think of a way for Ronger. It's all you're doing, Tang Song asserted without hesitation. After being rebuffed repeatedly, Tang Ying's face darkened. But for the sake of her plan, she suppressed her anger, saying, Brother, I have a way to bring Ronger back, but you must help me. What method? Tang Song looked at her suspiciously. Tang Ying immediately leaned closer to Tang Song and whispered her plan. After listening, Tang Song narrowed his eyes and turned to her. I can help you, but you must ensure that Ronger comes back. Tang Ying quickly assured him, Brother, rest assured, as long as we follow the plan, Ronger will definitely return. In the Ming Chun courtyard, after accompanying the old Madame Tang for breakfast, Tang Mi noticed that the Qin family had arrived without Tang Ying. But surprisingly, Tang Song was there. Mother, grandmother. The two greeted the old Madame Tang together. Songer is back. The old Madame Tang, who had little regard for the Qin family, still placed great importance on her eldest grandson. Since I'm off duty today, I came to accompany grandmother. Tang Song replied with a smile. Very good. The old Madame Tang nodded repeatedly and then asked, Have you all had breakfast? Just finished. Qin Shi quickly replied. Then let us have some tea and snacks, the old Madame Tang instructed, glancing at Granny Gue. Yes, Granny Gue responded and went to prepare. As the three sat down with the old Madame, Qin Shi smiled and spoke. The Qin family has already calculated the wedding date. It's set for the end of next month, on the 28th of September. The old Madame Tang frowned upon hearing Qin Shi mention Tang Ying's marriage. Why the 28th of September? That day is the anniversary of Yi Shi's death. Tang Mi also frowned, her gaze fixed on the Qin family members. What were they really plotting? Knowing that the old madam valued Yi Shi, Qin Shi quickly smiled. I told them that day is not suitable. But the Qin family insisted that there are no suitable dates in the second half of the year, and that day is the best option. They believe it's a collision of joy. Tang Mi nearly laughed at Qin Shi's ridiculous reasoning. Collision of joy? How absurd. Yet, they had even considered their father's Memorial Day in their calculations. What were their true intentions? The old Madame Tang was instantly furious, slamming her hand on the table and scolding. You believe such nonsense? What is the matter with your brain? I refuse to believe that there isn't a suitable date in the second half of the year. Even if they're truly ISNT, we can wait until next year. If there is nothing next year, then we can wait until the year after. Why can't you wait half a year? And instead, are so eager to push your daughter into the fire? Tang Song's expression remained indifferent. He was not concerned about Tang Ying's marriage. He knew she was clever and would not be easily deceived, and since their mother favored her, she was eager for her to make a good match. It seemed the Qin family had little interest in her. As for their intentions, he couldn't be bothered to care. After being scolded by the old madam, Qin Shi dared not retaliate and instead smiled obsequiously. Mother, since the young couple is in love and the Qin family wishes to marry soon, why not support them? If it drags on until next year, it will tarnish Inger's reputation, and it might even implicate me. Not only did Qin Shi use Tang Ying's reputation as leverage, but she also dragged Tang Mi into the fray. The old Madame Tang's face darkened at once. What a bold move by the Qin family. They were trying to threaten her. Qin Shi glanced at Tang Song, and only then did he speak up. Grandmother, next month, my eldest sister will also be holding her coming-of-age ceremony. Whether it's the second sister's marriage or the eldest sister's ceremony, they will likely conflict with Uncle's Memorial Day. Why not hold a memorial service for Uncle this month to avoid the clash? The old Madame Tang found this suggestion reasonable and nodded thoughtfully. That could work. But regarding the memorial service, before she could finish, Tang Song interjected, "This is the 10th anniversary of Uncle's passing. We must not be negligent with a memorial service. I think Bama Temple would be an excellent choice. The incense there is flourishing, and the abbot is familiar with grandmother, so he will surely take good care of us. How about we hold it at Bama Temple?" Tang Song's emphasis on Yi Shi's matter pleased the old Madame Tang greatly. Bama Temple was indeed a fine choice. She regularly worshipped there and was well acquainted with the abbot, whose temple had thriving incense, which would be beneficial for Yi Shi. The old Madame Tang then turned to Tang Mi. "What do you think, Mia?" Since it involved Yi Shi, her opinion was important. Both Qin Shi and Tang Song looked expectantly at Tang Mi. Tang Mi surveyed Qin Shi and Tang Song deeply, realizing they intended to take her to Bama Temple. Likely a yun is behist. Taking a deep breath, she smiled. Since Father's Memorial Day conflicts with the second sister's wedding, let us take care of it in advance. I have no objections. They had orchestrated everything in such a manner to deny her any chance to refuse. Seeing Tang Mi acquiesce, Qin Shi could not suppress a triumphant smile. She knew she could count on her not to reject it. Chapter 48. A request for 100 taels of silver. Tang Mu, displaying her charmingly obedient nature, received a nod of approval from the old matriarch, who declared, "Then it is settled. I shall send someone to the academy shortly to deliver a letter to Feng." Tang Mu's eyes flickered slightly as she quickly interjected, "Grandmother, Fenger is soon to take the imperial examination. Perhaps it would be best not to disturb him." Unbeknownst to her, the ulterior motives behind their intentions were still a mystery, and she wished not to drag Fenger into their schemes. The old matriarch frowned, but this marks the anniversary of his father's passing. The examination is of utmost importance. I shall handle Fenger's affairs. I trust that his father would be understanding. Tang Mu stood firm in her resolve, well aware that her grandmother would heed her wishes should she persist. The old matriarch assumed that Tang Mu had once again become fixated on Tang Feng and Appo's pursuit of the imperial examination, and her displeasure was evident. Has this girl fallen back into her old habits? Tang Song, casting a glance at Tang Mu, spoke up, "Grandmother, my elder sister is correct. The examination must take precedence. Should our third brother succeed, it would indeed be a splendid outcome. Upon hearing Tang Song's words, the old matriarch's expression softened. Very well then. Coming from a family of military lineage, with her son being a general, she placed greater value on martial prowess. However, she would also take great joy should Fenger find a path in civil service. Regarding my uncle's affairs, it is prudent to act without delay. I have already selected a date. We shall depart for the Bema temple tomorrow to purify ourselves and perform a proper ritual for 7 days. Satisfied with Tang Song's preparations, the old matriarch nodded. Then you shall oversee your uncle's matters. The family patriarch was indifferent to household affairs, while the second son was an unreliable sort. Thus, she could only rely on her eldest grandson. Rest assured, grandmother, Tang Song promptly replied. Qin then seized the opportunity to discuss Tang Ying's marriage with the old matriarch. Tang Mu, finding such matters inappropriate to overhear, excused herself and departed. Upon returning to Qingmi courtyard, Banksia hurriedly approached her. Tang Mu signaled her with a glance, and the two promptly entered the room. Miss, I have been spending time with the servants from Ziying courtyard these past few days. I heard that the second young lady attended, Yun, has become quite close with Chao Ji. It seems they are entangled. As Banksia spoke of the scandalous affair, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Tang Mu furrowed her brow, recalling that in her previous life, Yun did indeed marry the steward's youngest son, Chao Ji. At that time, Chao Ji had a wife, but he divorced her to marry Yun, even resorting to dark deeds to rid himself of his 2 children. Ultimately, his former wife succumbed to despair and took her own life, while these 2 shameless individuals reveled in the ill-gotten gains from the Tang household. The affair between Yun and Chao Ji was likely no longer a secret. Perhaps it was instigated by that woman, Tang Ying, who was capable of anything. Thus, merely this information might not be sufficient to rein Yun in. I have also heard news about Qianlu, Banksia added, noticing Tang Mu's troubled expression. Tang Mu looked up at her, and Banksia lowered her voice. They say Qianlu has recently encountered some troubles and is borrowing money everywhere. Tang Mu raised an eyebrow, thinking of Qianlu's fate. Compared to Yun, Qianlu's situation was indeed dire. She had first become the concubine of Yi Junyu, only to be sent off by Tang Ying to various men. However, both Tang Ying and Yi Junyu had managed to extract valuable information through Qianlu. Regrettably, this useful pawn ultimately met her demise at the hands of a wealthy merchant. Qianlu is in need of silver? Tang Mu reflected carefully on the events surrounding Qianlu from her previous life. During that time, she had confined herself to her room, indifferent to the outside world. Yet, she seemed to recall Fu Ling and Banksia mentioning that Qianlu had wounded the steward, and it was Tang Ying who later intervened to handle the situation. As for the details of what had transpired, she had shown little interest. Do you have any close maidservants or matrons in Ziying courtyard? Tang Mu inquired of Banksia. Banksia responded eagerly. There's a little maid named Chua. I had previously spoken on her behalf in the kitchen, and she has shared much of this information with me. Tang Mu nodded. Then take some silver and give it to her, instructing her to keep a discreet watch on Qianlu. Should anything arise, she is to report back to you immediately. Understood, Banksia replied, quickly fetching some silver before departing. In Ziying courtyard, Tang Ying reclined on a luxurious couch, awaiting news from Qin. Yun was attending to her feet while Qianlu massaged her shoulders. Ouch! Qianlu, lost in thought, inadvertently pressed too hard, causing Tang Ying to yelp. Startled, Qianlu immediately knelt. Miss, please forgive me. It was not my intention. Tang Ying shot her a sidelong glance. What is the matter with you these days? You seem distracted. After a moment of hesitation, Qianlu finally spoke. Miss, I wish to borrow some silver. Borrow silver? Tang Ying raised an eyebrow, surprised. What necessitates such a request? Qianlu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked out. My father is a gambler and has squandered all our family's money. He even sold my younger sister to a brothel. I wish to borrow some silver to redeem her. Rescuing someone from a brothel requires a considerable sum, does it not? Tang Ying frowned, clearly reluctant. Over there, they demand 100 taels of silver. 100 taels. Before Tang Ying could respond, Yun gasped in shock. Tang Ying shot her a glare, prompting Yun to stammer. 100 taels is far too much. Tang Ying's gaze flickered as she sighed. 100 taels truly is excessive. It is not that I am unwilling to lend you the money. You are aware of my considerable expenses and my lack of savings. I cannot assist you. Qianlu's eyes dimmed instantly. She knew Tang Ying had the means. However, as a mere servant, repaying such a sum felt insurmountable. Tang Ying feared she could not repay it, which was why she hesitated to lend it to her. Yet, Qianlu was in desperate need of this money. Her younger sister was nearly 12, and she feared the madam would soon force her sister into servitude. Upon entering, Qin was taken aback to find Qianlu kneeling on the ground. What is happening here? Nothing. Tang Ying waved her hand dismissively at Qianlu and Yun. You both may leave now. Yes, Yun complied and exited without hesitation. Qianlu followed suit, and as soon as they were gone, Tang Ying eagerly asked, well, did it go well? It did, Qin replied excitedly, recounting the events. At the entrance, Yun glanced back at Qianlu and offered an explanation. Qianlu, do not blame the miss. She truly lacks funds. I understand, Qianlu replied, her head bowed. Yun's eyes glinted as she leaned closer. However, if you wish to borrow money, you could try the steward. The steward? Qianlu frowned. Do not be fooled by his demeanor. He is quite wealthy. Yun winked at Qianlu, her eyes glimmering with ulterior motives. Remembering the steward's gaze toward her, Qianlu felt a wave of anxiety. Yet, thinking of her sister, her resolve hardened. Chapter 49 Departure to Bema Temple. Qianlu hesitated for a long time before ultimately deciding to seek out Steward Chao. Upon seeing Qianlu, Steward Chao's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Ah, it is Miss Qianlu. What brings you to me? Come in and have a seat. He promptly ushered her inside. But Qianlu hesitated, standing at the threshold to state her purpose. I wish to borrow some silver from you. Upon hearing of her request, a glimmer of excitement shone in Steward Chao's eyes as he smirked. Borrowing silver is simple, provided you. He seized Qianlu's hand, boldly caressing it as he attempted to pull her into the room. Steward, Qianlu gasped, quickly retracting her hand and glaring at him warily. Noticing her resistance, Steward Chao refrained from making a scene and cleared his throat, feigning seriousness. How much silver do you require? 100 taels, she replied, fearful he might refuse. She pleaded with him. I can write you an IOU, and I promise to repay you. Internally, Steward Chao sneered at her naivety. Yet he maintained an affable demeanor. Of course, of course. His gaze lingered on Qianlu's delicate beauty and graceful figure, stirring a restless desire within him. How about this? I shall accompany you to Bema Temple tomorrow. You must come to my room tomorrow night. Qianlu's complexion paled as she stared at him in alarm. Sensing her anxiety, Steward Chao chuckled and reassured her. You know how strict my mother is. While I possess the funds, I cannot provide them here. Rest assured, I will lend you the silver. With his promise, Qianlu felt a slight relief. Thank you, Steward. Steward Chao's smile widened as he scrutinized her from head to toe. Come to my room tomorrow night, and I will give you the silver. Unable to endure his gaze, Qianlu offered a modest bow and turned to leave. Steward Chao's eyes followed her, his chin resting on his hand, unable to suppress his lustful thoughts. In a corner of the side room, Yun observed Steward Chao's eager demeanor and raised her brow triumphantly. What do you think? The gift I arranged for your father is quite splendid, isn't it? Chao Ji lifted Yun's chin with a mischievous grin. Our Yun is indeed clever. Once this plan succeeds, I shall tell my father to divorce my wife and marry you instead. Yun's face lit up with joy. You promised. Well, have I ever deceived you? Chao Ji pulled her into an embrace, showering her with affection. Yun, her cheeks flushed, playfully reproached him. What are you doing? It's broad daylight. Since we are here, let's not waste time, Chao Ji declared, tugging her towards the grassy nook behind. The following morning, Banksia and Fulling rose early to pack for Tangmi. 2 cloaks. Please. Bema Temple is located on a mountain, and the chill can be quite intense. We should bring several warm garments, as autumn is nearly upon us. Miss, we will be staying in the north wing. It is quieter there, Fulling chattered on while organizing. Tangmi looked at her and said, this time, I would like Banksia to accompany me. Fulling froze, her movements halting abruptly. "Miss, you're not taking me?" She turned to Tang Mi, incredulous. "Qingmi courtyard cannot be left unattended. You must stay to watch over it," Tang Mi replied, her expression impassive. Fulling's disappointment was palpable. "But I have always accompanied you to Bema Temple." Tang Mi raised an eyebrow, calm as the breeze. "Thus, it is time for Banksia to go this time." Fulling, feeling disheartened, found no outlet for her frustration and lost her enthusiasm for packing. Observing her demeanor, Tang Mi signaled to Banksia, "Take the pack trunk outside first." "Yes," Banksia responded, lifting a chest as she exited. Tang Mi beckoned Fulling over. Fulling approached, looking forlorn. "Mississippi, are you reluctant to stay behind to guard the courtyard?" Tang Mi questioned, her gaze piercing. Fulling's eyes flickered, and she pouted. "Not really. I just wish to accompany you." Tang Mi sighed softly, speaking gently. "I am aware of your loyalty. You are one of my most trusted companions. It is precisely for this reason that I need you to remain here." Fulling looked up, puzzled by her words. Tang Mi glanced cautiously outside before leaning closer to whisper, "You must know, we have a traitor in Qingmi courtyard." Fulling's heart raced at this revelation, her back prickling with cold sweat as she looked at Tang Mi anxiously. "What traitor? Miss, are you certain?" Tang Mi glared at her. "I am not mistaken. Yesterday, when Banksia was organizing the jewelry box, she discovered one of my bracelets was missing and could not find it anywhere. If that is not a traitor, then what is it? Someone has certainly stolen my bracelet." Fulling's tension eased as she sighed deeply, frowning. "How dare anyone steal from you? Should we inform the matriarch, so she can help us identify the culprit?" "Absolutely not. We must not alert grandmother." Tang Mi firmly shook her head. "Next month, I will come of age. If I trouble grandmother over such trivial matters, what will I become?" As she spoke, she took Fulling's hand. "I know you are attentive, so I need you to stay and keep watch. I will be gone for some time, and perhaps by the time I return, you will have uncovered the identity of the thief." Fulling, reassured by Tang Mi's trust, felt her resentment dissipate. "Since you have faith in me, I will do my utmost to unearth this thief." Tang Mi smiled, patting her hand. "I trust you completely. You have been by my side the longest. If I cannot trust you, whom can I trust?" Fulling beamed at this affirmation. Tang Mi, however, harbored a glimmer of malice in her eyes. Were it not for her usefulness, Fulling would not have survived this long. After placating Fulling, Tang Mi set off for Bema Temple with Banksia. Due to the 10th anniversary of Tang Yishu's passing, nearly the entire Tang family journeyed to Bema Temple, preparing several horse-drawn carriages for the occasion. The elder Tang patriarch had fallen ill and could not attend, while Aunt Fong remained behind to care for him. Tang Xuanghu had to fulfill his duties and planned to arrive on the day of the memorial service, while Tang Sanbao was unable to return from the military, leaving a group of women led by Tang Song to proceed to Bema Temple. As movements stirred in the Tang residence, news swiftly reached the Yuang Fu. Knight Junyu hurriedly gathered Fengpan and Yunling to head for Bema Temple. Meanwhile, at the Xian Wang Fu, Yin Shu reported, "My lord, Prince Yu's gone to Bema Temple. It seems the entire Tang family is attending to commemorate General Tang in advance." Knight Chinchuan's brow furrowed, his eyes icy. "My lord, shall we not join the festivities as well?" Yin Shu suggested eagerly. Knight Chenxian shot him a glance, remaining silent. Chapter 50. The relationship between Prince Yu and Prince Xian is quite delicate, as the Tang family's carriage arrived at the foot of the mountain. A little monk promptly approached, Ba. Tang Song dismounted first, and then assisted old Madame Tang. Once she alighted from the carriage, the little monk bowed and said, "Old Madame Tang, the master has sent me to guide you." "Thank you, little monk," old Madame Tang replied quickly, returning the gesture. Following them, Tang Mi, Tang Ying, Tang Ning, along with the Qin and Lin families, also disembarked. "Let's proceed up the steps," old Madame Tang said, gazing at the imposing staircase ahead. The White Horse Temple was perched halfway up the mountain. While it was possible to ride a carriage, given their purpose of paying homage, it was inappropriate to seek comfort. Tang Mi immediately stepped forward to assist old Madame Tang, helping her ascend. Qin, however, glanced disdainfully at the daunting stairs. This old lady, having a carriage yet opting to climb, must be exhausting herself on such steep steps. Despite her reluctance, as old Madame Tang was already climbing. The others had no choice but to follow suit, slowly making their way up. Displeased, Qin shot a glance at Lin and remarked, "It's quite hot today, with the old lady climbing such high steps. Did you bring her medicine, third sister-in-law?" "Of course, I brought it. You needn't worry about such matters, second sister-in-law," Lin replied, maintaining her composure while continuing to ascend. Qin's face momentarily flickered with irritation. Initially, she had thought that, after the incident at the mid-autumn banquet, old Madame Tang would surely revoke Lin's authority. Yet the old lady had not blamed Lin at all. Instead, she had chastised both Qin and Tang Ying, even putting Tang Ying under house arrest. "I am merely expressing concern for you. After all, the old lady holds a prestigious title. If anything were to happen, it would be unbearable for you," Qin said with a sardonic tone. Lin understood her implication and, glancing back at Tang Ying, smiled at Qin. "I haven't congratulated you yet, second sister-in-law, on Tang Ying's engagement. You will have less to worry about now. After all, family ties strengthen connections. Your sister-in-law will surely treat Tang Ying well." Lin's words flowed seamlessly, transforming Qin's expression from pale to green, and then to a deep shade of black, as her frustration threatened to choke her. Was this woman mocking their daughter's inability to marry? If it weren't for the plan Tang Ying had discussed, she would never have consented to an alliance with the Qin family. After all, Qin Xingyu was merely a frog wishing to eat swan meat. Seething with anger, Qin wanted to confront Lin, but discovered that Lin had already reached the top, forcing her to grit her teeth and continue climbing. By the time Qin reached the summit, she felt utterly exhausted. Tang Mi, too, was flushed from the exertion, while old Madame Tang, despite her age, appeared spirited. Observing Tang Mi's rosy cheeks, she couldn't help but scold, "You all lack exercise. Had I known, I would have ensured you learn martial arts." Their family had a long tradition of martial training, and in her youth, old Madame Tang had been quite skilled. Thus, ascending these steps was trivial for her. However, these younger ones seemed rather delicate. Before Tang Mi could respond, Qin interjected, "Mother, let us not speak of martial arts. How can a girl practice such things? It would only make her coarse and unrefined." Qin's remark instantly darkened old Madame Tang's expression. Seeing Qin's lack of tact, Tang Ying quickly tugged at Qin's sleeve. "Grandmother has practiced martial arts. Whom does she look down upon?" Realizing her misstep, Qin opened her mouth to retort, but Tang Mi cheerfully chimed in, "Indeed, we should train. A frail body is not suitable for a girl." Lin immediately joined in, "I agree. Our mother is the strongest among us. Look at us panting. Shouldn't we learn from her?" Their banter made old Madame Tang chuckle. "Indeed, we should train. I will have Steward Chow invite a female instructor so we can all learn some martial skills to strengthen our bodies." "Grandmother speaks wisely," Tang Mi replied with a smile as she dutifully assisted old Madame Tang into the White Horse Temple. As soon as they entered, Qin glared angrily at Lin, who paid her no mind and continued on with Tang Ying. "Mother, perhaps you should speak less in the future," Tang Ying advised Qin before entering as well. Qin, now fuming, felt her frustration rising with no outlet. After old Madame Tang finished her prayers, the temple's abbot, Master Jinkong, emerged. "Ba, Master Jinkong." Old Madame Tang quickly bowed in respect. The abbot had already been informed of her wishes and requested that she and the others observe a week of fasting and purification. After 7 days, he would personally conduct a ritual for General Tang to guide the departed souls. "Thank you, Master," old Madame Tang bowed again. "The guest quarters have been prepared for you. Please rest." "Thank you, Master." The group followed the little monk to the back courtyard, only to unexpectedly encounter Knight Junyu and Knight Qinxian. Upon seeing Knight Junyu, old Madame Tang's brows furrowed, instinctively glancing at Tang Ying and Tang Song. Tang Ying lowered her head, feigning ignorance, while Tang Song appeared utterly innocent. Tang Mi had anticipated Knight Junyu's presence and was not surprised, but it was noteworthy that Knight Qinxian often accompanied him. However, she recalled their strained relationship in her past life, where Knight Qinxuan's fate was particularly tragic, all orchestrated by Knight Junyu. In this life, their relationship was undeniably intricate. Knight Junyu and Knight Qinxian immediately noticed Tang Mi. Upon seeing her flushed face, Knight Junyu was rendered momentarily entranced, while Knight Qinshian's heart raced, as if his breath had been stolen. Noticing Knight Junyu and Appo's gaze, old Madame Tang's expression darkened. Greetings. Your Highness Yu and Your Highness Xian. Tang Mi and the others quickly followed suit, bowing. Your Highness Yu, Your Highness Xian. The two regained their composure, and Knight Qinshian promptly redirected his attention, nodding respectfully to old Madame Tang. Knight Junyu stepped forward with a smile. Old Madam, are you here to pay homage at the White Horse Temple? Old Madame Tang inclined her head. The 10th anniversary of my eldest son's passing is approaching. We have come to request the abbot to conduct a ritual. Ah, so the 10th anniversary of General Tang's passing is near. It is indeed fitting to hold a proper ceremony, Knight Junyu remarked, feigning surprise, his gaze inadvertently drifting back to Tang Mi. Old Madame Tang's expression darkened further, her voice growing colder. Ladies are present. We kindly request Your Highness Yu to excuse us. Knight Junyu quickly averted his gaze, smiling as he nodded. Of course, old madam. Immediately, old Madame Tang led Tang Mi and the others toward the north wing. White Horse Temple seldom accommodated female guests. If they did, arrangements were made in the north wing. Knight Junyu watched Tang Mi's retreating figure, a determined glimmer flashing in his eyes. What is brother looking at? A voice suddenly broke the silence, causing Knight Junyu's expression to darken drastically. Chapter 51. Why do you follow me everywhere? With a sullen expression, Yi Junyu turned to face Yi Qinshian. The 7th prince seems rather idle of late. Why is it that wherever I go, you follow? Yi Qinshian, with a nonchalant smile, replied, as a leisurely prince, I cannot compare to my elder brother, who enjoys the deep trust of our father. It is only natural that I find myself with ample time on my hands. Yet, with your heavy responsibilities and multiple roles, how is it that you appear so unoccupied? Yi Junyu gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing to crush the man before him. He was well aware that he was the one with the greatest chance of becoming the crown prince. Yet Yi Qinshian shamelessly contested him for Tang Mi. Why did he have to compete? Noticing his anger, Yi Qinshian spoke calmly. Since you have come to pay your respects, it would be prudent to cleanse your heart. In this serene place of worship, it would be best, dear brother, to refrain from actions that could tarnish the royal family's reputation. Yi Junyu's fury reached its peak. Yi Qinshian, what do you mean by that? With a smile that failed to reach his eyes, Yi Qinshian continued. I merely wish to remind you that there are ladies present in the temple, and your conduct should be above reproach. Any offense could bring disgrace to the royal house. You should worry about yourself first. Afraid of losing his temper and acting rashly, Yi Junyu waved his sleeve and departed. Your Highness, Hong Fei stepped forward. Yi Qinshian fixated on Yi Junyu's retreating figure, narrowing his eyes slightly. Keep an eye on him. Yes, Hong Fei promptly responded. In the north wing, old Madame Tang fixed her stern gaze upon Tang Song and her daughter, Tang Ying. What is the 7th prince doing here? Tang Ying lowered her head, remaining silent. Lin Shi exchanged significant glances with Qin Shi and then looked at Tang Mi, who also averted her gaze. Perhaps he has come to pray, Tang Song speculated, feigning ignorance. Indeed, he must be here for prayers, Qin Shi quickly concurred. Pray? Old Madame Tang slammed her dragon head cane in anger. Do not think I am unaware of your ulterior motives. Whether or not you lured him here is not my concern at the moment. We shall return home. We cannot remain in this White Horse Temple. That 7th prince clearly harbors ill intentions. I cannot allow Mir to stay here for even a day. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying tightened her grip on her handkerchief. Qin Shi, startled by old Madame Tang's sudden fury, anxiously interjected. Who could have anticipated the 7th prince would also come to pray? Besides, what does his presence have to do with us? We shall conduct our rites, and they shall conduct theirs. Why must we leave? Tang Song, with a thoughtful expression, added. We had previously arranged with Master Jing Kong for him to personally oversee our ceremony. Such an opportunity is rare. Regardless, we must honor the 10th anniversary of our uncle's passing. Old Madame Tang huffed. Ceremonies can be held anywhere. We need not do so here. The 10th anniversary of a lion's passing must certainly be observed. Songer has made all the arrangements. If you leave now, all his efforts will be in vain. Seeing the old matriarch's stubbornness, Qin Shi grew anxious, her voice turning sharp. Old Madame Tang shot a piercing glance at Qin Shi. What is it you truly wish for us to remain here? Old Madame Tang's penetrating gaze seemed to see through everything, making Qin Shi's heart quiver. It is all my fault. Suddenly, Tang Ying dropped to her knees before old Madame Tang, tears streaming down her face. If I had not fallen into the pond, my mother would not have been threatened by my aunt and grandmother, nor would it have brought trouble to my sisters. I take full responsibility. I will return with my grandmother and elder sister. It is not such a big deal. My aunt is right. I will treat it as a joyful occasion. Nonsense. Tang Ying's words elicited an immediate outburst from old Madame Tang. Can you believe anything that Kai Shi says? Joyful occasions? What notion from the Qin family? Indeed, the seventh prince is merely here to pray. It has no bearing on us. If we fear offending him, we can simply avoid them, Tang Song suggested, sensing some leniency from the old matriarch. Qin Shi swiftly chimed in, yes, if we encounter them, we shall return. It would be worse for the young ladies of the manor if word got out that something was amiss. Amiss? What do you wish for us to encounter? As soon as Qin Shi spoke, old Madame Tang glared at her in fury. I meant no such thing. Mother, you have unjustly accused me. Qin Shi feigned innocence, her expression one of indignation. Since Rong-er's incident, the old matriarch had grown increasingly displeased with her. Grandmother, let us heed their advice. We shall carry on with our own matters and simply avoid them. Tang Mi understood that her grandmother cared for her, as well as for Tang Ying. Given that old Madame Tang was already dissatisfied with Tang Ying's marital prospects, and knowing Tang Ying had been dragged into this mess by her, even if the old matriarch did not blame her, she surely felt a sense of guilt toward Tang Ying. Tang Ying's marriage was of great importance. The old matriarch would not overlook it. However, Tang Mi was curious to see how Tang Ying planned to resolve this matter. Old Madame Tang regarded Tang Mi with a silent sigh and then waved her hand toward Qin Shi and the others. You may all go and prepare. This indicated her decision to stay, and Qin Shi's face lit up with joy as she immediately agreed. Tang Ying also silently released a breath of relief. As long as Tang Mi remained at White Horse Temple, everything that followed would be manageable. Qin Shi and Lin Shi bowed to old Madame Tang before leaving together. Grandmother, I will go to the West Wing. If anything arises, please send someone to fetch me, Tang Song said, looking at old Madame Tang. Old Madame Tang nodded with satisfaction. Go on. Tang Song bowed to old Madame Tang before retreating as well. Once everyone had departed, old Madame Tang turned to Tang Mi. I have previously expressed my wish for you to avoid any contact with that seventh prince. Rest assured, grandmother, I will not provoke that person, Tang Mi reassured her, understanding her worry. Seeing her obedient demeanor, old Madame Tang nodded with relief. She knew well the nature of the child she had raised. Her heart was pure, and she harbored no desire to seek power through connections. It was not Tang Mi she feared, but rather the ill intentions of that man. Old Madame Tang sighed again, reflecting, it is also my fault. We should not have stayed here, but that girl Tang Ying. Old Madame Tang appeared remorseful, prompting Tang Mi to comfort her. I understand everything. Old Madame Tang nodded silently. You should rest as well in the room next to mine. Do not stay too far. I am not at ease. Very well, Tang Mi replied obediently. Old Madame Tang then turned to Granny Gui. For the next few days, stay with me and keep a close watch on her. Granny Gui was about to respond when Tang Mi interjected. I find that Yun Xiang is quite reliable. Perhaps she should accompany me. Given that it is the 10th anniversary of my father, there will be many matters to attend to. Grandmother, it will be best to keep Granny Gui by your side. Seeing Tang Mi's thoughtful consideration, Granny Gui felt a wave of gratitude. Old Madame Tang smiled at Yun Xiang. Then Yun Xiang shall accompany the young lady for these few days. Yes, Yun Xiang replied, glancing at Tang Mi before bowing respectfully. Chapter 52. Some things cannot be relinquished. My heart shall not be surrendered. Tang Mi, accompanied by Ban Xia and Yun Xiang, took residence in the adjoining chamber next to the old matriarch. Yun Xiang was puzzled as to why Tang Mi had chosen her to serve. Yet she understood that the young lady had always held a cherished place in the old lady's heart, and thus she dared not be negligent. Elder sister Yun Xiang, allow me to tidy up. You should rest for a while. Banxia urged as she saw Yun Xiang attempting to assist with the preparations. With that, Yun Xiang felt compelled to yield. However, she felt a twinge of reluctance to take a break, so she proceeded to brew a pot of tea for Tang Mi. "Why didn't you bring Fu Ling along?" she inquired. Taking the tea, Tang Mi replied with a slight smile, "I left her to watch over the courtyard." Yun Xiang found this statement somewhat peculiar. The old matriarch was strict about propriety, and no servant dared to act out of line. Why had the young lady left Fu Ling to oversee the courtyard? Yun Xiang, ever prudent, held her tongue despite her curiosity. After serving the tea, she stood respectfully to the side. Noticing her formality, Tang Mi chuckled. "I only requested your presence because I feared grandmother might be anxious. Do not feel constrained. The atmosphere here is as it is with grandmother." "Indeed," Yun Xiang replied with a smile, her demeanor softening considerably. The chamber appeared to have been unoccupied for quite some time. After Banxia had arranged their belongings, she opened the window for ventilation. Suddenly, she turned to Tang Mi. Her cheeks flushed and whispered, "Miss, His Highness Xian Wang resides directly across from us." Tang Mi raised her gaze to the opposite window, only to lock eyes with a figure whose deep, enigmatic gaze sent a flutter through her heart. Blushing slightly, she quickly averted her eyes, scolding Banxia. "Close the window at once." "Yes," Banxia promptly complied, shutting the window again. Yet, even after closing it, Tang Mi's heart continued to race. That pair of eyes. They seemed familiar, yet no recollection surfaced. A bitter smile crossed her lips. Was it the uniqueness of those eyes, or his striking features that led to this sense of familiarity? Still, she resolved to keep her distance. This individual's fate was rather unfortunate. On the other side of the precipice, Yi Chen Xian remained fixed in his gaze upon the window opposite for a considerable time. His companion, Yin Shu, observed the prince's distant demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the prince and Miss Tang were indeed fated to cross paths, given that they resided directly across from one another. Meanwhile, in another chamber, Tang Ying exchanged glances with Yi Junyu. Tang Ying's expression was one of shyness and delight, while Yi Junyu's face darkened in an instant. The layout of the White Horse Temple featured a peculiar arrangement, with the male and female quarters separated by a deep ravine. The adjacent rooms, built upon the steep cliffs, ensured that the occupants could not see one another unless they faced directly across. The thick stone walls obscured views, making it impossible to discern anything from an oblique angle. Upon realizing that the individual across from him was not Tang Mi, Yi Junyu promptly instructed Feng Pan to investigate. "Reporting to your highness, Miss Tang is opposite." Feng Pan, stealing a glance at Yi Junyu, steeled himself to announce, "The room of His Highness Xinwang." At this revelation, a surge of anger coursed through Yi Junyu, and he stormed next door. At the door, Yin Shu, noticing Yi Junyu's arrival, hurried inside to report. "Your Highness, Yu Wang has entered." "Close the door," Yi Chunxian commanded without looking up. Yin Shu immediately complied with a resounding thud as the door shut. Yi Junyu, just about to enter, collided with the door, nearly injuring himself. Fuming at the closed door, Yi Junyu pounded on it with fury. "Yi Chunxian?" Yin Shu glanced nervously at his prince. However, Yi Chunxian appeared oblivious, continuing to read by the window. "Yi Chunxian, open the door. I know you are inside." Yi Junyu shouted, his frustration escalating. Still, Yi Chunxian remained unresponsive, prompting Yin Shu to nervously interject. "Your Highness Yu Wang, our prince is resting. Please come back tomorrow if you have matters to discuss." "Preposterous," Yi Junyu retorted, his temper flaring. "Do you think I am a fool? Open the door now, or I shall ruin you." Yin Shu, exasperated, replied, "I'm the only one in my family. There's no need to threaten my entire household. Then I shall target you. Open the door this instant." Yi Junyu continued to bellow. "Your Highness, it seems I am not under your jurisdiction. I serve a prince, and as long as he does not wish for me to perish, I shall not." Yin Shu trembled, yet his tone conveyed no fear of Yi Junyu's threats. Enraged, Yi Junyu ceased his banging and turned to Feng Pan, "Break down the door." "Yes," Feng Pan answered, immediately preparing to kick the door. Just as Feng Pan's foot made contact, the door swung open unexpectedly, causing him to stumble and fall awkwardly, painfully landing on the ground. nearly splitting himself in two. As he writhed in pain, someone stepped upon his leg. Lifting his gaze through the haze of anguish, Feng Pan recognized Yi Chunxian, and all his fury dissipated like mist. With a crack, Feng Pan heard the sickening sound of his bone fracturing, and his vision swam as he felt himself on the verge of fainting. Yet, Yin Shu rushed over, pinching his acupoint. Feng Pan, are you all right? Please do not faint. We are not in the capital, and finding a physician is difficult, Yin Shu urged while patting Feng Pan's face. Despite his agony, Feng Pan could not succumb to unconsciousness and looked up at Yi Chunxian. Your Highness, you stepped on my leg. Yi Chunxian did not acknowledge Feng Pan, stepping over him to confront Yi Junyu. It seems our royal brother is truly idle, coming here to kick down my door for amusement. Feeling somewhat guilty, Yi Junyu refrained from pursuing the matter of Feng Pan's leg and instead stated, Enough with the nonsense. I demand we swap rooms. Without waiting for Yi Chunxian's response, he attempted to enter the room. Yi Chunxian swiftly blocked the entrance. His voice icy, no exchange. Yi Junyu frowned, impatience evident in his tone. What do you want? State your terms and relinquish this room to me. What I desire is beyond your means. Yi Chunxian snorted dismissively, refusing to budge. Yi Junyu clenched his teeth, roaring, Will you permit this or not? Yi Chunxian fixed his gaze upon Yi Junyu, murmuring, Some things cannot be relinquished. My heart shall not be surrendered. His voice was low, leaving it uncertain whether he spoke for Yi Junyu's ears or for himself. Yi Junyu narrowed his eyes, a dark intensity settling upon his expression. Yi Chunxian, have you also taken a liking to Tang Mi? Chapter 53. Tang Rong's confession, I am unlike you. Some individuals are beyond your reach. So abandon this futile desire at once. Yi Chunxian warned him with a countenance as cold as water, unwilling to engage further and turning to enter the house. Upon witnessing this, Yin Shu hurriedly assisted Feng Pan out and shut the door behind them. Yi Junyu, infuriated by Yi Chunxian's demeanor, shouted at the tightly shut door. Yi Chunxian, I return this statement to you unaltered. What gives you the right to speak to me thus? These are the very words I wish to convey to you. Not yet satisfied, Yi Junyu added with a fierce voice, Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. I assure you, there is no hope. No one shall wed Tang Mi except for me, especially not you, Yi Chunxian. My lord, Feng Pan, in excruciating pain, dared to speak only after Yi Junyu had finished his tirade. Enraged, Yi Junyu glanced at him, his ire flaring further upon seeing Feng Pan's pitiful state. With a swift kick, he rebuked, Useless wretch. Feng Pan winced, his face paling, yet he dared not utter a sound. Yi Junyu cast him not a single glance, and stormed off angrily. Feng Pan could only grit his teeth, prop up against the wall, and limp back step by step. Yin Shu, observing Feng Pan's dire situation from the window, felt a twinge of sympathy. How cold-blooded Yi Junyu was. Fortunately, their lord was not so heartless. Noon arrived. Tang Mi had just awakened from her midday slumber when she discerned weeping outside, a sound strangely familiar. Noticing Tang Mi had stirred, Banksia hurriedly approached. Miss, has the fourth miss disturbed your rest? Tang Mi squinted slightly. The fourth miss? Is Tang Rong here? Rising, she moved to the door and peered through the crack, only to find Tang Rong kneeling at the entrance of the old matriarch's chamber, sobbing and lamenting. Banksia, concerned that Tang Mi might overthink the situation, quickly followed, whispering, Do not worry, miss. The fourth miss harmed you so grievously before. The matriarch surely will not allow her back. Yunxiang, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Banksia speaks truth. The fourth miss has been kneeling here for quite some time, yet the matriarch has not acknowledged her presence. In truth, Tang Mi held no particular thoughts on the matter. Since learning of their visit to the White Horse Temple, she anticipated such a scene. Even if Tang Ying's intentions were not wholly centered on Tang Rong, Tang Song's motives were undoubtedly tied to her. The dynamics among the three legitimate daughters of the second house had always been peculiar. Tang Rong had consistently been Tang Ying's shadow, her weapon of choice. Meanwhile, Tang Ying feared Tang Song, who favored not the astute Tang Ying, but rather the troublemaking Tang Rong. Previously, Tang Mi struggled to comprehend their strange interactions, but after uncovering the truth, she felt at ease. Tang Song was a man driven by self-interest. Every action he took bore ulterior motives. Thus, his presence at the White Horse Temple must relate to Tang Rong. Perhaps Tang Ying had devised a scheme to facilitate Tang Rong's return to the manor, prompting Tang Song's vigorous efforts in this matter. One could not deny Tang Ying's cleverness. Had Tang Song not been present, the old matriarch likely would not have permitted such a smooth stay at the White Horse Temple. However, Tang Mi remained curious about their methods for reintegrating Tang Rong into the Tang household. Outside, Tang Rong had been kneeling for an hour, her legs numb. Yet the old matriarch refused to see her. "Grandmother, I truly understand my mistakes. I have squandered your nurturing care, and I do not seek to return to the Tang residence, but only wish for an opportunity to confess before you." Tang Rong cried out, her voice hoarse from weeping. Inside the old matriarch's chamber, silence prevailed, though a door nearby creaked open. The moment Tang Rong laid eyes on Tang Mi, her expression shifted dramatically, her tear-filled gaze now seething with resentment and malice. Tang Mi observed her expression coolly and stated, "If the fourth sister truly seeks repentance, she ought to approach me, rather than the matriarch." This remark nearly stripped Tang Rong of all her pretense. With venomous ire, she glared at Tang Mi and suddenly fell to her knees before her, wailing, "Elder sister, it is all my fault. I was blinded by my foolishness, wishing to harm you. Now I reap the consequences, and I repent daily. Please forgive me." Tang Mi regarded her with indifference, saying nothing, merely watching her performance unfold. As the silence lingered from the adjacent room, Tang Rong's voice grew increasingly choked. "Elder sister, can you still not forgive me?" In a fit of desperation, Tang Rong raised her hand and struck her own cheek forcefully. "I am not human. I am a beast. I deserve this fate. I brought this upon myself." With each self-inflicted blow, Tang Rong's cries echoed loudly enough for everyone within earshot to hear. Tang Mi watched, her expression unchanging, astonished by Tang Rong and Appo's actions. This was not her character. The former Tang Rong had always been as proud as a peacock, never bowing her head, even to Qin Shi. Yet here she was, fervently performing for the sake of an act. Such a transformation seemed largely attributable to Tang Ying's influence. Blood streaming from her mouth, Tang Rong prostrated herself before Tang Mi once more. "Elder sister, I was wrong. I wronged you. I promise to change. I truly beg for your forgiveness." With every bow, the malice in Tang Rong's eyes deepened. Tang Mi observed everything, then suddenly raised her voice. "Fourth sister, do not act this way. Since you have already borne the consequences of your misdeeds, I hold no reason to harbor hatred against you. I believe if you sincerely strive to amend your ways here, the matriarch will not hold it against you. She could choose not to despise her, but only if Tang Rong remained peacefully at Jingyue Monastery, genuinely atoning for her mistakes. Fourth sister, the ground is cold. Be cautious not to injure yourself. Please rise." Tang Mi bent down to assist her, affording her a semblance of genuine forgiveness. Tang Rong wished to continue her charade, but was forcibly pulled up by Tang Mi reluctantly. She stood but disdainfully shook off Tang Mi's hand, taking 2 steps back. Tang Mi's gaze fell upon her abdomen, narrowing her eyes. "Tang Rong, by my calculations, it should not be wrong." Inside, the old matriarch listened to their exchange, letting out a silent sigh. How could she meet her granddaughter after such a grave transgression? Yet, she was still her flesh and blood, a continuation of her lineage, and the pain was undeniable. Her decision to remain silent and observe Tang Rong's display was a means to gauge Tang Mi's attitude. Should Tang Mi show any signs of leniency, she would consider mitigating Tang Rong's punishment. However, judging by Tang Mi's words, it seemed forgiveness was still far from reach. The old matriarch sighed again and addressed Gomama, "Please go outside and instruct the fourth miss to return and reflect on her actions. She must not return henceforth." Between the fourth miss and Tang Mi, her choice was clear. "Understood." Mama promptly bowed and exited. Chapter 54. All our granddaughters, none more important than the other. The door creaked open, revealing Mama, and Tang Rong immediately rushed forward with tear-filled eyes. "Has grandmother finally agreed to see me?" Guamama first bowed respectfully to Tang Mi before addressing Tang Rong. The old lady has sent word, asking you to return and devote yourself to Buddhist practices. There is no need for you to come again. Tang Rong's face turned pale as she stumbled back, nearly collapsing. Why? After all I have done, why won't grandmother allow me to return to the Tang residence? Surely, it must be that vile Tang Mi, whose spiteful words had turned grandmother's heart against her. Tang Rong shot a venomous glare at Tang Mi. Yet, Tang Mi did not acknowledge her, instead turning to Guamama. Has grandmother taken her afternoon rest? Guamama glanced at Tang Rong with a bitter smile. She just fell asleep when the fourth miss arrived. A flicker of concern crossed Tang Mi's eyes. I will go check on grandmother. Guamama nodded promptly and was about to usher Tang Mi inside when Tang Rong interjected. Guamama, I have copied numerous Buddhist scriptures for grandmother in these days. Please, take them to her. Tang Rong handed over a small box. Guamama glanced at the box, then at Tang Rong. It was unlikely that the fourth miss had personally transcribed these scriptures. Otherwise, her bitterness would not be so pronounced. If only the fourth miss could truly let go, perhaps everything would be different. Guamama sighed silently, accepting the box and following Tang Mi into the room. Once they left, Tang Rong's facade crumbled, and in a fit of rage, she kicked the wall several times. That wretched Tang Mi! I will not let her escape unscathed. Throughout, neither Qin nor Tang Ying had emerged, as if Tang Rong had never been there. They did not even come to see her off when she departed. However, as Tang Rong exited the northern wing, she found Tang Song waiting for her outside. Big brother. Upon seeing Tang Song, Tang Rong's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Tang Song stepped forward and, reminiscent of their childhood, gently ruffled her hair. Upon noticing the bald patch beneath her veil, his heart ached, and he withdrew his hand. Did grandmother see you? Tang Rong shook her head, no. With red-rimmed eyes, she seethed. It's all that vile Tang Mi's fault. If she hadn't said those nonsensical things, grandmother would have surely seen me. Grandmother was soft-hearted. If only she could cry and plead, grandmother would undoubtedly consent to her return. It was all Tang Mi's fault. A cold glint flickered in Tang Song's eyes, yet he spoke soothingly. Do not be anxious. Grandmother will be here for 7 days. We still have time. Follow the plan, and grandmother will certainly allow you to return. Yes. Tang Rong nodded, her eyes still glistening. Come, I will escort you back. Tang Song feigned ease as he smiled. Okay. Tang Rong replied and walked with Tang Song. Jingwen Nunnery was located beside the Bema Temple, a monastery for monks, while Jingwen Nunnery catered to nuns. Bema Temple exuded a solemn grandeur, with a highly esteemed abbot conducting rituals, whereas Jingwen Nunnery was bustling with devotees, primarily women seeking love and children. Due to their proximity, the two temples often interacted, and situations like Tang Rong's did not attract undue attention. Tang Ying stood by the window, watching as Tang Song escorted Tang Rong to the neighboring temple, her jealousy bubbling over. Big brother is so kind to Rong. Qin shot her a disapproving glance. Given your sister's circumstances, it is only natural for your brother to be concerned. Besides, he treats you the same way. Tang Ying, aware of Qin's obliviousness, dismissed her with a glance and returned to her tea. Was it that Tang Mi, the little wretch, who put these words into grandmother's head, causing her not to see your sister today? When Tang Rong had come, Qin had initially intended to assist her, but Tang Ying had restrained her. Grandmother cares for her most. You know that well enough. Tang Ying replied nonchalantly. That little wretch Tang Mi cannot stand to see us well. Qin spat, her teeth gritted, then anxiously added, what shall we do now? What if grandmother refuses to allow your sister to return? Tang Ying set down her teacup. Unfazed. Today is just the first day. There's still 6 or 7 days left. Why are you in such a hurry? But what if that wretched Tang Mi interferes again? Her daughter remains at the temple, and how can she not be anxious? Tang Ying, however, remained untroubled. As long as the fourth sister follows my guidance, grandmother will surely relent. After all, she is the biological grandmother. There is bound to be affection for her granddaughters. If Tang Rong performs well, I'm confident grandmother will ultimately yield. As for Tang Mi, Tang Ying was unconcerned. Even if grandmother favored Tang Mi, she would still care for them. They were all her granddaughters, equal in her eyes. Of course, this depended on softening grandmother S. heart first. Today was merely the beginning, with many more strategies to come. Grandmother could not remain indifferent forever. Seeing Tang Ying's confidence, Qin felt her anxiety ease. Today, Prince Yu is coming. Is that part of your arrangement? Tang Ying's eyes sparkled as she lifted her teacup again. Do not worry about Prince Yu. I will handle that. With that, Qin dared not inquire further. She trusted her daughter's judgment, knowing she was capable and would manage these matters without concern. Meanwhile, Tang Mi contemplated Tang Rong's situation. In truth, she felt no worry for her. Whether Tang Rong could return or not was of little concern to her. Even if she did return, she could ruin her once and then do it again. Moreover, Tang Rong's reputation was already in tatters. Even if she returned, she might never escape the Tang residence again. It was Tang Ying that concerned her more. Given her understanding of Tang Ying, she was undoubtedly plotting something significant, especially with Knight Lord Yu observing from the sidelines. Thus, during her stay here, she must remain vigilant. Uncertain of Tang Ying's plans, Tang Mi recalled Qian Lu. If she could win her over at Beima Temple, it would be splendid. That night, Qian Lu, go find Steward Chow. I will keep watch for you. Yun had expressly offered to guard the night for Qian Lu, allowing her to seek out Steward Chow. Thank you, Qian Lu replied absently. She did not wish to find Steward Chow, but thoughts of her sister compelled her to comply. Wrapping herself in a cloak, Qian Lu made her way to the northern wing. As soon as Qian Lu stirred, Banksia received word and promptly reported to Tang Mi. Miss, Qian Lu has gone to the northern wing. Tang Mi narrowed her eyes and immediately rose to dress. Let us go take a look. Banksia quickly fetched a cloak for Tang Mi, and the two proceeded to the northern wing. Chapter 55. The demise of Steward Chow. Qian Lu stood at the door of Steward Chow and Oppo's chamber for quite some time before finally mustering the courage to knock. Upon opening the door and seeing Qian Lu, Steward Chow's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. Come in and let us speak, he beckoned. Nervously tugging at the hem of her garment, Qian Lu hesitated but eventually stepped inside. Steward Chow's gaze lingered on her slender waist and shapely figure, and he lewdly swallowed hard before promptly closing the door. Suddenly, Qian Lu knelt before him and implored, Please lend me 100 taels of silver. I can provide you with a promissory note and assure you that I will repay you. In the future, I will repay your kindness tenfold. Steward Chow's eyes roamed over Qian Lu's long, delicate neck, nearly causing him to drool. Of course, he replied eagerly, seizing her hand and beginning to grope her. Startled, Qian Lu immediately withdrew her hand. Get up. You'll ruin your knees. It pains my heart, he feigned concern, helping her to her feet. Qian Lu's heart raced with anxiety as she cautiously stepped back. The steward's gaze grew more lascivious as he scanned her from head to toe, then retrieved a pouch of coins from his bosom. I possess the silver. As long as you comply, it shall be yours. Steward Chow grinned wickedly, tossing the pouch in the air. Qian Lu's heart sank further, her tension mounting as she questioned, What do you want me to do? His gaze intensified, and he leered, Spend the night with me, and this 100 taels will be yours. With a vile grin, he lunged towards her. Panic washed over Qian Lu, and she instinctively attempted to evade him, but it was too late. He clasped her tightly, his hands roaming over her. My dear, you truly tempt me beyond measure. He gasped, having coveted her for years. What do you want? Let me go. She cried in terror, struggling in vain. Do you not desire the silver? As long as you are with me, my wealth shall be yours, he coaxed, pressing his advances upon her. Desperately, Qian Lu pushed against him, but she could not break free and could only strike him in desperation. Let me go. I no longer want the silver. Regret consumed her. She had known his intentions, yet had walked willingly into the lion's den. How foolish she was. My dear, yield to me, and I shall treat you well, he urged, seizing her hand and forcing her to the ground as he began to rip her clothing. This was indeed a fortuitous moment at the temple, for his wife was absent. If she had been present, such an opportunity would never have arisen. The thought of finally being with the woman he had yearned for only heightened his excitement. Please no. As she felt her garments tear, Qian Lu's desperation peaked. In a moment of instinct, she kicked him forcefully. The sudden agony rendered Steward Chow rigid, and in a fit of rage, he slapped her hard across the face. Wretched woman. Somehow finding strength, Qian Lu pushed him away and attempted to flee. But Steward Chow would not allow her escape. He seized her by the hair and dragged her down, mounting her and striking her repeatedly. Suddenly, the door burst open. Tang Mi, upon witnessing the scene, acted without hesitation, pulling out her hairpin and lunging for Steward Chow's neck. The crimson blood splattered, blinding Qian Lu momentarily. She stood in shock, unable to comprehend the ferocity of her mistress. Tang Mi, relentless, continued to stab at his throat until he collapsed, lifeless. Silence enveloped the room, the only sounds being the rapid breaths of the three women. Half Xiao shook herself back to reality and quickly closed the door behind them. Qian Lu, finally pushing the lifeless body of Steward Chow away, gazed at the pool of blood, suppressing her horror. Trembling, she turned to Tang Mi, bewildered as to why she had intervened and helped her kill him. This was Tang Mi's first experience with taking a life. After a moment of daze, she crouched down and wiped the blood from her pin onto Chow's corpse. Miss, Qian Lu said anxiously, what will we do now? We killed someone. Chow has met his end. How shall we handle this? Tang Mi, maintaining her composure, glanced at Qian Lu. You should leave. Nothing has transpired here today. In that moment, Qian Lu realized Tang Mi was aiding her, and her heart swelled with gratitude. Thank you. Once assured of Tang Mi's intention for her to depart, Qian Lu slipped out of the room, cautiously shutting the door behind her. She stood outside for a moment, as if in a dream, before wrapping her cloak tightly around her and hastening back to her chamber. What shall we do now, miss? Half Xia asked anxiously, eyeing the corpse of Steward Chow. Though he deserved his fate, how do we deal with this body? Should we summon grandmother? Tang Mi fixed her gaze on Chow's body and replied coolly, we must bring grandmother here. Half Xia frowned. Are you certain we should disturb the matriarch? If she inquires, what will we say? Do as I say. Yes. Half Xia, no longer hesitant, hurried out. Once Half Xia departed, Tang Mi sank to the floor, sitting amidst the blood, and tore her own garments, disheveling her hair. In the shadows, Yi Qianxian observed Tang Mi's actions with a slight smirk. He had anticipated her intentions. She was indeed a clever woman. Before long, Half Xia returned with the matriarch and Aunt Gui. Upon entering the room and seeing Tang Mi in such disarray, they were taken aback, especially the matriarch, whose heart nearly stopped. Quick, shut the door. Half Xia, equally startled, quickly complied. Mir, the matriarch rushed to embrace Tang Mi, her heart aching for her. Do not fear. Grandmother is here. Tang Mi, stiff in her embrace, finally allowed her tears to fall one by one. Grandmother, before she could finish, the matriarch comforted her. I understand. Do not dwell on it. Grandmother will take care of everything. At that moment, the matriarch seethed with anger towards Steward Chow. How dare he treat her cherished granddaughter so, igniting her fury as she longed to exact her own revenge. Grandmother, Tang Mi sobbed into the matriarch and Amp, Oppo's, embrace, overwhelmed by emotion. Chapter 56. This wretched soul deserves nothing less than death. Lady Tang gently caressed Tang Mi's hair, her heart aching. It is all over now, my dear. With teary eyes, she soothingly comforted Tang Mi beside them. Granny Gui also felt a pang of sorrow, her eyes glistening with tears. That detestable Steward Chow had always struck her as an unprincipled man, emboldened by the support of the second madam, frequently abusing the maids in the household. She had heard their grievances more than once. Now he had even dared to intrude upon the thoughts of the eldest young lady. What audacity! After embracing Tang Mi for a considerable time, Lady Tang finally released her, saying, My sweet girl, you should return now. Your grandmother will handle everything here. She then turned her gaze to Banksia. Take the young lady back. This matter must not be divulged. Yes, Banksia immediately replied, helping Tang Mi to her feet. Noticing the bloodied hairpin in Tang Mi's hand, Granny Gui gently urged, Let me take care of that pin, young lady. Tang Mi glanced at Granny Gui and placed the pin in her hands, saying, Thank you for your concern, Granny. Hearing Tang Mi's soft voice, Granny Gui's eyes softened instantly. Such a fine girl, that Steward Chow truly deserved 1,000 deaths. After Tang Mi bowed to Lady Tang, she departed with Banksia. Once they were gone, Lady Tang furiously raised her dragon-headed cane and struck Steward Chow's head multiple times. Granny Gui also cast a resentful glance at the mangled corpse of Steward Chow. "Please calm down, old lady. This scoundrel has met his end." But the young lady has suffered a fright. Taking a deep breath, Lady Tang withdrew her cane. This man deserved his fate. But we must ensure that Mir is not implicated. After a moment of contemplation, Granny Gui suggested, "Since this place is right by the cliff, why not dispose of his body down there? We can claim he fell." Lady Tang looked at Granny Gui. "You handle it." "Understood," Granny Gui responded, stepping forward to hoist Steward Chow's corpse and leaping through the window. As Lady Tang's personal maid who had trained in martial arts since childhood, Granny Gui was even stronger than Lady Tang herself. Before tossing the body over the cliff, she removed one of his shoes, discarding it at the edge after the body fell, before returning indoors to clean up the bloodstains. In the northern wing, Tang Mi returned to her room and immediately changed her clothes. Banksia also changed her attire. Moments later, Granny Gui knocked on the door. "Granny Gui." Banksia promptly opened the door for her. "Have you both changed?" Granny Gui observed their new garments and declared, "Let me take care of these clothes." She gathered everything they had changed out of. "Tonight, nothing happened. Young lady, rest well." Granny Gui then instructed Banksia, "Stay close to the young lady." "Yes," Banksia quickly affirmed. Granny Gui took the clothes back to her quarters to burn them. Subsequently, she cleaned the blood from the golden hairpin and buried it deeply in the ground to avoid detection. Having completed these tasks, Granny Gui finally returned. As soon as she left, someone else came to retrieve the buried golden hairpin. In the northern wing, Lady Tang eagerly inquired upon Granny Gui's return. "Is everything taken care of?" Granny Gui promptly whispered, "Rest assured, old lady. I have burned the clothes and properly disposed of the hairpin. There will be no issues." Lady Tang sighed in relief. "How is Mir?" "She seems to be all right, just a bit shaken. Thankfully, she has not lost her composure. The fact that she sought you out immediately and changed her clothes indicates her clarity of mind," Granny Gui reported. Lady Tang nodded, relieved. "That's a relief. I feared this ordeal might leave a lasting shadow upon her. I believe it one tea. Tomorrow, I will remind Banksia to keep a close watch on the young lady." Granny Gui assured her, "Have Banksia come by tomorrow. I wish to understand the full story behind this incident." Lady Tang's brow furrowed in concern. She could not fathom why Mir would have gone to Steward Chow's quarters so late at night, nor when that vile man had begun to harbor sinister thoughts towards her. "Yes," Granny Gui acknowledged quickly. Certain matters indeed required thorough discussion with Banksia. In the adjacent room, Tang Mi was instructing Banksia on how to respond, and Banksia listened intently, committing every word to memory. The following morning, Granny Gui indeed returned to fetch Banksia. Accompanying her, Banksia went to meet Lady Tang. "Old lady, how did me and Appos sleep last night?" Lady Tang inquired anxiously. Banksia's gaze flickered momentarily as she lowered her eyes. The young lady was startled and awakened several times, only managing to sleep again just before dawn. Lady Tang's heart ached at the news, her face turning red with rage. That wretched soul truly deserves nothing less than death. After uttering her curse, Lady Tang turned to Banksia. "Why did you both go to the northern wing last night?" Recalling the incident, Banksia's expression turned fearful. "Last night, Steward Chow mentioned wanting to discuss something regarding the Master's memorial with the young lady and asked her to come to the northern wing. The young lady did not think much of it and went with me, but we never anticipated he would." Banksia's eyes filled with tears as she choked on her words. The young lady was terrified and instinctively stabbed him with the hairpin. When I finally realized what was happening, Steward Chow had already. Overcome with guilt, Banksia knelt down. "It is all my fault. I failed to protect the young lady. Please punish me, old lady." Lady Tang's heart ached for Tang Mi once again. It was her own failure to discern character that had allowed such a vile man to serve as steward. Had anything happened to Mir, she would never forgive herself. And that Sheen family member, if she had not recommended him repeatedly, how could he have been placed in such a position? Thinking of Sheen, Lady Tang felt a surge of anger. Glancing at the kneeling Banksia, she narrowed her eyes. "Nothing happened last night. You and Mir were asleep in the room. If anyone inquires about last night, that is the only answer you will give. Do you understand?" Banksia quickly bowed. I understand, old lady. The young lady was asleep in the room all night, and I stayed by her side without leaving. Lady Tang nodded in satisfaction. Return and take good care of the young lady. Be gentle and let her rest more. Yes, Banksia replied, bowing as she withdrew. Once Banksia left, Lady Tang turned to Granny Gue. The rest is up to you. I understand, Granny Gue replied, immediately setting about her tasks. Chapter 57. Steward Chow was pushed off the cliff by Qian Lu in less than half a day. The news of Steward Chow's unfortunate fall from the cliff spread throughout the Bema Temple. The abbot Jing Kong even personally came to perform a ritual for Chow. When the news reached the ears of the Qin family, Mrs. Qin immediately sought out Tang Ying, exclaiming, Chow Xian is dead, did you know? Nearby, Qian Lu, who was serving tea, nearly dropped the teapot upon hearing this. She gritted her teeth to steady her trembling heart. Yun, in disbelief, widened her eyes and instinctively glanced at Qian Lu. Qian Lu seemed oblivious to Yun's gaze, finishing pouring tea for Tang Ying and Mrs. Qin before obediently stepping aside. Tang Ying, equally astonished, asked what happened. I heard he fell off a cliff. Mrs. Qin's expression soured. Steward Chow had always been her confidant, and his sudden and mysterious death had a significant impact on her. Upon hearing Mrs. Qin's words, Qian Lu's pupils constricted. Was it the eldest young lady who had thrown Steward Chow off the cliff? Had she known that she would handle things this way, she should have stayed last night to assist. The eldest young lady was so delicate. How could she and Banksia have accomplished such a task? Distracted, Qian Lu barely registered Tang Ying's furrowed brow. Fell off a cliff? How could someone just fall off? What truly happened? Mrs. Qin seemed poised to say something, but glanced at Qian Lu and Yun. It was then Tang Ying spoke. You two go down first. Qian Lu wished to hear more, yet reluctantly complied and left with Yun. At the threshold, Yun turned to Qian Lu and questioned, Didn't you seek out Steward Chow last night? What on earth happened? Did you kill him? Qian Lu's eyes flickered as she feigned calmness, meeting Yun's gaze. What nonsense are you talking about? Who told you I went to see Steward Chow last night? Yun furrowed her brows, her face darkening with anger. I kept watch for you last night. You clearly went to find him, yet you refused to admit it. Qian Lu gazed at her with a heavy expression, coldly retorting, You may have kept watch for me, but that does not mean I sought out Steward Chow. Are you saying you didn't go? Yun scrutinized her, clearly skeptical of her words. I did not go. I was unwell last night. After leaving the young lady's room, I returned to sleep. Qian Lu replied with a tranquil demeanor. Yun remained doubtful. If you were unwell, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me keep watch for you. If she hadn't intended for her to seek out Steward Chow, why would she willingly stay up all night? You were the one who insisted on keeping watch for me. Qian Lu huffed, then fixed Yun with a cold stare. Why must you insist that I seek out Steward Chow? Whether I go or not is of no concern to you. Yun was momentarily silenced by her retort, taken aback before awkwardly replying, I was just worried you might not be able to borrow money. I was pointing you in the right direction, yet you show no gratitude. My affairs do not require your concern. You should mind your own business, Qian Lu coldly stated, moving aside and disregarding Yun. Yun glared at Qian Lu's back, pondering how Steward Chow had met his end and whether it was connected to Qian Lu. Inside the room, that morning, Granny Gue sought out Chow Xian to arrange for everyone to observe fasting. However, when she couldn't find him in his quarters, she later discovered one of his shoes by the cliff and thus concluded he had fallen. Mrs. Qin recounted what she had heard to Tang Ying. Tang Ying frowned. Just one shoe, and you conclude he fell off a cliff? What if he went out on an errand and happened to lose it there? Mrs. Qin sighed. I would hope he is alive, but Granny Gue searched everywhere and found no trace of him. I heard there were bloodstains on the rocks by the cliff. It is likely he truly fell. Has anyone gone down to search? Tang Ying remained unconvinced that Steward Chow had perished in the fall. Mrs. Qin shot her a glance. That cliff is too high. No one could climb down to search. Unless he wasn't down there. If he really fell, he would have been smashed to bits. Don't you find this situation rather suspicious? What was he doing near the cliff? Tang Ying furrowed her brow. Skepticism etched on her face. Mrs. Qin had not given it much thought. Perhaps he went to enjoy the scenery? To admire the moon? To climb? Who knows why he was near the cliff? Many affairs in his estate were handled discreetly between us. With his death, it feels as though I've lost a limb and I must replan many matters. Mrs. Qin was less concerned with Chao Xian's fate than with the accounts and storerooms of the Tang family, as well as the shops outside. Tang Ying glanced at Mrs. Qin, attempting to reassure her. This is simple. We can operate as we did before. With Chao Xian gone, we can simply support another like him. Mrs. Qin glared at her. Chao Xian was chosen after much deliberation. Finding another is not so easy. Chao Xian's son, Chao Ji, seems promising. He possesses a sharper mind than his father. He will be the best candidate. Tang Ying had long contemplated making Chao Ji Chao Xian's successor. Otherwise, she would not have tolerated Yun's flirtations with him beneath her gaze. Mrs. Qin's eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, Chao Ji is the best candidate. How could I have forgotten him? She stood abruptly. I will go to your grandmother now and request she appoint Chao Ji as the steward. Tang Ying pondered before suggesting. Chao Ji did not come this time. It would be better to discuss it later. I will mention it to your grandmother first to prevent complications. Mrs. Qin was uneasy. The old lady had never favored Chao Xian, and she feared she might not approve of Chao Ji either. If they waited too long, the old lady might select another steward, making it difficult for Chao Ji to ascend. With that, Mrs. Qin hurried off to find the old lady. Once she left, Ian entered the room. Miss, I have something to discuss with you. Tang Ying glanced at her. What is it? Ian peeked outside before leaning in to whisper a few words in Tang Ying's ear. Tang Ying's brows knitted in surprise. Are you implying that Steward Chao was pushed off the cliff by Qianlu? Yun blinked. This is merely speculation. However, when I questioned her earlier, she denied meeting with Steward Chao. Tang Ying's gaze shifted thoughtfully, and after a moment of silence, she looked at Yun. Go to the northern chamber and inquire about who has been visiting there. Since the northern and western chambers accommodate female and male guests separately to prevent any impropriety, there is a protective door between them, guarded at night. Thus, discovering who entered and exited the northern chamber last night should be effortless. Understood, Yun replied, promptly setting off to investigate. Chapter 58. The blood on my hands brings a sense of security. Yun ventured into the west chamber, seeking the little monk who had kept vigil the previous night. She inquired about anyone's comings and goings, only to be met with unexpected responses. Are you certain that no one from our side has ventured out? Yun pressed again, unwilling to accept the answer. The little monk shook his head once more, asserting, truly, there was no one. Monks do not speak falsehoods. No one left. With no other recourse, Yun pursed her lips and asked, were you the only one on watch last night? Indeed, it was my turn to keep watch. The little monk replied, regarding her with curiosity. Did you perhaps doze off at any point? Yun asked, her disappointment palpable. The question darkened the monk's expression immediately. What do you imply by that? I take my vigil seriously and never slack off. Seeing the little monk's irritation, Yun could only shrug in resignation. She had gleaned nothing and had inadvertently offended the young monk. Please do not mention my inquiries to anyone, she said, nodding to him before turning to leave. Once she was a distance away, Granny Gue emerged from the shadows. Thank you, little master, for your assistance today, she said, placing a pouch of coins into the monk's hands. Flustered, the little monk replied, you are a benefactor to me, Granny. If not for your recommendation to come to Bema Temple, I would still be begging on streets. To assist you in any way brings me joy. How could I accept your silver? Granny Gue chuckled, ruffling his hair. Take it for your protection. Should the need arise, it may prove useful. The little monk gazed appreciatively at Granny Gue. Thank you kindly. Having once known the fear of poverty as a beggar, he understood the value of wealth better than most. Though he now had sustenance, a little extra silver for security was always welcome. Remember what I instructed you. You must adhere to my words if anyone inquires. Granny Gue reiterated solemnly. The little monk nodded promptly. Rest assured, Granny, no one ventured from the north chamber to the west last night. I remained vigilant without a moment's drowsiness. Satisfied, Granny Gue nodded and returned. Yun reported her findings to Tang Ying, who pondered for a considerable time before stating, since Qianlu did not visit the west chamber last night, let us refrain from discussing this matter further. Understood. Yun remained skeptical of Qianlu, yet lacking evidence. She had no choice but to accept this conclusion for now. Meanwhile, Granny Gue returned to report to the matriarch, only to find Madame Qin present. She quickly bowed. Second, madam. Madame Qin ignored Granny Gue entirely, directing her attention solely to the matriarch. That child has been shadowing Chao Exine, perfectly mimicking his cunning nature. If you do not have a better candidate, why not allow her to replace Chao Exine? What say you? The matriarch's expression darkened to a degree that was nearly unbearable. Had she not feared exposing Mir, she would have unleashed her wrath upon Madame Qin for daring to recommend the very source of their troubles. Did she think the matriarch was oblivious to the boy's character, inherited from his father? Upon returning, she would ensure that their entire family was expelled. Suppressing her anger, the matriarch replied, I have my own candidate for the steward position, so you need not concern yourself. Madame Qin, upon hearing this, grew agitated. But, return to your duties, the matriarch commanded, dismissing Madame Qin as she resumed her chanting at the Buddhist altar. With no recourse against the matriarch, Madame Qin took her leave. Once she was gone, Granny Gue closed the door and approached the matriarch. Old madam, I've taken care of everything. The matriarch kept her eyes closed, continuing to strike the wooden fish. I trust your judgment. Glancing at the matriarch, Granny Gue hesitated before speaking. There is something I must report. The girl Ayun, who is close to the second young lady, has been inquiring about certain matters. I believe the second young lady may suspect foul play in Chao Exine's death. The matriarch's heart raced with alarm. Surely she did not uncover anything? Nothing. I ensured everything was arranged, Granny Gue assured her. Relieved, the matriarch exhaled. Without evidence, there could be no repercussions. There is one more matter that perplexes me, Granny Gue continued, not waiting for the matriarch to prompt her. Last night, besides us, the second young lady's companion, Qian Lu, also visited the West Chamber. The matriarch's brow furrowed, her expression shifting dramatically. Are you suggesting that what occurred with Steward Chao and Mir is connected to Ingu? Granny Gue's complexion paled slightly as she lowered her gaze. I dare not make assumptions. Both being the matriarch's beloved granddaughters, some words were best left unsaid. What the matriarch chose to believe was beyond her influence. The matriarch's face darkened further. Her patience worn thin, and she no longer felt inclined to continue her meditation. You must assign 2 individuals to keep watch over her. I do not wish for last night's events to repeat themselves. Certainly, Granny Gue responded quickly, turning to fulfill her task. Frustrated, the matriarch lamented her desire for familial harmony, hoping for mutual support among sisters, yet finding it perpetually elusive. In the adjacent room, Tang Mi awoke after a lengthy slumber, rising only at noon. Ban Xia, concerned for the fate of Steward Chao, refrained from seeking information, contenting herself with the snippets shared by Yun Xiang, which revealed that he had fallen from a cliff, easing her worries somewhat. Upon Tang Mi's awakening, Ban Xia hurried to attend to her grooming. Miss, did you sleep soundly last night? No nightmares, I hope? Ban Xia remained uneasy. She perceived her mistress as fragile and unaccustomed to such ordeals, fearing that she must have been terrified. Tang Mi smiled faintly. Not at all. I slept quite well. In fact, it was the most peaceful slumber she had experienced since her rebirth. She had anticipated nightmares, yet after having blood on her hands, she found herself more at ease. In this new life, she bore many grudges to settle. If bloodshed was inevitable, she would take it one step at a time. Eliminating Chao Exine was not solely about subduing Qian Lu. It was also a strategic move against Madame Qin, his confidant. Removing Chao Exine effectively severed one of Madame Qin's arms. She was curious to see how Madame Qin would fare without Chao Exine's influence, whether her plans would still unfold seamlessly. Miss, do you think Qian Lu will appreciate our kindness? Should I subtly remind her? Bong Xiao Poindert. Believing that after all Tang Mi had done for Qian Lu, the latter ought to comprehend her position. Let us refrain from contacting her for now. Tang Ying is no fool. She may harbor suspicions about Chao Exine's demise. Approaching Qian Lu at this juncture would yield more harm than good. Understood. Ban Xia promptly acknowledged Tang Mi's intent. Tang Mi narrowed her eyes, contemplating the situation. If Qian Lu possessed any wisdom, she would discern the proper course of action. If not, then such a pawn was best left unutilized. Chapter 59. Regardless of their song, we shall simply enjoy the performance inside the room. The elderly lady expressed her disapproval, claiming she had other arrangements. What have you done now? Qin was quite agitated due to the matter concerning Chao Ji. However, Tang Ying remained unfazed, remarking that there was no rush since they had yet to return. This issue could wait until they were back. What mattered most was the situation regarding the fourth sister. Oh dear, how could I forget? Qin finally recalled Tang Rong and promptly stood up, feeling a twinge of regret. I shall go find the elderly lady now. Tang Ying rose as well, saying, I will accompany you. Ever since the incident with Tang Rong went awry, the grandmother had grown increasingly cold towards her mother. Whatever her mother said was met with disdain by the grandmother. The two made their way to the residence of the elderly lady, only to find Lin and Tang Ning, along with Tang Mi, already present. Mother. Qin greeted the elderly lady with a bow before forcing a smile towards Lin, his third sister-in-law. Enjoying tea? It seems I have arrived at just the right moment. The clear dew from Bema Temple is quite delightful. Second sister-in-law, do have a taste. Lin, smiling, poured Qin a cup of tea. In front of the elderly lady, Lin had always maintained a courteous demeanor towards Qin, as the second branch was of legitimate birth while they were of illegitimate birth. However, life had not been easy for the second branch lately, especially after Chao Xian's untimely demise. Chao Xian had long been Qin's confidant. Even now that she was in control of the household, she occasionally still had to consider Chao Xian's preferences. But now, with Chao Xian gone, Qin had lost an ally, while Lin seemed to revel in her newfound advantage, causing Qin's expression to darken instantly. What was Lin so pleased about? Even without Chao Xian, she would still support Chao Ji's rise. After all, the choice of steward could not fall into Lin's hands. Not wishing to engage with Lin any further, Qin turned to the elderly lady and said, Mother, the weather is splendid today, and the heavenly steps at Bema Temple are now open. Perhaps we could take a stroll? The elderly lady did not even glance at Qin, as if she had not heard her. Qin felt a sting of embarrassment. It seemed the old matriarch was increasingly disdainful of her, and it appeared she would have to take decisive action, lest she lose her standing within the Tang family entirely. Tang Ying, sensing the tension, chimed in, I have heard that the heavenly steps are the closest place to heaven. I too wish to inquire of the deities above about the prospects of my marriage. Grandmother, let us go together. The mention of marriage further displeased the elderly lady, who coldly replied, What is there to inquire about concerning marriage? Those on the ground can discern clearly enough without bothering the deities above. Tang Ying's expression stiffened as she looked at the elderly lady, her mind filled with questions. What was wrong with her grandmother today? She would not usually speak to her in such a manner. Tang Mi, sipping her tea, pondered the schemes of Qin and her daughter. It seemed their intention to have the grandmother ascend the heavenly steps was not merely about inquiring about marriages. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Gumama entered and reported, Elderly lady, the eldest young master has arrived. Upon hearing that Tang Song was coming, the elderly lady's demeanor softened instantly. Quickly, invite him in. Qin and Tang Ying exchanged relieved glances upon hearing Tang Song's arrival. Tang Mi also set her teacup down, eager to witness Tang Song's performance. Grandmother, Tang Song entered, first greeting the elderly lady with a bow before turning to Qin and Lin, mother, second aunt. Tang Mi and the others also saluted, eldest brother, little sister, second sister, and sixth sister are all here. Are you discussing the heavenly steps? Tang Song greeted them with a smile. Do you wish to ascend the heavenly steps? The elderly lady inquired, pouring Tang Song a cup of tea. This clear dew is quite nice. Do try some. The elderly lady's attitude towards Tang Song was evidently far more amiable than towards Qin and Tang Ying. Thank you, grandmother. Tang Song took a sip of tea, smiling. Indeed, it is refreshing. If grandmother enjoys it, let us add some fragrant oil before we leave so they can exchange more of this clear dew for us. You think of everything, the elderly lady said, pleased with Tang Song. Since the heavenly steps are open today and many pilgrims are present, we should go and pay our respects for good fortune for our uncle, which can be used for ceremonial purposes later. Tang Song brought up the heavenly steps again. Very well, let us go and take a look, the elderly lady agreed, echoing Tang Song's sentiments, despite having just rejected Tang Ying's suggestion. Seeing the elderly lady's agreement, Tang Mi instinctively glanced at Qin and Tang Ying, noting their expressions of delight. She had already surmised their intentions, but did not oppose them. She would let them play their parts and observe whether their objectives would bear fruit. The group exited the northern wing and proceeded towards the heavenly steps. The so-called heavenly steps were, in fact, the highest staircase at Bema Temple, comprising a total of 999 steps. Due to its towering height, it was referred to as the closest place to heaven. At the summit, a small temple had been constructed, and those with determination and perseverance who could reach the top were able to pray and worship. It was said that the temple at the heavenly steps was highly effective, drawing many pilgrims whenever it was open. By the time the elderly lady and her entourage arrived, several pilgrims were already climbing the stairs. It appears that the temple is indeed quite effective, given the number of visitors climbing the heavenly steps, Chin remarked, glancing at the elderly lady. No one responded to Chin, but she did not feel embarrassed and continued. Since the incense is so fervent, why is it not open every day? Must it only open once a month? Her ignorant remarks instantly darkened the elderly lady and Appo's expression. To pry into heavenly secrets is to invite misfortune. Do you think opening the heavenly eye is a simple matter? Opening it once a month is already quite commendable. You dare wish for it to be daily? Instead of feeling offended, Chin immediately smiled apologetically. Mother is right. I have been foolish. Please allow me to assist you. She stepped forward to support the elderly lady. The elderly lady shrugged off her hand. No need for you. Grandmother, allow me to assist you. Tang Song promptly stepped forward to offer his support. This time, the elderly lady accepted, allowing Tang Song to help her ascend. Mother, please be careful. Chin seized the opportunity to offer her assistance on the other side. Perhaps due to Tang Song's presence, the elderly lady did not reject Chin's offer. Lin followed behind, observing Chin's servile demeanor with suspicion, whispering to Tang Mi, "Isn't she the one who despises climbing mountains the most? What role is she playing now?" Tang Mi remained calm, glancing at the trio ahead before responding. Regardless of their performance, we shall simply enjoy the spectacle. Seeing Tang Mi's lack of concern, Lin gradually relaxed. The second branch had yet to experience a moment of peace. She would watch to see what they were truly up to. The heavenly steps were steep and arduous, requiring frequent pauses. After an hour, they had only climbed halfway. The youngest, Tang Ning, was the fastest and soon spotted a familiar figure. "Look, isn't that fourth sister?" Chapter 60. Never forgive. Upon hearing these words, everyone raised their gazes, and indeed, Tang Rong was ahead. Tang Mi was not surprised to see Tang Rong here. She had suspected that this entire charade was orchestrated for Tang Rong's sake. Lin Shi, upon spotting Tang Rong, instantly grasped the intentions behind the actions of the Qin family. The old matriarch of the Tang family was not oblivious either. She understood the motives of this mother and son trio as well. Tang Ning felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Tang Rong and opened her mouth to call out to her, only to be tugged back by Lin Shi. In an instant, Tang Ning's voice caught in her throat, rendering her silent. Up ahead, Tang Rong seemed unaware of their presence as she continued her ascent, kneeling and praying with each step. "May Buddha bless my grandmother with health and longevity. May my elder sister find a worthy husband and live a life filled with joy. May our Tang family flourish increasingly. I am guilty. I beseech the Bodhisattva for forgiveness." Listening to Tang Rong's recitations, Tang Mi's pupils constricted. This was surely another scheme devised by Tang Ying. One had to admit, she was remarkably adept at psychological manipulation. The old matriarch of the Tang family, hearing these words, was somewhat moved. Even though she knew this might be a trap set by them, she could not help but feel a pang of emotion. After all, this was her blood, her own granddaughter. How could she not care for her? Qin Shi, casting a sidelong glance at the old matriarch's reaction, realized that their plan was indeed effective. She quickly spoke up, "Mother, Ronger truly understands her mistakes. Perhaps you could show mercy and allow her to return home. If you cannot forgive her, we could at least set up a Buddhist altar at home for her to reflect upon her actions." Qin Shi dabbed at the corners of her reddened eyes with a handkerchief, feigning a look of deep concern. The old matriarch shot her a cold glance and abruptly stated, "Let's go. Return home." With that, she turned and began her descent. "Mother." Qin Shi was taken aback by the old matriarch's resolute stance, and instantly grew anxious. Lin Shi cast a mocking glance at Qin Shi before turning to assist the old matriarch. Tang Mi displayed no expression, stepping forward to support the old matriarch. Just as they had taken a few steps, a piercing scream broke the air. "Longya!" Song her quickly. Upon hearing the scream, the group turned to see Tang Rong tumbling down the steps, but fortunately, Tang Song was quick enough to catch her. "Longya!" Qin Shi rushed forward, embracing Tang Rong and bursting into tears. The old matriarch, alarmed by the commotion, immediately turned back and rushed up the stairs. What on earth happened? How did she fall? Tang Rong, with blood on her forehead, weakly glanced at the old matriarch and murmured, "Grandmother, I was wrong." After uttering these words, she fainted. Ronger. Qin Shi was terrified, weeping as she pleaded with the old matriarch. "Mother, I beg you, allow Ronger to return home. I implore you." The ruckus caused by Qin Shi drew the attention of the pilgrims ascending the heavenly stairs, many of whom curiously gathered around, including some well-known ladies from noble families. The old matriarch glared at Qin Shi with a dark expression. What is the point of saying this now? Hurry and help her back. Ignoring Qin Shi, she turned to Tang Song. "Songer, quickly take your sister down and find a physician." "Yes." Tang Song responded and promptly lifted Tang Rong in his arms, hastening towards the Bema temple. The old matriarch, worried for Tang Rong, followed closely behind. Tang Mi, fearful that the old matriarch might fall, stayed by her side, offering support. It took them an hour to ascend, but they descended in merely the time it took to brew tea. By the time they reached the northern wing, Tang Song had already delivered Tang Rong to Qin Shi's room. The old matriarch hurried in, only to find Tang Rong still unconscious, prompting her to fret. "How is your sister?" "It seems she has fainted," Tang Song replied, his worry palpable as he gazed at Tang Rong. "Ronger, my poor daughter," Qin Shi cried out, throwing herself over Tang Rong in despair. The old matriarch felt a headache coming on as she observed Tang Rong's pale complexion. It did not bode well. She quickly instructed Tang Song, "Hurry and find a physician for your sister." "Yes." Tang Song acknowledged and was about to leave when a cough interrupted from the bed. "Cough. Cough. Ronger, you are awake," Tang Song exclaimed, rushing to her side. Tang Rong slowly opened her eyes, first looking at Tang Song, then at the old matriarch by the bedside, instantly attempting to rise. Tang Song hastily pressed her back down. "Do not move yet. You are still very weak." "How did I return? I haven't finished climbing the heavenly stairs yet. You must let me go back," Tang Rong insisted weakly, attempting once more to get out of bed. Qin Shi rushed to the bedside, her eyes red with concern. "What nonsense are you saying? You are in this state, and you still wish to climb the heavenly stairs?" "I was wrong," Tang Rong lamented, summoning her strength to rise from the bed, and she directly fell to her knees at Tang Mi's feet. "Elder sister, it is all my fault. I was narrow-minded and malicious. Everything is my doing. I do not expect you to forgive me, but I beseech you for a chance to redeem myself." As Tang Rong spoke, she bowed repeatedly. Observing her desperate demeanor, Tang Song clenched his fists tightly. Hin Si, her heart breaking with sympathy, pleaded, "Please forgive our Ronger. She truly understands her mistakes. Grant her a chance for redemption. Even my sister begs you." As Qin Shi spoke, she nearly sank to her knees before Tang Mi. This act instantly darkened the expressions of both the old matriarch and Tang Mi. However, Lin Shi was quick to intervene, firmly catching Qin Shi. "Sister-in-law, you cannot humiliate me like this. Let us discuss matters properly. This is unbecoming." With that, she forcefully helped Qin Shi back to her feet. Tang Mi's face clouded as she regarded Qin Shi, aware of her audacity in kneeling. Such an act would surely echo through the capital, casting her as disrespectful to her elders. Grateful for Lin Shi's intervention, Tang Mi glanced at Tang Rong's abdomen and said, "Fourth sister, please rise. You are still weak. It would be wise to take care of your health." Although the fall had only been a few steps, it was still a fall, and thankfully her constitution was sound. Otherwise, Tang Rong remained unwilling to rise, gazing pitifully at Tang Mi, elder sister. "Will you grant me a chance to redeem myself?" Tang Mi's expression was cold as she replied, "You do not need my permission. You know this well." She bent down and firmly assisted Tang Rong to her feet. elder sister. Seeing Tang Mi's refusal to forgive her, Tang Rong began to weep anew. Tang Mi, not wishing to look at her, addressed the old matriarch, grandmother. Since fourth sister is well, I shall take my leave. The old matriarch nodded, and Tang Mi turned to leave with Ban Xia. The old matriarch furrowed her brow, glancing at Tang Rong, returned to Jingwem Monastery, and find a physician to examine her. Upon hearing this, Tang Rong felt a wave of despair wash over her grandmother. Before she could finish, Tang Ying interjected, "Grandmother, fourth sister, is unwell. Perhaps we should let her rest at Bema Temple for a few days so that we may care for her." Chapter 61. The turmoil of Yi Chunxian Tang. Song hurriedly followed suit, expressing his concern, given Ronger as condition. We cannot feel at ease allowing her to return to Jingwem Monastery. Qin looked anxiously at the matriarch, who sighed softly at Tang Rong's disheveled state, saying, "Do as you wish." With that, she departed alongside Granny Gui. Once the matriarch left, Lin and Tang Ning also took their leave, leaving only the four of them in the room. Why won't grandmother allow me to return to the Tang residence when I am in such poor health? Tang Rong could no longer contain her tears. Qin's heart ached for Tang Rong as she turned to Tang Ying, saying, "It seems your grandmother will not permit Ronger to return home. What should we do now?" Tang Rong's expression darkened as she warned Tang Ying, "Do not forget the promise you made to me." Tang Ying remained unperturbed, casting a mischievous glance at Tang Rong. "Just wait patiently. I assure you, I will ensure your return to the Tang residence." "Really? How will you manage that?" Tang Rong gazed at Tang Ying with tear-filled eyes, her skepticism evident. Tang Ying, brimming with confidence, replied, "Just trust in your sister and wait at Bema Temple." Recalling Tang Ying's assurances, Qin felt a wave of calm wash over her. "Hongya, trust your sister. She knows how to handle this." "All right." Tang Rong looked at Tang Ying with hope, obediently nodding. As long as it meant returning to the Tang residence, she would comply with whatever Tang Ying requested. Remaining at Jingwem Monastery would drive her to madness. In the adjacent room, Banksia looked at Tang Mi with concern. "Do you think the matriarch will allow the fourth miss to return to the residence?" Tang Mi, however, remained unfazed. "I have made it clear that grandmother will not easily permit Tang Rong to return home. However, but what?" Banksia inquired, her curiosity piqued. Tang Mi's lips curled into a sly smile as she continued, "I am quite eager to see how Tang Rong will perform. Even if she manages to return to the Tang residence, it may not necessarily be a disadvantage for us." Banksia blinked, completely bewildered by Tang Mi's meaning. Deep within her eyes, a glint of cunning sparkled. If Tang Rong returned to the residence, Tang Mi could equally tarnish her reputation. It would be up to Tang Rong to choose her path. "Today is the 26th, isn't it?" Tang Mi suddenly recalled, glancing at Banksia. Banksia nodded, counting on her fingers. "Yes, miss, you have 20 days until your coming-of-age ceremony." 26, Tang Mi murmured, then rose to head to the small kitchen. The north wing housed a little kitchen where the female patrons could prepare their meals, though only vegetarian dishes were permitted. "Miss, what would you like to eat?" "Just tell me, and I will prepare it for you," Banksia said, rushing over as Tang Mi began to take action. Tang Mi firmly insisted, "I must do this myself. You stay outside and keep watch. No one is to enter." Though it was not yet mealtime, and unlikely anyone would use the small kitchen, caution was always prudent. "Understood." Banksia complied, stepping outside to stand guard. Tang Mi, relying on memories from her previous life, selected several ingredients and swiftly prepared a few exquisite dishes. Few knew that her greatest talent lay not in playing the piano, flute, painting, or poetry, but rather in culinary arts. In her childhood, she cherished the meals prepared by her mother and father, who would display sheer joy while enjoying her mother-esque cooking. This fondness for cooking was likely the reason she devoted herself to mastering it. Her grandmother supported her culinary pursuits, often stating that a capable matriarch need not excel in music or art, but must certainly know how to prepare meals. To win a husband's heart, one must first capture his stomach. However, Tang Mi had personally verified that this adage held little truth. In her attempts to win over Yi Junyu, she had gone to great lengths to prepare culinary delights, even learning from imperial chefs. Yet he had only sampled her dishes in the early years when he required the support of foreign military forces, and thereafter never touched them again. despite her cooking surpassing that of the royal chefs. Nonetheless, while the saying may not have proven effective, it did not hinder her from honing her culinary skills. Tang Mi skillfully completed 2 dishes and placed them in a food box. Upon glancing at the words Bema Temple inscribed on the box, she frowned, carrying it back to her room and covering it with a cloth. "Miss, what are you doing?" Banksia watched Tang Mi's peculiar actions, thoroughly puzzled. Tang Mi glanced at Banksia. "Fetch me a set of your clothes." "Why does the miss need my clothes?" Banksia questioned, even more bewildered, yet complied obediently. Tang Mi took Banksia's clothes and changed behind a screen, then lifted the food box. "I need to step out for a moment. You must guard the room and not allow anyone inside, not even Yunxiang." But Yunxiang belongs to the matriarch. Banksia hesitated, reluctant to bar her entry. Tang Mi shot her an exasperated look. "What are the matriarch's people? This is my room, and you're in charge here. Just say I am resting, and no one is to disturb me. But where are you going? When will you return? Is it safe for you to go alone?" Banksia fretted, bombarding Tang Mi with questions. "Just guard the door and refrain from talking back," Tang Mi replied, patting Banksia's head before donning a black cloak as she stepped out. It was the very cloak belonging to that man, specifically chosen for this occasion. Banksia, still worried, trailed after her but was pushed back by Tang Mi, who closed the door behind her. With no other choice, Banksia remained inside, keeping watch. Tang Mi quietly descended the mountain with the food box in hand. Though it was not yet dark, the cloak rendered her inconspicuous, and no one noticed her departure. Successfully reaching the foot of the mountain, she headed towards Jinghua Monastery, but diverted to an old temple at its base. Although referred to as a dilapidated temple, it was not entirely so. This old temple was the original Jinghua Monastery, which had been replaced by a new structure due to increasing visitors and incense offerings, situated further up the mountainside. Adjacent to Bema Temple, the old Jinghua Monastery had become relatively well-kept due to the constant stream of pilgrims taking respite there, unlike the typical derelict temples. Meanwhile, Yi Chenxian, who had been trailing quietly, felt a wave of confusion wash over him upon seeing Tang Mi enter the old temple. Once inside, Tang Mi found a spot and kindled a fire, then watched the entrance, calculating the time as she awaited someone's arrival. From the shadows, Yi Chenxian observed Tang Mi glancing outside repeatedly, and suddenly comprehended the situation. She was waiting for someone. But whom? A pang of jealousy surged within him, stirring up a tempest of emotions. As Yi Chenxian's thoughts spiraled, someone entered the temple. Chapter 62. Who on earth are you? The figure that entered was a disheveled old man, clad in tattered clothing, resembling a beggar. Yet, in an instant, this old man brought tears to Tang Mi's eyes. After so many years, she was finally reunited with her revered master. Yi Chenxian, upon seeing the old man, felt an inexplicable calm wash over his previously restless heart. Gue Qi, observing the flickering flames from outside, surmised that there were indeed people present, but he was taken aback to find a young girl instead. Tang Mi seemed oblivious to Gue Qi's presence, tending to the fire with diligence. "Little girl, may this old man sit by the fire and warm himself?" Despite the early September weather not being particularly cold, merely a tad brisk, the delicate young girl exuded an irresistible charm that made one yearn to draw closer. Tang Mi finally lifted her gaze to him. "I also gathered this firewood. Feel free to make use of it, senior." To Gue Qi's surprise, the girl was rather agreeable, prompting him to take a seat. Tang Mi, not engaging in conversation, ensured the fire was well stocked before unveiling her food box, revealing 2 dishes she had prepared. Upon seeing the food, Gue Qi's eyes sparkled with delight. "Little girl, you brought food too? May this old man see what you have." He leaned closer and beheld a generous bowl of vegetarian soup and several pieces of scallion pancakes. Though simple, the dishes were exquisitely crafted and appeared delectable, with an enticing aroma wafting through the air. "Your food looks delightful. Did you make it yourself? Might you allow this old man to have a taste?" Gue Qi, attempting to bond with Tang Mi, reached out for a piece of her scallion pancake. Smack! Tang Mi unceremoniously swatted his hand away. Gue Qi, sporting a disingenuous grin, replied, "Your pancakes smell too good. This old man merely wishes for a piece. You have so many. Surely you cannot finish them all? Who says I cannot finish them? I assure you, The pancakes I make are the best. How could I not finish them? Tang Mi deliberately refused to fall for his charm, tearing into her scallion pancake before him, the crisp sound and enticing aroma making Gue Chi's mouth water. It wasn't just Gue Chi who was tempted. Even Yi Chunxian found himself swallowing hard. Little girl, do not be stingy. Just give me one piece, just one. Gue Chi gazed longingly at the pancake, extending his hand again. Smack! Another crisp sound resonated as Tang Mi swatted Gue Chi's hand away, chiding him with a glare. The firewood was gathered by me. And you may warm yourself by the fire, but these dishes are my handiwork. I invested considerable effort and ingredients into them. You cannot simply take them without offering something in return. The girl spoke with a crispness and logic that made Gue Chi feel slightly embarrassed. Are you implying that you desire silver? Tang Mi rolled her eyes dismissively. Who wants silver? As if I'm in need of it. Gue Chi examined her from head to toe, noting that despite her maid's attire, she possessed striking beauty. To describe her as stunning would not be an exaggeration. Her entire demeanor suggested she was of extraordinary lineage. Moreover, the cloak she wore indicated her remarkable background. Gue Chi chuckled awkwardly, shaking his ragged clothing. You make a fair point, even if you desired silver. This old man has none to offer you. Just tell me what you wish for. Tang Mi, munching on her crispy scallion pancake and sipping the steaming soup, regarded him with amusement. You speak as if you are a deity, able to fulfill my every wish. Naturally, I am merely interested in what you possess and whether I might wish to barter for it. You clever little girl, Gue Chi admired her shrewdness, promptly retrieving a book from his robe and handing it to Tang Mi. What do you think of this? Would you trade it for your pancake? Tang Mi glanced at the book titled Compendium of Herbs, her heart leaping with excitement, though she feigned disdain. This? I have no interest in it. Gue Chi's mood soured at her rejection. You unappreciative child. This is a treasure. Many seek it, but cannot acquire it. Every year, countless individuals yearn for his book. Yet she dismissed it. He was genuinely offended. In the shadows, Yi Chunxian's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the Compendium of Herbs. Tang Mi shrugged. I never claimed the book was inferior. I simply do not require it as I have already memorized its contents. Gue Chi scoffed derisively. Little girl, one must be careful when boasting. The fragrant pancakes had distracted Gue Chi from his indignation. He quickly shoved the Compendium of Herbs into Tang Mi's arms and seized a piece of scallion pancake. Crunch! As the fragrant, crispy pancake hit his palate. Gue Chi was instantly engulfed in bliss. He devoured several bites, too overwhelmed to articulate his thoughts. Worried he might choke, Tang Mi quickly offered him a bowl of vegetarian soup. Gue Chi, unperturbed by the threat of choking, accepted the soup and took a sip, immediately brightening. Little girl, your culinary skills truly do not disappoint. Tang Mi chuckled. When did I ever boast? I genuinely can recite this book from memory. Gue Chi was skeptical. Then recite it for this old man. Unfazed, Tang Mi began to recite. This book consists of 8 sections. The first section covers root and rhizome herbs. The second covers seed herbs. The third covers fruit herbs. Initially, Gue Chi had been engrossed in his pancake and soup, oblivious to her recitation. However, as she continued, he became increasingly astonished. With each line she recited, his eyes widened in disbelief. The 6th section covers flowering herbs, the 7th covers stem and vine herbs, and the 8th covers whole herbaceous plants. Gue Chi stared at Tang Mi, utterly dumbfounded. This girl recited flawlessly. Had she perhaps sneaked a glance at the book's table of contents? But he had watched her closely and noted she had never opened the book. Yet, this book was solely his, and he had never allowed anyone to see it. How could she have memorized it? Should I continue? Tang Mi asked, stifling a laugh at Gue Chi's incredulous expression. Please do. Gue Chi was now utterly captivated. Having lost interest in his meal, he crammed the last piece of pancake into his mouth while attentively watching Tang Mi, secretly confiscating the Compendium of Herbs from her grasp. Tang Mi nearly burst into laughter, but quickly composed herself, continuing her recitation. The first section on root and rhizome herbs covers the herb known as dwarf umbrella, a blood-invigorating herb, harvested in autumn and winter, then dried. Nature, bitter, pungent, neutral, used for dispelling dampness and invigorating blood. If Gui Chi had merely been shocked before, he now felt as though he had encountered a ghost. Who? Who are you really? Chapter 63. Who taught you such skills? Tang Mu innocently blinked at him. What is the matter? Must I reveal my identity just to recite a book? Seeing her reluctance to speak, Gui Chi grew increasingly anxious. No. How on earth did you manage to recite this book? This was a manuscript he had authored himself, one he had never shown to anyone. Where could she have possibly seen it? A celestial being taught me in a dream. Tang Mu fabricated with unwavering composure, sounding utterly convincing. A celestial being? Gui Chi was momentarily bewildered. Which deity could possibly know of his book? Could it be his master? That seemed impossible. He had never shared the manuscript, and besides, his master had passed away long before this girl was born. It was inconceivable she could have encountered his master. Could there truly be a celestial being? Yet, how would such a being know of his work? Child, what else can you do? Gui Chi suddenly gazed at Tang Mu with eager anticipation. After sipping a bowl of plain soup, she replied leisurely, Are you referring to reciting books? Gui Chi's eyes brightened instantly as he retrieved another book from his robe. Can you recite this one? Tang Mu did not even take the book. She merely glanced at the title and began to recite. The Ancient Treatise on Simplicity, Chapter 1. In the time of the Yellow Emperor, born as a divine spirit, weak yet articulate, young yet harmonizing, maturing yet astute, ascending to the heavens. Gui Chi stared in bewilderment at Tang Mu's crimson lips, watching as she seamlessly recited an extensive passage, every word flawlessly articulated without a single pause for breath. This time, he refrained from interrupting her, curious to see how far she could go. As time elapsed, the girl continued unabated, and after more than an hour, she concluded the entire book. Tang Mu, parched from her recital, took another sip of soup, only to find it had grown lukewarm, which she disdainfully returned to the container. Gui Chi stared at her in astonishment for quite a while before reluctantly pulling out another book. Will you recite this one? Tang Mu merely glanced at the title again and recited it fluently, leaving Gui Chi with a renewed expression of disbelief. One by one, he handed her book after book, and she continued to recite them flawlessly after just a glance at the titles. Gui Chi, frantically tugging at his hair, exclaimed, How is this possible? You cannot possibly know these texts. His works had never been leaked. Not even a deity could possess such knowledge, let alone recite them with such ease. At this moment, not only was Gui Chi astonished, but even Yi Chen Xian, lurking in the shadows, was taken aback. He had never anticipated this girl could recite texts so proficiently, and she had even memorized the old man's medical manuscripts. Given the old man's astonishment, those books must not have been seen by anyone else. Where could she have acquired such knowledge? He refused to believe in the existence of celestial beings. Tang Mu ignored Gui Chi's queries, leisurely gathering her belongings and standing up with the food container in hand. I must take my leave now. You can keep the fire. Upon seeing her attempt to depart, Gui Chi instantly panicked, wrapping his arms around her legs. No, please don't go. You must tell the old man where you learned these texts. If we don't clarify this, he shall never rest in peace. Tang Mu looked at him, both amused and exasperated. I truly learned this from a celestial being. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. I believe. Gui Chi insisted, still clinging to her leg. Which celestial being taught you? Next time, ask him how he came to know the old man's book. Though he did not believe in celestial beings, he was now compelled to consider the possibility. Tang Mu suppressed a smile, thinking to herself that her master was merely teasing, and he genuinely believed in such beings. Even if they existed, he would never meet them. With a playful glint in her eyes, she innocently replied, I don't know which celestial being he is. I only know he is an old man who looks. She scrutinized Gui Chi, then earnestly added, quite similar to you, actually. His hair is like yours, his clothing is somewhat alike, and his manner of speaking is also comparable. Oh, and he is particularly fond of food, which is another similarity. Gui Chi stared at her in confusion, finally regaining his senses to point at his own nose. You can't possibly be referring to the old man you dreamed of, can you? Upon hearing this, Tang Mu deliberately examined him closely for a few moments before shaking her head. The dream was too hazy. I couldn't see his face clearly. Just as Gui Chi felt a pang of disappointment, Tang Mu added. However, he did say that all these books are his unique creations, unparalleled in the world. He also claimed he is a celestial being capable of teaching me many things. At this, Gu Chi's anger flared. Nonsense. Those books were clearly written by the old man. Realizing something, he frowned. Wait, you must have indeed dreamed of the old man. Tang Mu pursed her lips, choosing not to respond. Gu Chi, growing impatient, pressed. Then tell me what else he taught you. With a haughty lift of her brow, Tang Mu replied, Why should I tell you? Gu Chi, in a fit of desperation, lay on the ground, clinging to her legs in a childish manner. You must tell the old man. If you don't, he will never rest in peace. Tang Mu felt a bead of sweat forming at her temple and sighed in exasperation. Her master had reverted to his old habits. Who else could make him act so childishly? Casting her eyes down at her master's antics, she ultimately relented. He taught me medicine. He claims to be a divine doctor. Divine doctor? Gu Chi's eyes widened in astonishment. Wasn't he this precisely what he was? As the day waned, Tang Mu declared, It's getting late. I must take my leave. While Gu Chi was still entranced, she lifted the food container and exited, snapping back to reality. He called after her, Hey, little girl, will you come again tomorrow? He still had a multitude of questions regarding what the divine doctor had taught her. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Ignoring her master's calls, Tang Mu continued on her way. Gu Chi, growing increasingly frantic, shouted, You must come tomorrow. The old man is waiting for you. He still had countless inquiries left unanswered. Listening to her master's calls, Tang Mu couldn't help but smile. She indeed planned to return tomorrow. What should she prepare for him? Perhaps a medley of vegetables and mushroom soup, along with a steaming basket of buns. With thoughts of their meeting tomorrow, Tang Mu's steps grew lighter. From the shadows, Yi Xian observed Tang Mu's cheerful demeanor and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Had she specifically come to wait for the old man today? What could be her intentions? Perhaps tomorrow would unveil the answers. Chapter 64. The Hope of Tang Rong when Tang Mi returned to the Bema Temple. The sky had barely begun to brighten. A young monk stationed at the northern and western protective gates rubbed his eyes and asked, Is that you, Sister Banksia? Where have you been? I went to collect dew for the lady who loves tea, Tang Mi replied, lowering her head and lifting the food box in her hand. I see, the young monk said, quickly opening the door for Tang Mi. It will be dawn soon. You should go back and rest. I have to collect dew every day. I appreciate your help, little master. Tang Mi took a small silver ingot from her waist and handed it to the young monk. The faint fragrance wafted in the air, causing the young monk's face to flush. He hurriedly declined. There's no need for money. I simply open the door for you every day. Take it, little master. Buy some tea to drink, Tang Mi insisted, pressing the silver into his hand before entering. The young monk gazed at Tang Mi's graceful silhouette, unable to resist inhaling the lingering scent on the silver ingot. A sudden gust of cold wind made him shiver involuntarily, and as he instinctively fumbled to secure the silver, he discovered it had vanished. In a state of shock, the young monk blinked and looked down at his empty palm. It was truly gone. He stared blankly at his hands, feeling as though he had just awoken from a dream. In the northern wing, Tang Mi gently knocked on the door, immediately hearing Banksia's anxious voice. Who is it? It's me, Tang Mi replied softly. Upon recognizing her voice, Banksia swiftly opened the door. As Tang Mi entered, she closed the door behind her. Banksia, nearly overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, Miss, you have finally returned. I was so worried. In the dead of night, she truly feared for Tang Mi's safety. If anything had happened to her, no amount of suffering could atone for it. Tang Mi, aware of her genuine concern, smiled and pinched her cheek. But I'm back safe and sound, right? No one noticed my absence, did they? Banksia quickly took Tang Mi's cloak and hung it up. Of course, no one noticed. If they had, the old lady would have been waiting for you. Tang Mi raised an eyebrow dismissively, knowing her grandmother would not be waiting inside. She would likely have sent someone to secretly search for her. Banksia glanced at the food on the table, asking, Miss, did you have dinner? This was sent by Yun Xiang last night. I didn't let her come in, but simply took the food from her, she explained. Should I heat it up for you? I've had it, Tang Mi replied, handing the food box to Banksia to return to the small kitchen. All right, Banksia said softly. You should rest for a while. Dawn will break soon. Tang Mi nodded and went to sleep. Having stayed up late, she slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. Guy Mama has come to inquire twice. I told her you slept restlessly last night, and she instructed me not to wake you, Banksia reported while helping Tang Mi wash up. After a brief freshening up, Tang Mi went to visit the old lady. Mia, are you feeling unwell? The old lady asked, grasping Tang Mi's hand as she entered. Do not worry, grandmother. I am perfectly well, Tang Mi reassured her. Seeing her rosy complexion, the old lady still expressed concern. Banksia said you slept restlessly last night. Were you frightened by the previous incident? Should we call a physician to check on you? Tang Mi's eyes sparkled as she smiled. I am fine. I just enjoy sleeping in this peaceful atmosphere. The air is delightful, and it makes one lethargic, reluctant to rise in the morning. She playfully stuck out her tongue. Seeing Tang Mi's adorable expression, the old lady lovingly caressed her cheek. As long as you are not frightened, it is all right to sleep in. After all, we are not in the mansion. Consider it a little outing. The old lady then turned to Guy Mama. Do not wake the young lady tomorrow morning. Yes, Guy Mama quickly replied with a smile. After chatting for a while, Qin Shi arrived with Tang Ying and Tang Rong, followed by Lin Shi and Tang Ning. Mother, grandmother, they all bowed respectfully to the old lady. The old lady glanced at Tang Rong and asked, Are you feeling better? Tang Rong quickly lowered her head. Thank you for your concern, grandmother. I am much better. Qin Shi chimed in. Indeed, she is much improved, but she may have been startled yesterday. The poor girl has been waking from nightmares several times during the night, which is why she rose late today. Observing Tang Rong's still pale complexion, the old lady sighed. If your health is not good, stay here for a few more days. Let your mother take care of you, if you do not improve. It would not hurt to have her stay longer, as she is not needed to manage the household at present. The old lady's words nearly caused Lin Shi to burst into laughter, while Qin Shi's face darkened in anger. Tang Rong was infuriated, on the verge of lashing out. They had originally planned to perform a ritual at Tianjia, but the old lady's remark had shattered their intentions. After sitting for a while, Qin Shi and the others left in a huff. Once back in her room, Tang Rong, furious, smashed a set of cups. The sharp sound prompted Qin Shi, who had just entered, to quickly close the door. My little ancestor, what is the matter now? Do you think your grandmother is blind and deaf with such a commotion? Qin Shi scolded as she directed Han Qing and Levian to clean up the shattered porcelain. Tang Rong spat in anger. She is indeed blind and deaf. I've done so much already. Copied scriptures, acknowledged my mistakes, even performed the Tianjia ritual with deep reverence. Why won't she allow me to return to the Tang residence? Seeing her shout so loudly, Qin Shi admonished her. Can you not be quieter? Do you still wish to return to the Tang residence? Look at how she acts. Do you think she wants me back? Did you not hear her words? She has no intention of letting me return. Tang Rong stomped her foot in frustration. Do not be anxious. Your second sister said she has a way to bring you back. Just wait patiently for a few days, Qin Shi comforted. Tang Rong's eyes brightened with hope as she looked expectantly at Qin Shi. What method does my second sister have? She did not tell me. She only mentioned she has a way to ensure your return. She has asked Inger but received no information, as Inger is unwilling to share. Insisting on coordinating to complete certain matters, Qin Shi explained gently, patting Tang Rong's hand. Be patient. Trust your second sister. She will certainly find a way for you to return to the Tang residence. Tang Rong's previously dim eyes glimmered with renewed hope. Chapter 65. The old man's secret trick in the evening. Tang Mi donned her cloak and descended the mountain, carrying a food box as she made her way to the dilapidated temple. Girl, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Tang Mi, the lethargic Gui Qi instantly perked up and hurried to greet her. You really waited here for me, Tang Mi remarked with a glance as she settled by the fire with her food box. Of course, we agreed on this yesterday. The old man was bound to wait for you, Gui Qi replied, following her eagerly. Tang Mi opened the box, revealing a plate of mixed vegetables, a steamer of buns, and a bowl of mushroom soup, and began to eat. Gui Qi's mouth watered at the sight of her delicious spread. Noticing his eager expression, Tang Mi handed him a bun. Hey! Gui Qi's eyes sparkled with delight as he accepted it, devouring it in 2 bites. This is so good. Your culinary skills are truly impressive. Slow down, there's plenty more. No one is competing with you, Tang Mi warned, concerned he might choke, and promptly offered him a bowl of mushroom soup. Gu Chi gulped down several mouthfuls, feeling instantly revitalized. This soup is exquisite. Your cooking surpasses that of the imperial chefs by hundreds of times. Tang Mi chuckled. Have you ever sneaked into the imperial kitchen? Given her master's gluttonous nature, it was entirely plausible. Gu Chi and Appo's face flushed with embarrassment, but he maintained his pride. Does the old man need to sneak? If he desires imperial cuisine, which emperor would not rush to invite him? Tang Mi raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the truth in his words. Her master was indeed a divine physician, with such miraculous skills. Every emperor would cherish him. However, given her master's aversion to trouble, it was likely simpler for him to sneak food than to receive a grand invitation. Girl, if you wish to taste imperial cuisine, I can take you, Gu Chi offered, his demeanor hopeful. Tang Mi scolded. Didn't you say my cooking is better than imperial dishes? Why would I want to eat those? She had long since had her fill of imperial meals. Gu Chi paused, then grinned. That is indeed true. Your skills far exceed those of the master chefs. As he spoke, he stealthily reached for another bun. Tang Mi, unperturbed, nudged the plate of mixed vegetables towards him. Girl, you're generous. Gu Chi praised before resuming his feast, nodding vigorously. This mixed vegetable dish is incredible. It's the best vegetarian dish I've ever had. He paired the vegetable bun with the mixed vegetables, drinking soup whenever he needed to, reveling in a sense of fulfillment that made him feel as if life was complete. After consuming one bun, Tang Mi ceased her eating and merely observed Gu Chi as he indulged. Her master remained unchanged. Whenever there was delicious food, he forgot everything else, always neglecting serious matters. Burp. Gu Chi finished every morsel Tang Mi had prepared, patting his round belly contentedly. By the way, he exclaimed, slapping his forehead, nearly forgetting something important. Girl, you mentioned that the divine physician in your dream taught you medicine. Have you learned it? Of course. I am a divine physician now, Tang Mi proclaimed, her brow raised with pride. Gu Chi did not find her boastful words laughable. Rather, he sensed that she was not exaggerating. His eyes sparkled as he looked at her. Girl, I want to take you somewhere. Not going. Tang Mi instantly rejected, not even hesitating. Go. If you don't, the old man will die without peace. Gu Chi began to sulk. Tang Mi rolled her eyes. Do you have no other tricks? Gu Chi looked at her with feigned innocence. Will you go? If not, I'll die right here. He pretended to run into a post. Tang Mi and Appo's eyes twitched, and she finally relented, grabbing Gu Chi. I have one condition. We must return before dawn. If we are late, it will be problematic. Not a problem, Gu Chi replied enthusiastically, immediately leading Tang Mi out. Gu Chi, skilled in martial arts, did not ride a horse or take a carriage, but directly carried Tang Mi towards the capital. In the shadows, Yi Chun Xian followed closely, concerned. Upon reaching the city's north gate and the city god temple, Gu Chi set Tang Mi down. Why did you bring me here? Tang Mi asked, bewildered. This is the gathering place for all beggars in the capital. You claim to know medicine, so why not treat the sick here? Gu Chi wanted to test the extent of her medical skills and see if the divine physician in her dream was truly him. Why should I listen to you? Tang Mi was reluctant to expose herself, preferring to keep her medical knowledge a secret weapon. Girl, just give it a try. The old man merely wishes to see your skills. If you refuse, I will die with my eyes wide open. Gu Chi lamented while sneakily observing Tang Mi's expression. If you don't try, I'll die right now. He picked up a brick to smash it against his forehead. Tang Mi felt a headache coming on, sighed, and pulled out a handkerchief to cover her face before entering the temple. Seeing her go in, Gu Chi couldn't help but chuckle. Despite her serious demeanor, she was quite soft-hearted, especially when he employed this tactic. He felt he had discovered the perfect method to persuade Tang Mi and tossed aside the brick, following her inside. As it was still early in the night, many beggars resting in the temple had yet to sleep and watched Tang Mi warily as she entered. Tang Mi felt a twinge of fear, as she had never been in such a crowded place so late at night, but thinking of her master behind her alleviated her anxiety. Cough, cough. Clearing her throat, she addressed the awake beggars. I am a divine physician. If anyone is unwell, Please come to me for treatment. I'll check your pulse." Upon hearing her declaration, none of the beggars believed her. They thought she was merely mocking them. Guichi, following behind, could not help but chuckle at her confidence. What an adorable girl. I wonder which family she belongs to. Tangmi waited for a moment, but no one responded, feeling a bit embarrassed. Cough, cough. Hearing a cough from the corner, she approached. In the innermost corner of the temple, a mother and child huddled together. The mother was coughing incessantly on the ground, while the child patted her back, refusing to sleep. The mother was grimy and unrecognizable, but Tangmi guessed she was quite young, given the child appeared to be only 5 or 6 years old. However, the mother's cough suggested she was seriously ill. Tangmi crouched down to check the mother's pulse, but the child immediately stood protectively in front of her mother. What do you want? Chapter 66. The celestial sister, the small figure of the child, stood protectively in front of her mother, her gaze sharp and fierce like that of a lone wolf. Though merely a wolf cub, she inspired a sense of apprehension. I am a physician. I see your mother is coughing quite severely, and I wish to examine her, Tangmi said, standing tall and earnestly explaining to the child. She arched her brows and smiled gently, striving to appear benevolent. Upon witnessing the warmth in Tangmi's eyes, the child's vigilance diminished considerably. With a hint of sorrow, she said, "My mother is gravely ill. She requires treatment. However, I have no money to give you." "I understand," Tangmi replied softly. "I don't have anything else to offer you." The child's expression turned somber, tinged with despair. Tangmi felt a pang in her heart and affectionately patted the child's head. "It's all right. This time I'm offering my services pro bono." Upon hearing this, the child's spirits lifted and she exclaimed, "Thank you. Please help my mother. She hasn't opened her eyes for days." The child knelt beside her mother, offering her hand to Tangmi. Tangmi also knelt, placing the mother's hand on her knee to begin the examination. The child gazed intently at Tangmi, her eyes a mix of hope and anxiety. After a considerable time, Tangmi finally released her grip and addressed the child. "Your mother is suffering from severe lung ailment. Her condition is critical." The child's eyes welled with tears. "Will my mother recover?" A nearby beggar shook his head sadly, realizing the lung disease was often deemed incurable. Tangmi gently ruffled the child's hair. "Your mother's condition is serious, and while I cannot guarantee her complete recovery, I will do my utmost to treat her until she is well." "Thank you." The child immediately knelt before Tangmi in gratitude. She quickly assisted him back to his feet. "I haven't even treated her yet. If you bow now and I am unable to heal your mother, what then? I believe in you. You will surely heal my mother." The child looked into Tangmi's gentle eyes, feeling as if she were a celestial being. Tangmi smiled and pinched the child's dirty little face. "Since you have such faith in me, I shall indeed give my all." She then turned to Guichi, glancing at the bag at his waist. "Please, hand me your silver needles." Guichi, engrossed in the moment, immediately retrieved the needles without hesitation. Tangmi accepted them and began the acupuncture treatment for the mother. Treating lung disease is quite intricate. Ideally, she would first prepare a medicinal bath, administer several herbal concoctions, and then perform acupuncture for optimal results. However, given the current circumstances, she set aside those considerations. Guichi stood behind Tangmi, watching her fluid needle technique, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This was indeed his method. While many viewed lung disease as a terminal affliction, he had developed a unique acupuncture technique capable of healing it. The technique Tangmi employed was precisely his creation. Known only to him, Guichi increasingly felt that the celestial being from the girl's dreams was none other than himself. It was unmistakable. How extraordinary it was that he found himself within her dreams, imparting his medical wisdom. As Guichi pondered, Tangmi completed the treatment. With the last needle removed, the mother awoke. Seeing Tangmi, she instinctively recoiled, clutching her child. "Who are you?" Her voice was hoarse from relentless coughing. Noticing her fear, Tangmi quickly reassured her in a gentle tone. "Do not worry. I am a physician here to examine you." Before Tangmi could finish, the child explained to her mother, "This celestial sister is a divine healer. She is treating you without asking for our money." "Thank you, kind benefactor," the mother exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude, and attempted to kneel before Tang me. Tang Mi promptly assisted her back to a sitting position. Your condition is complex. To heal properly, we must continue with acupuncture and ensure you take your medicine. I will return tomorrow with the herbal remedies. Thank you, kind benefactor. The mother attempted to kneel again, but Tang Mi swiftly intervened. Rest now. The environment here is unsuitable for recovery. If possible, you should relocate to a better place for your convalescence. Tears filled the mother's eyes, revealing her predicament. Tang Mi understood that those who had settled here likely faced hardships. Her suggestion was merely a gentle reminder, not an attempt to wound. Tang Mi rose and addressed the other beggars who had been observing. I have limited time. Are there any others in need of medical attention? Previously ignored, the onlookers now approached Tang Mi, their belief in her skills solidified by witnessing her revive the mother. After all, she had awakened a woman who had been unconscious for days, and they had thought her time was near. If she could treat such a dire ailment, she must indeed be a divine healer. Divine healer, I'm unwell. Could you please examine me? Divine healer, can my leg be healed? Divine healer, I have chest pains. I beg you to help me. A throng of individuals suddenly surged towards Tang Mi, as if they had all fallen ill at once. Tang Mi surveyed the crowd and prioritized those with the most severe conditions. The rest waited patiently, refraining from interrupting her. Tang Mi's medical expertise was exceptional, and her efficiency remarkable. One by one, patients received her care. Whether cured or needing further treatment, all bowed in gratitude to her. They were certain that their good deeds and past lives had brought this celestial healer to save them in this one. Guiqi stood aside, merely observing, as if witnessing his own handiwork. This girl had mastered his techniques flawlessly. Even without memories, he was convinced she was his prodigy. The celestial being from her dreams could only be him. In the shadows, Yi Chunxian watched intently as Tang Mi diligently treated the beggars. She radiated beauty, a brilliance so profound it felt as though she could illuminate the darkest corners. He found himself increasingly hesitant to approach her, pondering what kind of person would one day be worthy of her. The thought of her marrying and bearing children filled his heart with anguish. Akin to being submerged in molten lava, the pain was so intense it rendered him breathless. Chapter 67. They are all knots in her heart, remnants of her past life. Time always seems to fly by when one is busy. It was only when dawn began to break that Tang Mi finally paused. The sun has risen. I must return. Tomorrow, I shall bring medicine for you all. I will treat the remaining few then. She had started with the gravely ill patients, and, fortunately, the remaining ones only suffered from minor ailments, so it wouldn't matter if she attended to them the following day. Thank you, divine healer. Thank you, benefactor. Upon hearing that she was leaving, everyone bowed deeply to her. Rest well, Tang Mi told them before moving to the corner to gently caress the frail face of Yuer. Tomorrow, sister will bring you something to eat. Thank you, fairy sister. Upon hearing of food, Yuer's eyes sparkled with delight. Tang Mi smiled back at her before exiting the city god's temple. Guiqi quickly followed her out. Girl, the old man will carry you back. I'm tired. You carry me. Tang Mi playfully pouted, genuinely weary. Spoiled, Guiqi retorted, yet he still turned his back to her. Tang Mi climbed onto his back, grumbling, I'm a lady. Why can't I be a bit spoiled? Fine, my lady, the old man will carry you back now. Guiqi replied with a tone of mock defeat, his face radiating fondness. As Guiqi carried Tang Mi beyond the city, heading towards the White Horse Temple, she felt an unusual sense of security resting on his back. Had her master ever carried her in her past life? It seemed not. In this new life, she was indeed more fortunate than before. Not only did Tang Mi feel at ease, but Guiqi also experienced a peculiar sensation. Having reached his 60s, he had not felt any affection for a woman since he became a monk, and thus he had never married nor had children. This little girl was so small. Had he married early, perhaps his granddaughter would be of a similar age. For the first time, Guiqi felt a sense of kinship. Perhaps it was time for him to find someone to inherit his legacy. In the shadows, Yi Chunxian watched Tang Mi's serene expression with a hint of envy for the old man. Guiqi moved swiftly, soon returning to the dilapidated temple with Tang Mi on his back. Tang Mi glanced at the sky and picked up the food box. It's nearly dawn. I must return. Wait, Girl, the old man has something important to discuss with you, Gui Chi pleaded, his expression almost pitiful as she prepared to leave. Tang Mi, recognizing his look, guessed his intent and teased. Let us talk about it tomorrow. I shall return then. And don't forget to prepare the medicine for me. She playfully winked at him. You've been watching from behind, so you should know what I need, right? Gui Chi shot her an annoyed glance, grumbling. Am I just your medicine boy now? You're the one who asked me to treat the patients first, Tang Mi retorted, smirking as she walked away with the food box. Gui Chi called after her. The old man will be waiting here for you tomorrow. You must come. Tang Mi ignored him and continued on her way. With a resigned smile, Gui Chi thought to himself that she was far too swift. He would definitely ask her about it tomorrow. When Tang Mi returned to the north wing, dawn was almost upon them. After a night of toil, she had no energy to speak and fell asleep. Han Xia, seeing her exhaustion, felt a pang of concern and wondered what she was doing each night. Having already informed the Tang matriarch, no one disturbed Tang Mi, and she inadvertently missed lunch. Han Xia was hesitant to wake her, allowing her to sleep until the afternoon. Once Tang Mi awoke, Han Xia cautiously prepared food for her. Miss, what exactly are you doing out at night? Is there any danger? After much hesitation, Han Xia finally asked, unable to quell her worry. I am making amends for the regrets in my life, Tang Mi replied thoughtfully as she began to eat. In truth, every step she took was an attempt to rectify the regrets of her past life. Her grandmother, Feng, her maternal family, and her master. They were all knots in her heart, remnants of her previous life, and she must untangle each one to atone for her sins. Han Xia did not fully comprehend Tang Mi's words, but dared not press further. There has been no movement from Tang Ying and Tang Rong these past few days. Has there? After finishing her meal, Tang Mi inquired about the second branch's situation. No. Han Xia quickly reported on the status of Qin and the others. The fourth young lady is still at the White Horse Temple. The second madam has been taking care of her, saying her condition isn't good. The matriarch has suggested several times that they invite a doctor, but they have not done so. I suspect the fourth young lady is just pretending. Tang Mi's lips curled into a smile. Under such circumstances, it was indeed inconvenient for Tang Rong to seek medical help, but she wondered whether Qin and Tang Ying were aware of this. Such matters, Tang Rong might not disclose to them. Remembering something, Han Xia continued, Oh, this morning, Madame Qin also came to the White Horse Temple. She seemed to be here to pay respects to the matriarch, but the matriarch did not see her. Madame Qin? Tang Mi and Appo's eyes narrowed with curiosity. What brings her here? Did Tang Ying summon her? What was Tang Ying scheming? Surely, she couldn't genuinely be considering marrying into the Qin family? Tang Mi rose and headed to the Tang matriarch's chamber. Upon seeing her, the matriarch and Appo's eyes brightened. Have you rested well? Tang Mi curtsied and shyly replied, It's so peaceful here. I often oversleep. The matriarch tenderly brushed her hair, saying, Before you are married. It's fine to oversleep. Tang Mi blushed at her grandmother's words, realizing that she was constantly hinting at her marriage. Noticing her granddaughter's embarrassment, the matriarch chuckled and patted her hand. You've been here for several days without going out. I heard that Prince Yu is absent today. Why not take this opportunity to step outside and not remain cooped up indoors? If Prince Yu were present, she would certainly be worried about Tang Mi going out. But he had reportedly left early that day and should not be at the White Horse Temple now. Tang Mi's eyes brightened. All right, I shall take Han Xia out for a stroll. That girl is surely bored to tears. Go ahead, the matriarch nodded. Tang Mi bowed to her grandmother before taking Han Xia outside. Once they exited the north wing, they headed towards the main hall of the White Horse Temple. Having been there for several days, aside from the first day, to offer incense, they had not returned, and it was indeed time to pay their respects once more. As they entered the courtyard, they spotted a pair of young lovers whispering sweet nothings beneath the ginkgo tree, both wearing smiles that radiated affection. Tang Mi recognized them all too well. It was Tang Ying and Qin Qingyu. Seeing Qin Qingyu was not surprising. With Madame Qin's arrival, it was only natural for him to accompany her, especially since Tang Ying was present. However, she was curious about Tang Ying's demeanor towards Qin Qingyu. Their banter was filled with laughter and tenderness. What feelings did this woman harbor? Chapter 68. soaring high and returning to one's place when Tang Ying raised her gaze and beheld Tang Mi. The smile on her face instantly vanished. Elder sister. Upon noticing Tang Mi's presence, Qin Qingyu also quickly composed himself, bowing slightly as he addressed her. Greetings, Miss Tang. Tang Mi reciprocated the gesture with a courteous nod towards Qin Qingyu before turning to Tang Ying with a smile. Has the second sister come to pay her respects with young Master Qin as well? Qin Qingyu and Appo's handsome face flushed slightly as he glanced at Tang Ying, quickly averting his gaze. My cousin and I merely crossed paths by chance. In an effort to defend Tang Ying against any whispers of clandestine meetings, Tang Ying graciously replied, My engagement to my cousin is approaching, so we arranged to seek a divination together. Tang Mi raised an eyebrow. Oh, then it should indeed be a favorable omen. Casting a gentle look at Qin Qingyu, Tang Ying smiled sweetly. Of course, we are perfectly matched, so it must be a positive sign. Surprised by Tang Ying's bold declaration, Qin Qingyu's face reddened again, yet his eyes sparkled with joy and affection. Tang Mi observed Qin Qingyu for a moment before turning to Tang Ying with a smile. With such joyous occasions approaching for my second sister, I shall also seek a divination, hoping to share in your good fortune. With a slight nod towards Qin Qingyu, Tang Mi entered the main hall. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Qingyu expressed concern. Cousin, do you think Miss Tang will divulge our meeting? Tang Ying responded with a warm smile. What does it matter? We are soon to be wed. If she wishes to speak of it, let her. I have nothing to hide. Cousin, Qin Qingyu took her hand earnestly. I can hardly wait to bring you home. I shall return to prepare for our wedding, ensuring that you are celebrated in style. A flicker of distaste crossed Tang Ying's eyes, yet she held onto his hand, playfully imploring, We've only just reunited. Cousin, stay with me a few more days. After my uncle and Appo's memorial, you may return. Seeing Tang Ying and Appo's eager expression, Qin Qingyu could not bear to leave. Then I shall linger a few more days. What difference does it make? Rarely did he have such an opportunity for solitude with her, and the thought of being together every day made Qin Qingyu feel as if he were savoring honey. After Tang Mi and Ban Xia entered the main hall and completed their prayers, Tang Mi sought a divination. Upon reading the oracle, her brow furrowed in concern. Noticing her distress, Ban Xia quickly reassured her, Miss, do not take it to heart. This oracle may not be definitive. If you wish to dispel any misfortune, Master Liao Chun can assist in interpreting it. His insights are the most accurate. He will surely help you. Though Tang Mi had little faith in oracles, deities, or spirits, having lived through her past, she found it hard to dismiss them entirely. Moreover, the oracle had unsettled her. Master Liao Chun was an esteemed elder at the Jing Kong Temple, one of the most venerable masters of the Bai Ma Temple. Now advanced in years, he no longer interpreted oracles in the main hall, so seeking his assistance would require visiting his quarters. Upon their arrival at the quarters, they discovered other visitors present, including the previously encountered Prince Xian. Tang Mi considered avoiding him, but the individuals in the room had already spotted her. Are you here to seek an interpretation as well, my lady? Master Liao Chun regarded Tang Mi with kind eyes. Surprised, Tang Mi realized that Prince Xian was also here for the same purpose. When Yi Chun Xian saw Tang Mi, his eyes brightened momentarily. Since avoiding him was not an option, Tang Mi entered the room with grace and bowed to Master Liao Chun. I have just sought a divination and wish to request your guidance. Please take a seat and wait a moment while I attend to this gentleman's matter first. Master Liao Chun gestured toward a cushion for her to sit upon. Tang Mi's gaze met Yi Chun Xian's. She had initially intended to withdraw, but seeing no hint of displeasure in his eyes, she inexplicably took a seat. Master Liao Chun examined Yi Chun Xian's oracle before frowning. This is an unfavorable omen for you. Seeking clarity on your path? Tang Mi instinctively furrowed her brows in surprise. Glancing at Yi Chun Xian, had Master Liao Chen's words been directed at her, she would have thought it rather uncanny, as she too was inquiring about her path and had drawn an unfavorable omen. Yes, Yi Chun Xian's gaze flicked to Tang Mi, taking in her expression before answering Master Liao Chun. Master Liao Chun nodded. This oracle is not auspicious. The wandering dragon has yet to transform, and peril lurks at every turn. Although you are a true dragon, Your cultivation has not reached its peak. Your path is fraught with obstacles and dangers, and your desires may not come to fruition. Yi Qianxian's expression grew somber at these words. Tang Mi listened intently, her eyes flickering with concern. In truth, this oracle was quite accurate. In her previous life, Prince Xian had failed to achieve his ambitions and met a tragic end. Yet, this oracle referred to him as the true dragon. Did that imply he was the rightful heir? After all, both he and Yi Jun were princes. How could he alone be deemed the true dragon? Did the emperor leave a decree for Prince Xian's succession, or was there another significance? While both pondered their thoughts, Master Liao Chan spoke again. This is not the worst of omens. There's a remedy within the text. If you can find assistance from a benefactor, you shall soar high and return to your rightful place. Hearing the words return to your rightful place, Tang Mi narrowed her eyes once more. Please, Master, guide me. Yi Qianxian also turned his gaze to Master Liao Chan. The oracle contains further insight. If you can receive aid from a benefactor, all obstacles may be resolved, and your aspirations will surely be fulfilled. Master Liao Chan returned the oracle to Yi Qianxian. You must simply await the arrival of your benefactor. Yi Qianxian stared blankly at the oracle in his hand. What might his benefactor be? Though he longed to inquire, he restrained himself, mindful of Tang Mi and Appo's as presents. My lady, please present your oracle to me, Master Liao Chen requested after finishing with Yi Qianxian. Tang Mi hesitated, reluctant to disclose her oracle in front of him. But seeing that he showed no intention of leaving, she felt it inappropriate to ask him to depart. Sighing inwardly, she resolved to treat it as a reciprocal gesture for having overheard his oracle. Tang Mi handed the oracle to Master Liao Chan. I kindly request your assistance in clarifying my uncertainties. Upon receiving it and glancing at the oracle, Master Liao Chan and Appo's eyes widened in shock, darting between Tang Mi and Yi Qianxian. You too. Both were left bewildered by his reaction. Is there a problem? Tang Mi inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. Master Liao Chan scrutinized Tang Mi from head to toe, finally nodding in disbelief. Remarkable. Your fate is truly extraordinary. Tang Mi and Appo's heart raced, her gaze fixated on Master Liao Chan, anxiety mounting. Had he disowned her secret? Did he know of her rebirth? With her fists clenched tightly, she feared that his next words might unravel all her hidden truths, especially with Yi Qianxian still present. Chapter 69. Mutual Benefactors. As if sensing Tang Mi's trepidation, Liao Chan refrained from further discussion and gazed at her divination, reciting, The phoenix returns to roost on the parasol tree. A cycle of rebirth begins anew. Liao Chan lifted his eyes to meet Tang Mi and Appo's. Your fate is priceless, my lady. Should you seek to alter your destiny through rebirth, it may well prove futile. You are marked by the phoenix's fate, and even rebirth cannot change that. It can only perpetuate the cycle. Upon hearing this, Tang Mi's complexion turned ashen. The divination indeed conveyed her understanding. Even with rebirth, her fate remained unaltered. Why? If her destiny could not be changed, why then did the heavens grant her another chance? In an instant, a chilling darkness enveloped her entire being, as if she were ensnared in the depths of vengeful despair, unable to escape. Knight Qianxian observed Tang Mi's distress, his heart tightening with anguish. What had she endured? What did rebirth signify? And what of this priceless phoenix fate? Reflecting upon his own predicament, fraught with perils, he felt a surge of frustration. She was a phoenix, while he had become the true dragon prince. Liao Chan noted the expressions on their faces and spoke again. Do not despair, my lady. Your divination bears a solution akin to this gentleman's. There exists a method of resolution. Tang Mi snapped back to attention, immediately focusing on the divination. Noble benefactors will guide one to fortune, as misfortune dissipates and fortune arises. Liao Chen nodded. Indeed, this is the remedy. Encountering benefactors will lead to the removal of misfortune and the arrival of good fortune. Another benefactor? Both Tang Mi and Knight Qianxian furrowed their brows in unison. May I inquire, Master, has my benefactor already appeared? Tang Mi was determined to change her fate. She had to decipher this divination. Liao Chun regarded her and Knight Chun Xian with an inscrutable expression. Both of your benefactors have indeed manifested, distant yet near. In that moment, Tang Mi and Knight Chun Xian were momentarily stunned, instinctively looking at each other before turning their gaze back to Liao Chun. Does the master imply that we are each other's benefactors? Their simultaneous inquiry elicited a chuckle from Liao Chun. Correct. Noble benefactors guide one another. Your benefactor is the lady, and her benefactor is surely you. You are each other's benefactors. The two stood aghast, their emotions a tumultuous blend of confusion and complexity. While Knight Chun Xian could accept that Tang Mi was his benefactor, he was reluctant for her to be the only one. A benefactor could be anyone. He did not wish it to be her. Tang Mi could indeed assist him in reaching that position, yet he did not want to exploit her, as Knight Junyu had. Nor did he desire her to think he was akin to Knight Junyu. If he were to marry her, it would be with genuine affection, not for the throne. At that moment, Tang Mi pondered the implications of this benefactor. She understood that in the eyes of Knight Chun Xian, she might genuinely be of assistance. More specifically, the military power in her maternal grandfather's hands would undoubtedly aid both Knight Junyu and him. But what did it mean for him to be her benefactor? Was it to rally him against Knight Junyu? Yet could this truly be done? His current rapport with Knight Junyu appeared to be amicable. Could he help her confront him? The divination is resolved. You may take your leave. Noting their contemplative expressions, Liao Chun ushered them away. Tank mi regainit her composure. Promptly rising to bow to Liao Chun. Thank you for your guidance, master. Knight Chun Xian followed suit, nodding respectfully before they exited the chamber in succession. Knight Chun Xian quickly caught up with Tang Mi, stating, "There is no need for concern regarding the master's words, Miss Tang. As for the path you must tread, I have never contemplated taking shortcuts." Tang Mi was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected him to approach her with such sentiments. Looking into his eyes, she saw a profound sincerity that eluded her understanding. Yet it reassured her that he might indeed be different from Knight Junyu. At least in her past life, he had never wronged her. Your Highness, the prince, is indeed a benefactor to me, and I shall remember this. Tang Mi smiled warmly at Knight Chun Xian, offering a respectful bow before turning to leave. Knight Chun Xian was filled with the image of her radiant smile, and only after she had distanced herself did he regain his senses, offering a rueful smile. He had not yet found a young lady as open-hearted as she. Not only was she his benefactor, but he was also hers. Their relationship might indeed shift as a result, and Knight Chun Xian felt a blend of anticipation and turmoil. Encountering her, he found himself in a perpetual state of both joy and sorrow. Upon returning to her quarters, Ban Xia gazed at Tang Mi with excitement. "Miss, His Highness the Prince is your benefactor. Does this not mean you shall become the princess consort? If her lady could ascend to such a position, Ban Xia would wholeheartedly endorse it." Not only was His Highness strikingly handsome, but it was rumored he had yet to take a wife. No primary consort, no side consorts, nor even a maid. Countless women throughout the capital yearned to wed him. It was said that men like His Highness, once smitten, would remain devoted to the end. If he could fall for their young lady, it would be splendid. Moreover, with her beauty, they would undoubtedly be a match made in heaven. Ban Xia had already begun to fantasize about her lady's future life with the prince. Tang Mi, perceiving the expression on her face, promptly tapped her on the head. "Enough, Ban Xia." Ban Xia looked up at Tang Mi with a pout. "Do not think of such things. I shall never marry into the royal family." Tang Mi reminded her, while also reminding herself, she would never enter the palace again, not even unto death. However, the phrase "a cycle of rebirth begins anew" from the divination sent her spiraling back into despair. Since she had been reborn, she would not tread the same path again. Even if it meant contending against fate, she would never yield. Sensing the chill emanating from Tang Mi, Ban Xia dared not speak further. "Miss truly does not favor His Highness, does she? I suppose I shall refrain from mentioning him in her presence in the future. Although His Highness is indeed well suited for her, if she does not wish for it, then so be it." That evening, as Ban Xia observed Tang Mi preparing to leave once more, her face fell. "Miss, are you going out again? This should be the last time." Tang Mi comfortingly pinched her cherubic face. "Take care of the house. I shall return before dawn." With that, She turned her gaze from Ban Xia's forlorn eyes, grasped the food box, and wrapped her cloak tightly before descending the mountain. In 2 days, she would perform rites for her father, and tomorrow required extensive preparations. She simply would not have the time to venture out again. Hence, tonight was likely her last opportunity. Descending the mountain, Tang Mi re-entered the dilapidated temple. "My girl, the old man knew you would come." Upon seeing her, Guiqi rushed over eagerly. "What delicious treats have you brought this time? I have been looking forward to it all day." Chapter 70. A return to apprenticeship before Tang Mi could utter a word. Guiqi had already taken her food box to procure something to eat. Observing his unreserved demeanor, a smile graced Tang Mi's face. It was sweet potato in syrup. Upon seeing the delectable dish Tang Mi had prepared today, Guiqi's mouth watered, and he eagerly gazed at her. "How did you know that the old man adores sweet potato and syrup?" Tang Mi smirked. She was not only aware of his fondness for sweet potato and syrup, but also knew he relished sweet potato, yam, potato, and banana, all prepared in syrup. To put it accurately, he had a penchant for sweets. He adored all things sweet. "I simply enjoy it, so I made it casually." Tang Mi feigned nonchalance as she presented other dishes, a bowl of osmanthus soup and a serving of sweet lotus root. Seeing these 2 delicacies, Guiqi's eyes gleamed with delight. "These are all the old man's favorites. It turns out you share his taste for sweets too." As he spoke, he could hardly contain his excitement and took a bite, nearly swallowing his tongue in delight. "This is absolutely wonderful. It seems you are destined to become the old man's apprentice. We even share the same preferences." "Apprentice?" Tang Mi's eyes flickered, pretending to be oblivious. Guiqi, devouring his food, nodded vigorously. "The old man has already discerned that the immortal you dreamt of is none other than him. In your dream, he accepted you as his disciple, which makes him your master. Let us perform a ceremony later. You can formally acknowledge him as your master, and we shall be like a true master and apprentice." Tang Mi stifled a laugh, feigning disdain. "How can we be true master and apprentice? I never agreed to be your disciple." At this, the sweet potato and syrup lost its allure for Guiqi, and he looked at Tang Mi with a pleading expression. "You still haven't agreed? You've already learned the old man's medical skills. How can you not agree?" Tang Mi chuckled at him. "Did you teach me these skills? It was clearly the immortal who taught me. The immortal is the old man. The old man is the immortal from your dream. He is the one who taught you." With his resolve faltering, Guiqi tossed his plate aside. Urgency etched on his face. "If you don't believe me, the old man will teach you all over again. I have already learned it all. What more can you teach me?" Tang Mi regarded him with amusement, teasingly. Guiqi, flustered, hurriedly replied, "There are surely things you haven't learned. The old man knows so much and can teach you many more skills." Tang Mi raised an eyebrow languidly. Such as acupuncture." Guiqi replied earnestly, counting on his fingers. "Learned it." Tang Mi responded breezily. Herb identification, he continued. "Learned it. Writing ancient prescriptions. Learned it. Exclusive formulation of medicines. Learned it." One by one, she affirmed his claims, driving Guiqi to the brink of madness. Finally, he threw out his trump card, alchemy. "You surely haven't learned that." This was his most concealed skill. Even if he taught her in the dream, surely she wouldn't know it all. "Almost," Tang Mi replied with an air of pride. Her master had also taught her about alchemy, and she had learned quite a bit. Guiqi staggered back a step, nearly spitting blood. "Incredible. This girl has nearly mastered alchemy. It seems he imparted much to her in the dream." With a resolute demeanor, Guiqi declared, Then there's the art of crafting poisons. You surely don't know that." "Crafting poisons?" Tang Mi raised an inquisitive eyebrow. "You know how?" She was unaware that her master possessed such knowledge. Guiqi blinked nervously, maintaining his prideful stance. "Of course. The old man is quite adept at crafting poisons. If you become his disciple, he will teach you." Upon seeing Guiqi's expression, Tang Mi sensed something was amiss. The master had already imparted everything to her. He had never mentioned the art of crafting poisons in her previous life, which suggested he was merely boasting. "Very well, then I shall acknowledge him as my master." Tant mi fin de reluctance. Guiqi was momentarily taken aback. "You agree just like that?" Tang Mi shrugged. "If you don't wish to, then forget it." "Of course, I'm willing." Guiqi nodded fervently. "Who said the old man wouldn't want to?" He had spun such a grand tale merely to take her as a disciple. It was no easy feat. Come, let us pay our respects now. The old man has already prepared the tea. Gui produced the tea he had prepared early that morning, eagerly awaiting her arrival to accept her as his disciple. Come, child, let us perform a ceremony. Gui found a chair that barely sufficed and thoughtfully prepared a straw mat for Tangmi. She, not one to be overly sentimental, knelt before him, holding the tea. Master, please have some tea. As Tangmi gazed at Gui perched on the rickety chair, memories of her past life surfaced. In her previous existence, she was far less fortunate. She had knelt in the courtyard for 3 days and nights until she fainted before her master finally agreed to see her. His first words upon seeing her were that if she fainted, she would never have the chance to become his disciple again. At that time, despite collapsing, she forced herself to rise again, struggling to remain conscious. Ultimately, her master offered her a bowl of tea, allowing her to perform the formal apprenticeship rite. Though her previous apprenticeship was fraught with hardship, once she became his disciple, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to her education, imparting all he could without a trace of selfishness. Having lost her father at a young age, she had long since forgotten the feeling of being cherished. Yet her master provided her with a warmth akin to that of a father. Over the years, she had come to view him as a father figure, only to tragically lose him in the end. Reflecting on the fact that her master had been concerned for her until his last moment, tears welled in Tangmi's eyes, and she quickly averted her gaze, concealing her emotion. Meanwhile, Gui jovially accepted the tea, then pulled out a set of silver needles and a small booklet from his pocket, presenting them to Tangmi. Child, these silver needles are a gift from the old man as a token of your apprenticeship. This booklet is your merit ledger. For every person you treat, you can record it in this ledger. Once it is filled, it will signify the completion of your merits. Tangmi gently caressed the silver needles. These were the very ones her master frequently used, which later became her trusted companions. Now, her old companion had returned to her side, bringing her joy. Tangmi flipped through the booklet, finding it still blank. In her previous life, this ledger had been filled to the brim, yet all those entries were not her merits. They were merely favors she had accrued on behalf of Yi Junyu. In this new life, she vowed not to repeat her past folly. She would meticulously record each entry in this ledger, knowing that every word she inscribed and every life she saved would serve as her atonement, her merit, and the foundation of her peace of mind. Chapter 71. An unprecedented sweetness. Thank you, Master. Tangmi carefully stored her possessions and respectfully bowed deeply to Gui. The more Gui observed his little disciple, the more he cherished her. He could not bear to see her kneel, and quickly helped her up. From this day forth, you shall be the disciple of this old man, and I shall ensure that I teach you well. As he spoke, Gui felt a touch of embarrassment. Although he had little to impart, he had already conveyed everything necessary to her in dreams. The celestial being from her dreams was none other than him, and he took it upon himself to claim the credit for that individual's achievements. Tangmi playfully regarded him. But you still know how to craft poison, don't you? Well, Gui stammered awkwardly. That is rather difficult. We shall start with simple lessons first. Gui rummaged through his robes and produced several books. Realizing that Tangmi was already familiar with their contents, he chuckled nervously. Since you have studied these, let us first solidify your knowledge. I shall conduct a surprise review later. Tangmi accepted the books without hesitation, gently caressing their covers. These tomes had accompanied her through countless long, arduous nights. They were her salvation. Suddenly remembering something, she looked up. Master, you have prepared the medicine for those at the city god temple, haven't you? Upon hearing her call him master, Gui felt a surge of happiness and instantly beamed. Rest assured, everything is ready. Then let us pay another visit to the city god temple. I promised him I would come. All right, Gui replied, and together they set off for the city god temple. At the temple, the beggars seemed unusually lively that day. When Tangmi entered, they were all still awake. Upon her arrival, excitement rippled through the crowd. The divine doctor is here. I knew she would come. She is a fairy. She would never deceive us. Just moments before, they had worried that she might not show up, yet none doubted her benevolence. They merely feared that her visit was a fleeting whim, that she might only offer her services once and never return. Thankfully, she had kept her word and truly arrived. Sister Fairy. A young boy named Ewer joyfully dashed toward Tangmi. She crouched down, smiling as she ruffled his hair and handed him a paper bag. Remembering her promise from the previous day, she had made an extra portion while preparing for her master. Is this for me? Ewer asked, feeling the warmth radiating from the bag, a warmth he had not experienced in ages. In an instant, his eyes glistened with tears. Seeing him cry, Tangmi's heart ached, and she quickly cupped his small face. I made this just for you. Try it and see if you like it. If you enjoy it, I will bring you some every time I visit. Upon hearing that it was made by Tangmi herself, Ewer felt even warmer inside. Carefully, he opened the bag and gasped in delight at the sight of the sweet potato coated in caramelized sugar. With a blush, he pinched off a small piece and took a bite, his eyes widening in surprise. The sugary sweetness enveloped him, filling him with pure bliss. This is the best thing I have ever eaten. Looking at Tangmi, he sincerely praised her, his eyes sparkling with light, radiant and enchanting. I'm glad you like it. I'll make it for you again next time. Tangmi felt a surge of happiness at his delight. Thank you. After taking a bite, Ewer carefully wrapped the remaining treats back up. Tangmi watched him curiously as he blushed and shyly explained, It's so delicious. My mother hasn't had such good food in a long time. I want to save some for her. Seeing how considerate he was, Tangmi affectionately tousled his hair. And how is your mother doing today? Much better. She is waiting for you over there. Following Ewer's gaze, Tangmi noticed his mother leaning weakly against the wall, waiting for her. As she took Ewer's hand to approach, she noticed everyone's eyes were fixated on the paper bag in his hand. Suddenly realizing, Tangmi turned to Gui Chi. Master, could you please buy some buns? Gui Chi, exasperated, replied, It's quite late. Where can I find buns at this hour? I don't care. You insisted that I come, Tangmi teased, shooting him a playful glance before walking towards the corner. With a resigned expression, Gui Chi turned to seek out the buns. Divine Doctor. Upon seeing Tangmi approach, Ewer's mother attempted to rise to greet her, but was gently pressed back down by Tangmi. No need for formalities. Please remain lying down. Feeling embarrassed at being addressed with such respect, Ewer's mother replied, Please, just call me Ewer's mother. I apologize for troubling you again today. It's no trouble at all. Tangmi began to take her pulse. After a considerable while, she finally released her grip. You're doing better today than yesterday. But this lung ailment has persisted for too long. It will require careful treatment over time. It cannot be cured in just a day or two. Do you really think I can recover? Hearing the possibility of recovery filled Ewer's mother with excitement. Tangmi smiled, of course. With proper treatment, you will recover. Thank you. You are truly my savior. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Ewer's mother nearly knelt down, but Tangmi quickly stopped her. Please, remain seated. We need to administer another round of acupuncture today. Let us begin. Ewer's mother nodded eagerly and lay back down, cooperating as Tangmi performed the acupuncture. Today, she worked swiftly, finishing the treatment in a quarter of an hour, after which Ewer's mother fell into a deep sleep. Tangmi gathered the needles and took out several packets of medicine for lung ailment from the bag left by Gui Chi, quietly instructing Ewer, prepare 1 packet of this medicine for your mother every 2 days. When you finish these, I will return to administer acupuncture again. Ewer accepted the medicine and suddenly knelt before Tangmi, exclaiming, Sister Fairy, thank you. As he bowed in gratitude, Tangmi helped him up, ruffling his hair once more. Enjoy the sweet potato while it's still warm. It one tea tastes good if it cools down. I've sent that old man to buy buns, and I'll make sure to leave some for you and your mother. Ewer nodded, yet he still hesitated to eat the sweet potato. Tangmi chose not to press him further and turned to treat the other patients, as several had been unable to receive treatment the previous day and were now waiting in line. Perhaps sensing the divine doctor's sanctity, the crowd remained silent, which brought Tangmi great comfort. The patients from yesterday were relatively mild cases, and Tangmi quickly diagnosed them, distributing the necessary medicines. She also attended to those requiring follow-up consultations, ensuring each received their prescriptions. By the time she finished, Gui Chi returned with a large cloth bag in hand. Chapter 72. Silver transforms into gold. Encountering a celestial being, Tangmi initially believed she had purchased steamed buns, as she took the cloth bag to distribute to the beggars. she discovered it was filled with nothing but flour. What is this? Tang Mi was momentarily stunned. Gu Chi shot her an exasperated glance. The bun shop has sold out at this late hour. I could only acquire 2 bags of flour. There's another bag outside. Tang Mi was taken aback. You bought flour? This cannot be consumed directly. Thus, I also pilfered some oil, salt, and scallions from the bun shop. Why not make scallion pancakes for them? Gu Chi said, watching Tang Mi eagerly, already salivating at the thought. Tang Mi, bemused, pondered whether it was the beggars who desired the food or if it was Gu Chi's own cravings. Looking at the eager faces of those around her, she felt uncertain about how to proceed. In the shadows, Yi Chunxian overheard Gu Chi's suggestion for Tang Mi to make pancakes, and his expression soured immediately. He promptly commanded Yin Shu, go fetch 300 buns immediately. Right now? Yin Shu replied, looking dismayed. I can hardly find the old man. Where am I to procure them? Even if I ask the palace chefs to make them, it will take time. Go quickly. Yi Chunxian glared at him. Yes, Yin Shu, not daring to delay, rushed off. Tang Mi, observing the starving beggars, decided to heed Gu Chi's suggestion. In truth, she feared that without food, they might resort to snatching the candied sweet potatoes. Outside, she swiftly began preparing the dough for the pancakes. Gu Chi, perhaps tempted by the prospect of food, eagerly assisted her by fetching water, moving tables, and even kneading the dough. The beggars in the temple were astonished to discover that the miraculous healer could also cook. They gathered curiously, watching Tang Mi with anticipation. As she worked deftly, the enticing aroma of the scallion pancakes soon wafted through the air. Upon catching that rich fragrance, everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. Even Gu Chi nearly drooled in response. This flavor is utterly divine, Gu Chi exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he reached for the pan, only to have his hand swatted away by Tang Mi. She retrieved 2 pancakes and beckoned to a young boy named Yu'er. Yu'er, already yearning for a taste, hurried over. Tang Mi wrapped the pancakes in paper and handed them to him, saying, one for you and one to give to your mother when she awakens. Thank you, Sister Celestial. Yu'er, overcome with hunger, dashed away with the pancakes. Tang Mi smiled at his retreating figure, only to turn around and find Gu Chi had already pilfered a pancake for himself, leaving her with a resigned expression. One pancake after another emerged from the pan as Tang Mi dedicated nearly 2 hours to prepare the 2 bags of flour. Each beggar received a scallion pancake, and the crispy, fragrant delicacy was unlike any they had tasted before. They had eaten scallion pancakes in the past while begging, but none had ever been as delicious as these. Truly, they were crafted by a celestial being. This was the finest meal they had ever experienced. Some were reluctant to consume theirs and hid them away. After distributing the pancakes to all the beggars, Tang Mi reserved some for the elderly and infirm, giving Yu'er an extra 2. Once these tasks were complete, she and her master departed the city god temple together. Just as they left, Yin Shu arrived, struggling with an enormous bag. Your Highness, the 300 buns are ready. Too late. They have already finished making pancakes, Yi Chunxian said, his displeasure evident. Yin Shu looked momentarily dazed, gazing at Yi Chunxian with a pitiful expression. I searched numerous places and found nothing. So I returned to the palace to have the chefs make them fresh. You know it takes time. After saying this, he winked at Yi Chunxian. What should we do with these buns? They are freshly made and still warm. Distribute them to the beggars. Yi Chunxian replied with a furrowed brow before swiftly pursuing Tang Mi. With no option remaining, Yin Shu hefted the large bag and set off to distribute the buns. Gu Chi and Tang Mi returned to the dilapidated temple, and she began to tidy up the food containers in preparation to leave. Child, do you reside at Jingwen Monastery or Bema Temple? How shall I find you in the future? Gu Chi inquired of Tang Mi. Having taken her vows, he could not allow himself to forget her identity. I am Tang Mi from the General's Manor. I will be at the City God Temple for free consultations on the 1st and 15th of each month. If you wish to find me, you can send a message to the General's Manor or come to the City God Temple on those days. With that, she waved goodbye to Gu Chi and departed. Gu Chi stood, momentarily dazed, watching Tang Mi's retreating figure. From the General's Manor? The surname Tang? He suddenly chuckled, realizing the girl was certainly not a mere maid. Even if you have completed the book I assigned, it must be reinforced. Next time we meet, I shall conduct a surprise quiz. And don't forget to bring me a roasted chicken. I am weary of vegetables. Tang Mi's eyelids twitched involuntarily at his antics. This old man truly was. With a wry smile, she picked up the food container and returned to Bema Temple. Upon reaching the protective gate, the young monk eagerly greeted her. Miss Bansha, you have returned. Yes, Tang Mi replied, somewhat fatigued. The young monk quickly opened the door for her. As she made her way in, he hesitantly asked, May I ask you a question, miss? Tang Mi regarded him with curiosity, fearing he might recognize her, and quickly lowered her gaze. What do you wish to ask? Did you give me a silver ingot the other day? The young monk inquired, blushing. Yes, Tang Mi nodded. Upon hearing her confirmation, the young monk was struck dumb. He had indeed received the reward the previous day, so the silver had genuinely vanished. He had thought it was merely a dream, but had grown increasingly perplexed over the past few days, prompting him to ask, believing he still desired silver. Tang Mi retrieved another ingot from her waist and handed it to him. Here, young monk, keep this safe. With that, she entered the northern wing of the temple. I feel misunderstood, the young monk thought, his face flushed as he attempted to call after Tang Mi, but she had already walked far away. A gust of cold wind swept by, startling him as he instinctively glanced at the silver in his hand. To his astonishment, the silver ingot had transformed into a gold ingot. The young monk collapsed in shock. The silver has turned into gold? Could it be that Miss Bansha is a celestial being? Meanwhile, Tang Mi remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding around her. Upon returning to her room, she collapsed on her bed, too exhausted to utter a single word. Seeing her so worn out, Bansha dared not disturb her and continued to keep vigil through the night. She slept soundly until noon the next day, when the old lady Tang sent Yun Xiang to summon her, stating there was something important to discuss. Without overthinking, Tang Mi followed Yun Xiang out, only to find that they were not headed to the old lady's chamber, but rather to the main hall of Bema Temple. Upon her arrival, both the second and third households were present, along with the rarely seen Tang Xuanghu. The abbot Jing Kong seemed to be waiting for her as well. Tang Mi's gaze flickered slightly before she stepped forward to pay her respects. Master Jing Kong, grandmother. Chapter 73. The purpose of Tang Ing Mi-er has arrived. Come here. The old matriarch of the Tang family smiled while beckoning Tang Mi, though her expression was laden with fatigue and concern. Tang Mi instinctively glanced at Tang Ing and noticed her gazing blankly ahead, so she turned her attention to Mrs. Qin. Despite Mrs. Qin's efforts to mask her emotions, the smug delight on her face was nearly overflowing. Tang Mi furrowed her brow and approached. The old matriarch grasped Tang Mi's hand and sighed softly. Master Jing Kong has foretold a dire omen for your father. Tang Mi turned to Master Jing Kong, a slight smile playing on her lips. Master Jing Kong can predict fortunes as well? Amit Ba. Master Jing Kong immediately nodded in acknowledgement. I perceive the heavens and the earth, unraveling the mysteries of fate. To tarnish one's own virtue is a heavy price. The way of heaven cannot be spoken of lightly, yet I have done so. Tang Mi's pupils constricted, her eyes brimming with disdain. What mysteries of fate? What tarnishing of virtues? How dare he speak so flippantly? However, upon hearing Master Jing Kong's words, the old matriarch immediately bowed to him. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I am eternally grateful. I shall ensure to offer additional incense money later. Master Jing Kong returned the gesture. Amit Ba. He continued, the Master has discerned that your father suffers greatly in the afterlife, besmirched by excessive bloodshed. He has endured 10 years of severe punishment below and has yet to atone for his sins. The thought of her eldest son suffering in the netherworld reddened the old matriarch's eyes. Tang Mi, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with fury. She whirled towards Master Jing Kong. May I ask, Master, my father devoted his life to safeguarding the nation and ensuring the peace of the people, sacrificing his last drop of blood for Dong Su. What sin does he bear? What must he atone for? She was on the brink of madness. Her father was a hero of Dong Su. It was one thing for these people to forget his contributions, but to slander him so? It was outrageous for someone of his stature to utter such words. Master Jing Kong was taken aback by Tang Mi's ferocity. his eyes flickering as he slightly bowed his head. Amit Ba, as a military general, Tang's bloodshed has been significant. Everyone must face the consequences of their past deeds. Though revered in life, these are his karmic burdens, and he must bear them. Tang Mi's anger morphed into a cold laugh as she cast a scathing glance at Master Jing Kong, then at Mrs. Qin, Tang Ying, and Tang Song. Indeed, everyone must bear the consequences of their past actions. I hope that when the time comes, all of you will have the opportunity to atone for your karmic debts. Hearing Tang Mi's pointed remarks, Mrs. Qin immediately bristled. Mir, how can you speak so of Master Jing Kong? He only means well, and you show no concern for your father's suffering. Master Jing Kong's expression darkened, his voice laced with anger. This fortune should not have been foretold. If you do not believe, then consider my efforts in vain. Seeing Master Jing Kong upset, the old matriarch hastily bowed in apology. Please do not be angry, Master. The child is ignorant. Please bear with her. After apologizing to Master Jing Kong, the old matriarch shot Tang Mi a reproachful glance. Mir, do not speak recklessly. Grandmother, my father is innocent. He is such a good man. How could he need to atone? Tang Mi was furious, feeling aggrieved for her father. Even if atonement were required, it should be these wicked individuals who must atone first. Her father's hands may be stained with blood, but it was the blood of enemies, shed for the nation and its people. She refused to believe that reason would be forsaken in the afterlife. As for Tang Ying, Tang Song, and the others, their hands were stained with the blood of kin, having climbed to power over the corpses of their relatives. She wondered if the heavens would require them to atone. The old matriarch looked at Tang Mi with red-rimmed eyes. Mir, I understand your disbelief, and I too wish not to believe. However, in matters such as these, it is better to err on the side of caution. What if your father truly suffers below? Shall we simply turn a blind eye? The mere thought of her eldest son potentially enduring torment below felt like a knife twisting in her heart. She wished she could descend and suffer in his stead. Mrs. Qin interjected, her eyes glinting. Indeed, your uncle passed in battle at a young age, having enjoyed little in life, and now he must endure suffering. I have heard tales of those who have taken lives on the battlefield. They often find themselves in dire straits in the afterlife. Mrs. Qin wore a woeful expression, igniting the old matriarch's ire. Silence. Mrs. Qin pouted, feigning innocence. I only wish to help you persuade her. With that, she cast a pointed look at Tang Mi, mockingly. Some people live comfortably, yet refuse to assist their own father. Truly unfilial. The old matriarch's countenance darkened, glaring at Mrs. Qin and scolding. Leave at once. Seeing the matriarch genuinely enraged, Mrs. Qin finally fell silent. The old matriarch turned to Tang Mi, solemnly stating, Mir, you must aid your father in resolving his karmic burdens. This matter concerns not only his potential for atonement in the afterlife, but also your reputation. If word spreads that you, as his daughter, refuse to assist him, your name will be ruined. Observing the urgency in the old matriarch's eyes, Tang Mi understood her concerns. Taking a deep breath, she ultimately relented. So, what do they require of me? Beneath the heavenly stairs lies a divine pool, whose sacred waters can purify all bloodshed and karmic debts. However, only his children may fetch the water. Since Feng is absent, it falls upon you. The old matriarch sympathized with Tang Mi. Had Tang Feng been present, he would have taken on this task without hesitation. She could not bear to send her granddaughter alone to retrieve the water from such heights. Yet, with Tang Feng absent, it was ultimately her responsibility. Tang Mi cast a cold glance at Tang Ying and Tang Song. This was undoubtedly their intention for summoning her to Bema Temple. She pondered whether Yi Junyu awaited her by the divine pool or somewhere along the heavenly stairs. Tang Mi burned with rage. She had no desire to play along with their schemes any longer. Yet the reality was that she had no choice but to comply. Taking a deep breath, she looked at the old matriarch. Very well, I shall go. Upon her agreement, a sigh of relief escaped the old matriarch. The heavenly stairs are currently crowded. There will be disturbances. You must wait until after the hour, when the stairs close, before you can proceed. To ease Tang Mi's fears, the old matriarch reassured her. Rest assured, grandmother will ensure lanterns adorn both sides of the path, so it will not be dark. Tang Mi's brow remained furrowed. The darkness was not merely the absence of light on the heavenly stairs, but rather the darkness of human hearts. Yet, she had no choice but to traverse this path, whether she wished to or not. At the hour, all members of the Tang family congregated beneath the heavenly stairs. The stairs, once bustling with the liveliness of day, now lay silent and cold, resembling a path to the underworld. Chapter 74. The heavenly steps to collect water. Madame Tang approached, gently patting Tang Mi's hand in a gesture of comfort. Grandmother has checked. That person has not been here these past 2 days. You can rest assured to collect water. I shall personally await you at the foot of the mountain. Tang Mi gazed into her concerned eyes and sighed softly. You need not wait here yourself. Simply send someone to meet me. She could not bear to have her grandmother, at such an advanced age, worry for her. Madame Tang shot her a reproachful glance. How could I trust anyone else to guard you? I must be here myself. Understanding her grandmother's genuine concern, Tang Mi helplessly turned to Guimama. Please prepare a thicker cloak for grandmother. She must not catch a chill. Understood, young lady. Guimama promptly complied, handing over a lantern. You must endure some hardship, Mississippi. In truth, Guimama harbored doubts about the divinations of Master Jinkong, but she could empathize with the matriarch's sentiments. Madame Tang had borne only 2 children in her lifetime, the eldest and the second son. The second son was lackadaisical, while the eldest had always been her pride. When the eldest met his untimely demise in battle, Madame Tang fell gravely ill, nearly following him into the afterlife. It was only due to the efforts of the eldest lady, who brought Tang Mi and the third young master to her, that she managed to persevere. With the eldest gone and his young children left behind, Madame Tang lived on for their sake, cherishing them as her own. Tang Mi accepted the lantern from Guimama and reassured her grandmother. Do not worry, grandmother. I shall be cautious. Madame Tang nodded silently, though her worry lingered beneath her facade. Han Chun draped the cloak over Tang Mi's shoulders, expressing her concern. Miss, please take care. A cool breeze enveloped Tang Mi, yet it brought a flicker of warmth in that moment. She tightened the cloak around her and ascended the heavenly steps. Madame Tang's gaze remained fixed on her, watching as she ventured further away. Seeing Tang Mi on the heavenly steps, Tang Ying's lips curled into a triumphant smile. After tonight, Tang Mi would enter the residence of Prince Yu, and she would become the most invaluable woman by the side of Lord Yu. Guimama brought a chair for Madame Tang, who settled down at the base of the heavenly steps to await Tang Mi's return. With their matriarch present, Tang Xuanghu and Qin were reluctant to leave. Qin, not wishing to endure the cold winds, felt no obligation to stay, as Tang Mi was not her daughter. Discontent, she nudged Tang Xuanghu, urging him to speak to Madame Tang, but he dared not offend her. After 2 gentle pushes, he retaliated with a frustrated shove towards Qin. Caught off guard, she nearly stumbled, saved only by Tang Ying's quick support. Hearing the commotion, Madame Tang glanced over, her voice tinged with disdain. You all may return. There is no need to accompany this old woman as I wait. Qin felt a surge of joy and was about to respond when Tang Xuanghu awkwardly laughed at Madame Tang. You are waiting here. How can we leave to rest? Madame Tang regarded him with rare attention, scoffing. It is commendable that you care. If you wish to stay, then do so. Surprised by her consent, Tang Xuanghu's expression morphed into one of mixed triumph and embarrassment, and he replied reluctantly, very well. Qin, infuriated, could do little to reprimand him, so she stepped forward to address Madame Tang. Mother, I shall stay here with Xuanghu, while Letting and Song return. They have not even brought cloaks, and I fear the cold may afflict them. Madame Tang, naturally concerned for her grandchildren, considered her words. She then glanced at Tang Song and Tang Ying. You two may return. Your parents will keep me company. Tang Ying nodded, acknowledging the request. Then we shall take our leave. She had important matters to attend to and could not linger. After offering her respects to Madame Tang and Tang Xuanghu, Tang Ying departed with Tang Song. Madame Tang turned her gaze back to the heavenly steps, only to find that Tang Mi had vanished from sight, already ascending. Having climbed for half a stick of incense, Tang Mi finally surpassed the first section of the heavenly steps. The staircase comprised 10 sections, each containing 999 steps. totaling an arduous 9,999 steps. At her current pace, it would likely be dawn by the time she reached the heavenly pool. Casting a glance downward, she realized the distance was too great to discern anything. Deciding not to continue her ascent, she instead entered the forest adjacent to the heavenly steps. Lord Yu awaited her either at the top of the steps or directly at the heavenly pool. She could not afford to fall into their trap. She remembered a small stone cave halfway up the mountain where rainwater often collected. If she fetched some water from there, no one would ever suspect it was not divine water. The tales had originally been concocted by Tang Ying to deceive her, but she had not anticipated that Master Jinkong would also partake in their charade. Perhaps he was not merely aiding Qin and Tang Ying, but rather serving Lord Yu. This Master Jinkong was in league with Lord Yu. The thought sent a chill through Tang Mi. After her previous misfortunes, she had felt despondent, and it was Tang Ying who had remained by her side, ultimately suggesting she reside at the White Horse Temple. It was here that Lord Yu had found ample opportunity to ingratiate himself with her, moving about the temple as if it were his own home. Now, she realized that the abbot was his confidant. It seemed she would have to dissuade her grandmother from frequent visits to the White Horse Temple. It was not a sanctuary of purity, but rather a den of deceit. With lantern in hand, Tang Mi laboriously ascended the mountain. Initially, her plan had been simple: reach the halfway point and fetch some water before returning. However, she had underestimated the challenge ahead. Climbing a single section of steps had taken her half an incense stick, yet navigating through the forest would take far longer. The terrain was steep and treacherous. Any misstep could send her tumbling down. She had nearly slipped several times, and now her grip on the lantern faltered, prompting her to extinguish the flame and hang on a tree branch, using both hands to grasp the trunk for support. An hour passed, and exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her. Crouched beneath a tree, she wiped the sweat from her brow and looked up, only to be met with darkness, obscuring her view. A moment of fear compelled her to glance downward, where only blackness awaited her gaze. She had no idea how high she had climbed or how much longer it would take to obtain the water. Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have ascended the steps to the halfway mark, fetched the water, and descended without entering the forest. Frustration enveloped her, but retreat was not an option. She had to press on. Tang Mi rose, determined to continue her ascent, but after crouching for too long, her vision blurred, and she lost her balance, plummeting downward. A sharp pain coursed through her, and before she could utter a sound, a figure lunged towards her. Chapter 75. The fragrance of cold Tang Mi had not clearly discerned who it was, yet she felt herself enveloped in his embrace. And together they tumbled down like a ball. After a dizzying spin, they finally came to a halt. Aside from a slight twist of her ankle at the beginning, she felt no other pain. Suddenly recalling something, Tang Mi hastily pushed away the person holding her and sat up. In the dim forest, the faint moonlight illuminated the strikingly handsome, innocent face of the man before her, akin to a celestial being. "Is it you?" Upon recognizing him, Tang Mi was momentarily stunned. She never anticipated it would be him. She had thought it was Yi Junyu. Yi Chenxian quickly sat up, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" He should have followed her sooner to prevent her fall. Tang Mi, belatedly aware of her own embarrassment, blushed and shook her head, glancing at him shyly. "What about you? Did you fall?" "I'm fine." Yi Chenxian stood up and looked upwards. "Do you want to go up?" Tang Mi glanced up at the dark forest and thought to say it didn't matter. However, recalling her grandmother's eager gaze, she nodded. "Yes, I want to go up." As she spoke, she attempted to rise, but a sudden sharp pain in her ankle forced her back down. "Be careful." Yi Chenwan ritut sivifli, judging her. He gazed at her intently, and in that moment they were so close. Tang Mi, flustered, looked at Yi Chenxian, startled by the profound emotion in his eyes that she could not comprehend. They locked eyes for what felt like an eternity until, eventually, Tang Mi shyly averted her gaze. Yi Chenxian quickly regained his composure and gently helped her sit down. "Did you twist your ankle?" As he spoke, he reached to examine her foot. Instinctively, Tang Mi withdrew her foot, her face flushed as she looked at him. Realizing his folly, Yi Chenxian felt a flash of annoyance in his eyes. Withdrawing his hand, "In your current condition, You cannot ascend alone. I should carry you up. Tang Mi immediately shook her head in panic. No need. Yi Chen looked at her helplessly, attempting to appear gentler. If you don't want to go up, I can carry you down the mountain. Tang Mi regarded him, shaking her head once more. I can't go down. I haven't fetched the water yet. If she returned without water, her grandmother would surely be disappointed and anxious. With that, Tang Mi cautiously straightened up, attempting to drag her injured foot to continue climbing. However, the moment she stepped, the pain surged, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Gritting her teeth, she pressed forward. She had to ascend to fetch the water. She could do it. Yi Chen observed her stubborn demeanor and suddenly stepped forward. Scooping her up, Tang Mi was taken aback, her eyes wide with alarm as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? You won't reach the top by morning at this pace. And with your ankle, if you disregard it, you'll be incapacitated before you even arrive." Yi Chen voice was tinged with irritation at her lack of self-care as he began to climb with her in his arms. This was the first time Tang Mi had been held like this by a man, and her face flushed crimson. "Put me down." Yi Chen ignored her, continuing to ascend. Tang Mi, feeling frustrated, glared at him and firmly reiterated, "Put me down." Finally, Yi Chen halted, observing her indignant expression, and reluctantly set her down. The moment her feet hit the ground, her ankle throbbed painfully, making her realize she could not walk, be it up or down the mountain alone. Tang Mi lifted her gaze to Yi Chen, her face reddening before she shyly turned away, her voice barely above a whisper, "Carry me." Although her words were almost inaudible, Yi Chen heard them distinctly, and a broad smile broke across his face as he turned his back, squatting down before her. Tang Mi, staring at his broad back, felt her cheeks heat up again, cautiously climbing onto him. Once she was settled, Yi Chen began to ascend once more. Tang Mi clung to his clothing, trying not to press too closely against him, yet the steep path caused her to jostle against him intermittently. With each collision, she could feel his body tense, her face burning as she subtly tried to close the distance between them, hoping to lessen the impact of her movements and his noticeable reactions. As she drew closer, she caught a whiff of sandalwood mixed with a hint of cold fragrance. The cold fragrance. Tang Mi's heart raced, and she leaned in closer to discern the scent. But the strong sandalwood aroma overwhelmed the faint cold scent, leaving her uncertain whether it clung to him from her cloak or if it was inherently his. Tang Mi felt a surge of confusion. She had never imagined that this man could be him. How could it be? In her previous life, they had no connection, and she had only seen him a handful of times. How could he possibly be that man? It seemed implausible. Struggling to accept that this person could indeed be him, she focused on the back of his head and suddenly threw her arms around his neck. Yi Chen stiffened at her unexpected gesture, but she appeared oblivious. Continuing to lean closer, Tang Mi nestled against his neck, inhaling his scent. Her soft breaths brushed against his skin, causing him to feel taut with tension. His breathing quickened, and he felt as if he might burst from the intensity of emotion. After a prolonged moment of inhaling, she still could not determine the source of the cold fragrance. Could it truly be from her cloak? At that moment, she was entirely unaware of how close they were, her gaze fixated on his profile as she suddenly inquired, "Why are you here? Why did you save me?" Her soft, melodious voice was like a warm breeze whispering in his ear, stirring a yearning deep within him, making him wish to envelop her within his very being. "Liao Chun." Yi Chen's voice was nearly a whisper, hoarse and strained as he struggled to regain his composure. After a moment, he managed to speak more clearly. "The master said you are my benefactor." Tang Mi stared at him, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "It seems now, you are indeed my benefactor. If not for him, she would likely have perished in the forest today." Yi Chen smiled, reminding her, "We are each other's benefactors." Tang Mi raised her eyebrows, contemplating Liao Chen's words for the first time. Perhaps they could indeed become each other's benefactors. She needed his influence, and he required her military authority. This could very well be the most advantageous outcome. "Here we are." Tang Mi was lost in thought when she heard Yi Chen's voice. She snapped back to reality, glancing ahead in astonishment. How do we reach the mountaintop? His speed was astonishing. She had not been paying attention, and he had already ascended to the peak. Yi Chunxian feigned innocence. Did you not wish to come up? You wanted to fetch the divine water, did you not? As he spoke, he carried her over to the temple below and headed toward the heavenly pond. Wait. Upon seeing someone by the heavenly pond, Tang Mi instinctively tightened her grip around Yi Chunshuan's neck. Chapter 76. Tang Mi, what do you think of me? Her soft body suddenly pressed against him, and Yi Chunxian's handsome face turned crimson in an instant. Following her gaze, he furrowed his brow. You already knew this was a trap, so why did you come? Tang Mi lowered her eyes and murmured, I didn't want to disappoint my grandmother. A flicker of anger flashed in Yi Chunxian's eyes. So you truly aren't afraid of what he might do to you? That man has never been a gentleman, and now he's obsessed with you. His furious shout made Tang Mi feel inexplicably guilty, and she explained softly, I originally intended to climb up the mountain path, fetch some water from that little cave halfway up, and then descend, but you carried me up instead. Her explanation caused the anger in Yi Chunxian's eyes to dissipate instantly. He crouched down carefully and set her down, assisting her onto a small stone. Wait here for me. I'll fetch you some water. Tang Mi looked at him in surprise and couldn't help but whisper, Be careful. Hearing her concern, Yi Chunxian immediately smiled and went to untie the water pouch from her waist. The two were now very close, and as she felt his breath, her heart raced like a startled deer. She shyly leaned back slightly, lowered her eyes, and murmured, I can do it myself. Tang Mi nervously fumbled with the water pouch, but the more anxious she became, the more difficult it was to untie. Let me help you. To ease her tension, Yi Chunxian deliberately crouched down to maintain some distance. Tang Mi stared at him dumbfounded, recalling that Ban Xia often said he was handsome, and she instinctively looked at his features. His heroic eyebrows slanted into his temples, his elongated phoenix eyes deep as a pool, and his prominent nose, adorned with a small mole, was strikingly attractive. His thin lips resembled cherry blossoms, evoking an irresistible allure. Realizing her thoughts, Tang Mi's face flushed crimson. He was indeed handsome, the kind that stirred one's imagination. Wait for me here. After untying the water pouch, Yi Chunxian stood up. Tang Mi felt as if she had been caught, bashfully turning her gaze away and nodding slightly. Yi Chunxian looked at her with fondness before leaping toward the heavenly pool. Tang Mi immediately stood up on tiptoe, anxiously watching him. Yi Chunxian concealed himself in the thicket, not approaching directly, perhaps aware of the dubious nature of his errand. Yi Junyu was alone by the heavenly pool. Yi Chunxian glanced around, picked up a small stone from the ground, and tossed it into the bushes across from him. With a splash, Yi Junyu instantly became alert and called out, Who's there? The other side was utterly silent, devoid of any sound. Miss Tang? Yi Junyu tried calling out, yet no one responded. Calculating the time, Tang Mi should have arrived by now. Not overthinking, he crossed the heavenly pool into the forest on the other side. Yi Chunxian quickly emerged from the shadows, swiftly fetched water from the heavenly pool, and darted back into the woods. Seeing him return safely with the water, Tang Mi silently sighed in relief. I was afraid of causing you trouble, so I didn't alert him, Yi Chunxian explained as he handed her the water. Thank you, Tang Mi said, touched, as she accepted the water pouch and secured it to her waist. Yi Chunxian instinctively crouched before her. Tang Mi's cheeks flushed as she climbed onto his back. Compared to the awkwardness of their first encounter, this time she seemed more at ease, as if she had grown accustomed to it. Her previously restless hands naturally draped around his neck. The faint scent wafted into Yi Chunxian's nostrils, igniting a warmth within him as he effortlessly carried her down the mountain. They had scarcely walked when they heard Yi Junyu's voice calling out, Miss Tang. Tang Mi. The increasingly ludicrous shouts made Tang Mi grimace, stealing a furtive glance at Yi Chunxian. Hearing him call her by her nickname, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yi Chunxian's eyes. This man was truly shameless. It was fortunate he had come along, for he couldn't bear to imagine what Yi Junyu might do to her. Yi Chunxian hastily descended the mountain with her on his back. Upon reaching the halfway point, he slowed his pace. Reluctant to simply send her back, he wished the path could stretch longer and that he could walk more slowly. It's still early. If you go down too soon, it might raise suspicion, he rationalized. Tang Mi responded softly. They walked in silence for a while, neither speaking. After a long pause, Yi Chen finally spoke. That person is very persistent. He won't give up. If he fails this time, there will be a next. Tang Mi narrowed her eyes. I know. No one understood how clingy that leech was better than she did. Yi Chen-xian's gaze shifted slightly. Have you considered making him give up entirely? Tang Mi, being astute, quickly grasped his meaning. You mean finding someone to marry? Yi Chen-xian's handsome face flushed slightly as he lowered his eyes. Marriage is indeed a permanent solution. Tang Mi smiled wryly. She didn't believe this was a foolproof solution. Even in her past life, despite having lost her virtue, he still went to great lengths to marry her. Feigning affection for 6 years while keeping his distance for the sake of her grandfather's military power. Remembering the previous inscription, Tang Mi's eyes dimmed again. Even with this second chance, could she still not escape? In this life, if she were to marry, it would have to be someone of equal or higher status than Yi Junyu. Otherwise, she would remain trapped in his clutches. Tang Mi suddenly turned to Yi Chen-xian. Master Liao Chun had said he was her benefactor. Feeling as if she was overthinking, Tang Mi's cheeks flushed. I haven't come of age yet. I can wait, Yi Chen-xian instinctively wanted to say, but the words that came out were, there should be many waiting for you. Tang Mi stared at him, bewildered, sensing an odd feeling. What did he mean by that? Who was waiting for her? They fell silent again, and although Yi Chen-xian walked slowly, they eventually reached the foot of the mountain. Yi Chen-xian carefully set Tang Mi down and helped her sit. Let me check your foot. No need. Tang Mi immediately pulled back her foot. I want to take off your shoes. I'll just feel through your socks to see if I can help realign your bones. Yi Chen-xian had no intention of taking advantage. You need to walk a bit on your own. If we don't reset the bones, it will be quite painful. He couldn't carry her directly to the bottom. The last stretch of the heavenly stairs required her own descent. After hearing his explanation, Tang Mi cautiously extended her foot. Yi Chen-xian knelt down, placing her foot on his knee. He examined her ankle, realizing her injury was severe. Tangumi. Yi Chen-xian suddenly looked at her, his handsome face reddening as he asked, what do you think of me? Chapter 77. Have you acquired the divine water? Tang Mi was momentarily stunned, her gaze colliding with his eyes, which were as deep as a tranquil pool. The profound affection reflected in his gaze was utterly incomprehensible to her, threatening to engulf her entirely. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and though she knew she ought to look away, his eyes seemed to possess an enchanting power, rendering her incapable of averting her gaze. Tang Mi's reaction pleased Yi Chen-xian, who gently raised his hand and with a soft click, realigned her dislocated ankle. Realizing the discomfort only after the fact, she let out a muffled groan as the pain registered. How does it feel? Not too painful, I trust. Yi Chen-xian was confident in his bone-setting skills, having gained considerable experience from years of martial arts training. As Tang Mi met his concerned gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson, wishing she could vanish into the ground. She had just been pondering why he had asked her that question, only to realize he was merely trying to divert her attention. How shameful she felt for her earlier thoughts. Overwhelmed, she stood up to leave, her face aflame, but as she took a step, the sharp pain in her ankle caused her to falter. Be careful. Yi Chen-xian swiftly supported her, his voice laced with concern. Though the ankle is realigned, it may still hurt a bit. If you find it too difficult to walk, I can carry you for a while. He was reluctant to see her struggle. No need, Tang Mi murmured, avoiding his grasp as she hobbled towards the outer steps. Yi Chen-xian watched her frail figure, puzzled, blinking in confusion. Had she grown angry? What could have caused such a shift in her demeanor? As Tang Mi carefully descended the steps, her foot still ached, but it was significantly better than before, allowing her to navigate down at least. Yet, thoughts of Yi Chen-xian flickered through her mind, igniting a twinge of regret. Perhaps he harbored no significant feelings for her. Perhaps he was simply concerned due to Chen's remarks. She scolded herself, lightly patting her still flushed cheeks. Tang Mi, do not overthink it. The journey down the steps took her much longer than the ascent, and by the time she reached the bottom, dawn was breaking. Miss, upon seeing Tang Mi, Ban Xia's face lit up with joy, eager to rush forward, but recalling that the path was meant for her alone, she hesitated. Tang Mi's grandmother, upon witnessing her safely descend, sighed in relief. Tang Xuanghu had already dozed off in a corner, while Qin Shi, initially pleased to see Tang Mi, was soon left bewildered by her solitary arrival. What happened? Wasn't it said that Prince Yu was waiting for her at the heavenly pool? Why did she come down alone? Tang Mi spotted her grandmother and Ban Xia waiting, and noticed Qin Shi lingering nearby, her eyes narrowing with cold disdain. Gritting her teeth, she slowly made her way down. Miss. Upon her arrival at the bottom, Ban Xia hurriedly approached. Are you exhausted, or have you been injured? Your descent seemed rather peculiar. It's just a minor sprain. Nothing serious, Tang Mi replied softly. Ban Xia, upon hearing of the sprain, immediately grew anxious, calling out to Tang Mi's grandmother. Old madam, the miss is hurt. Tang Mi's grandmother rushed over, her expression filled with concern. How did you injure yourself? What does it hurt? As she examined Tang Mi, the latter shot a reproachful glance at Ban Xia before reassuring her grandmother. It's nothing. I just twisted my ankle while coming down. It's a minor injury, really. Is it your foot? How serious is it? Tang Mi's grandmother bent down to inspect her foot. It's truly fine. It doesn't hurt anymore, Tang Mi hastily insisted. Guan Mama, observing the scene, interjected, Do not fret, old madam. Let me carry the eldest miss back. She must be exhausted after climbing the stairs all night. We can have a physician check on her once we return. Yes, let us head back, Tang Mi's grandmother responded, instructing Guan Mama to assist Tang Mi. Guan Mama, she said softly, and as she leaned onto her back, Guan Mama effortlessly lifted her and began walking. As Tang Mi rested against Guan Mama, inhaling the scent of her medicinal ointment, memories of Yi Chunxian flooded her mind. Why did she feel more at ease with him than with Guan Mama, despite having met him only a handful of times? The thought troubled her, and she frowned, shaking her head to dispel his image from her thoughts. Seeing Guan Mama carrying Tang Mi, Qin Shi immediately nudged Tang Xuanghu, urging him to follow. Startled, he stumbled, finally awakening to find the room empty. He quickly stood up and ran after them. Guan Mama carried Tang Mi back to the northern wing without pause. Quickly, fetch a physician, Tang Mi's grandmother commanded, and Guan Mama promptly set off to do so. Let me see, grandmother, Tang Mi's grandmother settled at the bedside, removing her shoes and socks to reveal the swollen ankle. Her heart ached at the sight. How did it come to this? Does it hurt? It was a bit painful at first, but it's fine now. Tang Mi downplayed the injury, not wanting her grandmother to worry excessively. Tang Mi's grandmother shot her a disapproving look. It's swollen like this. How could it not hurt? With utmost gentleness, she cradled Tang Mi's foot, fearful of causing her any pain. Just then, Qin Shi hurried in, questioning, Weren't you supposed to fetch water? Did you obtain the divine water? Prompted by Qin Shi's words, Tang Mi's grandmother turned her gaze back to Tang Mi. Tang Mi's eyes flickered, and she managed a bitter smile. I got injured, so, though slightly disappointed, Tang Mi's grandmother reassured her. It's all right. We'll think of another way. First, let us have the physician examine your foot. Tang Mi felt warmth in her heart. No matter the circumstances, her grandmother was always concerned for her well-being. However, Qin Shi, upon learning that Tang Mi had not fetched the water, erupted in anger. What is wrong with you? How could you injure yourself while merely descending stairs? And you didn't even bring back the water. How will the afternoon ritual proceed? She had suspected that Prince Yu had not descended with her for a reason. Realizing that this foolish girl had failed to collect the water, leaving Prince Yu waiting in vain. All their efforts had been in vain. At Qin Shi's outburst, Tang Mi's expression darkened. Tang Mi's grandmother, equally furious, retorted, What is done is done. If she didn't fetch it, she didn't fetch it. Is the divine water more important than Mi's well-being? If Mi's foot is ruined because of this, I would rather die than face a lion. But Qin Shi was seething with anger, her voice rising, only to be interrupted by the entrance of Tang Ying. Chapter 78. The Divine Water is a Deception Mother. Please lower your voice. There are still many people in this side room who have yet to awaken. Tang Ying entered and first scolded the Qin matriarch before turning her attention to Tang Mi, who was seated on the bed. Elder sister, have you sustained an injury? Did you twist your ankle? Tang Mi offered a forced smile, her eyes betraying her irritation as she glanced at her sister. Why are you awake so early, second sister? Tang Ying's gaze flickered with concern as she replied, I was worried about you, elder sister. You climbed so high to fetch water alone, How could I sleep soundly? As she approached, she noticed Tang Mi's swollen ankle and frowned. It seems you are quite injured. Were you able to retrieve the divine water? Before Tang Mi could respond, Qin matriarch interjected, complaining that Tang Mi had not gone up at all, leaving them waiting in vain below. Tang Ying furrowed her brow in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Tang Mi had not reached the heavenly pool. Did this mean that Knight Junyu had not awaited her arrival? Qin. The Tang matriarch's sharp reprimand silenced Qin. Tang Ying, regaining her composure, shot a reproachful glance at Qin. Elder sister did not intentionally neglect to fetch the divine water. Mother should not speak so harshly. Qin huffed defiantly. Had I known she would not retrieve the divine water, we wouldn't have wasted the night waiting. The Tang matriarch's anger flared at Qin's irrational remarks. Who told you to wait? You need not linger here. Return immediately. If you wish to return to the Qin family, so be it. The Tang matriarch's fury rendered Qin speechless. Tang Ying quickly stepped forward to soothe the situation. Grandmother, please do not be upset. Mother did not mean it that way. She is merely concerned for Uncle. Qin immediately chimed in. Yes, I was worried about Uncle's well-being down below. Who could have anticipated that me girl would twist her ankle? Tang Mi silently sighed, observing the matriarch's troubled expression. Grandmother, do not worry. I have indeed brought back the divine water. As she spoke, Tang Mi retrieved the water pouch from her waist and presented it to the matriarch. The matriarch received it with disbelief, exclaiming, Is this truly divine water? Tang Mi smiled. Indeed, without a doubt, this is the divine water from the heavenly pool. Initially, she had intended to bring back a mere substitute, yet unexpectedly, someone had assisted her in acquiring the genuine divine water. Both Qin and Tang Ying were left in astonishment, their expressions clouded with confusion. Didn't you just say you were unable to get the divine water? Qin questioned, skepticism etched across her face. Tang Mi raised an eyebrow, her smile unwavering. Did I ever say that? I only mentioned twisting my ankle. The rest is merely what you, second aunt, have asserted. You. Qin was incensed, her voice rising in indignation. You claim you twisted your ankle. How then did you manage to obtain the divine water? Tang Mi's lips curled in a cold smile. I twisted my ankle on my way down after obtaining the divine water. Did you assume I twisted it while ascending? If that were the case, I might not have been able to descend at all, or I would have come down much sooner. Qin fell silent, momentarily stunned. She realized that Tang Mi must have encountered Junyu on her descent. But how could Junyu have allowed her to leave so easily? Wasn't the purpose of his scheme to tarnish Tang Mi's reputation? Now, allowing her to descend freely seemed contradictory. Qin's confusion mirrored that of Tang Ying. What had transpired last night that had deviated from their intended plan? Unaware of Qin and Tang Ying's inner turmoil, the Tang matriarch beamed upon hearing that Tang Mi had retrieved the divine water. She eagerly opened the pouch, exclaiming with the divine water, Master Jing Kong can conduct the ceremony for your father. The matriarch grasped Tang Mi's hand, her eyes filled with concern. Mir, you have endured much this time. Tang Mi smiled. If it is for father, then it is no trouble at all. The matriarch nodded approvingly, appreciative of her granddaughter's thoughtfulness. Qin, ever insistent, scrutinized the pouch in the matriarch's hand. Is this truly divine water? It must come from the heavenly pool beneath the temple. You did not simply fetch it from any river, did you? Tang Mi cast an unamused glance at her. Do you think I would jest about my father's ceremony? Besides, I truly know not where there might be a river on this mountain. Your suspicions are quite unfounded. The matriarch, upon hearing this, shot a disapproving glare at Qin. What nonsense are you spouting? If Mir says it is divine water, then it is indeed divine water. She would never lie about such a matter. Qin scoffed. If she truly obtained it from the heavenly pool, then why didn't she? Mother. Qin's inquiry was abruptly interrupted by Tang Ying's cold voice. Realizing her misstep, Qin bit her lip in frustration. She had nearly revealed something about Knight Junyu. Tang Ying, apologetically glancing at the matriarch and Tang Mi, remarked, We must still conduct the ceremony at noon. Elder sister needs to rest due to her injury. Mother and I shall take our leave. The matriarch, hearing this, shot a disdainful look at Qin. You should escort her back immediately. Tang Ying bowed respectfully to the matriarch and then led Qin away. As they exited, Granny Gue arrived with a physician, coincidentally encountering the departing Qin and Tang Ying. Second Madam, Second Mississippi, ignoring her, they retreated to their own quarters. Once inside, Tang Ying glared at Qin, her voice simmering with anger. What were you about to say just now? You nearly put us in jeopardy. Qin, aware of her fault, pouted. I was merely ensnared by that wretched Tang Mi. She claimed to have brought back the water, yet nothing transpired as expected. Do you not find that peculiar? Tang Ying's gaze flickered as she replied, I will ascertain the truth of this matter. You need not concern yourself with it. As she donned her cloak to depart, she turned back to caution Qin. Fourth sister is still asleep. Do not disturb her. Qin, suddenly reminded of Tang Rong, thought, she is still sleeping? I shall check on her. The girl seemed to be growing weaker by the day, and despite several days of care, there was no sign of improvement. She had advised her to seek a physician, but Tang Rong remained obstinate. As Qin moved to visit Tang Rong's room, Tang Ying's expression darkened as she grasped Qin's arm. I told you not to go see her. But Qin was startled by Tang Ying's fierceness, her brow furrowing. Is something wrong with Rong? If you wish for her to return to the Tang residence, do not visit her. Tang Ying issued her final warning before departing. Qin stood frozen, contemplating Tang Ying's words, ultimately hesitating to take a single step toward Tang Rong's room. Chapter 79. The matter remains unresolved. She must be kept at Bema Temple after waiting for considerable time in the pavilion of the Western Chamber. Tang Ying finally awaited the arrival of Prince Yi Junyu. Upon seeing him, Tang Ying immediately bowed in respect. Yi Junyu's face was ashen, his eyes resembling bottomless black holes, concealing all his displeasure and fury within. Observing his countenance, Tang Ying discerned that the events of the previous night had undoubtedly not proceeded as planned. What exactly transpired last night? Did you encounter Tang Mi? I waited for her at the mountain for the entire night, yet she never appeared. Did you not claim she had agreed to ascend the mountain to fetch water? Why has she not come? Yi Junyu, filled with uncontainable rage, directed his ire towards Tang Ying. Tang Ying furrowed her brow. She did ascend. She only returned at dawn today and successfully acquired the divine water. This is impossible, Yi Junyu retorted without a second thought. I waited by the heavenly pool all night. She did not ascend, thus she could not have obtained the divine water. Tang Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, not doubting Yi Junyu's words. He had awaited this opportunity for a long time. If Tang Mi truly had gone to the heavenly pool, he would certainly not let her escape unscathed. Moreover, he had no reason to deceive her. It is highly plausible that Tang Mi never reached the heavenly pool and instead procured some water from elsewhere, masquerading it as divine water. Why did she not ascend? Could it be that she was already aware of their scheming? That cannot be. She cannot possibly know of their plans. If she truly did, why would she foolishly agree to ascend the mountain to fetch water? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ying declared, the divine water she obtained must be counterfeit. During the ritual at noon, I shall seize the opportunity to expose her. At that time, without the divine water, the ritual will be delayed. Even if it cannot be postponed, I possess ways to ensure its delay. For now, we must keep Tang Mi at Bema Temple, and as for subsequent matters, we shall seek another opportunity. Yi Junyu glared at Tang Ying with a grim expression. I shall grant you one final chance. Let us hope you do not ruin it this time, lest you provoke my impatience. With a furious flick of his sleeve, Yi Junyu departed. Tang Ying watched his retreating figure, a disdainful smile curling her lips. Despite having arranged everything for him, he still could not capture Tang Mi and had the audacity to blame her. Were it not for his royal status and the fact that he was the most likely candidate for the crown prince, such a man would hardly merit her regard. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ying pondered the reason behind Tang Mi's failure to ascend the mountain for water. Could it be that she had injured her foot while climbing, rendering her unable to ascend, thus resorting to obtaining counterfeit water instead? After much contemplation, this seemed the most plausible explanation. Regardless, as long as her plans with Yi Junyu remained unfulfilled, she could not allow Tang Mi to leave Bema Temple easily. Adjusting her cloak, Tang Ying silently returned to the northern chamber. In the northern chamber, old Madam Tang anxiously observed the physician. Is my granddaughter's foot all right? After a thorough examination, the physician reassured old Madam Tang with a smile. Rest assured, esteemed matriarch, Miss Tang's foot is merely sprained. No bones are injured. It is not serious. Old Madame Tang frowned at Tang Mi's swollen ankle. No bones are injured? Yet her foot is so severely swollen. The physician re-examined Tang Mi's ankle carefully. Truly, there are no fractures. The swelling may be due to excessive climbing and exertion. Although there is no serious injury, a sprain is not trivial. The young lady must rest more and refrain from strenuous activity. Old Madame Tang nodded, gratefully looking at the physician. Thank you, doctor. Should we administer any medication? The physician smiled and replied, I will prescribe some herbal decoction to reduce swelling and relieve pain. After taking a few doses, she should feel better and can cease medication, as her injury is not severe. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Old Madame Tang promptly gestured to Granny Gouet. Granny Gouet immediately took the physician to prepare the medicine. Sitting by the bedside, Old Madame Tang gently caressed Tang Mi's swollen foot. With such an injury, your father's ritual is scheduled for noon. I wonder if you will be able to participate. Perhaps. It's fine, I can manage. Fearing her grandmother might consider postponing the ritual, Tang Mi quickly reassured her. You need not worry, my foot is fine. Participating in the ritual does not require strenuous effort. I merely need to kneel a little, and I can endure it. Since the date has been painstakingly determined by the master, it should not be altered for my sake. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Old Madame Tang affectionately stroked her head. Then you should rest for a while. The ritual is at noon, and you can still sleep for a few more hours. All right. After a night of turmoil, Tang Mi was indeed exhausted and soon fell into a deep slumber. Old Madame Tang covered her with a blanket and instructed Banksia to take good care of her before rising to leave. Tang Mi slept soundly until noon, and Banksia gently called her, Miss, it is already noon. You should get up. All right. Tang Mi replied drowsily and reluctantly rose from bed. Banksia immediately began to assist her with dressing. Miss, the esteemed matriarch and the others have gone to the main hall. I shall carry you there. No need. I can walk myself. Tang Mi insisted on moving on her own, but after taking a single step, the sharp pain caused her to break out in a sweat. Perhaps it would be better if I carried you. Once we reach the entrance, I shall set you down and support you inside. Sensing Tang Mi's embarrassment, Banksia quickly comforted her, then squatted down in front of her. Tang Mi looked at her back and smiled wryly. I'm not trying to be stubborn. I'm just worried you're too petite to carry me. Banksia's eyes softened, and she insisted, I can manage. Please get on. Tang Mi could not argue with her and cautiously climbed on her back. Banksia struggled, but successfully lifted Tang Mi and then joyfully exclaimed, See, I told you I could do it. With a hint of pride, Banksia carried Tang Mi out of the room. Granny Gouet hurriedly approached, and upon seeing Banksia already carrying Tang Mi, she hurriedly expressed her apologies. The esteemed matriarch sent me to carry the young lady. I am late. Granny Gouet said, looking at Banksia, Dear girl, let the old servant carry her instead. It's fine, I can manage. Banksia insisted on carrying her. Tang Mi smiled at Granny Gouet. It's all right, let this girl carry me. She is almost of age and should be able to bear some weight. Granny Gouet paused for a moment, then nodded. Very well, I shall accompany you. Should Banksia find it difficult, I will take over. I can definitely do it. Banksia was determined not to appear weak. Carrying Tang Mi towards the main hall. Have everyone arrived? Tang Mi inquired while resting on Banksia's back. Granny Gouet promptly replied, Everyone is present, except for you and the fourth young lady. Tante Mi frowned. Has fourth sister not arrived yet? Not yet, but the esteemed matriarch mentioned that she is now a nun at Genuine Nunnery. Her absence is not a concern. Granny Gouet remarked casually. Tang Mi raised an eyebrow. Not taking it to heart. Grandmother is right. It truly does not matter whether Tang Rong attends the ritual or not. Chapter 80. Daring to challenge her upon reaching the entrance of the main hall, Banksia carefully set Tang Mi down. Granny Gouet and Banksia assisted Tang Mi into the hall. Mir has arrived. Seeing her approach, the matriarch of the Tang family hurriedly stepped forward to support her. How is your foot? Is it better? Can you manage? Tang Mi smiled gently at the matriarch. It's nothing, I can manage. The matriarch nodded and turned to Master Jinkong. We are all here. We kindly request Master Jinkong to perform the ritual for us. Umaba. Master Jinkong bowed to the matriarch, inquiring if Tang had indeed obtained the holy water. I have, the matriarch replied quickly, glancing at Granny Gue, who promptly understood and presented the previously collected pouch of water to Jinkong. Taking the pouch, Jinkong poured the water into a ceramic bowl. Upon seeing the liquid, he momentarily froze, instinctively glancing at Tang Ying. Noticing Jinkong's expression, Tang Ying's eyes flickered. What did that look mean? Could the holy water be real? Contemplating this possibility, Tang Ying discreetly signaled Jinkong, shaking his head subtly. Jinkong grasped Tang Ying's meaning and found himself in a dilemma. If the water were a counterfeit, he could comply with their wishes, but if it were genuine, how could he utter falsehoods? Noticing Jinkong and Appo's fixation on the water, the matriarch furrowed her brow. Master, is there an issue with the water? Jinkong regained his composure and solemnly addressed the matriarch. This water is not genuine. It is not holy water. Reluctantly, Jinkong yielded. He was not only facing the second young lady of the Tang family, but also Prince Yu. Upon hearing this, Tang Mi's eyes brimmed with resentment. This monk had indeed been swayed by Tang Ying and Prince Yu. The matriarch was taken aback, instinctively rebutting, "That is impossible. Mir would never deceive me." She then turned to Tang Mi with a serious gaze. "Where did you obtain this water?" Tang Mi met the matriarch and Appo's gaze unflinchingly. "I collected it from the great pool beneath the temple. If the water there is holy, then what I gathered is undoubtedly holy water. If it is not, then I followed the location as you instructed. This water was precisely what they claimed to be holy. She had witnessed the person retrieve it. So there could be no mistake, and thus the monk was lying." Seeing Tang Mi's calm demeanor, the matriarch became convinced of her honesty and turned once more to Jinkong. "Master, did you not say that the water from the heavenly pool beneath the temple is holy?" Mir did not err. "This is not holy water. Tang's family has made a mistake. I apologize, but I cannot perform the ritual." At this point, Jinkong had no choice but to adhere to what Prince Yu and the others had suggested. Tang Mi was incensed. She let out a cold laugh, saying bluntly, "On what grounds do you claim this is not holy water? I collected it from the heavenly pool beneath the temple. This must be holy water. As the abbot of Bema Temple, you would not fail to recognize your own temple's holy water, would you? If you truly cannot identify it, summon the other masters from Bema Temple to verify whether the water I collected from the heavenly pool is indeed holy." She could not believe that all the masters at Bema Temple had been compromised by these two, nor could she accept that everyone lacked discernment like Jinkong. Jinkong felt his face flush under Tang Mi's pointed remarks. However, as the abbot of Bema Temple, it was the first time he had been addressed so by a patron, and his expression darkened. "I do not speak falsehoods. This is not holy water. I cannot perform the ritual for your family. You should seek someone more capable." Tang Mi was immediately outraged. She had no desire to engage this deceitful, morally bankrupt monk for her father's ritual, yet her grandmother. When Master Jinkong expressed his unwillingness to conduct the ritual, the matriarch grew anxious. "Master, please do not be upset. The young lady is simply unaware. Surely there is some misunderstanding. This water is what my granddaughter retrieved from the heavenly pool. How could it not be holy? Please take another look." Jinkong disregarded the matriarch entirely. He refused to glance at the ceramic bowl again, coldly stating, "No need to look again. I have said this is not holy water." And it is not. What audacity Master Jinkong displayed. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from the entrance, laced with mockery. Why was I unaware that an abbot from Bema Temple could treat patrons with such disdain? Upon seeing Prince Xian enter, Jinkong's expression soured, and he hurriedly approached to pay his respects. "Your Highness, Prince Xian." "Your Highness, Prince Xian." The matriarch and others quickly followed suit, bowing. As Tang Mi saw Prince Xian enter, her previously agitated heart inexplicably calmed, as if she had found a safe harbor. Prince Xian offered Tang Mi a reassuring glance before stepping forward to take the ceramic bowl. "Why does it seem to me that what is in the bowl is indeed holy water?" Jinkong felt a wave of embarrassment. He was at a loss for words. He was not afraid of offending the Tang family, but he could not afford to offend Prince Xian or Prince Yu. How could he respond now? Prince Xian coldly regarded Jinkong and instructed Yin Shu, "Summon all the masters from Bema Temple to me. I wish to see if any of them possess discernment, or if they are all blind." His resolute words conveyed his fury. How dare they challenge her? Was this old monk's authority truly at an end? Yes, Yin Shu replied, promptly setting off to fulfill the task. Seeing Yin Shu actually going to gather people, Jing Kong felt a surge of panic. He shot a nervous glance at Tang Ying, hoping for assistance from him and Prince Yu. Yet, Tang Ying paid no heed to Jing Kong, instead staring blankly at Prince Xian. Why would Prince Xian assist Tang Mi? His behavior at the poetry gathering had been peculiar. Could it be that he had taken a liking to Tang Mi? This thought made Tang Ying's fists clench tightly. Why? Why must every man revolve around Tang Mi? Tang Mi observed Jing Kong's anxious expression and allowed a satisfied smile to grace her lips. Such a power-hungry monk deserved to be dealt with by those of power. As she covertly glanced at Prince Xian, their eyes met, and her cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. The matriarch noted Tang Mi's expression and then glanced at Prince Xian, her brow furrowing slightly. Before long, Yin Shu returned with the masters from Beima Temple. 4 masters of the Jing lineage and 2 of the Liao lineage entered, with Liao Chun being the highest ranking among them. However, accompanying the masters was another figure. What a grand assembly, Your Highness! What matter requires the presence of so many masters from the temple? Chapter 81. The schemes of Tang Ying and Tang Song upon the entrance of Yi Junyu. Jing Kong's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. However, Tang Mi subtly furrowed her brow, realizing that this person truly was a persistent specter. Lady Tang also knitted her brows in surprise, never expecting Yi Junyu to appear so suddenly. Were they not supposed to be absent from the White Horse Temple? Yi Chunxian raised his brows and retorted sharply. Even the crown prince has been stirred. Is this not a significant matter? Yi Junyu's countenance stiffened at the mockery. Yet, Yi Chunxian paid him no mind and directed his attention to the masters present. I have summoned you, esteemed masters, to assist in verifying whether the water within this earthen vessel indeed contains the divine water from the heavenly pool. At this declaration, the masters turned their gazes toward the vessel. Yi Junyu coughed deliberately, glancing at Jing Kong. For matters such as this, why not consult Master Jing Kong directly? There's no need to trouble so many masters. The masters, initially inclined to examine the vessel, hesitated upon hearing Yi Junyu's words. Lady Tang's frown deepened. In this moment, she finally sensed that she might have been deceived. Yi Chunxian cast a cold, scrutinizing glance at the masters, ultimately settling his gaze upon Master Liao Chun. I request Master Liao Chun to assist in this verification. Amidst the blessings, Master Liao Chun inclined his body respectfully towards Yi Chunxian before stepping forward to inspect the vessel. As Master Liao approached, Jing Kong grew anxious and stepped forward. Master Uncle. Master Liao Chun calmly surveyed Jing Kong before proceeding to examine the earthen vessel. He first observed the color of the water, then lifted the vessel to inhale its scent and finally sampled a small amount in his palm. After a moment of contemplation, he firmly nodded. This is indeed the divine water from our heavenly pool. At this pronouncement, Jing Kong's eyes closed in despair. Yi Junyu's expression darkened, and he warned Master Liao Chun, is this truly divine water? Are you certain you have not erred? This water could not possibly be divine. He had remained vigilant by the heavenly pool all night. How could she have taken it without his knowledge? Master Liao Chun refrained from engaging in a dispute with Yi Junyu and instead addressed the 4 masters of the Jing character lineage. You 4 should also come forward to verify. Yes, Master Uncle. The 4 stepped forward, encircling the vessel for an extended examination before unanimously declaring, Master Uncle speaks the truth. This is indeed the divine water from the heavenly pool, without a doubt. This is impossible. Yi Junyu's face turned ashen as he shouted in anger once more. Faced with Yi Junyu's skepticism, the 4 masters began to elaborate. Ordinary water is colorless, while our heavenly pool's divine water possesses a pale blue hue. Ordinary water is odorless, yet the divine water bears a hint of sulfur. Furthermore, ordinary water lacks flavor, whereas the divine water has a slight sweetness. In summary, this is the divine water from the heavenly pool. There could be no mistake. Their assertions were so convincing that even Yi Junyu began to doubt the authenticity of the divine water. He glanced at Tang Mi, pondering how she had managed to procure it. He had stood vigil by the heavenly pool the previous night, and no one had fetched water. Where could she have obtained the divine water? A sudden thought struck him. He had been distracted by a sound from the bushes last night, causing him to leave for a brief moment. Could it be she had taken advantage of that opportunity to collect the water? But was that plausible? He had heard no disturbances near the heavenly pool, and he had not strayed far. If someone had indeed approached to take water, he should have heard something. Yet that night, he had heard nothing. Yi Chunxian cast a mocking glance at Jing Kong, questioning, "How is it that every other master believes Miss Tang has brought the divine water, yet only Master Jing Kong cannot discern it?" Jing Kong's face stiffened as he glanced at Yi Chunxian, responding dryly, "Perhaps this old monk was momentarily negligent. I shall verify once more." As he stepped forward to take the vessel, Yi Chunxian seized it first. "I believe it is best to refrain." Previously, Master Jing Kong asserted unequivocally that the water in the vessel was not divine. As the abbot, if you cannot even identify your own heavenly pool's divine water, I would question your qualifications to continue as the abbot of this temple. Jing Kong's face drained of color at these words, and he turned to Yi Junyu in desperation. He had worked hard to attain this position. He could not afford to lose it so easily. Yi Junyu finally regained his composure, casting a cold glance at Yi Chunxian. "Seventh Prince, the choice of abbot is a matter for the White Horse Temple to decide. We should not interfere." Yi Qinyuan simukit seilili. "Indeed, I have no intention of meddling. I trust Master Liao Chan will manage the affairs of the White Horse Temple. When the time comes, may the Crown Prince keep his word and refrain from intruding upon their matters." Yi Junyu's expression darkened once more with fury. This insufferable seventh prince was far too meddlesome. Suddenly, a realization struck Yi Junyu, causing his pupils to constrict. Could it be that Yi Chunxian had orchestrated events last night? If he was involved today, he might very well have taken action then as well. Yi Junyu's icy gaze shot towards Tang Mi. How remarkable, in such a brief span. She had managed to entwine herself with Yi Chunxian, all while pretending to maintain her integrity before him, as if she deemed him a fool. Tang Mi paid no heed to Yi Junyu, limping forward to bow before Master Liao Chun. "My father's 10th anniversary approaches. May I request Master Liao Chun to perform rites for him?" She wished to prevent a man as pretentious as Jing Kong from tarnishing her father's memory. Lady Tang promptly stepped forward, echoing her request. "Please, Master Liao Chun, aid us. We would be immensely grateful." Amidst the blessings, Master Liao Chun returned their gestures of respect and stated, "The Tang benefactor dedicated his life to the nation and its people, exhibiting great loyalty and righteousness. It is my honor to perform rites on his behalf." "Thank you, Master." Tang Mi felt a wave of emotion, her eyes misting. Lady Tang nodded appreciatively. "We are indebted to you, Master." Guy Mama glanced at the time and interjected, "Old madam, it is nearly time." Lady Tang nodded in acknowledgement. "I beg your pardon, Master." Amidst the blessings, as Master Liao Chan prepared to acquiesce, Yi Junyu's malevolent gaze shifted towards Tang Ying. "Wait," Tang Ying interjected immediately, addressing Lady Tang. "Grandmother, we do not know where fourth sister has gone. Perhaps we should wait for her." Lady Tang, having deduced that the scheme to fetch water was orchestrated by Tang Ying and her accomplices, felt a surge of anger. She's already married. She no longer counts as a member of the Tang family. There's no need to wait for her. Tang Ying exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Song, who hesitated before speaking up. "Grandmother, Rong is at the White Horse Temple. Perhaps we should call for her. I believe Uncle would appreciate the presence of another family member to offer blessings." At Tang Song's suggestion, Lady Tang hesitated, realizing that even if she disregarded Tang Ying, she must consider her eldest grandson's sentiments. Taking a deep breath, Lady Tang addressed Guy Mama. "Please go and check on Tang Rong. If she wishes to come, bring her along. If she does not, let her be." "Yes," Guy Mama promptly replied and hurried off. Tang Mi observed Tang Ying and Tang Song, sensing that they were plotting something, likely concerning Tang Rong. She believed answers would soon emerge. Before long, Guy Mama rushed back, her expression resembling that of someone who had seen a ghost. "Old madam." Upon witnessing Guy Mama's demeanor, a triumphant smile could not be contained on Tang Ying's lips. Chapter 82. Caught in the act, Tang Mi narrowed her eyes. Something had happened to Tang Rong. Upon observing the expression on Tang Ying's face, Tang Mi instantly contemplated a possibility. If it were anyone else, they might not fathom such sordid affairs. But someone like Tang Ying would dare to engage in any number of disgraceful acts. It was astonishing that both the Qin family and Tang Song permitted her to carry out such deeds. Seeing Granny Gue nearly stumble in her haste, old Madame Tang furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening to make you so flustered?" Granny Gue, her face flushed, glanced at Master Chun and the others before leaning in to whisper urgently in old Madame Tang's ear. The old lady's countenance shifted dramatically as she glared at Qin and Tang Ying, saying, "You two are truly something else." Confused, Qin asked, "Mother, what has happened?" Old Madame Tang ignored her, casting a sharp look before hastening towards the northern wing. Granny Gue hurried after her, suddenly anxious. Qin recalled that Tang Rong had not left her room all day and rushed after them, exclaiming, "Mother, has something happened to Roma?" Tang Ying and Tang Song exchanged glances and followed suit. Lin looked at Tang Mi and suggested, "Miss, perhaps something has occurred with the fourth miss. We should go check." Tang Mi nodded in agreement. Lin, along with Tang Ning, hurried towards the northern wing. Banksia squatted before Tang Mi. "Say, miss, allow me to carry you back." Feeling slightly embarrassed, yet eager to witness the unfolding drama orchestrated by Tang Ying, Tang Mi acquiesced and climbed onto Banksia's back. As Banksia carried her away, Yi Chenxian watched Tang Mi's retreating figure, recalling how she had nestled against him the night before, causing his cheeks to flush. Uncertain of Tang Ying's scheming, Yi Junyu decided to follow as well. Once everyone had departed, Yi Chenxian bowed to Master Chun and followed suit, primarily concerned for Tang Mi's well-being. In Tang Rong's chamber, she sat disheveled on the floor, clinging desperately to Qin Qingyu's leg. "Cousin, you can't leave. You must take responsibility." Qin Qingyu, repulsed, shouted, "Let go of me." Disgusted by her bald head, he kicked her away. Tang Rong let out a pained scream. As Qin Qingyu cast a cold glance at her, he bolted for the door, only to collide with the hastening old Madame Tang. Realizing he attempted to escape, she swiftly seized him and pushed him back inside. "Grandmother!" Tang Rong wailed, throwing herself at old Madame Tang in damp Oppo's feet, tears streaming down her face. "Cousin, you must take my side." Old Madame Tang glared at Tang Rong, incredulous that she could be so lacking in self-respect. Even in a temple, she had engaged in such disgraceful conduct. Without a doubt, this was a scheme devised by Tang Rong herself, and given Tang Ying's earlier demeanor, it was clear she was complicit. Old Madame Tang and Oppo's expression darkened as she turned her gaze to Qin Qingyu. Seeing her look, he hastily protested, "Grandmother, this truly has nothing to do with me. I know nothing." Silence. "Who do you think you are to address me as grandmother?" For a fleeting moment, old Madame Tang had felt sympathetic towards Qin Qingyu, but his words extinguished any trace of that sentiment. Regardless of who orchestrated this debacle, his immediate instinct to distance himself was profoundly disreputable. Qin Qingyu felt a rush of humiliation at her rebuke. Because the Qin and Tang families were connected by marriage, and he harbored affection for Tang Ying, he had always identified himself with the Tang family. Until now, old Madame Tang had said nothing, yet now he was being chastised. "Hongya!" Qin Qingyu. Qin rushed in, witnessing the tearful Tang Rong and the disheveled Qin Qingyu. Her mind went blank, and acting on instinct, she lunged at Qin Qingyu, attacking him. "You beast! How dare you bully our Rong?" When Tang Ying, Tang Song, Lin, Tang Ning, Tang Mi, and the arriving Yi Junyu and Yi Chenxian entered, they were met with the chaotic scene of Qin and Oppo's fury. The sight left everyone, save for Tang Ying and Tang Song, utterly astonished. Lin never expected that a simple ritual would erupt into such a spectacle. While secretly relishing the drama, she quickly pulled Tang Ning back into their room, then emerged to observe the commotion. Tang Mi, not particularly surprised, had anticipated such a scenario while in the main hall. Stealing a glance at Tang Ying, she couldn't help but admire her cunning. She had utilized herself as bait to ensnare the Qin family and Qin Qingyu, only to orchestrate this dramatic reveal. Given the vast disparity between the Tang and Qin families, it seemed there was little hope for Qin Qingyu to escape unscathed from this public scandal. Regardless of Tang Rong's past, he would have to endure the consequences. Yi Junyu was taken aback by the unfolding drama, yet he admired Tang Ying's intelligence. Surely, this incident would put an end to the ritual proceedings. Yi Chunxian glanced briefly inside before redirecting his gaze to Tang Mi, as if everything else were inconsequential, and she alone was his focus. Seeing Qin Qingyu cowering from Qin's blows, old Madame Tang finally declared, "Enough. How much longer must we endure this humiliation?" Unwilling to relent, Qin lunged forward again, intent on continuing her assault. Old Madame Tang's fury peaked. She raised her walking stick and forcefully shoved Qin to the ground. As she sat there, Qin noticed Tang Rong's feigned tears and suddenly had a moment of clarity. She realized the wisdom in Tang Ying's suggestion. Allowing Rong to return to the Tang family could be advantageous. Despite her disdain for the Qin family, Rong and Amp, Appo's, current predicament made marriage prospects bleak. Even if the Qin family was not ideal, at least they were in the capital and connected to her family, making it the best option available. Understanding this, Qin promptly collapsed to the ground, wailing, "You wretched soul! You claim to love our Inger, and I managed to persuade our matriarch to betroth her to you. Yet, you turn around and plot against our Ronger. If that's the case, why not have sought to marry her sooner?" Hearing that Qin wanted him to marry Tang Rong, Qin Qingyu grew frantic. "Aunt, I truly don an amp. Oppos, to know what transpired. Last night, Yingya." Before he could finish, Tang Ying, filled with despair, interrupted, "I thought you genuinely cared for me, which is why I accepted the marriage. To discover you harbor such feelings for my sister is utterly disappointing." Chapter 83. The fallen petals are the best evidence I truly did not. As Tang Ying misunderstood him, Qin Qingyu became utterly frantic. He immediately crawled to Tang Ying and Amp, Appo's, feet, urgently explaining, "Ying and Amp, Appo's, you must believe me, I have never wronged you. My heart belongs solely to you, I swear. I was framed. I did not touch Tang Rong at all, it was you. Cousin." Without allowing Qin Qingyu to finish, Tang Rong began to weep. "How can you lie so brazenly? What was meant to happen last night has already occurred. Just look at those sheets. How could you not have touched me?" As she spoke, Tang Rong ripped the sheets from the bed and tossed them in front of Qin Qingyu, staring at the crimson stain on the sheets. Qin Qingyu was instantly dumbfounded. How is this possible? How could this happen? Upon seeing the stain, Tang Mi looked at Qin Qingyu with sympathy. The sisters were performing their act quite convincingly. It seemed there was no escaping for Qin Qingyu this time. Madame Tang observed this farce with a turned eye. At this moment, her selfishness allowed the Tang family to continue their commotion. After all, it was better for Tang Rong to marry into the Qin family than to remain in the temple. The Qin family, upon seeing the crimson stain on the sheets, seized the opportunity with a fierce glare at Qin Qingyu. "How dare you claim you never touched our Rong and Amp? Appo's, Look at these sheets. They even bear the mark of her fallen petals. What more can you possibly argue?" As she spoke, Madame Qin seized the sheets and hurled them at Qin Qingyu's face. Instantly, Qin Qingyu and Amp, Appo's, face burned with shame, and he frantically tossed the sheets far away, staring in terror at the crimson mark, screaming in fear. "That stain is fake. She has already been with a man. It's impossible for her to have any remnants left. This is a trap." Tang Rong's expression faltered at the mention of past events. "Nonsense." Madame Qin exploded, raising her hand to slap Qin Qingyu. With eyes like daggers, she glared at him. "What are you saying? Our Ronger is pure and innocent, and this stain on the sheets is the most compelling evidence. If you dare to slander our Ronger again, I want an Amp, Appo's, hesitate to confront you in court." At that moment, her expression suggested that Tang Rong was indeed a victim of false accusations. She understood that she could not show weakness. Any sign of it would render all their efforts futile. Qin Qingyu, already dazed from Madame Qin and Appo's, slap, was further frightened by the threat of a court confrontation. He nervously scanned the room before his gaze finally settled on Tang Ying. "Please save me. I truly did not touch Tang Rong. It was you who summoned me here. I had no idea Tang Rong was in the room. I never intended to touch her. It must have been the tea." As if struck by a revelation, Qin Qingyu lunged for the table to seize the teacup. It must be the tea that has been tampered with. Go investigate. There's definitely something wrong with it. I beg you to check. He was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly helpless. Seeing his weakness only intensified Tang Ying's disdain for him. She stepped into the room, snatched the teacup from Qin Xingyu and Appo's hand, and casually tossed it out the window toward the cliff below. You! Qin Xingyu stared in shock, unable to comprehend Tang Ying's actions. She looked at him coldly, shaking her head in disappointment. I never imagined you would be such a person, full of lies, lacking responsibility, and unwilling to admit to your actions. Such a man is not worthy of me. Tang Ying. Tang Ying's icy demeanor only deepened Qin Xingyu's anxiety. He shook his head vigorously. I did not lie. Still daring to claim you're innocent. Without letting him finish, Tang Ying interrupted coldly. You just said I sent you a message to come here. That is sheer nonsense. As betrothed, we should not meet, and I would never shamelessly invite you to my chambers at night. Your words not only tarnish my fourth sister and Appo's reputation, but also defile my own. I can no longer accept this marriage with the Qin family. However, my fourth sister is destined to marry you. Her resolute declaration echoed powerfully in the room. Unfortunately, everyone present, except for the oblivious Qin Xingyu, knew exactly what kind of person she was. Her words could only deceive him. Qin Xingyu stared blankly at Tang Ying, finally responding, Was and Amp. Amp? Appo's. See the note sent by you? But it bore your handwriting. They had grown up together, and he was intimately familiar with her script. He could not possibly be mistaken. Tang Ying's gulp, gesturing for him to show her the note. Since you insist, I would like to see it. Please present the note so everyone can judge whether or not it is my handwriting. Qin Xingyu was momentarily stunned, his brow furrowing in distress as he nearly cried out. But you told me to burn the note. I burned it all. Not only the note, but also the letter instructing him to meet her at Bema Temple was incinerated, leaving nothing behind. A triumphant smile spread across Tang Ying's lips, as if she had anticipated his obedience. I never wrote you any note or letter. Stop tarnishing my name. With that, she exited the room. Ying und Appo's, Qin Xingyu hurriedly pursued her, only to be blocked by Madame Qin. Ying and Amp. Amp, Appo's, do not entertain such thoughts. I will definitely call off this engagement. If it were not for Ying and Appo's, promising a solution to Tang Rong and Appo's predicament, she would never have accepted the Qin family and Appo's proposal. Ultimately, it was Tang Ying who had a way, and her strategy was truly remarkable. Upon hearing that the Qin family intended to break off the engagement, Qin Xingyu became utterly frantic, immediately kneeling before Madame Qin. No, please, Aunt, do not call off the engagement. I truly love Ying and Appo's. I implore you to grant us this. Madame Qin cast a dismissive glance at Qin Xingyu, sneering. You dream too beautifully. You have already sullied my Ronger, and now wish to have my Ying. You, a fallen Qin, dare to seek both my daughters? Dream on. With a feigned air of benevolence, she proclaimed. Since you have already shared intimacy with Ronger, then you shall marry her. We will provide the dowry, and the wedding will proceed as planned. Upon hearing that he was to marry Tang Rong, Qin Xingyu felt as though he had seen a ghost, screaming as he leapt from the ground. No, I refuse to marry Tang Rong. As he screamed, he attempted to flee. You have no choice but to marry. Madame Qin, enraged, forcefully shoved Qin Xingyu back into the room, then dragged Tang Rong out, slamming the door shut behind her. Chapter 84. Who dares to refuse? The Tang family genealogy excludes all. Let me out. Qin Xingyu was utterly frantic, pounding on the door desperately. Not only did the Qin family refuse to release him, but they also secured the door with a formidable lock. The window of this room overlooked a precipice. Once the door was locked, escape was impossible. Witnessing the Qin family's aggressive actions, Lin was filled with disdain. She had never encountered such a treacherous woman within her own family. After all, this was her own nephew. Even if she disregarded him, could she truly neglect her brother and mother? Marrying her tarnished daughter back into her maternal family was an unprecedented display of shamelessness. The Qin family had truly suffered by having such an outwardly married daughter. Yet, this matter was far from over. The Qin family's formidable matriarch was not one to be trifled with. Should she learn of the Qin family's antics, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. This situation certainly would not settle quietly. The Tang family risked becoming the laughingstock of the entire capital once again. If it were not for the fact that the Qin family could facilitate Tang Rong's marriage, the old matriarch of the Tang family would not have tolerated her behavior thus far. Seeing the Qin family confine Qin Qingyu, the old matriarch of the Tang family glanced stiffly at Knight Junyu and Knight Chen Xian, saying, "I kindly ask the two princes to return with us to handle family matters. We will manage this situation. You may leave." Knight Junyu, feigning ignorance of the old matriarch and Empress' dismissal, boldly replied, "No need. We are all family here. If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to say so, old matriarch." The old matriarch's expression darkened several shades. "This is a trivial matter. I can handle it myself." Tang Mi, her eyes flickering, stepped forward and said, "Grandmother, regarding Father's memorial service." The old matriarch instantly remembered the memorial and nodded vigorously, then turned to Qin Shi and Tang Ying, instructing, "You should go to the main hall for your uncle and Empress' memorial service." She then turned to Tang Rong and Empress, "You need not attend. Stay quietly in your room." Tang Rong's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head. At this moment, she did not wish to dispute with the old matriarch. All she desired was to return to the Tang residence safely and smoothly marry into the Qin family, which was her foremost priority. Tang Ying and Empress' eyes flickered, and she said, "Grandmother, the auspicious time for the memorial service has already passed today. It would be ill-advised to proceed with it. Perhaps we should postpone it for another day." The old matriarch paused, looking at Tang Mi, suppressing her anger, retorted coldly, "The memorial will be conducted personally by Master Lu Ken. He can select another auspicious time. Father's memorial cannot be delayed. Even if the second sister does not marry into the Qin family, the fourth sister still intends to marry. With the wedding date approaching, any disruption would be unfavorable." When Tang Mi uttered her final words, she intentionally directed them at Tang Rong. Upon hearing about the potential disruption to the wedding date, Tang Rong immediately chimed in, "It is indeed better not to cause any disruption. Let us proceed with it today." Upon hearing Tang Rong's words, Tang Ying's expression darkened instantly. Qin Shi furrowed her brow, tugging at Tang Rong's sleeve. Does this foolish girl even comprehend what she is doing, inadvertently causing trouble? Tang Rong disdainfully shrugged off Qin Shi's hand. She had previously placed too much trust in Tang Ying, leading her to this predicament. After this ordeal, she vowed never to be manipulated again. From now on, she would only look out for herself. Knight Chen Xian instructed Yin Shu, "Go inquire with Master Lu Ken if there are still auspicious times available today." "Understood." Yin Shu immediately complied and went to ask. Knight Junyu glared at Knight Chen Xian with a fierce expression. "Damn you, seventh brother, you wish to oppose me again, do you?" Regardless of Knight Junyu and Empress' glares, Knight Chen Xian remained unfazed. Soon, Yin Shu returned, reporting, "Master Lu Ken said that the best time for the memorial service is at the third quarter of the afternoon." Knight Chen Xian glanced at Tang Mi, who smiled back at him. "The third quarter of the afternoon. How fortuitous that it is just right now." "Grandmother." Fearing that the old matriarch would agree, Tang Ying hastily interjected. Before she could finish, Tang Mi coldly interrupted, "Grandmother, if some individuals do not wish to attend, let them stay behind. I believe Father would not want them to pay their respects." If this did not align with the old matriarch's wishes, she would prefer none of them attend. She feared that this group of miscreants would tarnish her father's memory. The old matriarch, furious, slammed her dragon-headed cane down, glaring at Tang Ying and Qin Shi. "You all shall go. Anyone who dares to refuse will be struck from the Tang family genealogy." With that, the old matriarch strode directly toward the main hall. Tang Mi, casting a derisive glance at Tang Ying, limped after her, miraculously feeling less pain in her foot due to her anger. With the old matriarch and Empress' decree, who would dare to refuse? Lin returned to call for Tang Ning, and together they proceeded to the main hall. Qin Shi, too, did not dare to decline. After giving Tang Rong a few instructions, she took Tang Ying and Tang Song to the main hall. Knight Chen Xian had come for Tang Mi, and as soon as she left, he followed closely behind. Observing her limping gait, he desperately restrained himself from offering to carry her. Tang Mi walked slowly, and Knight Chunxian soon caught up to her side. "Thank you." Aware of his presence, Tang Mi whispered her gratitude. Knight Chunxian's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. "No need for thanks. I've said before, should you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance at any time." Tang Mi blushed, lowering her head as she continued forward. Knight Junyu, witnessing the two walking together, was immediately consumed by jealousy. He rushed over, inserting himself between them. "Seventh brother, have you become increasingly idle of late? Meddling in everything? Even a family memorial service?" Knight Chunxian shot him a sidelong glance, smirking. "Indeed, I am less busy than you, elder brother. I see those dark circles under your eyes. Did you spend the entire night reviewing documents, or perhaps, in the company of certain beauty? Do not speak nonsense." Knight Junyu glared at Knight Chunxian, warning him sternly for speaking such words in front of Tang Mi, wishing to avoid hearing their distasteful banter. Tang Mi flushed and stepped aside, awaiting Banksia to carry her. Banksia, perceptive as ever, noticed her pause and promptly squatted down. "Miss, allow me to carry you." Tang Mi climbed onto Banksia's back as she was carried to the main hall. Once Tang Mi departed, Knight Junyu glared at Knight Chunxian, gritting his teeth. "Was it you who procured the divine water for Tang Mi last night?" Knight Chunxian blinked innocently. "What are you talking about, elder brother? I cannot understand." In a few days, their father would once again inquire about the strategies. If elder brother was truly so idle, he might as well have his aides draft a few strategies to avoid exposing any flaws. After saying this, Knight Chunxian ignored him and walked away. Knight Junyu glared at Knight Chinchuan's retreating figure, seething with rage, wishing he could consume him whole. A bastard dared to compete with him, whether for the throne or for Tang Mi. He was not worthy of either. Chapter 85. The Prince and Oppos. S. affection for the young lady upon arriving at the Grand Hall. Master Liao Chun was already present, accompanied by 4 esteemed masters of the Jing character lineage. Tang Mi did not see Jing Kong again. She was unsure whether he had been dealt with by Master Liao Chun. Nevertheless, the absence of that ostentatious monk brought her a sense of relief. "Master Liao Chun." Lady Tang greeted him, leading her family in a respectful bow. "Umitba." Master Liao Chun returned the gesture with humility. "Thank you for your efforts, Master. Let us commence," Lady Tang said, presenting the birth details and the time for the sacrificial rite of Tang Yishur. Master Liao Chun, along with the 4 masters, began the ceremonial rites. After kneeling for a total of 81 times, the rituals were finally completed with success. The sacred water, instead of being used for any special purpose, was sprinkled upon them by Master Liao Chun with a willow branch. "Master, may I inquire if our Yishur will no longer suffer?" Lady Tang asked urgently after the rites concluded. "Has father truly committed too many atrocities?" Tang Mi interjected, stepping forward. She remained unwilling to accept that her heroic father could be treated in such a manner. "Umitba." Master Liao Chun bowed to the two before responding. "One stained with blood. One must face the consequences. However, as Tang Benefactor has defended the nation and protected the people, this is a great merit. You need not worry about his suffering. With such merit, he shall surely ascend to the bliss of the Pure Land." "Is that true? Then that is splendid news," Lady Tang exclaimed, her spirits lifting at his words. Tang Mi, feeling deeply moved, knelt before the master. "Thank you, Master. Father will undoubtedly follow your words and attain the Pure Land." "Thank you, Master," Lady Tang echoed, also moved, attempting to kneel in gratitude. "Please rise, Benefactor. This is your own merit, and there is no need to thank this humble monk." Master Liao Chun quickly assisted Lady Tang to her feet and then helped Tang Mi as well. After bowing her head in respect, Tang Mi rose. In gratitude, Lady Tang made a generous donation of incense funds to the White Horse Temple, causing Qin Shi and Tang Eru to feel a pang of sympathy. "The rites are complete. We must return now," Lady Tang said, bidding farewell to Master Liao Chun. "Umitba, I shall send someone to escort you down the mountain," Master Liao Chun replied. "Thank you, Master." Lady Tang expressed her gratitude promptly, with Tang Mi following suit. Master Liao Chun glanced at Tang Mi and removed the prayer beads from his wrist, offering them to her. This monk feels a connection with you, Tang benefactor. May these beads guide you to transcend the mire and achieve rebirth. Thank you, Master, Tang Mi replied, overwhelmed with emotion as she accepted the prayer beads. Having emerged from her trials, she resolved not to struggle in the past mire any longer. She would certainly find her way out. Tang Ying's gaze fell upon the prayer beads in Tang Mi's hands, her eyes briefly flickering. Noticing Lady Tang preparing to leave, Tang Ying stepped forward again. Grandmother, it is getting late. With the incident involving fourth sister, the Qin family may send someone. Perhaps we should stay a couple more days until fourth sister's affairs are resolved. Tang Ying had factored in the current situation when she orchestrated her previous moves involving Tang Rong. Should Yi Junyu fail, she intended to use Tang Rong to keep their grandmother occupied, thereby giving Yi Junyu another chance. In any case, Tang Mi must not return home before this matter was settled. Lady Tang began to grasp Tang Ying's intentions, but was resolute in her decision. We must return today. If you do not wish to accompany me, you may stay, but I shall definitely bring Mir back. The intentions of Prince Yu were unmistakable. She could not allow Mir to remain at the White Horse Temple, giving them an opportunity to scheme. Tang Mi looked at Lady Tang with relief. Her grandmother had finally regained her clarity, sparing her the need to argue further. As long as Yi Junyu was present, her grandmother would not allow her to stay at the temple. Tang Ying's expression stiffened. She had not anticipated such a rapid shift in Lady Tang's resolve. To her astonishment, even a significant matter concerning Tang Rong could not persuade her. Grand mota, Hongea. Grandmother, my foot hurts. Let's return home, Tang Mi said, furrowing her brow in a pitiful manner, denying Tang Ying the chance to speak. Very well, we shall return, Lady Tang replied, her heart aching for Tang Mi as she stepped forward to assist her. Yi Chenxian frowned, glancing at Tang Mi's injured foot. Is it hurting again? Has the injury worsened? Lin Shi quickly pulled Tang Ning along to follow. Seeing Tang Mi departing, Yi Junyu grew anxious, immediately signaling Tang Ying. Tang Ying, flustered and red-faced, hurried after her. Lifting her skirts, grandmother, Qin Shi smiled benignly at Yi Junyu, nodding before following suit. Tang Song cast a meaningful glance at Yi Junyu before departing. Yi Chenxian remarked to Yi Junyu, I have concluded my visit to the temple and must return. Your Highness should remain here for a few more days. I shall not trouble you further. With that, Yi Chenxian turned away, disregarding Yi Junyu's dark expression. Yi Junyu glared at Yi Chenxuan's retreating figure, his chest tightening with frustration. Tang Ying ultimately failed to keep Lady Tang from departing. Not only did Lady Tang insist on taking Tang Mi, but she also intended to bring Tang Rong along. Qin Shi had initially sought to retain Tang Rong, waiting for the Qin family to demand an explanation. However, Lady Tang disapproved of her presence at the White Horse Temple, instructing her to take Qin Xingyu back for resolution. In the end, Qin Shi could not oppose Lady Tang and complied, taking Tang Rong and Qin Xingyu back with her. To prevent Qin Xingyu from escaping en route, Qin Shi entrusted him to Tang Song for supervision. Having failed to detain Lady Tang, Tang Ying dared not stay alone at the White Horse Temple and thus returned as well. The Tang family returned to the capital in a grand procession. Yi Chenxian had come for Tang Mi, and with her departure, he followed suit. Instead of taking a carriage, he rode a horse, silently trailing behind as her protector. Ban Xia lifted the carriage curtain to peek back, and, upon seeing Yi Chenxian following, gleefully leaned toward Tang Mi. Miss, the prince is behind us. Tang Mi's cheeks flushed unexpectedly, and she shot a reproachful glance at her. Why mention him if he is behind us? Seeing Tang Mi's flustered demeanor, Ban Xia was not deterred. Rather, she found it amusing. I only wanted to share a thought. Do you not believe that the prince cares for you? I suspect he harbors feelings for you. As she spoke, Ban Xia's heart brimmed with joy and anticipation. If the prince indeed cherished the young lady, they were a perfect match. Should the young lady marry into the prince's household, she would become a princess and no longer face bullying from the second madam and the others. Tang Mi's face reddened further, and she shot a fierce look at Ban Xia. Stop your foolishness. How could he possibly have feelings for me? I have not perceived anything of the sort. Chapter 86. The young lady and Prince Xian are truly well matched. Upon hearing this, Banksia immediately retorted, I am not speaking nonsense. I just witnessed His Highness Prince Xian discreetly observing you. He has been silently paying attention to you, miss, and he must surely harbor feelings for you. Although she herself had no romantic inclinations, she could discern such sentiments in others' gazes. There was no mistaking that Prince Xian was enamored with her lady. Moreover, she had overheard the miss thanking Prince Xian earlier. Could it be that she too held an interest in him? If that were the case, it would be a perfect match. Stealing a glance at Tang Mi, Banksia noted her face had turned a deeper shade of crimson, resembling a ripened fruit, exceedingly beautiful. Surely, the miss must also have affections for Prince Xian. Even if it was not love, she certainly did not harbor disdain. Tang Mi gazed through the carriage's curtain at the passing scenery, yet her mind was filled with the figure of Yi Chen. The scenes of his sudden appearance to rescue her, carrying her up the mountain, fetching divine water from the heavenly pool, and his inquiry during her bone setting were all etched in her memory. Everything felt as though it was imprinted in her mind. Banksia's earlier words about his constant observation stirred her thoughts. Why was he watching her? Could it be that he truly had feelings for her? The mere possibility made her cheeks flush anew. If he genuinely held affection for her, perhaps she might consider him, for he met her current needs perfectly. As a prince, he should be capable of assisting her in dealing with Yi Junyu. Or perhaps she could help him ascend to power, thereby completely undermining Yi Junyu. Years ago, she had the ability to support Yi Junyu. Now, she could very well assist Yi Chen. Yet, was he truly trustworthy? What if he turned out to be another Yi Junyu? The thought extinguished all her whimsical hopes in an instant. Never mind. Unless absolutely necessary, she would refrain from considering marriage for the time being, as the shadows of her past still lingered. The journey to Bema Temple was not far from the capital. Yet the group did not return to the general's residence until darkness fell. Banksia carried Tang Mi back to Qingmi Courtyard, where old Madame Tang, uneasy, requested the household physician to examine Tang Mi's foot once more. The physician reported that the injury was not severe, advising her to avoid walking for a few days and to rest adequately, assuring that she would soon recover. Upon hearing this, old Madame Tang sighed in relief, expressing her concern. Did you hear what the physician said? You must rest well in your room for the next few days. Once you feel better, you can get up and move around. Your coming-of-age ceremony is approaching, and you must ensure your injury is healed. You cannot limp during such an important event. Understood. Tang Mi playfully stuck out her tongue at old Madame Tang. I will take good care of myself these days. Seeing her granddaughter's obedient demeanor, old Madame Tang felt genuine affection, tenderly caressing her face. During your time at Bema Temple, did you learn their plans? Tang Mi's eyes flickered as she understood her reference to Yi Junyu and Tang Ying, offering a wry smile. I simply cannot believe that my father, such a good man, has any karma to resolve. He belongs in the heavens, not beneath the earth. Old Madame Tang was instantly moved, her eyes glistening with emotion. You are right. It was my ignorance. Your father should not be in such a place. I was misguided to believe their words out of concern. It seemed that person had not given up on her. For now, she should remain indoors. After her coming-of-age ceremony, old Madame Tang intended to find a suitable match for her, hoping that once engaged, Yi Junyu would cease his pursuits. As long as Mir was engaged, he would not dare act so recklessly. Tang Mi's gaze shifted slightly. She did not believe that engagement would alter the current circumstances. Even if she were betrothed to Yi Chen, someone like Yi Junyu would surely not relent unless she truly married him, which might change things. The thought caused her cheeks to flush with annoyance. Was she losing her mind to entertain such notions? Mia, old Madame Tang, called her gently, noticing her silence. Tang Mi quickly composed herself, smiling at her grandmother. For the matter of marriage, I will leave it entirely to you, grandmother. Hearing this, old Madame Tang smiled with relief and then inquired, what are your thoughts on Prince Xian? Tang Mi was momentarily taken aback, her demeanor shifting to one of caution as she regarded old Madame Tang. Why do you suddenly ask about him? Today, I noticed how he consistently assists you. Are you perhaps? Old Madame Tang raised her brow, leaving the sentence unfinished. Yet the implication was clear. Even Banksia, standing nearby, felt her heart race with concern for Tang Mi. However, Tang Mi appeared composed as she earnestly addressed old Madame Tang. Did you not say before that we should not consider those from the royal family? I desire a simple life. Relieved by Tang Mi's lack of desire to marry Yichen Xian, old Madame Tang nodded in understanding. You are sensible. You have never caused me worry. Nevertheless, she mused, it seems Prince Xian may indeed have feelings for you. Tang Mi's cheeks flushed as she clarified, I did have a brief encounter with Prince Xian previously. When I sought Master Lycan to decipher a divination, he was present, which may explain his assistance and why Master Lycan gifted me the prayer beads. Banksia quickly interjected to corroborate. It's true, Mississippi. When you went to seek the divination, His Highness was also there, and Master Lycan mentioned that you and the prince are each other's benefactors. Banksia, Tang Mi cheated, has sharply. Banksia instantly fell silent. Old Madame Tang, however, had taken note of this, her interest piqued. Oh, is that so? What did Master Lycan say? Please elaborate. Banksia, stealing a glance at Tang Mi and seeing her lack of objection, cautiously explained, he mentioned that Prince Xian is like a wandering dragon, a hidden river, suggesting that he faces peril and needs you to be his benefactor to succeed. He also said you are a phoenix, and he needs your assistance to achieve rebirth. Master Lycan declared your life is invaluable, and with you by his side, Prince Xian could soar to great heights. In essence, he indicated that you and the prince are each other's benefactors, capable of helping one another. Banksia firmly believed Master Lycan's words were astute. Indeed, the young lady and Prince Xian were a perfect match. Chapter 87. Are you enamored with the Tang family maiden, or are you drawn to my imperial throne? Upon hearing Banksia's words, the matriarch of the Tang family was utterly astonished. A dragon? A phoenix? What could Master Liaochen possibly mean? Was he implying that Mir was destined to be the Empress, and that Prince Xian would one day ascend the throne? What could it mean that me and and Prince Xian were each other in Oppos, as benefactors? The matriarch stood there in a daze for a considerable time without uttering a word. Observing her bewilderment, Tang Mi and Oppos' eyes flickered slightly as she comforted, Grandmother, you need not heed Banksia and Oppos' as fanciful talk. Such interpretations of divination are not to be taken seriously. The matriarch cast a worried glance at her. If it were someone else, she would have dismissed it outright, but Master Liaochen was a man of profound wisdom, the most adept in divination at the Beima Temple. His words could not be easily disregarded. Have you truly not considered Prince Xian? The matriarch inquired earnestly, fixing her gaze on Tang Mi once more. Tang Mi smiled bitterly, replying, Grandmother, you jest. Such matters are hardly within the purview of a mere daughter. Since ancient times, marriage has been determined by parental decree and the words of matchmakers. Moreover, Prince Xian is no ordinary man. He is beyond my reach. She was still grappling with the meaning behind his actions, let alone discussing marriage. The matriarch and Oppos' eyes flickered, and she tucked the covers around Tang Mi more snugly. Rest now. You needn't and Oppos' come to pay your respect for the time being. Focus on healing your injuries. Tang Mi nodded. The matriarch then turned to Banksia, instructing, take good care of your young mistress. Ensure she has plenty of nourishing bone broth. Yes, Banksia responded promptly. Should anything arise, let them come to find grandmother. The matriarch affectionately stroked Tang Mi's head. Very well. Tang Mi remained as obedient as ever. The matriarch watched her for a long while before returning with Granny Gui. Once back in Mingchun Garden, the matriarch sat alone in a daze. Is the old matron worried about the eldest miss? Granny Gui poured a cup of hot tea and presented it to her. The matriarch raised her eyes to glance at Granny Gui, letting out a soft sigh. This girl may have developed ordinary feelings. Granny Gui's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly asked, Are you referring to Prince Xian? What do you think of him? The matriarch replied with a wry smile, lifting her teacup to take a sip. As for his status, it is undeniably noble. In terms of appearance, he is likely unrivaled throughout the entirety of the Qi. And in character, I dare say he surpasses that Yu Wang in integrity. Granny Gui earnestly analyzed, although she had only seen Prince Xian a few times. Nevertheless, his recent actions had been quite endearing. Furthermore, his willingness to stand up for the eldest miss surely indicated some affection towards her. If the eldest miss could indeed marry into the prince's household, it might not be such a bad thing. Granny Gue added, I've heard he has no concubines or maidservants in his residence, not even a secondary wife. Upon hearing this, the matriarch and Apos' smile became increasingly bittersweet. It was precisely because he was so commendable in all respects that she felt so conflicted. In truth, she considered him an exceedingly suitable match for me and Apos, both in status and character. What was even more remarkable was that me and Apos, herself seemed to harbor feelings for him. She knew her granddaughter well enough to discern that if me and Apos, had no such thoughts, she would not have allowed Banksia to speak so freely. Since she permitted Banksia to broach the subject, it was likely that Mir had developed some affection for Prince Xian. Indeed, Prince Xian was handsome, and today he had performed a heroic rescue. With Master Liaochen and Apos' divination, it was not surprising that me and Apos had taken an interest in him. If only, the matriarch sighed, if only he were not born into royalty. Granny Gue chuckled. If you were an ordinary man, you likely would not wish for the eldest miss to endure hardships. The matriarch paused, then smiled wryly. Thus, I find myself in a predicament. Gaining one while fearing the loss of another, there seems to be no way to achieve both. Perhaps you should not dwell on this too much. The eldest miss has yet to come of age, and you haven't formally begun selecting a suitor for her. With her beauty and character, you may take your time, Granny Gue reassured her. Choosing a consort for the emperor, indeed, the matriarch chided Granny Gue with a glance, her heart heavy with bitterness. There was a tiger lurking nearby. Watching them closely, she could not afford a delay in this matter. She needed to act swiftly. Reflecting on the notions of dragons and phoenixes and mutual benefactors, she pondered whether Prince Xian truly shared a fated connection with Mir. If that were the case, how should she proceed with her choices? The matriarch lamented, rubbing her temples. Tonight was destined to be another sleepless night. In Qingmi Garden, Tangmi too found herself restless, tossing and turning. In truth, her earlier words were somewhat of a test to gauge her grandmother's sentiments. Her grandmother had always been opposed to her marrying into the royal family, and she wished to discern whether her grandmother disapproved solely of Knight Junyu or of all members of the Knight family. If her grandmother were truly resolute in her opposition to a royal marriage, she would likely choose to heed her counsel. The man in question did not yet hold enough significance to compel her to defy her grandmother. Nevertheless, she had considered the possibility of marrying him, thus quietly granting him an opportunity. Now, it remained to be seen how her grandmother would decide. At this moment, Knight Chunxian was oblivious to the fact that his fate had been entrusted to the matriarch of the Tang family. He was currently engaged in conversation with the emperor. I heard you visited Beima Temple a few days ago and have only just returned, Knight Zhengxiong remarked, perusing documents without lifting his gaze. Knight Chunxian raised an eyebrow. Knight Junyu has entered the palace? That is your royal brother. The mere mention of Knight Junyu ignited the emperor's ire. Knight Chinchuan's expression turned icy, and he chose to remain silent. Knight Zhengxiong, no longer preoccupied with his documents, tossed his brush onto the table. So, you two have taken a liking to the Tang maiden? Knight Chinchuan's heart jolted, his fists clenching involuntarily. Noticing his silence, Knight Zhengxiong coldly scoffed. Or is it that you are enamored with my throne? Knight Chinchuan's face darkened, and he finally met his father's gaze, asserting, my affection lies with her, and is unrelated to the throne. For the first time, Knight Zhengxiong perceived sincerity in his son's eyes, which had previously been filled with coldness and emptiness. Now they bore a hint of something more. Taking a deep breath, Knight Zhengxiong replied, your brother has also expressed his affection for her. Thus, I cannot determine her marriage. Whosoever can win her favor will depend on their own abilities. Knight Chunxian stared at Knight Zhengxiong in astonishment, as if unable to comprehend that his father would allow him to marry Tangmi. He should have realized that marrying Tangmi would equate to marrying the throne. Or perhaps he believed that he would never attain Tangmi, or maybe he had other intentions altogether. Go visit your mother. She has not seen you in a long time. As Knight Zhengxiong spoke of this, his fierce gaze softened, filled with remorse. Knight Chunxian said nothing, turning to leave. Exiting the imperial study, he made his way to the inner palace. He stood for a long while at the entrance of Wanhua Palace, his fists tightening and loosening in an endless cycle, ultimately deciding to turn away. Chapter 88. The clash between aunt and niece in the Forgotten Moon Palace. The quiet consort, standing by the window, suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing as she saw Yi Chunxian turn away. Observing her distress, her chief maid, Jin Ji, hurried to console her, saying, "Your Highness, His Highness the Xuanzong must have urgent matters to attend to, which is why he did not enter." With a shadow of despair in her eyes, the consort pondered whether his absence was truly due to pressing affairs. Jin Xiu shot Jin Ji a glare and wrapped a cloak around the consort, admonishing, "Your Highness, the wind has picked up. You must not expose yourself to it." As she spoke, she promptly shut the window. Coughing violently once more, the consort gasped, "My lady." Jin Xiu quickly stepped forward to pat her back, while Jin Ji hastily offered a handkerchief. Soon, the cloth was stained crimson, sending both maids into a state of alarm. Yet the consort gripped the handkerchief tightly. "My lady, I shall fetch the imperial physician," Jin Xiu insisted, but the consort firmly grasped her arm, commanding, "Do not go." "My lady." Jin Xiu was beside herself with worry. This marked the third instance of the consort coughing up blood this month, and yet she consistently refused their pleas to summon the physician. "I am weary. Assist me to rest," the consort said laboriously. "Of course," they replied, swiftly helping her to the bed. Not long after she fell asleep, a high fever overcame her, prompting Jin Xiu to finally call for the physician. "What news?" Jin Xiu asked anxiously as the physician arrived. With a resigned sigh, the physician replied, "The consort's health is frail. I have warned her countless times. She cannot withstand the wind, yet she still exposes herself." He continued, "Her condition has worsened significantly." Upon hearing this, Jin Xiu was thrown into disarray. "We have been negligent. Please prescribe some medicine. The consort has been coughing blood. Could it be serious?" The physician sighed again, saying, "It is a miracle that she has endured this long." Jin Xiu's face turned ashen at his words, while Jin Ji's eyes filled with tears. The consort, in a daze, opened her eyes and weakly expressed, "I wish to see the emperor." "I shall go at once," Jin Xiu replied, rushing out. Upon hearing of the consort's dire condition, Yi Jingxiong abandoned his paperwork and hurried over. "What has happened? How could you have caught a chill?" he asked, heart aching as he approached her frail form. Jin Ji, flustered and anxious, explained the consort was standing by the window, watching His Highness the Xuanzong. She waited for a long time, yet he did not come in. As soon as Jin Ji finished speaking, the consort pinched her. Realizing her mistake, Jin Ji promptly lowered her head, silenced. "One unfilial son," Yi Jingxiong exclaimed in anger upon learning that Yi Chunxian had not visited the consort. He contemplated sending for Yi Chunxian to confront him. "Your Majesty," the consort murmured, gripping his garment weakly, "stay with me. I have missed you." Hearing her words, his stern expression softened, and he gently held her close. "Very well. I shall remain by your side and will not attend to any affairs." After a brief grooming, Yi Zhengxiong lay beside the consort, sharing her slumber. Meanwhile, the Empress, waiting for Yi Zhengxiong until midnight, erupted in fury upon learning that he was with the consort. She smashed the teacups on the table, exclaiming, "The consort, the consort. Always the consort. Who else occupies his thoughts?" Given that Yi Zhengxiong spent minimal time in the harem, he often dedicated more hours to official matters than to her. On this first day of the month, she had finally been granted her turn to share the bed, only to have it snatched away by the consort once more. Noticing the Empress's fury, her maid, Lu Mama, quickly approached to soothe her. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. It is said that the consort's health is critical. Perhaps she has only a few days left." The Emperor, recalling their past affections, cannot bear to abandon her in such a state. This news eased the Empress slightly, yet she still grumbled. Who knows if that wretched vixen will not employ other means to entice the Emperor? Lu Mama chuckled and urged, "Even if she tries to allure him, it is likely she will have little success. You should grant her a few more days." The physician has pronounced her days are numbered. Upon hearing that the consort might perish, the Empress's anger dissipated considerably. If she truly dies, it would be for the best. After over a decade of her presence, I could finally find peace. Meanwhile, upon learning of Qin Qingyu's troubles at the White Horse Temple, Madame Kai of the Qin family rushed there in a fury, only to find nothing amiss. She was compelled to return to the capital that very night. By the time she arrived at the Tang residence, it was already the following morning. In Mingchun courtyard, Madam, someone from the Qin family has arrived, reported Guimama. Tang old lady sipped her tea leisurely, unfazed by the news, as Madame Kai's arrival was anticipated. Send for Qin Shi. This is their mess to resolve. Were it not for Tang Rong being my granddaughter, I would not involve myself in this troublesome affair. Madame Kai was not one to be trifled with. And if the Qin family delighted in stirring trouble, let them contend amongst themselves. Understood, Guimama replied, dispatching a maid to convey the message. Impatient from not receiving a response in the hall, Madame Kai stormed into the inner courtyard to find Qin Shi. Just as she emerged from the yard, Kai seized her by the hair without a moment and oppose, hesitation, exclaiming, "You shameless wretch! How dare you scheme against your own nephew? Qin Xiaoyan, are you even human?" Caught off guard, Qin Shi struggled, but by the time she realized, a handful of her hair had already been yanked out. "Your son has dishonored my daughter, yet you dare strike me? Do not think that just because you're my sister-in-law, I will not retaliate," Qin Shi protested, desperately gripping her own hair to prevent further damage. Kai, seemingly impervious to the pain, continued to yank at Qin Shi's hair, gritting her teeth as she taunted. "Everyone in the capital knows the kind of person your daughter is. She has long been sullied by others. Do not place the blame on my son. Even if he had dallied with her, she is not worth the effort." Infuriated by Kai and Appo's derogatory remarks, Qin Shi ceased her attempts to pull at Kai's hair and instead clawed at her face. "You lie, you wretched harlot. It is no wonder Qin Qingyu behaves so disgracefully. It is your teachings. Who is the wretched harlot? You birthed the vile spawn." Whether it was the harsh words or the pain that sparked her fury, Kai seized Qin Shi's hair and threw her to the ground, mounting her and delivering slap after slap. "First you, and then your daughter, daring to seduce my son. I shall see to it that you pay dearly today." Chapter 89. The commanding presence of the matriarch, old Madam. Something dreadful has occurred. A servant rushed in, her demeanor frantic and disheveled, clearly shaken by the news. The sudden intrusion startled the matriarch, while Guimama shot the woman a stern glare, demanding, "What on earth is happening? Why the commotion?" The servant quickly bowed her head, panic evident in her voice as she reported, "The second madam has gotten into a fight with Madame Qin." Guimama, taken aback by the revelation, instinctively glanced at the old madam. The matriarch and Appo's countenance darkened. It was truly astonishing how reckless these two could be. Stealing a furtive glance at the matriarch, the servant added in a hushed, anxious tone, "Old madam, you must intervene. The second madam is being pinned to the ground by Madame Qin and has already received several slaps." Upon hearing this, the matriarch's expression soured further, and she could no longer remain seated. She rose and exited. "Old madam, please take care." Guimama hurriedly followed, supporting the matriarch. When they arrived at the southern courtyard, they found Kai Shi still assaulting Qin Shi, who lay helplessly beneath her, unable to retaliate. A circle of maids and servants surrounded the scene, mere spectators providing no assistance. The crisp sound of slaps echoed throughout the courtyard, audible even to Lin Shi, who rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon witnessing Qin Shi and Appo's plight, the matriarch's blood surged with indignation, nearly causing her to faint from rage. "Enough!" she thundered, striking her dragon-headed cane against the ground, causing the stones to crack under the force. Startled by the noise, Kai Shi finally ceased her assault, lifting her gaze to meet the matriarch's furious glare. A hint of fear creeping into her demeanor, she composed herself, smoothing her hair and adjusting her dress before bowing to the matriarch, old madam. Qin Shi, finally liberated, became acutely aware of her own disgrace. She dared not meet the eyes of the surrounding servants, nor could she face Lin Shi and Appo's mocking gaze. Overwhelmed by humiliation, she collapsed to the ground, covering her face with her sleeve, and began to wail uncontrollably. Hearing Qin Shi's cries only deepened the matriarch's displeasure. With a glare directed at Kai Shi, she declared, Madame Qin certainly carries a commanding presence. To dare to come to our general and Appo's residence and create such a ruckus so early in the day, as if our Tang family were devoid of authority. Initially, the matriarch had no desire to involve herself in Qin Shi and Appo's troubles, wishing for the two women to resolve their issues independently. Yet, they had compelled her intervention. Kai Si, still believing herself at fault, attempted to apologize, but the matriarch's words ignited her own anger. Qin Xiaoyan has wronged my son. What is wrong with teaching her a lesson? Preposterous, the matriarch retorted, her cane striking the ground once more. Qin Shi is now a member of the Tang family, regardless of her misdeeds. It is our family's prerogative to discipline her. As a sister-in-law, how dare you treat your sister-in-law in such a manner? Shame on you, for you hail from a prestigious family, and yet fail to grasp even the most basic decorum. The matriarch's ire was not born from concern for Qin Shi, but rather from the embarrassment she brought upon the family. Kai Shi, chastised by the matriarch's words, finally grasped the gravity of the situation and forced a stiff smile, attempting to placate her. I was merely provoked. She struck me first, and in the heat of the moment, I lost control. After all, she did conspire against my son and unlawfully confined him. Seizing the opportunity, Kai Shi became emboldened. Her unlawful detainment of my son is a criminal act. The Qin family could pursue legal action. The matriarch scoffed at this, her voice icy. The decision to bring him back to the Tang family was mine. If you wish to file a complaint, then by all means do so. Coincidentally, we intend to lodge a complaint against your son for his misconduct towards our Tang daughters. We shall see who emerges victorious from this legal battle. Kai Shi, taken aback, exclaimed, What do you mean by that? It is clear your family has wronged our Qingyu, and how could she possibly harm Tang Rong? Everyone in the capital knows Tang Rong's reputation. With that, the matriarch's patience snapped. A resounding slap rang out as she struck Kai Shi, who stood aghast, unable to comprehend how the matriarch could dare to lay hands upon her. Who do you think you were to strike me? Kai Shi thought, her indignation boiling. The matriarch, unfazed by Kai Shi's fury, replied coolly, Do not glare at me. This cane has dealt with tyrants before. Should you dare to insult my family again, next time, I shall strike you with it. Kai Shi's gaze fell upon the dragon-headed cane, and unease washed over her. She knew its significance, bestowed upon the matriarch by the emperor, a symbol of authority capable of punishing both tyrants and traitors alike. After several deep breaths, she managed to suppress her rage, speaking calmly. I have come to retrieve my son. I trust he would never engage in such behavior. There must be some misunderstanding. The matriarch regarded her coldly. The decision to keep him here is mine. You no longer have the standing to negotiate this matter. Return and send your mother-in-law to collect him. Otherwise, no one shall take Qin Qingyu from this place. Kai Shi and Appo's desperation surged anew, but the matriarch interrupted her. If you wish to pursue legal action against the Tang family, feel free to do so. We are more than willing to engage in such a confrontation. With a sharp command, the matriarch ordered, See her out. Yes. Several servants rushed forward, startling Kai Shi. Glancing between the matriarch and the battered Qin Shi on the ground, she felt a twinge of apprehension and ultimately turned to leave. Once Kai Shi departed, the matriarch glared down at Qin Shi. Why do you continue to wail? Are you not embarrassed enough? Get up at once. Chastised, Qin Shi ceased her crying and clumsily rose to her feet, shielding her disfigured face. The matriarch, uninterested in further confrontation, turned away. Lin Shi approached Qin Shi, indignant. Sister-in-law, your sister-in-law has gone too far. Look at what she has done to you. And yet, you still dare to consider marrying your daughter into such a family? Realizing her misstep, Lin Shi quickly added with a nervous laugh. Oh dear, how forgetful of me. After all, the Qin family is your maternal side. My apologies for my earlier remarks. But do take care of that face. If it doesn't heal soon, how will you send your daughter off to marry into the Qin family? With that, Lin Shi savored her moment of satisfaction before departing. Qin Shi glared at Lin Shi's retreating figure, her already distorted features twisting further with rage. Chapter 90. Evil begets evil. Tang Mi was not the least bit surprised when she heard the news that the Qin family had lost a fight against the Kai family. The Kai family was indeed formidable, and the Qin family, whether in intellect or ferocity, could not compare to her sister-in-law. Were it not for the higher status of the Tang family compared to the Qin family, the Kai family would likely look down on the Qin family even more. However, judging by her grandmother's attitude, she still cared for Tang Rong. At this moment, she was willing to stand up for Tang Rong and the Qin family, which indicated that she still regarded Tang Rong as her granddaughter. Her grandmother had always held blood ties above all else. So despite the wrongs committed by the Qin family over the years, she had chosen to overlook them. Yet for the third branch, no matter how much Aunt San and Sister Lu tried to please her, it would be of no avail in her grandmother's heart. Sister Lu would never measure up to Tang Ying and Tang Rong. Tang Mi sighed softly. She could not condemn her grandmother for this, as everyone clung to their own beliefs. It remained uncertain whom her grandmother would ultimately choose between her and Tang Ying, or between Feng Er and her elder brother. "Miss, do you really think the fourth miss can marry young Master Qin?" Banksia inquired. Gazing at Tang Mi came back to herself and glanced at Banksia. "What do you think?" Banksia pouted. "I think if young Master Qin truly marries the fourth miss, it would be a great injustice to him. The fourth miss is no longer pure, and yet the second madam and the second miss insist on forcing her onto young Master Qin. It's terribly unfair to him." Reflecting on her past life concerning Qin Xingyu, Tang Mi recalled that he never had the chance to propose to Tang Ying. He had instead married a gentlewoman of equal standing, but she was also a discontented soul who, within a year of marriage, brought home a concubine from a brothel. Tang Mi had even seen that concubine once, and she bore a striking resemblance to Tang Ying. It was then that she realized Qin Xingyu had always harbored feelings for Tang Ying. In this lifetime, if he were to marry Tang Rong, it would spare him from harming that good woman further. In her past life, his original wife had seemingly died from anger due to his actions. Such a person was indeed deserving of a fate befitting their deeds. Later that afternoon, old Madame Qin arrived at the Tang residence with Kai Shi, but she did not allow Qin Shi to come out, choosing instead to personally receive old Madame Tang. "Dear mother-in-law, I apologize for my daughter-in-law's rashness, which has caused you distress," she said, in stark contrast to Kai Shi's demeanor. It was evident that old Madame Qin was much more amiable. However, old Madame Tang was well aware of old Madame Qin's character. A woman capable of raising a daughter like Qin Shi and a daughter-in-law like Kai Shi could hardly be considered easy to deal with. Sipping her tea, old Madame Tang smiled. "There is no need for apologies. After all, we are all family. Your visit today settles this matter. Let it be forgotten and never spoken of again." With this calm assertion, she subtly established her authority over old Madame Qin. Though old Madame Qin felt displeased, she forced a smile. "You are right. We are family, and this matter shall be put to rest. Where is my eldest son? He should come and apologize to his mother-in-law," old Madame Qin continued. Kai Shi obediently stepped forward and bowed to old Madame Tang. "It was my fault. Please do not hold a grudge against me." Old Madame Tang regarded Kai Shi with a smile. "As I said, we have moved past this matter." "Thank you, old Madame," Kai Shi replied, then took her place behind old Madame Qin. Old Madame Qin continued. "I am here today concerning my unworthy grandson. I do not understand what has transpired. I am troubled that you have had to keep him here for so long. I fear you might grow weary of him, so I wish to take him back today." Her words were carefully crafted, and old Madame Tang felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed that Qin Shi had not learned even the slightest semblance of decorum from her grandmother, forever making a ruckus and exasperating everyone around her. "There has indeed been an incident, but I cannot explain it. You must hear it from your daughter and granddaughter." Old Madame Tang had no desire to engage in lengthy explanations with these two and turned to Granny Gue. "Please fetch the second madam and the fourth Mississippi." "Yes, ma'am," Granny Gue replied, but before she could leave, old Madame Tang added, "Also, please bring young Master Qin from the outer courtyard." Turning to old Madame Qin, she smiled. "Since we are discussing this matter, it would be unwise to only hear one side of the story. Would you not agree?" "Indeed, you are quite considerate, dear mother-in-law," old Madame Qin acknowledged, her anticipation rising at the prospect of seeing her grandson. Before long, Qin Shi and Tang Rong arrived, accompanied by Tang Ying. Granny Gui had also brought young Master Qin along with Tang Song from the outer courtyard. Grandmother. Upon seeing old Madame Qin, Qin Xingyu rushed over, throwing himself at her feet, sobbing, "Grandmother, you have finally come to save me." His cries struck a chord in both old Madame Qin and Kai Shi, who were instantly filled with concern. "My dear child, what has happened? Speak to your grandmother," old Madame Qin urged, cupping his face in her hands. "Are you hurt? Did they beat you? Have you been mistreated? Are you injured?" Kai Shi, overwhelmed with worry, rushed over to check for any injuries on Qin Xingyu. Seeing Kai Shi and Appo's arrival only intensified Qin Xingyu and Appo's tears. "Mother, you must rescue me. I don't Appo's know anything. It wasn't Appo's me." Kai Shi was about to ask what had happened when old Madame Tang slammed her teacup down onto the table. "What is the meaning of this, young Master Qin? Your behavior suggests that we, the Tang family, have mistreated you. I have invited you into the Tang residence, where you have been treated with utmost hospitality. Your actions only serve to cause misunderstandings for your grandmother and mother." The authority in old Madame Tang's voice momentarily silenced Qin Xingyu, who quickly wiped his tears and explained to old Madame Qin and Kai Shi, "I am not hurt, except for my aunt. No one has laid a hand on me." This declaration ignited all of Kai Shi's fury. "Qin Xiaoyan, who do you think you are? How dare you lay a hand on my son? He has sullied my Rome. Why should I not retaliate against him?" With old Madame Tang and her children present, Qin Shi was equally defiant. "My Qingyu would never want a tarnished girl like you. If you continue to slander him, I swear I will strike you." "Enough." As it seemed the two were about to escalate their quarrel, old Madame Qin bellowed, prompting them to glare at each other but refrain from speaking. "Now, let us ascertain what has transpired. Xiaoyan, you may begin," old Madame Qin commanded, directing her gaze toward Qin Shi. Chapter 91. Ying and Appo's, as a wife. Rong and Appo's, as a concubine. Qin Shi took a deep breath and shot a glare at Kai Shi before recounting the events, accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of Tang Rong. Truly a humiliating tale that invoked the wrath of both gods and humans. As Kai Shi prepared to unleash her ire, she was silenced by a fierce look from old Madame Qin. "Qin, you speak," she urged, not forgetting to provide her grandson an opportunity to defend himself. "I am truly innocent. I have been wronged. On that day, it was Ying and Appo's, who called for me." Qin Xingyu detailed the events of that day as thoroughly as possible, recognizing this as his chance to vindicate himself. Upon hearing his account, Qin Shi's gaze turned furiously towards Tang Ying. It became clear to her why Ying had so readily agreed to the marriage. It was all a setup. Old Madame Qin also directed her attention to Tang Ying. "You were the one who sent Qinyu to the North Wing." With a smile, Tang Ying responded, "Grandmother, you yist. How could a girl like me summon my cousin to the North Wing at such a late hour? Even if my morals were questionable, I would never stoop to such a level. Tang Ying, your lack of shame is evident. It was you and your mother who conspired against Qinyu." Kai Shi fumed, nearly bursting with rage. It was clear to her that the three women were indeed scheming against Qinyu. Their audacity was astounding. "Kai Shi, mind your words and actions." Old Madame Tang, who had remained silent until now, could no longer endure Kai Shi and Appo's insults towards Tang Ying, and she tapped her dragon head cane sharply. Seeing the cane, Kai Shi refrained from further insults but continued to glare resentfully at Qin Shi and her family. Old Madame Qin was far more composed than Kai Shi. She glanced at the still weeping Tang Rong before turning to Qin Xingyu. "What about this drugging and scheming? I will not question the rest. I only wish to know if you've been intimate with Rong and Appo's." Qin Xingyu and Appo's face paled in an instant, his anxiety palpable. Hearing this, Qin Shi immediately snapped. "How could you not have? I still have the bedsheets, stained with the evidence of Ronger's blood." Kai Shi erupted once more. "You shameless wretch. Whatever blood you're talking about, do not attempt to tarnish our Qin name." Silence. Before Qin Shi could retort, old Madame Qin shot a warning glare at Kai Shi. Kai Shi huffed and turned her face away, while old Madame Qin turned her ire towards Qin Shi. "You two, be quiet. Though Qin sure felt somewhat intimidated by old Madame Qin, she merely pouted and refrained from speaking further. Qin Yu, you speak, old Madame Qin insisted, turning her gaze back to him. Nervously glancing at old Madame Qin, Qin Yu stammered, I'm not entirely certain. I had some tea and lost my clarity. Think carefully, you must be certain. Old Madame Qin's tone grew more severe, leaving no room for ambiguity. Qin Yu and damp. Oppose. As anxiety escalated, his head hanging low. Perhaps he had experienced such matters before. He was not naive, just unwilling to admit it. The thought of Tang Rong, having been with another man, particularly a coachman, repulsed him. Upon hearing Qin Yu's reluctant admission, the others exhaled silently, relieved. With physical intimacy established, the situation could be resolved, or so they hoped. Kai Shi, however, widened her eyes in outrage. Qin Yu, are you out of your mind? How could you admit to such a thing now? You should deny it at all costs. Let us see how they can challenge you then. Old Madame Qin scrutinized Qin Yu intently before shifting her gaze to Tang Rong, noticing her veiled head, which could not conceal her baldness. Old Madame Qin felt a wave of disgust. She then glanced at Tang Ying before addressing old Madame Tang. The truth of the matter is clear to both families. We of the Qin clan are not unreasonable. Since Qin Yu has been intimate with Rong, she shall belong to our family. We will take her home, but the marriage between Qin Yu and Tang Ying cannot be cancelled or postponed. It must proceed as planned. Upon hearing old Madame Qin's declaration, the countenance of all present soured. Old Madame Tang's expression darkened further. What do you mean by that? I do not understand. Old Madame Qin chuckled coldly. Ying and Amp, oppose, or as a wife, Rong and Amp, oppose, or as a concubine, they are sisters and I trust they will coexist harmoniously. How can they scheme against the Qin family and expect us not to retaliate? Do they think they can treat our family as a second-rate clan? We will have Tang Ying and Tang Rong. Even as a mere bonus, will not be refused. Even as a concubine, the Qin family deserves a bride price. Upon hearing this, Qin sure exploded. Mother, how can you say such things? With Rong and Amp, oppose, or S status, she could never marry into the Qin family. Do not be foolish. Old Madame Qin shot her a frosty glare, snorting, some people, having forgotten their roots, dare to forget who they are. Do not forget, Madame Tang, where you originated from. Though Qin sure felt indignant, she was silenced by old Madame Qin's rebuke. Old Madame Tang was left in disbelief, laughing bitterly. I cannot agree with you, my dear. Qin, you must marry Rong and oppose. And it must be a legitimate marriage. As for Ying and oppose, I have never consented to this engagement. Her union with Qin Yu must be annulled. Old Madame Tang's stance was resolute. An insignificant Qin family wishing to claim both her granddaughters was nothing short of a fantasy. If you wish for Rong and oppose, to enter the Qin family, then Ying must also join. You choose who becomes the wife and who the concubine. Old Madame Qin stood firm, unwilling to yield. The two families remained entrenched in their positions, unable to reach a consensus. When the news reached Qin Mi Yuan, Tang Mi merely found it amusing. Both her grandmother and old Madame Qin were no pushovers. This battle had only just begun. Miss, the Qin family wishes for the second Miss to marry as the principal wife before allowing the fourth Miss to become a concubine. Do you think the matriarch would agree? Ban Xia, ever the gossip, inquired. Grandmother would certainly not agree, nor would Qin Shi. Tang Mi replied without hesitation. Tang Ying was their treasured darling, and the Qin family, given their status, could never hope to marry her. What do you think will ultimately resolve this matter? Ban Xia asked, genuinely intrigued. Tang Mi raised an eyebrow. Rong and oppose, will undoubtedly enter the Qin family. As for whether she becomes a wife or a concubine, that will depend on the terms they negotiate. Old Madame Qin's inquiry about Qin Yu's intimacy with Rong and oppose, already tacitly permits her entry into the Qin family. However, the nature of her position will hinge on what the Qin family ultimately desires, and whether the Tang family is willing to meet those demands. Chapter 92. Tang Rong and Oppose. Unborn child. The affairs concerning Tang Rong took a full 10 days to settle. Ultimately, the consensus was reached that Tang Rong would fulfill the marriage contract with Qin Yu on behalf of Tang Ying. The price for entering the Qin family as the matriarch was that the Tang family would provide a dowry of no less than 360 sets. Furthermore, old Madame Qin specifically demanded several prosperous shops and a grand residence from the Tang family as part of the dowry. And she also insisted that Tang heirs secure a suitable position for Qin Xingyu, despite the unreasonable demands of old Madame Qin. The matriarch of the Tang family did not refuse any of them, agreeing to all without hesitation. Due to her acquiescence, old Madame Qin subsequently requested several thousand acres of farmland, 2 estates, and a tea garden, all of which the matriarch also approved. Thus, the engagement between Tang Ying and Qin Xingyu was effectively dissolved, and Tang Rong was deemed to have found a suitable match, resolving the matter satisfactorily. Although Qin Xingyu was vehemently opposed to marrying Tang Rong, his objections went unheard. Initially, Kai Shi had also been firmly against it. Yet after witnessing the numerous concessions made by her mother-in-law, she ceased her protests. The original intention behind their desire to marry Tang Ying was to align themselves with the Tang family, which, despite their reluctance to admit it, held a higher social standing than the Qin family. Had their motives not been calculative, they would likely have never consented to the union between Tang Ying and Xingyu. Despite the convoluted turn of events, although Tang Ying was replaced by Tang Rong, they still managed to forge a familial bond with the Tang family. Moreover, a dowry of 360 sets was indeed substantial. With so many prosperous shops, grand residences, thousands of acres of farmland, estates, and tea gardens, the dowry was generous enough. Had it been Tang Ying, they would probably not have received even half of what was offered. Therefore, the benefits of marrying Tang Rong outweighed those of marrying Tang Ying. As for the concerns regarding Tang Rong's purity, they were deemed inconsequential if one had wealth. Finding a virtuous woman would not pose a challenge. It must be noted that the two women shared the same thoughts. While Qin Xingyu's unwavering affection for Tang Ying seemed to dissolve like a river flowing eastward, the outcome pleased the Qin family immensely. What began as an attempt to settle Rong and Apos, her marriage turned into an unexpected acquisition of substantial family wealth. In her eyes, Tang Rong and Apos' dowry was effectively her own, especially since it was tied to the Qin family, equating to a generous gift to her natal family. Consequently, she felt elated beyond measure. However, Lin Shi, upon hearing of the matriarch's agreement to such a lavish dowry for Tang Rong, could hardly contain her indignation and sought out Tang Mi. Miss, please weigh in on this. What right does Tang Rong have to demand such an extravagant dowry? The daughters of this household have yet to marry. If everyone were to receive such lavish gifts, our Tang family would be left impoverished. Lin Shi's anger stemmed from the fact that all the wealth earned by Tang Sanbao was contributed to the family treasury. And since the Tang family had yet to divide their assets, some portion of the family wealth ought to belong to their branch. Moreover, she had a daughter. If their Ninger were to marry and receive such a dowry, she would have no objection, but it was evident that the matriarch, who did not favor them, would never bestow such generosity upon Ninger. Having already heard the news, Tang Mi felt powerless to criticize the matriarch and could only comfort Lin Shi. Grandmother is not foolish. Her decisions are made with her own plans in mind. As juniors, we have no right to voice our opinions. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Shi's gaze flickered, and she forced a smile. Am I not just looking out for you? The matriarch has always favored you. That dowry should have rightfully been yours. Yet it has now become Tang Rong's. Tang Mi smiled gently, unaffected by her provocation. You have said that grandmother favors me. I trust she will make proper arrangements for me. Lin Shi's smile faltered. They may have their plans, but what of their Ninger? Lin Shi felt a surge of frustration, but refrained from expressing her discontent to Tang Mi, her resentment toward Qin Shi only deepening. It was her failure to raise her daughter properly that had led to the Tang family suffering such financial loss. Finding no common ground with Tang Mi, Lin Shi departed after a brief while. Once she left, Tang Mi, accompanied by Bangxia, went to pay her respects to the matriarch. In Mingchun courtyard, the matriarch was sorting through her jewelry box. Upon seeing Tang Mi approach, she immediately inquired with concern. Come here, my dear. Did I not tell you to rest? Is your foot better? Tang Mi smiled as she took a seat. I'm well now. Knowing that grandmother has been busy with the affairs of my fourth sister, I did not want to disturb you. You clever girl, the matriarch chuckled, tapping her nose playfully. In just a few days, it will be your coming-of-age ceremony. I am selecting hairpins for you. Which one do you fancy? As the matriarch spoke, she pushed the jewelry box toward Tangmi. After glancing inside, Tangmi pointed to a blood jade hairpin. This was the gift from her grandmother for her coming-of-age ceremony in her previous life, and she wished to have it once more. Seeing that Tangmi had chosen the blood jade, the matriarch smiled. I was just contemplating whether to give you the blood jade or the emerald one. Since you prefer the blood jade, it shall be yours. The matriarch selected the blood jade hairpin and handed it to Granny Gue. Please package this for the young lady. Yes, mind Oppos. Granny Gue replied, promptly placing the hairpin in the box. Mir, do you also think that grandmother's dowry for Ronger is excessive? The matriarch asked Tangmi. Tangmi replied with calm sincerity, I trust grandmother has her own plans. The matriarch chuckled and affectionately ruffled Tangmi's hair. I knew you would be understanding. Indeed, I have my own considerations. The 360 sets of dowry will be prepared by the Qin family. How much they can manage is their concern. The shops, residences, farmland, estates, and tea gardens are all my gifts to Rong and Amp. Oppos, With a wistful sigh, the matriarch continued, no matter how much we wish to deny it. We cannot conceal the fact that Rong and Amp, Oppos, is not untouched. A girl like her, entering the Qin household, will undoubtedly face disdain, even from her maternal family. Therefore, I wish to provide her with more to ensure she has a more comfortable life in the Qin family. Tangmi listened quietly, not interjecting. In her view, it was impossible for Tang Rong to have a pleasant life in the Qin family. Every member there was formidable, and that Qin Xingyu was hardly a suitable match. In her previous life, a lady of unblemished reputation had been driven to suicide. How much worse would it be for someone like Tang Rong, who was far from pristine? Moreover, with the scandal of Tang Rong's unborn child, if the Qin family were to discover it, there would be no mercy. This matter was far more complex than they imagined. It was far from over. Chapter 93. The coming-of-age ceremony 2 days later. The esteemed matriarch of the Tang family, Lady Tang, organized a coming-of-age ceremony for Tangmi, inviting her aunt, Lady Su, to be the chief guest. However, Lady Su felt that being the chief guest was too great an honor for her niece, so she personally invited her close friend, the princess, to take on that role. Having a favorable impression of Tangmi, and with prior notice from her sister-in-law, the princess could not decline the invitation to attend this significant event. In Qingmi courtyard, Banksia rose early to prepare Tangmi and Oppos' makeup. As Tangmi gazed into the mirror at her understated and delicate appearance, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. In her previous life, her coming-of-age ceremony was attended only by her grandmother and maternal grandmother, and it was not a joyful occasion, marred by mockery and indifference. She wondered what this ceremony would be like today. Once Banksia finished adorning Tangmi, she assisted her in stepping outside. Lady Tang had invited a considerable number of guests, not only Tangmi's maternal grandmother and the princess, but also many prominent ladies from the capital. As Tangmi made her entrance, the previously lively hall fell into a profound silence. All the noble women stared in astonishment at Tangmi, who wore simple clothing and had her long hair cascading down her shoulders, as if she were a celestial being. Mir, exclaimed Lady June, her eyes immediately becoming misty upon seeing Tangmi grandmother. Tangmi quickly approached to pay her respects. My dear, please do not be so formal, Lady June. Unable to bear seeing her kneel, promptly lifted her up, examining her with concern. Goodness, have you lost weight? Tangmi smiled shyly. It is merely that grandmother misses me so much that I appear thinner. Lady June adored her soft and tender voice, playfully scolding her. Knowing that your grandmother longs for you, why have you not come to see her? She truly missed her little darling. Tangmi felt a flicker of guilt in her heart as she replied with a wry smile, I intended to visit after Feng and Amp, Oppos, finished school, for I know grandmother must miss him as well. In her past life, her maternal family had met a tragic fate due to her, and she had been too afraid to face them. Yet, she could not evade them forever. It was time to see her grandmother and grandfather. At the mention of Tang Feng, Lady June remembered her grandson. Is Feng and Amp, Oppos, still at school? Dank, Minojid. I am unsure if he will return today. She recalled how, in her previous life, he had sneaked back to see her, bringing her warmth, even if he did not bring gifts. Lady June nodded, smiling. Your grandmother misses him too. I wonder if he has grown taller. Children grow so quickly. Tang Mi teased her in response. Lady June playfully scolded. You speak as if you are already an adult. Tang Mi winked mischievously. But I shall soon be an adult, will I not? Even as you come of age, you will forever remain a child in your grandmother and Appo's heart. Lady June held her hand tightly, unwilling to let go. This child resembled her late daughter, Xianyan, and she longed to keep her close, but alas, that wish could not be fulfilled. Seeing Lady June's expression, Lady Su quickly interjected playfully, Mother, today is Mir's joyous coming-of-age ceremony. You must not speak of her not growing up. Aunt Tang Mi smiled and greeted Lady Su. Lady Su regarded her with affection. Today, I have invited the princess to be your chief guest. Tang Mi was taken aback and immediately looked around, spotting the princess seated at the front. She quickly approached and bowed. I pay my respects to Her Highness, the princess. Seeing Tang Mi and Appo's ethereal appearance in her simple attire, the princess could not help but feel envious of her sister-in-law's keen eye for beauty. Indeed, the girl was strikingly beautiful, even in her modest attire. Had it not been for the ensuing complications, she would have gladly welcomed her as a daughter-in-law. Please rise. We are fated to meet, the princess said, personally assisting Tang Mi to her feet. Tang Mi bowed once more. The auspicious time has arrived, Miss Banksy announced, helping Tang Mi. Tang Mi offered another respectful bow to the princess and exchanged smiles with Lady June and Lady Su before ascending the platform. As Lady Su could not serve as the chief guest, she took on the role of hairdresser, recalling Lady June and Appo's connection to the occasion. Mother, would you like to do her hair? Lady Tang smiled at Lady June. It has been a long time since you styled Mir's hair. Please do so. Tang Mi turned to Lady June, grandmother. No words were necessary. The mere utterance of grandmother melted Lady June's heart, compelling her to ascend and tend to her beloved granddaughter's hair. Gently caressing Tang Mi's glossy locks, Lady June's eyes moistened. I styled your mother's hair for her coming-of-age ceremony as well. She could not bear to let anyone else do it for her precious daughter. In the blink of an eye, her cherished daughter was gone, and now her beloved granddaughter had grown so much. Tang Mi felt a pang of sadness at the thought of her mother. Her mother had always been a gentle soul, deeply caring, and she had only seen her weep once, on the day she received news of her father and Appo's demise. Mother, seeing Tang Mi and Appo's melancholic demeanor, Lady Su quickly signaled to Lady June, snapping back to reality. Lady June smiled warmly. Our Mi and Appo's has indeed grown. After this ceremony, may your life sail smoothly, free from turbulence. Thank you, grandmother. Tang Mi too hoped for a future devoid of strife. Once Lady June finished styling Tang Mi's hair, Banksia assisted her in changing into a ceremonial gown in the adjacent room. Afterward, Banksia applied a more elaborate makeup look. When Tang Mi emerged, she once again captured everyone in Appo's attention, resembling a young celestial maiden who had blossomed. The princess took to the stage, personally adorning Tang Mi with a blood jade hairpin. Tang Mi bowed respectfully. Finally, Lady Tang delivered her words of wisdom. Honor your parents with filial piety, treat others with kindness, embody gentleness and obedience, and embrace humility and respect. Avoid arrogance and deceit. These ancient teachings shall be your guide. Though my child may not be astute, I shall not neglect to uphold them. Tang Mi bowed to Lady Tang. As the coming-of-age ceremony concluded, applause erupted from the guests. After the ceremony, Tang Mi followed Lady Tang to greet the attendees. Emi und Appo's. This is Lady Li. Greetings, Lady Li, Tang Mi said, slightly bowing. Lady Li scrutinized Tang Mi with awe, exclaiming, the young lady is truly remarkable. Possessing both beauty and intellect, she appears exceptionally astute. Tang Mi and Appo's cheeks flushed with modesty. You flatter me, madam. Lady June, you honor us with your presence. The princess approached, nodding respectfully to Lady Tang. Lady Tang, eager to reciprocate, began to bow. I pay my respects to Her Highness, the princess. The princess gently assisted Lady Tang. There is no need for such formalities, but may I inquire if you have time to converse? The princess glanced at Tangmi as she spoke. Chapter 94. Not here to propose to the young master Feng's of Madame Tang. A woman of remarkable intelligence quickly discerned the underlying intentions and smiled, saying, I have acquired some Dahong Pao tea and was just about to invite Her Royal Highness to sample it. As she spoke, she turned her granddaughter, Tangmi. Please keep your grandmother company. Of course. Tangmi, sensing something amiss, respectfully bowed to the princess before accompanying the elderly matriarch. Madame Tang led the princess to Mingchun Garden, where she instructed Gai Mama to brew a pot of Dahong Pao. After tasting the tea, the princess nodded and remarked, Indeed, it is excellent tea. Madame Tang smiled at the princess, expressing gratitude. Today, I must also thank Her Royal Highness for serving as the formal guest for my grandson. The princess chuckled lightly. Li Wan is a close confidant of mine, and the young lady is truly a remarkable child. I am more than willing to fulfill this role. She then recalled past events, mentioning the near mishap that had occurred previously at their residence, apologizing for it. Hearing this, Madame Tang felt a wave of shame wash over her, hastily replying, It is all the result of my inadequate guidance, causing such trouble for Her Royal Highness. The princess's eyes sparkled as she inquired, I have heard that your fourth daughter is to be wed to the Qin family? Madame Tang momentarily froze, then quickly responded with caution, It is a matter of great embarrassment. Perhaps it is best not to mention it. Respecting Madame Tang and Appo's reluctance, the princess shifted the conversation. Now that the eldest daughter has reached maturity, it is time to consider her marriage, is it not? Madame Tang, fully aware of the implications, poured more tea for the princess, saying, As children grow, marriage becomes inevitable. I am uncertain how many years I have left, but my granddaughter's marriage is of utmost importance to me. The princess smiled reassuringly. You are in good health, dear matriarch. Surely you will witness your granddaughter's marriage and the joys of motherhood. Thank you for your kind words, replied Madame Tang with a smile. She too longed to see her married and settled, harmoniously enjoying life. As long as her grandchildren thrived, she would feel content to meet her eldest son again. The eldest daughter is talented and graceful. I presume many suitors have approached. Have you made any decisions regarding them? The princess inquired, sipping her tea with a hint of curiosity. Madame Tang sighed. When was younger, I did not take suitors seriously, but now that she has reached maturity, it is indeed time to choose wisely. Upon hearing this, the princess's eyes brightened. To be candid, I am here today at the behest of my sister-in-law. She has taken a liking to your eldest daughter and wishes to propose for her as her third daughter-in-law. I hope you will consider this. Madame Tang was momentarily stunned, having assumed the princess was advocating for her own son, Fengzi, your sister-in-law? You mean the Yong'an Marquis' household? The princess smiled precisely. You know that the Yong and Appo's, the Marquis, and my husband are brothers. We are essentially family. At the last poetry gathering, my niece found your daughter's beauty, talent, and character to be exemplary, which prompted my sister-in-law to express interest. Madame Tang realized it was regarding the previous poetry gathering, as had mentioned it upon her return. Noticing Madame Tang's silence, the princess continued, I wonder if you are aware of the situation in the Yong'an Marquis' household. Both the eldest and second sons are already married, leaving only the youngest. I must say, my third nephew is quite exceptional in both looks and character, and I believe he would be a good match for your daughter. He is 18 this year, which is an appropriate age. Previously, Madame Tang had considered the princess's household to be a suitable match, but had not contemplated the Yong'an Marquis' family. Moreover, she remembered S connection with Prince Xian. Perceiving Madame Tang's contemplative demeanor, the princess elaborated. I understand that a girl of your daughter's caliber deserves a significant role in a household, yet there are also merits to being a supporting figure. With others managing affairs, she can enjoy a peaceful life. Besides, they will eventually split their estate. Once they are married, managing the household will be but a matter of discussion. Madame Tang regained her focus and smiled at the princess. You worry too much. We do not mind whether she is the head of the household or not. The princess paused, realizing her oversight, and chuckled awkwardly. I must apologize. This is my first time advocating for a match, and I have become rather anxious. This is, after all, a matter of your daughter's lifetime. You must consider it carefully. Thank you for your consideration, Your Highness. Madame Tang expressed her gratitude. The princess stood, smiling. Please take your time to ponder this. I shall return for tea in a few days. You honor me, Madame Tang replied as she escorted the princess out. After bidding farewell to her, she attended to other guests. Tang Mi had kept the elderly matriarch entertained, bringing her great joy. Meet When Feng returns, we must visit the Rome Guogong residence. For your grandfather and uncle miss you dearly. Certainly, Tang Mi replied with a smile. As soon as Feng is back, we will visit you at the Rome Guogong residence. Tang Mi accompanied the elderly matriarch for a while, until the latter grew tired, at which point she personally assisted her into the carriage. Do remember to return, the elderly matriarch said, holding Tang Mi's hand with affection as she boarded the carriage. I will come to see you soon, Tang Mi promptly assured her. Su Shi interjected gently, Mother, let me rest. She has been busy all day. When she arrives at the Rome Guogong residence, you can have a good chat, and it will be fine to keep her for a few days. The elderly matriarch was pleased to hear this, and instructed Tang Mi, be sure to bring several changes of clothing and stay for a few days. Of course, Tang Mi agreed with a smile, regardless of the elderly matriarch's requests. After lingering a bit longer, they finally departed. Miss, the matriarch is looking for you, Bang Xie informed Tang Mi upon her return. Tang Mi's thoughts shifted to the princess, prompting her to head to Mingshun Garden. Mitha, Madame Tang called out with a smile as Tang Mi entered. Tang Mi obediently approached and sat beside her. Madame Tang affectionately stroked her granddaughter's hair. Our Mi has finally reached maturity. You are now a young lady. Tang Mi nestled into her embrace, saying, if I could, I would prefer to remain by grandmother's side forever. Foolish child, grandmother is aging and cannot accompany you for a lifetime, Madame Tang said, heartbroken yet tenderly holding her. After a moment, she spoke. Today, the princess was actually here to discuss a marriage proposal. Tang Mi's eyes flickered with understanding, though she was not overly surprised. She had sensed it from the princess and Appo's averted gaze. Madame Tang, aware of her granddaughter's acuity, smiled and added, she is not here to propose for young Master Fengzi. At this, Tang Mi lifted her head. Then who is she here for? Suddenly, a thought struck her. It was not Xiao Fengzi. Could it be him? Chapter 95. If you have no objections, then let this marriage be settled. A heart raced uncontrollably within Tang Mi, who strove to suppress any outward reaction, fearful of revealing her emotions to her grandmother. However, the elderly matriarch seemed blissfully unaware, cheerfully announcing that a proposal was being made for the third son of the Yong and Appo's, a marquisate. Tang Mi was momentarily taken aback, for reasons unknown. Her wildly beating heart suddenly quieted, realizing it was the third son of the Yong and Appo's, and marquisate, the younger brother of Princess Lung Yu, the host of the poetry gathering. The very thought that he had come to propose left her pondering whether her earlier poems had played a role in this development. Mir, you must have met that third son. What do you think of him? Grandmother inquired, her gaze fixed on Tang Mi, regaining her composure. Tang Mi quickly responded, Grandmother, it is best if you decide my marriage. You silly girl. Grandmother saw through her cautious demeanor, playfully chiding her. You are clearly capable of forming opinions, yet remain silent. Do you not realize that every decision made on life and Appo's journey carries weight? Aren't and Appo's, you afraid of missing out on something? At once, Tang Mi thought of Yi Qinxian. Her eyes downcast, choosing not to reply. Grandmother, sensing her unease, sighed softly and continued. Initially, I favored the princess's household, but now it seems she has no intention. The young marquisate has stepped forward instead. Considering their lineage, they are certainly respectable, and the third son is rumored to be quite talented. With that, grandmother chuckled. That aligns well with you. If you two were to marry, it would indeed be a beautiful affair. Grandmother. Tang Mi's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot a reproachful glance at her grandmother. Grandmother pinched her cheek and jested. If you truly have no objections, then I shall arrange this marriage with the Yong and Appo's, a marquisate. You have met him, and he seems a fine gentleman. Their family background surpasses that of our Tang family. so this match would be quite suitable. Hearing her grandmother speak so earnestly, Tang Mi's blush gradually faded, replaced by nervousness as she stared at her. Is grandmother truly serious? Is this to be settled now? Are you certain there is no one you favor? Grandmother, noticing Tang Mi's expression cool, pressed further. Meeting her gaze, Tang Mi finally mustered the courage to ask, what does grandmother think of Prince Xian? Grandmother, relieved that Tang Mi had spoken, silently exhaled. It appeared her intuition was correct. Tang Mi had taken a liking to Prince Xian. Yet, grandmother sighed again, I have considered him. Apart from his royal lineage, I have no objections. But you know I have always been reluctant to marry you into the royal family. The waters there are murky, and once you step in, it is difficult to escape. I understand. Tang Mi took a deep breath, looking earnestly at her grandmother. But do you not realize? Prince, you will not easily let me go. As long as my maternal grandfather holds military power, I will remain his target, whether I am engaged or married. Thus, I consider Prince Xian, for he alone stands a chance against him. This marked the first time Tang Mi had formally discussed such matters with her grandmother. She hoped to convey her concerns and awaken her grandmother to the reality she faced, as her previous thoughts had been overly naive, simplifying the complexities of her situation. Grandmother's expression shifted to one of concern. Are you suggesting that even if you marry, he will still? Suddenly anxious, grandmother queried, has he done anything to you? Tang Mi's face darkened as she replied, not yet, but he was waiting for me by the heavenly pool when I went to fetch water. Had it not been for Prince Xian distracting him, I would never have succeeded in obtaining the divine water. Grandmother was taken aback, realizing the implications of their connection. It was no wonder Tang Mi had developed an affection for Prince Xian. His sudden assistance might not be purely altruistic. He could be after the military power of the Rong Guogong household, grandmother warned. Tang Mi remained unfazed. What of it? Even if he shares the same intentions as Prince Yu, I would still choose him over Prince Yu. Knight Junyu and Tang Ying were her enemies. Her choice would invariably be Prince Xian. She would rather align herself with him than risk marrying Knight Junyu again. Grandmother gazed at Tang Mi in bewilderment. Perhaps we have better options, ways to avoid wading into such murky waters. Seeing her grandmother's naivety, Tang Mi smiled bitterly. You witnessed their attempts to keep us at Bema Temple. Their failure to obtain the water means they will surely devise other schemes. Can I evade them once, twice, or even thrice? Grandmother fell silent, contemplating deeply before finally lifting her gaze. You should return for now. I need to think this over. Tang Mi rose and respectfully curtsied to her grandmother before turning to leave. Upon returning to Qingmi courtyard, Tang Mi spotted someone waiting for her in the yard. Tang Feng looked up, his face lighting up with a smile upon seeing her return. Tang Mi approached him, instinctively adjusting his collar. Why are you back at this hour? I snuck away, Tang Feng replied sheepishly, adding with a hint of remorse. Today is your coming-of-age ceremony, and I did not have time to prepare a gift. Tang Mi and Amp. Oppo's eyes glistened with emotion at his words, reminiscent of sentiment from a past life, warming her heart to the point of tears. Suddenly, she enveloped Tang Feng in a tight embrace, whispering, you are the best gift for your sister. Thankful for the chance to relive her life and have him once more, Tang Feng and Oppo's handsome face flushed uncontrollably as he stammered, I excelled in archery and riding today, and my teacher rewarded me with a fine steed, a blood horse. It's the best and fastest horse I have ever ridden. Tang Mi smiled, gently ruffling his hair. Our Fenger is truly remarkable. This is the finest gift your sister could receive today. With flushed cheeks, Tang Feng scratched his head bashfully. I must return now, or the teachers will discover my absence, and it will be disastrous. Go on. Be careful on your way back, Tang Mi advised, readying his cloak for him. Tang Feng, his face slightly flushed, wished her sister happy coming of age. Tang Mi smiled, tousling his hair again. Thank you, Feng. Now hurry back. I'm going, Tang Feng exclaimed, looking quite cheerful as he dashed away. Watching him leave, Tang Mi's lips curved into an uncontainable smile. This time, she would protect him at all costs. Chapter 96. Who was the sole giver of the coming-of-age gift in the previous life? As she watched Tang Feng vanish from sight, Tang Mi finally returned to her quarters. Miss, you have returned. Upon seeing Tang Mi, Fu Ling immediately appeared flustered. Tang Mi frowned and glanced around the room, noticing a box on the table. Her brow furrowed even tighter. What is that? Fu Ling nervously swallowed, attempting to maintain her composure. I do not know, miss. The box was already here when I entered. She then smiled, adding the third young master just came by. Could it be a gift from him? Tang Mi shot her a cold glare, her eyes filled with disdain. Feng'er had not sent her any gift. This item was undoubtedly something Tang Ying had instructed her to deliver, and it was clearly from Yi Junyu. Without examining the contents of the box, Tang Mi handed it directly to Ban Xia, instructing, take this to grandmother and say that I do not know who sent it. In her previous life, Yi Junyu had also gifted her something at this time, but her grandmother had intercepted it before she could see what it was. This time, she had no desire to look. It was best left for her grandmother to handle. Miss Arnand Amp, Oppos, are you going to see what is inside? Fu Ling suggested with a smile. What if it is something you would like? Tang Mi and Amp, Oppos. S expression turned icy as she replied, I have told you countless times that I cannot accept items of unknown origin. Who knows what is in that box? What if it is something meant to ensnare me? Accepting something without knowing its provenance is courting danger. Seeing her sudden anger, Fu Ling was frightened and immediately knelt down. I merely thought the box looked exquisite, so Tang Mi glared at her with a menacing expression. Initially, she had considered keeping Fu Ling around to deal with Tang Ying, but it seemed now that the girl could not be trusted. She had to find a way to eliminate her. I shall take care of it at once, Ban Xia remarked, casting a glance at Fu Ling before heading to Ming Chan Courtyard. She was uncertain of what lay within the box. But given Tang Mi's fury and Fu Ling's secretive demeanor, it was clear that whatever was inside was far from benign. When the old Madame Tang opened the box, her expression instantly darkened to an extreme. Inside was a jade pendant inscribed with the character for you, a token from Yi Junyu. This man sending such a pendant to Mier was an outright attempt to ruin her. His malicious intent was unmistakable. Fuming, old Madame Tang declared that the jade pendant could not remain in their possession and immediately handed it to Granny Gui. Return this item to the Yu Wangfu. Understood, Granny Gui replied, promptly taking action. Old Madame Tang was deeply troubled. She knew precisely how the item had reached Qingmi Courtyard and realized that Tang Ying was becoming increasingly audacious. When Ban Xia returned to Qingmi Courtyard, Tang Mi had already dismissed Fu Ling. Miss, the old madam has sent the item back to the Yu Wangfu. She seems quite enraged, Ban Xia reported to Tang Mi. Tang Mi's gaze flickered. Her grandmother's anger indicated that the item must possess significance that could reveal Yi Junyu's identity. Perhaps even the very jade pendant marked with his name. Was he attempting to ensnare her in a scandal? No wonder her grandmother was so furious. Yi Junyu truly was as shameless as ever. Reflecting on the solitary gift she had received on the day of her coming of age in her previous life, Tang Mi instinctively touched her neck, only to find the object was no longer there. Would that gift manifest in this life as well? Perhaps it would. Tang Mi quickly glanced at the hourglass. In her previous life, she had discovered that gift the following morning, indicating that the person must have delivered it in the dead of night. This time, she was determined to uncover the identity of the gift giver. Bong Xio, fetch some red string and bells, Tang Mi suddenly instructed. Ban Xia paused briefly but promptly complied. Tang Mi set about arranging a small mechanism in her room with the red string and bells. Fearing that the person might not appear, she retreated to a hidden area to wait. To stave off sleep, she tied the red string around her wrist and occasionally pricked herself with a silver needle to remain alert. In the dead of night, as exhaustion made her head nod like a pecking chick, the sudden ringing of the bell jolted her awake. She immediately looked outside, and, indeed, she saw a shadow flit past the room. Who is it? Tang Mi dashed outside, only to find the figure had already fled. Spotting the familiar box on the table, she seized it and pursued, racing through the back door into the darkness outside. However, the night was pitch black, and there was no sign of the person. Come out, Tang Mi called out repeatedly, but received no response. She had lost the person she was chasing and still did not know who had sent the gift. In despair, she squatted down, cradling the box as she slowly opened it. Upon seeing the contents, Tang Mi was taken aback, and suddenly her nose tingled as tears streamed down her face. Why? Not only had she lost the person, but the gift she had longed for was also gone. As she held the box, she carefully felt around inside, her sobs growing more intense. The box was indeed the same, yet the contents were entirely different. Her gift had vanished. As she wept, she noticed a pair of black boots appear before her. Crying, she looked up to see a figure clad in a cloak. Through her blurred tears, she strained to discern his features but could not make them out. Yi Chunxian was uncertain of the cause of her tears, but upon witnessing her distress, his heart felt as if it had been gripped painfully. Seeing her crouched and crying without standing, he had no choice but to squat down beside her. "Have you sprained your ankle again?" Hearing that familiar voice, Tang Mi froze, then abruptly reached up to remove the cloak from his head. "It's you." Recognizing him, Tang Mi was once again stunned, incredulous as she gazed at him. How could it be him? It was simply impossible. "Is your foot hurting?" Yi Chunxian continued to express concern. After a prolonged moment of shock, Tang Mi finally regained her composure. "Did you send this box?" Noticing her expression, Yi Chunxian grew flustered. "Do you not like this bracelet? Did you truly send it?" Tang Mi asked again for confirmation. In her previous life, he had not bestowed any gifts upon her, and the item she had received was not this one. Yet why was the box identical? Tang Mi felt as though she were on the brink of madness. Seeing her discontent with his gift, Yi Chunxian felt compelled to explain. "The bracelet is specially made. It can conceal items, perhaps some defensive herbs or poison. I thought you might need it." Tang Mi fixed her gaze upon him, and after a moment, she asked, "What was originally inside this box?" Yi Chunxian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of her inquiry. Noticing his silence, Tang Mi grew anxious. Was there originally a pendant inside this box that could be worn around the neck? Upon hearing her description, Yi Chunxian began to grasp what she sought. He removed an item from around his neck. "Is this what you mean?" Chapter 97. I have reached adulthood and must marry upon catching sight of the golden whistle. Tears welled in Tang Mi's eyes once more. She grasped the small whistle tightly, her tear-filled gaze scrutinizing it repeatedly, caressing it gently, and confirming that it was indeed the coming-of-age gift she had received in her previous life. This object had accompanied her for 6 long years, hanging around her neck, and she could not mistake it. The sudden reappearance of something she thought lost made her emotions surge uncontrollably. Yi Chunxian appeared somewhat bewildered. He was uncertain as to why she was crying and mistakenly believed she did not like the whistle. "Please do not cry," he urged. "Tell me what gift you desire, and I shall procure it for you." As he spoke, a faint blush crept onto his face. "In truth, this is my first time giving a gift to a lady, so I am unsure what to select. If this does not please you, I shall find something else." Tang Mi clutched the whistle tightly, sobbing for a while before abruptly lifting her gaze to him. "Why did you choose to give me this gift?" Yi Chunxian paused for a moment, staring blankly. "Isn't this what you wished for?" Her face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "What I meant to say is, why did you gift me this bracelet? Today is your birthday. This is your coming-of-age gift," he said, his handsome face slightly reddening with discomfort. Tang Mi stared at him in astonishment. The small golden whistle belonged to him, and he had also been the one to present her with the whistle in her past life. But why him? How could it be him? In her previous life, they had no entanglements, not even a fleeting meeting. Why would he bestow a gift upon her? Did he pity her for the trouble she faced? The urge to uncover the truth weighed heavily on her, yet she could not inquire, for he bore no memories of their past, and even if she asked, he would remain oblivious. Taking a deep breath, she regarded him with a hint of sadness. "Having given me a gift, why do you choose to run away?" If he had appeared before her in her past life, would her ultimate decision have changed? Would her fate have been different? Yi Chunxian's face turned crimson, and he lowered his gaze. "I believed you were not the type of girl to engage in secret exchanges, so I did not wish to be present." Had he revealed his identity, she might have declined his gift. Yet, he wished for her to accept it. Thus he concealed his identity as the giver. Tang Mi was momentarily taken aback, then began to weep anew. How simple the reason was. He was so different from Yi Junyu, who feared others would not know he had gifted her something, worried that their secret exchanges would be uncovered. In contrast, Yi Chunxian remained anonymous, yet desired to leave her with a gift. This was the true essence of someone who wished to give her a present. And the notion that he recognized she was not the type to engage in secret exchanges was profoundly moving. Raising her eyes to meet his, Tang Mi spoke earnestly. "Thank you." This expression of gratitude was one she owed him for 6 long years. Thank you, nameless benefactor, the sole person in her previous life to bestow upon her a coming-of-age gift, the embodiment of her entire emotional reliance for 6 years. "I truly adore this gift," she said softly, caressing the small golden whistle. He remained oblivious to how this gift had accompanied her through countless dark nights, unaware of how many times she had blown into that small whistle when solitude enveloped her, and he had never once been present. Tears threatened to spill once more, and Tang Mi quickly widened her eyes, striving to suppress her emotions. "Do you truly like this golden whistle?" Yi Chunxian inquired, sensing her evident affection for the trinket. Her cheeks flushed as she momentarily forgot that he had not intended this as the gift. Still, she earnestly wished to ask, "Might this be my coming-of-age gift?" Without a word, Yi Chunxian took the small golden whistle from her hand and personally hung it around her neck. "This is for you." "Thank you." Tang Mi's heart swelled as she gazed at him, clutching the whistle tightly. Yi Chunxian, suddenly curious, inquired, "But how did you know I possessed this trinket?" How could she have known what lay within that box? This trinket was his personal possession, one he likely had never revealed to her. The thought of that day at the Princess and Appo's residence, when he had her pinned beneath him, flooded him with warmth, and his face turned a deep shade of crimson. He had not worn this trinket that day. Tang Mi, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. How should she respond? "I think my leg has gone numb," she said, looking at him with a pitiful expression. To evade the question, she began to feign helplessness. "Did you twist your ankle?" Yi Chunxian immediately moved to inspect her foot. Tang Mi instinctively withdrew her foot. "It does not hurt. Perhaps I just squatted for too long." "Then allow me to carry you," he said, without a moment's hesitation. Squatting before her, Tang Mi meant her words sincerely, devoid of any pretense, and without a trace of shyness, she leapt onto his back, wrapping herself around his neck like an ornament. Feeling her warmth pressed against him, Yi Chunxian and Appo's face flushed instantly. "Cough. Please do not run out of the house recklessly. How can you know whether the person you encounter is good or ill-intentioned?" Tang Mi Bao did. "Who told you to run away?" She had waited 6 years for him, finally seizing the chance to confirm his identity. How could she not pursue him? Yi Chunxian and Appo's face reddened again, and after a significant pause, he stated, "I shall not run away again. I will appear directly before you. Furthermore, should you wish to see me, simply blow this small golden whistle. When you do, I shall come." Tang Mi glared at the back of his head, making a face and muttering, "Your method is utterly ineffective." She had blown the whistle thousands upon thousands of times, yet he had never once appeared. "How can you claim it does not work? You have never even tried." Yi Chunxian retorted, unsatisfied with her dismissal. "It simply does not work," she shot back defiantly. Perceiving her childish demeanor, Yi Chunxian sighed in resignation. "Try it next time. Then you will know whether it works or not." This small whistle had been gifted to him by his master, possessing a unique sound that could carry quite a distance. Yet only those trained to discern its tone could hear it. Thus, as long as they were both in the capital, he would assuredly hear her whistle. Though she were far away, her call might go unheard. Tang Mi pouted, unwilling to engage further. She had long since tested it, and it had failed. Yi Chunxian, carrying her, soon reached the back gate of the Tang residence. Suddenly slowing his pace, he softly said to Tang Mi, "I forgot to wish you a happy coming of age." Tang Mi felt a sudden tightness in her throat and whispered in his ear, "I have come of age, and it is time for me to marry." Her soft voice wafted into his ear, stirring a tempest within his heart. Yi Chunxian froze in place, as if his feet were weighed down by lead, unable to move a single step. He wished to speak, yet found himself utterly speechless. Stealing a glance at him, Tang Mi shyly added, "Today, the princess visited grandmother to propose." Chapter 98. I am here today to arrange a marriage proposal. Yi Chunxian froze momentarily, his expression shifting to one of anxiety as he inquired, "Is it for Xiao Fengzi?" Tang Mi, Budushing, avertet hergaze, ripling. It is for the third young master of the Shao family. Shao Iran. The memory of that day, spent composing poetry and painting with Shao Iran, rushed back to Yi Chen, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Did your grandmother agree? Suddenly, Tang Mi turned to him, her eyes piercing. What do you wish for? Her to say, yes or no? Of course. Yi Chen abruptly turned his face, yet unexpectedly pressed his lips against hers. His breath hitched, and his heart raced uncontrollably, leaving him utterly helpless. Tandu mi stood stand, her breath faltering, her heart racing like a startled deer, completely oblivious to how she should respond. After a long moment, she regained her senses and hastily turned away. Yi Chen, too, finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. His handsome face flushed as he lowered his head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Tang Mi and Appo's cheeks burned as she fell silent for a moment, then gently patted his shoulder, murmuring, I need to get down. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, but without a second thought, he squatted down to let her down. Tang Mi, unable to meet his gaze, lowered her head and dashed home. Yi Chen watched her retreating figure, feeling a pang of reluctance at her departure, yet fearing to offend her, he dared not utter a word. Upon returning, Tang Mi slammed the small door shut behind her. The sound echoed like a lock sealing Yi Chen heart, leaving him breathless with anguish. As he grappled with his distress, the door suddenly creaked open again, revealing Tang Mi's playful figure. What was your answer just now? Her shy voice reached his ears, and the lock on his heart shattered, sending it racing once more. No, he replied, this time without a hint of hesitation. Hearing his answer, Tang Mi and Appo's cheeks flushed deeper as she cast a glance at him before shutting the door once more. Yi Chen stepped forward, standing before the small door, staring at it as if it were his beloved. Would she truly reject him? Would she grant him a chance? Did she harbor feelings for him as well? Meanwhile, Tang Mi lingered behind the door for quite some time, tightly clutching her little golden whistle as if it were her last hope. In her past life, he was the one who had given her gifts, the one who had warmed her heart. If she were to marry in this life, she would choose him, provided, of course, that he felt the same. His recent answer must have indicated his affection for her, right? As she recalled their accidental kiss, her heart raced wildly. Tang Mi's face burned as she pressed her hand to her heart, desperate for it to calm, yet it was a futile endeavor. Her heart was unruly. After standing behind the door for a considerable time, Tang Mi finally returned to her courtyard. Upon her arrival, Banksia, in a state of worry, rushed to her side. Miss, where have you been? I woke up and didn't see you. I was terrified. She had almost gone to search for the matriarch. I was just feeling a bit stifled, so I went for a walk, Tang Mi replied, her cheeks involuntarily reddening. I'm going to sleep now. With that, she dashed into her room and climbed into bed. Banksia stood bewildered, wondering why her mistress had gone to bed without changing her clothes. Meanwhile, Yi Chen returned to the royal mansion just as dawn was breaking. At the Xian Wangfu, Yanshu had been searching for Yi Chen all night. Upon seeing him return, he hurriedly approached. Your Highness, where have you been wandering at this late hour? I've been looking all over for you. Yi Chen smiled at him. Yanshu was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. What was happening? Was the prince truly smiling at him? Your Highness, are you all right? Yanshu asked cautiously. Yi Chen suddenly fixed his gaze on him. Prepare a generous gift. I intend to visit the Jin Wangfu. Yanshu's eyebrows raised in confusion. The Jin Wangfu? At this time of year? What brings you there all of a sudden? Yi Chen shot him a glare. I said prepare it. Hurry. Yes. Yanshu dared not hesitate, and promptly set off to make the arrangements. Yi Chen could hardly wait for dawn to break. He changed his clothes and set off for the Jin Wangfu accompanied by Yanshu and Hongfei. At the same time, when Yi Junyu received the rejected gift box, he was infuriated, nearly ready to smash it. Your Highness, that is your python pendant. You cannot destroy it. Feng Pan, alarmed, knelt down to persuade him when he saw Yi Junyu about to throw it. Fuming, Yi Junyu refrained from breaking the jade pendant and instead vented his frustration upon Feng Pan with a series of punches and kicks. Feng Pan curled up on the ground, not daring to utter a sound. After a few kicks, Yi Junyu finally felt some relief, slamming his fist on the table. What an ungrateful Tang Mi. I had intended to elevate her status and welcome her as a princess into the royal mansion, but it seems there is no need for such considerations. Yi Junyu's anger only fueled his desire to possess her. Since she had shown herself ungrateful, he would not hesitate to employ ruthless means to make her comply. Yi Junyu swiftly penned a letter and tossed it to Feng Pan. Deliver this letter to Tang Ying. Yes. Feng Pan took the letter and hurriedly left. Yi Junyu clenched his fists tightly. Tang me, do you think you can refuse me? You are terribly naive. At the general's mansion, Tang Mi was unable to sleep due to the lingering effects of the kiss. She tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to find rest. Finally, just as dawn began to break, she managed to doze off for a brief moment. At the entrance of the general and Appo's mansion, 2 carriages arrived simultaneously. Your Highness, it appears to be a carriage from the Jin Wangfu, reported the attending guard. The Grand Princess lifted the curtain of her carriage and peered at the approaching vehicle. Momentarily taken aback, it truly was from the Jin Wangfu. When had the general and Appo's mansion formed such a connection with them? A stately elderly lady descended from the carriage, and the Grand Princess was even more astonished. It was none other than the Jin Wangfei. My lady, is a carriage from the Grand Princess's residence. The guard from the Jin Wangfu reported to the Jin Wangfei. Seeing the Jin Wangfei looking over, the Grand Princess hurriedly disembarked and bowed respectfully. I greet you, 7th Imperial Aunt. Ah, it's you, Huanyan. I thought I encountered someone of significance this early, but it turns out to be you, my little monkey. The Jin Wangfei teased while helping the Grand Princess to her feet. The Grand Princess, unfazed, smiled and inquired, has 7th Imperial Aunt come to the general's mansion for a particular matter? The Jin Wangfei replied with a smile. You know me. I do not venture out without reason. Today, there are matters to attend to. What about you? Are you here for something as well? Some personal affairs, the Grand Princess responded, hesitant to divulge too much about the marriage proposal for Xiao Ran, as the outcome remained uncertain. Then, let us enter together. Since I am not well acquainted with the matriarch of the Tang family, it would be a pleasure for you to introduce me, the Jin Wangfei said with a cordial demeanor. Of course, the Grand Princess agreed, promptly guiding the Jin Wangfei into the general's mansion. Upon learning that the Jin Wangfei and the Grand Princess had arrived at the general and Appo's mansion, Matriarch Tang immediately came out to welcome them. I pay my respects to the Jin Wangfei and the Grand Princess, Matriarch Tang exclaimed, intending to kneel in greeting, only to have the Jin Wangfei assist her up. Matriarch, we are of similar age. There is no need for such formalities. Following her lead, Matriarch Tang rose and quickly escorted the 2 ladies to the main hall, instructing the servants to serve them tea. After the tea had been served, Matriarch Tang nervously inquired, May I ask the purpose of your visit today? The Jin Wangfei set down her teacup and, without beating around the bush, directly addressed Matriarch Tang. I am here today to arrange a marriage proposal. Before Matriarch Tang could react, the Grand Princess abruptly spat out her tea. Chapter 99. Long admiration for your young lady, the eldest princess was taken aback, immediately choking in surprise. The Princess of Jin did not anticipate such a strong reaction and shot her a reproachful glance. You impudent monkey! After a moment, the eldest princess recovered her composure. Without waiting for Lady Tang to inquire, she hastily addressed the Princess of Jin, 7th Royal Aunt. You have come from Miss Tang, haven't you? Upon hearing this, the Princess of Jin instantly became wary. So, you two have come from Miss Tang? The eldest princess felt a sudden awkwardness, managing a stiff smile without answering the question. Instead, she inquired, Who exactly are you proposing for? Lady Tang, equally curious, turned her gaze towards the Princess of Jin. This elder princess rarely attended such gatherings, and her presence was indeed a rarity. Who could be the suitor for whom she had personally come? With a playful scold directed at the eldest princess, the Princess of Jin remarked, I am here for your nephew, and you must not divert your attention elsewhere. At this point, if she remained oblivious to the reason for the eldest princess's visit, it would be quite foolish. Yet, she had not expected such a coincidence. Both had come to propose for the same lady. Miss Wan Yin had always possessed discerning taste. For her to favor Miss Tang, the young lady must indeed be exceptional. It seemed that the young man had a keen eye after all. Your nephew? The eldest princess momentarily froze, her first thought landing on Xiao Ran, but she quickly dismissed the notion. Not only was her sister-in-law unlikely to invite her, but even if she did, it would be implausible to invite her as well. If it wasn't Xiao Ran, then who could it be? She had over 10 royal brothers, each with numerous offspring. She must have at least 30 or 50 nephews. Which one was she speaking of? Not only was the eldest princess baffled, but Lady Tang was equally perplexed, unable to deduce the identity of the royal nephew in question. Noticing their confusion, the Princess of Jin smiled and explained, "This nephew of mine is not only outstanding in appearance, but also exceptionally talented, skilled in both literature and martial arts. I have heard that Miss Tang is also quite gifted. Should they indeed become a pair, it would be a match made in heaven." The eldest princess felt a wave of embarrassment as the words sounded eerily similar to her own from the previous day. Which of her nephews could possibly be so remarkable, so extraordinarily gifted? After listening for a while, Lady Tang still could not guess who it was. She turned to the Princess of Jin with a stiff smile. "Might I inquire, who is this esteemed nephew of yours? If it were the heir of a certain prince or a legitimate second son, it would indeed be a worthy match." At once, the eldest princess also gazed expectantly at the Princess of Jin, awaiting her answer. The Princess of Jin glanced at the eldest princess before smiling at Lady Tang. "This nephew of mine is truly exceptional. He is the 7th prince, Yi Chenxian." Chenxian? The eldest princess was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that the Princess of Jin had come to propose for Yi Chenxian. Chenxian had taken a liking to Tang Mi. How could this be possible? Lady Tang was similarly shocked, never having expected that the Princess of Jin would represent him. This young man, who already had a connection with Mir, was he genuinely enamored with her? Or was he merely seeking to gain influence through the military authority held by the Duke of Rome? Observing Lady Tang's astonished expression, the Princess of Jin's gaze flickered slightly as she added with a smile, "That young man is indeed sincere. He arrived at the Jin Wangfu before dawn, bringing gifts, pleading with me to propose on his behalf, stating that he has long admired your young lady and would marry no one else." Both women were once again taken aback by the Princess of Jin's declaration. Especially the eldest princess, she could scarcely believe her ears. For a reserved young man like Chan Xian to express such sentiments, she felt as if she were caught in a dream. Lady Tang, too, stared blankly at the Princess of Jin, gauging the truth of her words. She was not well acquainted with Prince Xian, only aware that there seemed to be no women in his household. Had he truly declared he would marry no one but Mir? Noticing Lady Tang's bewildered eyes, the Princess of Jin chuckled. "You are aware that I have not been out and about for quite some time. Had it not been for that young man's sincerity, I would not have made this trip on his behalf. Truly, he is earnest. If I have spoken a single falsehood, may I—" Before she could finish her oath, Lady Tang hurriedly interrupted, "I have not suggested that I disbelieve you. I have received your and Prince Xian and Appo's sincerity. But this is ultimately a matter of my grandson's lifetime. I must consult with her grandfather and, ideally, seek her own opinion. Would it be possible for us to have some time to consider this?" The Princess of Jin seemed to have anticipated this, displaying no disappointment as she smiled. "I have always heard that your young lady is exceptionally graceful, gentle, and serene. I have yet to have the pleasure of meeting her. The chrysanthemums in my garden have bloomed. Would it not be delightful for your young lady to accompany me to the Jin Wangfu tomorrow for a tea and flower viewing?" Lady Tang found it difficult to refuse such an invitation, responding with a smile, "It would be an honor for her to accompany you for tea and flowers." The eldest princess, her eyes flickering, added, "I happen to be free tomorrow as well. I shall also impose upon you, 7th Royal Aunt. Should you wish to come, my dear 7th Royal Aunt would surely welcome you at any time." The Princess of Jin feigned ignorance of the eldest princess and Appo's ulterior motives, playfully chiding her. "I have long coveted the chrysanthemum tea that the 7th Royal Aunt brews. It surpasses any I have tasted," the eldest princess remarked with a smile. The Princess of Jin responded with a grin. "This year, I have acquired a first-rate imperial chrysanthemum. I intended to send some to you. Your visit tomorrow saves me the trouble of sending it." The two adept conversationalists exchanged witty banter, leaving Lady Tang with little opportunity to interject. After a brief period of sitting, the Princess of Jin could no longer remain still, Let us finalize our plans. You must come tomorrow. The eldest princess promptly assured her. I shall definitely be there. Lady Tang nodded in agreement. I will not attend in person. Let the three of them go together. As the Princess of Jin prepared to depart, she turned to Lady Tang. I shall take my leave now, eagerly awaiting your arrival tomorrow. Lady Tang promptly rose to see them off. The Princess of Jin then looked at the eldest princess. Did we not arrive together? Is Huan Yin not coming with us? The clever seventh royal aunt seemed wary of her discussing anything privately with Lady Tang. The eldest princess smiled wryly as she stood, addressing Lady Tang. I shall not linger further. I will seek another opportunity to visit. Lady Tang immediately bowed to the eldest princess. The Princess of Jin playfully reproached her. You visit the General's residence so frequently, yet I have not seen you at the Jin Wangfu. Am I not going tomorrow? The eldest princess supported the Princess of Jin as they exited. Lady Tang personally escorted them out of the estate, her heart heavy with concern as she returned to Mingshun Garden. Chapter 100. That child is sincere to you. Tan Mu had scarcely drifted into slumber when Yunxiang came to summon her. Miss, Sister Yunxiang has arrived. Saying that the old matriarch wishes to see you in Mingshun Garden, Bansha whispered, aware of Tan Mu's restless night. Tan Mu opened her eyes, feeling a bit dizzy as she sat up. Please help me with my grooming. Certainly. Bansha hurriedly assisted Tan Mu in preparing herself before accompanying her to Mingshun Garden. Grandmother, Tan Mu greeted as she entered the room, bowing respectfully to the venerable matriarch. Moor, the old matriarch beckoned eagerly. Come here and sit. Tan Mu obediently approached and settled beside her grandmother. The old matriarch gazed at her with affection, gently smoothing the strands of hair at her temples. You look unwell. Did you not sleep well last night? Tam mulorit hergaze. Perhaps it was a nightmare that disturbed my rest. I still have a tendency to dream unpleasantly, just as I did in my childhood. The old matriarch shot her a playful glare before falling into silence. Tan mu observet her, sensing that there was something of importance she wished to discuss. After a prolonged pause, the old matriarch finally addressed Tan Mu. Early this morning, the princess consort of the Jin Prince and the Grand Prince